The stories of Greek mythology are full of great heroes, but none faced such difficult challenges as Hercules. His story began when Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, fell in love again with a beautiful young mortal, Alcmene. She was married to Amphitryon, the king of Tiryns. Amphitryon had left with his army to fight in the city of Thebes, and Zeus took advantage of the king's absence to visit the queen. The god assumed the form of Amphitryon and united with Alcmene, who suspected nothing. Upon returning home from his military campaign, Amphitryon suspected his wife's infidelity and ordered her to be burned at the stake. But Zeus emerged and salvaged Alcmene. He revealed that he was the father of one of the babies the queen was expecting, for Alcmene was also pregnant with the king's child. Amphitryon felt honored to raise the child of the god of gods and forgave his wife. Zeus had great plans for the child. A prophecy said that the first great-grandson of the hero Perseus would be king of the glorious city of Mycenae. Alcmene was the hero's granddaughter, so her child would be entitled to the crown. However, her cousin was also pregnant. The goddess Hera was furious at her husband's infidelity and forced Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to hasten the birth of Eurystheus. Due to the premature birth of his cousin, Hercules lost his right to the crown of the glorious city of Mycenae. After a difficult labor, Hercules and his brother Iphicles were finally given birth. The baby Hercules was vigorous, and there was no doubt as to which of them was the son of the Lord of the universe. Hera's jealousy became uncontrollable. Enraged, she sent 2 poisonous serpents to kill the babies. The serpents slithered into the cradle where Hercules and his brother were sleeping. Alcmene awoke, startled by Iphicles' cry, and found baby Hercules strangling a snake in each hand. Fearing further reprisals from the goddess, Alcmene took her son into the forest and abandoned him on a trail, hoping he would be picked up by someone. However, as fate would have it, 2 goddesses found the abandoned baby. They were Athena and Hera. Not knowing it was Hercules, the goddesses were impressed by the child's vigor. Athena blessed him with superior courage and cunning. Hera offered him her breast and suckled him with divine milk, food that would confer a power superior to almost all other demigods. Hercules sucked on Hera's breast with such force that, due to pain, she pushed the baby away, and a gush of divine milk tinged the heavens, giving birth to the Milky Way. Athena recognized the baby as her brother, and said she would return him to his mother. Hera, realizing the mistake she had made in nursing her rival's child, became even angrier and with an enormous desire for revenge. Upon hearing of Hercules' return to his home, the seer Tiresias said, "Let's celebrate the return of the child who will one day rid the world of all monsters, and by his great deeds secure a place in Olympus alongside his father." Hercules, the mighty son of Zeus, had shown signs of becoming a great hero since his youth, but fate would force him to overcome great challenges. Hercules was the subject of King Eurystheus, who was his cousin. He had only obtained the crown thanks to the goddess Hera, who did not want the bastard son of Zeus to inherit the crown. Hercules obeyed his cousin with frustration, but when the monarch decided to impose his first labors on him, the dismayed hero decided to consult the oracle at Delphi to find out whether he should continue to obey a man he considered inferior. The oracle told him that, with each labor he completed, the power usurped by Eurystheus would be diminished, and Hercules' glory would grow. Hercules, hoping that the oracle told him that he would not need to obey Eurystheus, was appalled. Taking advantage of the hero's vulnerability, the goddess Hera planted the seed of madness in his head. Hercules began to see the most terrible creatures and fought great battles with them.
but it was all hallucinations. When he recovered from that wild madness, Hercules had blood on his hands, and his children and his wife Megara laid dead at his feet. Upon realizing what had happened, Hercules left for exile and went into a great depression in distant lands. Hercules was found by Theseus, a great admirer of the hero. He reached out his hand to raise the son of Zeus. Time healed the wounds of the mighty hero, and he decided to return to Mycenae to serve King Eurystheus. Therefore, he would cleanse himself of the horrific sins committed against his family. Hercules had made himself available to serve his cousin Eurystheus, king of Mycenae, but the king feared that his powerful cousin would try to take his throne in the future. So Eurystheus set him a seemingly impossible job. He was to annihilate a gigantic lion, which terrorized the forests of Argolis. The beast attacked the region's herds and, after devouring some men, began to enjoy human flesh. People said that the beast was the offspring of the monstrous Typhon and the evil Echidna. Therefore, it was rumored that its hide was indestructible to traditional weapons. Armed with bow and arrow, in addition to his powerful club, Hercules set out to hunt the creature. The hero spent some time in the forests of Nemea searching for the lion. Finally, he found tracks that led him to the cave where the monstrous feline was hiding. Hercules entered the monster's lair, which was filled with animal bones and human skulls. Deep in the cave, it was possible to hear the great beast's breathing. Hercules found the beast on a rock, and the animal let out a powerful roar that would make anyone tremble. But Hercules was no ordinary man, as the blood of Zeus flowed strongly in his veins. The demigod fired an arrow at the animal's head, but it bounced off the impenetrable hide. Furious, the gigantic lion leaped on Hercules to devour him. Hercules and the lion leapt against each other. The lion showed his powerful claws as the hero raised his club. Hercules struck the creature's head with a devastating blow. Despite the force, the lion resisted unharmed. Realizing that weapons were useless, Hercules and the lion fought hand to hand. The lion drove its claws into his opponent, who suffered the excruciating pain of his wounds. Hercules put his arms around the animal's neck and began a deadly stranglehold. The lion of Nemea could not withstand the hero's strength and perished. The strong lion was dead. Using the animal's claws, Hercules ripped off its hide and returned to Mycenae. Upon seeing Hercules approach, wearing the animal's skin, Eurystheus feared being killed and ran to hide inside a metal vat. Hercules concluded his first labor, taking an important step toward glory. As his second labor, Hercules was ordered by King Eurystheus to put an end to a creature that lived in the region of Lernaeus. This creature was a dreadful monster, son of Typhon and Echidna, known by the name Hydra. The brave hero was assisted by his nephew Iolaus, his companion since his youth. On the way, they stumbled upon a village razed to the ground by the creature, and a survivor pointed the way to the creature's lair. The Hydra inhabited Lerna's ominous swamp. Hercules and his nephew scoured the pestilent swamp for the beast's hiding place. The Hydra was entombed in a cave. Hercules used his bow to draw the creature out of its lair, firing flaming arrows into the cave. Then, the mighty Hydra appeared from the cave, enraged and thirsty to devour those who dared to interrupt its rest. The monster had multiple heads, and out of its gullets oozed deafening roars. Despite his large size, Hercules was remarkably agile and dodged the beast's attacks. With a powerful club blow, the hero smashed one of the beast's heads. To his surprise, two others quickly spawned in its place. With a sword, the angered hero started to chop off the Hydra's heads. Soon after, twice as many heads were born again. Iolaus shouted for Hercules to stop, as he was only making the task even more difficult. They came up with the idea of cauterizing the necks out of which the new heads were born. While Hercules cut off the heads, his nephew cauterized the wounds with a torch. One head after the other was defeated. The goddess Hera, Hercules' enemy, watching the hero defeating one more creature, sent crabs to help Hydra, but they only succeeded in distracting the hero for a short time and were eventually crushed. Hercules and Iolaus conquered the last head. Albeit severed, the creature was still alive. The hero threw it into a hole and buried it with a huge stone. The Hydra had exceedingly toxic blood. Aware of this, Hercules dipped his arrows in the monster's poisonous blood and was equipped with yet another terrific weapon. Hercules and Iolaus were set to return victorious to Mycenae. The goddess Hera honored the efforts of her minions, who had fought on her behalf, by registering them in the stars, creating the Cancer constellation. Hercules had previously defeated the Nemean lion and the Hydra of Lerna. These were two very powerful opponents. Eurystheus' plan to finish Hercules' life was not working, and his rival was becoming more popular every day. Unable to defeat his cousin, Eurystheus came up with a great idea and assigned the hero two new jobs. Hercules was to bring back two creatures alive to Mycenae, the Erymanthian boar and the Ceryneian hind. The Ceryneian hind was one of the wildest animals in existence. Capturing it would be almost impossible, and bringing back the mighty boar without killing it was even more unlikely. Eurystheus knew that Hercules would never return without the animals, because admitting failure was inconceivable for the hero. Hercules left, and the king was confident he would never see him again. More than a year had passed, without the hero ever finding the Ceryneian hind. This was no ordinary hind. She was nothing short of splendid, with golden horns and iron hooves. The creature was one of the 5 holy hinds created by the goddess Artemis, but it was the only one that lived free, while the others served the goddess pulling her chariot. Hercules finally managed to get close to the hind and shot one of her legs with an arrow. Wounded, the hind could no longer run and was grabbed by the hero. The goddess Artemis showed up and questioned why the hero was committing such sacrilege. Hercules told her that, by order of the Oracle of Delphi, he was at the service of King Eurystheus. He would be freed after presenting the hind to the king. The goddess allowed Hercules to continue his journey. The hero would now try to capture the mighty Erymanthian boar. The creature was extremely strong, so Hercules would have to use his wit to capture it. Hercules fought the boar, but its great strength prevented the hero from catching it. Since he couldn't kill it, he decided to just tire it out. The hero then chased the boar, leading it to an area where snow was piling up on the ground. The mighty boar had to make a huge effort to go through the high snow, and was ultimately overcome by fatigue. After the animal tumbled down exhausted, Hercules bound its legs and captured it. To everyone's shock, Hercules arrived at the palace of Mycenae, carrying the hind and the boar. Eurystheus, terrified at the sight of such a creature, again hid inside the bronze barrel. Hercules had now accomplished one more of his tasks. King Eurystheus of Mycenae was feeling frustrated at his inability to get rid of Hercules. The hero was piling up more glory with every labor he did. Therefore, the king decides to force Hercules to do a degrading job, unworthy for a son of Zeus. In one day, the hero had to clean the great stable of King Aegeus in Elis. The stable had not been cleaned for a long time and had accumulated tons of animal dung. Eurystheus thought that, aside from the task's difficulty, Hercules would refuse to perform such an indecent job. But the hero bowed humbly to his king's wish and set out for the kingdom of Aegeus. The need to be cleansed of his sins was more important than his pride. Hercules stood before King Aegeus and offered his services to clean the stables, but he didn't inform him that he was there at the service of King Eurystheus. Zeus's son bargained with Aegeus for payment for this work, and they reached an agreement. The king believed that cleaning the stable in just one day would be impossible, so he promised to deliver 1/10 of his huge flock to the hero. If Hercules failed to complete the job in only one day, he would get nothing. The king called his son to testify to the agreement. Hercules was given a shovel, but he put it aside and headed towards the river Alpheus. With immense strength, Hercules threw large rocks into the river, diverting its course toward Aegeus's stable. The river waters went through the stable doors and washed away all the filth. Hercules then allowed the river to flow back into its natural course. King Aegeus, seeing that the stables were clean and Hercules hadn't even soiled his hands, was astonished. When Hercules went to collect his payment, the king claimed that he had never made such an agreement. But Phineus, his own son, asserted that he had witnessed the deal. Enraged by such treachery, the king expelled Hercules and his son. But Hercules would not take such humiliation. He gathered an army of Thebans and dethroned King Aegeus, installing the honorable Prince Phineus on his father's seat. Another one of his labors was now done. After cleaning out Aegeus's stables, Hercules had to go to Arcadia and finish off the Stymphalian, gigantic birds of prey that terrorized the area near Lake Stymphalia. After a long journey, the hero arrived at the lake. He was amazed by the sheer number of birds. These terrible birds had iron beaks and feathers. They attacked their victims by throwing their sharp metallic feathers. It seemed impossible to accomplish that task with brute force. So he tried to solve the situation with guile. Hercules asked his sister Athena for help, and the goddess of wisdom was decisive. The goddess offered him a musical iron instrument, made by the god Hephaestus in his sacred forge. With these divine drums, Hercules made a deafening noise that drove the birds away. Hercules even managed to shoot down a few birds in mid-flight with his bow and arrows, bathed in the blood of the Hydra. Hercules accomplished one more feat, and the hero then set off towards the island of Crete. Eurystheus ordered Hercules to go to the island of King Minos to capture and tame the fearsome bull of Crete. This was no ordinary bull. The animal was supposed to be sacrificed in honor of the god Poseidon. But, because of its qualities, Minos did not want to sacrifice it. Out of revenge, Poseidon caused the bull to feel an uncontrollable rage. Hercules faced the mighty bull, father of the terrible Minotaur. The bull was incredibly strong, and he contended with the hero. But the bovine beast was not strong enough to defeat Zeus's son. Hercules grabbed him by the horns and threw him to the ground. After tying him up, Hercules put the animal on a ship, heading for the Peloponnese. Upon arriving in Mycenae, the bull was presented to Eurystheus. The latter, after confirming that the task had been accomplished, released the animal. The bull roamed around Greece, causing terror wherever it went. On the plains of Marathon, he met yet another formidable opponent. His name was Theseus. Hercules was given his 8th labor. He had to travel to Thrace and bring with him the famous anthropophagous mares of Diomedes. The latter was the son of Ares, the god of war, and ruled over the Bistonians, a barbaric and cruel people. Diomedes would certainly be the cruelest of the Thracians. He captured the foreigners who entered his lands, taking them to the royal granary. That was the home of the mighty mares. They were so strong that they had to be tied with iron chains. The mares would not eat oats or other grains, for they had acquired a taste for human flesh. Diomedes used the visitors as a meal for his terrible equines. On the journey to Thrace, Hercules was joined by some friends, such as his nephew Iolaus, and also Abderus, son of Hermes. Upon arriving in Diomedes' kingdom, Hercules was informed of the atrocities the king was committing against visitors to the realm. Diomedes flouted the duty of hospitality, a demand from Zeus. Upon learning of the new visitors' arrival, the king and his guards ambushed the new victims. Hercules defeated the royal guard with relative ease. The hero wanted to punish the king for his many crimes. He grabbed the monarch and threw him out to be devoured by his mares. Properly fed, the mares calmed down, and Hercules led them to his ship. But more soldiers appeared, trying to avenge the king. Hercules asked Hermes' son to hold the mares, while the hero and Iolaus fought the soldiers. Once again, the guards were defeated by Hercules with ease. But, upon returning to the ship, Hercules found Abderus dead, being devoured by the mares. Hercules mourned his friend's death. After burying him, he declared that the city of Abdera would be founded there in tribute. In Mycenae, King Eusthreus consecrated mares in honor of the goddess Hera. The horses descended from these mares were extraordinary animals. According to legend, Bucephalus, Alexander the Great's horse, had the blood of these mares in its veins. Under Alexander the Great, it took part in the conquest of almost the entire known world. Hercules had gathered some heroes to follow him to Themyscira, the kingdom of the Amazons, to accomplish yet another task. The spoiled daughter of King Eurystheus demanded from her father Hippolyta's girdle as a gift. Hippolyta was the Amazonian queen, and due to her achievements in the battlefield, received the girdle from the gods as an honor. To fulfill her daughter's desire, the king sent Hercules to use everything he deemed necessary to bring the girdle to his daughter. Themyscira was a women-only kingdom, and they were famous for being excellent warriors. When he arrived in the kingdom of the Amazons, Hercules was received by Hippolyta, who was stunned by the size of the son of Zeus. Hercules was diplomatic as he talked to the queen, and she retributed the courtesy. They seemed to be coming to an agreement, and Hippolyta would give her girdle to the hero without a drop of blood. But the goddess Hera, the enemy of Hercules, would not allow the bastard son of Zeus to accomplish that task so easily. Disguised, she joined the Amazons and spread the rumor that Hercules had planned to kidnap the queen. To protect Hippolyta, the Amazons armed themselves and attacked Hercules and his fellows. The battle was bloody. Many Amazonians fell on the battlefield. Among the fallen Amazons was the queen Hippolyta. Hercules picked her girdle up and started his return to Mycenae. On the way back, the hero passed through Troy, and the city was in terrible trouble. The Trojan king Laomedon was being punished, since he had refused to pay the tribute agreed with Poseidon, who had built the legendary walls of Troy for the king. And, because of that, his daughter was being delivered as a sacrifice to a terrible sea monster. The king promised a reward to the hero if he managed to save his daughter. So Hercules went to fight the creature. It was no match for the mighty son of Zeus and ended up destroyed. Laomedon increased his reputation as a deadbeat and failed to pay the prize to the hero. Hercules was expelled from Troy, but before leaving, he swore revenge and returned to Greece to deliver the girdle of Queen Hippolyta to the sovereign's daughter. King Eurystheus wanted to see Hercules as far away as possible. In the 10th labor, the hero was to steal the cattle of the giant Geryon. The giant lived on the mythical island of Erythea, near the Iberian Peninsula. The journey was very long, and no Greek had ever traveled so far and returned. Hercules sailed a long time until he reached a large mountain, which separated the Mediterranean Sea from the Atlantic Ocean. but not even a huge mountain could stop Zeus's son. Hercules used all his strength to split the mountain in two and pulled the halves apart. Thus, the hero connected the Mediterranean to the Atlantic and went on his way. The two great mountains created by the hero became known as the Pillars of Hercules. Today, this place is known as the Strait of Gibraltar. Finally, Hercules reached the island of Eurythea. No Greek had ever dared to approach the oxen of the giant son of Chrysaor, for Geryon was a hideous creature that had several bodies in one. The giant also had a two-headed guard dog named Orthros, brother of Cerberus, the infernal dog. Hercules fought the dog, which, besides having two heads, had a serpent's tail. But not all this ferocity was an obstacle for Hercules. He slaughtered the dog son of Echidna with his mighty club. Hercules stealthily began driving the cattle without attracting the giant's attention. But Hercules' actions did not go unnoticed by Geryon, who attacked him furiously. The fight between Hercules and Geryon was intense, and the hero seemed finally defeated. Hercules realized that the goddess Hera, his enemy, was helping the giant by increasing his courage and strength. Hercules used his bow to shoot an arrow at the goddess. She, wounded, fled to Olympus. The demigod took one of his special arrows, soaked with Hydra's poisonous blood. Even the immortals were not immune to the strong poison of the monster son of Typhon and Echidna. The giant Geryon was slaughtered after undergoing terrible agony. Hercules was finally able to return to Greece, driving the famous Geryon's oxen. Hercules was again traveling the world to perform another labor for King Eurystheus. This time he was to find the famous garden of the Hesperides, bringing back one of their famous golden apples from it. When the goddess Hera married Zeus, she received from Gaia a beautiful tree from which golden apples grew. This tree was tended by the beautiful and delicate Hesperides and watched over by the huge dragon Ladon. In his quest into the garden, Hercules found the Titan Prometheus chained to a rock, his liver devoured by a great eagle. During the night, his liver regenerated. The next day, the bird would return to feed again. Prometheus had been punished by Zeus for stealing the sacred fire and giving it to men. Hercules decided that Prometheus had already suffered too much. Something had to be done. He shot down the hateful bird with his bow and broke the chains that bound the Titan to the rock. And Prometheus was finally free from his ordeal. As a form of gratitude, Prometheus advises Hercules not to face the mighty dragon. Instead, he should meet with Atlas. Continuing his journey, the hero met the mighty Titan Atlas, who was also suffering a punishment imposed by Zeus. Atlas had fought against Zeus during the Titanomachy, the great confrontation between gods and titans. The defeated Atlas was forced to bear the entire weight of the celestial sphere on his back for all eternity. The Titan was the Hesperides' father and offered to give Hercules the apples he needed, provided he would hold the celestial sphere while the Titan went to his daughter's garden. Hercules agreed and used all his strength to hold the heavy celestial dome on his shoulders. Atlas left and returned after a while. He was carrying with him the apples that Hercules needed. When he saw the hero, Atlas said, "Here are the apples, but I will deliver them to King Eurystheus myself for you." Hercules realized that he had been the victim of a trick, having to bear the weight of the world on his back for all eternity. At this moment, he uses his wit. "Would you do that for me? You are so kind. I'm sick of my cousin. But before you leave, I want to make a request. Can you support the vault just for a moment so that I can put on the lionskin cloak and protect my back? This is very uncomfortable, as you know." Atlas knew perfectly well the discomfort and decided to help the hero. When the Titan lifted the celestial vault again, Hercules picked up the apples that had been set on the ground and turned his back, never to return. Upon returning to Mycenae with the apples, the great hero was cheered by Eurystheus' subjects. The jealous king decided that there was only one way to get rid of Hercules for good. He should be sent to the realm of the dead. After completing 11 labors that everyone thought impossible, Hercules was beloved by the people, for the hero had rid the world of the most sinister creatures. Eurystheus, whose plan was to finish off Zeus's son, only made him even more glorious. The Mycenaean king could only demand one more labor from Hercules. It was his last chance to get rid of the hero. Eurystheus ordered Hercules to go to the underworld and bring with him the legendary Cerberus, Hades' three-headed dog, responsible for watching over his master's kingdom. Before leaving for the kingdom of Hades, the hero was initiated into the mysteries of Eleusis. The rituals of these cults symbolized death and resurrection. Hercules went to a secret cave that gave access to the underground world. At the entrance, he was met by his brother Hermes, the god who led souls to Hades' realm. Guided by the messenger god, Hercules entered the underworld. It was a sinister place filled with lugubriousness. In Hades' realm, the demigod found his friend Theseus still alive, chained to a rock. Theseus had been punished by Hades for trying, together with his friend Pirithous, to kidnap Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Hercules freed his friend from captivity, and Theseus returned to the world of the living. Then Hercules met the boatman Charon, who refused to help Hercules enter his master's kingdom. But the demigod was determined and threatened to destroy Charon and the boat if he did not take him to the other bank of the river Acheron. Faced with such a threat, Charon had no choice and did as Hercules demanded. On the other bank of the river, Hades, the lord of the underworld, was waiting for him. The son of Zeus came face to face with Hades, the lord of the underworld. He asked his permission to take his dog and present it to Eurystheus, with the promise that he would return the animal after completing his work. Hades allowed Hercules to try to capture the three-headed dog, but he could only use his bear to subdue the animal. The hero went after the monster. Upon spotting it, Hercules realized that the beast, besides the 3 heads, had a serpent's tail. The son of Zeus had already fought every kind of creature and entered the fight without fear. The struggle between the demigod and the monster was intense, but Hercules managed to defeat the creature. The hero brought Cerberus to the surface. Upon contact with sunlight, the dog became nauseous and vomited. Poisonous plants sprouted from where the animal's barf fell. Despite resistance, Hercules dragged the animal to King Eurystheus' palace and presented the creature to the Lord. Faced with the monster, Eurystheus ran in terror into his bronze vat and hid there. Cerberus was released as promised and returned to the underworld. Hercules finally fulfilled his 12th labor. Eurystheus, resigned to the idea that he could not kill Hercules, eventually released the demigod from his duties. Hercules had reached the pinnacle of glory and was seen as mankind's benefactor. But this would not be the end of his journey. The son of Zeus still had difficult adventures and trials ahead of him before finally achieving immortality at his father's side. After returning from a trip to India, Dionysus wandered around the world, teaching men to cultivate vines that had the sweet grapes as their fruit. These were used to produce wine, a drink considered almost divine because of its connection to this god. But while the young god was strolling along the seashore, he was spotted by a band of pirates. When they saw the handsome young man in a purple robe, they had no doubt that he was the son of a king or a wealthy nobleman. The pirates surrounded Dionysus, who offered no resistance, and forced him into the pirate ship. The captain ordered the god to be tied to the main mast, where he was to remain until a large ransom was paid by his family. But to the pirates' surprise, even the most complex and intricate knots untied themselves. The captain ordered Dionysus to sit quietly by the mast under the watch of his men. The old helmsman warned the captain that the slack knots was a divine sign that the young man should be freed. but the captain ignored him. Dionysus had enough and decided to act. The wind ceased, and the sails of the boat became useless. When the sailors put their oars in the water, they turned into thick vines. And miraculously, it began to rain wine to the sailors' astonishment. When the pirates looked at Dionysus, his eyes glowed like fire. Vines spread throughout the ship from the god's body. The gods summoned on board a leopard, which let out a terrible roar, terrifying the pirates. In panic, the sailors jumped into the sea. When they touched the waters, they suffered a metamorphosis and turned into dolphins. Dionysus spared the old helmsman, for he proved to be God-fearing. This is the story of how the god of wine transformed a band of pirates into a new species of dolphin. Clytie was a beautiful nymph in love with Helios, the sun god. They had a relationship, but the sun god saw nothing special in the nymph and abandoned her. Even after being rejected, Clytie spent her days contemplating her sweetheart as he crossed the skies during the day. She did nothing else and began to wither away after so many days of just following the motion of the sun. The forsaken nymph eventually passed away, but the gods did not allow her, out of love for the sun, to be forgotten. In her final resting place, beautiful yellow flowers appeared. Just like the nymph Clytie, they were always turned towards the sun while the god was crossing over it. This flower became known as the sunflower. Hyacinth was a young man of great beauty. His beauty was so immense that he even attracted two deities. One of them was Apollo, the god of music and prophecies. The other was Zephyrus, also known as the West Wind. Hyacinth was amused by Zephyrus. He flied across the sky alongside the god, piercing the clouds. With Apollo, the youngster rejoiced with the songs played by the brilliant god. The boy and the god became quite intimate. Hyacinth spent his days beside the god of music, doing all sorts of things. Realizing that he had been left out, Zephyrus started to nurture a great grief in his heart. One day, Apollo and Hyacinth decided to throw the discus. After preparing himself to throw it, Apollo launched the disc with incredible strength. The disc reached a stunning height. Hyacinth was ready to catch it, which descended at high speed. But the jealous Zephyrus blew the disc away, suddenly changing its trajectory. The disc fell to the ground, and after the rebound, hit Hyacinth's head with violence. Apollo ran to rescue the boy, whom he treasured so much. The god tried to use his powers to save Hyacinth's life, but not even the mighty Apollo could change Hyacinth's fate, traced by the Moirai. The beautiful boy died in Apollo's arms. Beautiful flowers started to sprout where Hyacinth's blood drops fell. Apollo felt guilty for ending Hyacinth's life at the peak of his youth, and in tribute to his friend, the god wrote his most beautiful songs, which were also the saddest and most melancholic. But with the arrival of spring, the god rejoiced, because the beautiful flowers born of the young's blood reappeared, and these came to be known by the name of Hyacinth. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, was a deity of great beauty and elegance. Her charm was so strong that she attracted Poseidon, the god of the seas. The goddess rejected the attempts of the sea god, who seemed determined to conquer her. To escape from Poseidon, the goddess took the form of a mare, but the god was the lord of horses and transformed himself into a stallion to pursue the goddess of fertility. Demeter was caught and taken by force. From this unwanted union, two offspring were born: the divine winged horse Arion and little Despina. Disgusted at having been raped, Demeter repudiated the child and left to purify herself in the river Ladon, where all sorrows could be forgotten. Poor Despina grew up without her mother's love, and the young goddess's heart was filled with great resentment. Unlike Despina, Persephone, Demeter's daughter with Zeus, was loved and spoiled by her mother. This saddened the neglected daughter enormously. When Persephone left to meet Hades in the underworld, Demeter was always saddened and neglected her duties as goddess of agriculture. Despoina would take advantage of this moment to destroy her mother's work. She generated frost that ruined the crops, and during the winter, the snow made the fields barren. She also froze rivers, lakes, and inlets to punish her father. Even though she had an icy heart, she found a loving partner in Boreas, a deity who represents the icy north wind. When Persephone, the goddess of spring, returned after a period in the underworld, she saw that the flowers, which she had cultivated with so much love, had been destroyed. And this is how she learned of the existence of Despoina, her sister. Persephone and Despoina met, and despite being goddesses of opposite natures, there was no room for disagreement between the sisters. They became friends, even with opposite tasks. Despoina, the goddess of winter, was traveling the world taken by her husband Boreas. He, with his icy wind, announced the arrival of the new season. Hebe, the goddess of youth, was the daughter of Zeus and Hera. She was also a deity connected with housework. One of her jobs was to be a cupbearer at the banquets on Mount Olympus. Hebe served the nectar of immortality to the gods. In a stroke of fate, one day Hebe stumbled and dropped all the sacred nectar. The other gods could not contain their laughter. But Zeus didn't like this at all, and decided to dismiss the goddess of youth from her role of serving the gods. Hera did not like Hebe being demoted from the nectar and ambrosia distribution. She warned Zeus not to choose one of his mistresses for Hebe's place. Zeus assured the goddess that no woman would take the place of the goddess of youth. Out of ideas, Zeus began watching the men, looking for someone capable of filling the open spot. Suddenly, he saw Ganymede, Prince of Troy, who was helping to shepherd the royal flocks. Ganymede had an almost divine beauty. Perhaps there had never been a mortal as beautiful as he was. Zeus decided that someone with such beauty was not meant to live among men. The presence of that gem would further enrich the abode of the gods. The supreme god took the form of an eagle and descended to earth to abduct the beautiful Ganymede. The eagle surreptitiously flew over the young man. After descending toward him, the great bird grabbed Ganymede by surprise. The beautiful young man was gently carried by the divine bird toward Mount Olympus. Ganymede stood before the gods of Olympus. They were impressed by the beauty of the mere mortal. Zeus presented him as a substitute for Hebe in the celestial banqueting duties. Ganymede had the prestigious responsibility of serving nectar and ambrosia to the gods. The young man was also given the gift of immortality, retaining his youthful beauty forever. Ganymede was highly regarded by the gods, who valued the excellent service provided by the young man. Only the goddess Hera was not particularly fond of the cupbearer. She was jealous of the long periods that Zeus spent with the handsome young man. But Zeus's wife was not the only disgruntled person. The king and queen of Troy were extremely saddened by their son's disappearance. To lessen the pain of Ganymede's parents, Zeus created the constellation Aquarius, represented by the figure of young Ganymede. As they looked up into the sky, the parents knew that their son was in an honored place beside the gods of Olympus.
Kairos is a time-related Greek deity, as opposed to Cronos, who is considered the god of time. Kairos is considered the deity of opportune time, or the right moment. This is why he is also considered the god of opportunity. The Greeks used to believe that everything had its right time to happen, but major opportunities happen only a few times in life, and they can pass very quickly. Kairos had a long top knot, while the rest of his head was hairless. For this reason, the ancient Greeks believed that, when the god came along with a great opportunity, one ought to seize it immediately. If you let the opportunity pass by, you cannot grab it, and the great opening will be lost forever.
Atalanta is a heroine from Greek mythology, but when she was little, her father wanted to have only male children, and she was abandoned in a forest. The little girl was left at the mercy of the beasts, in a fate that seemed terrible. But surprisingly, she ended up taken in and raised by a bear, along with 2 cubs. When she was still a child, she was found by hunters, who decided to raise her from then on. From a young age, Atalanta showed an innate talent for hunting. She joined the hunting pack that followed the goddess Artemis. Atalanta's father, regretting having acted incorrectly against his only daughter, asked her for forgiveness. The young girl went on to attend her father's court. Her father, Sconius, king of Cadmes, was very proud of his daughter. She was known to be faster than a roe deer. Atalanta became even more famous after attending the Caledonian boar hunt. This ended tragically with Meleager's death. After this event, Atalanta was given a prophecy. If she were to marry, her life would go into ruin. But Atalanta was beautiful and the daughter of a king. She had hundreds of suitors. Her father, fearing his daughter's fate, prepared a plan to protect her. Whoever beat Atalanta in a race could marry his daughter. But if the suitor lost, he would have to pay for his defeat with his life. Despite the heavy penalty in case of defeat, many put their lives on the line to marry Atalanta, but they all died. After the demise of so many suitors, the king believed that his daughter was safe. But there was still a young man named Hippomenes. He was known for running very fast. Atalanta had met him already and knew that he could run at a faster speed than she could. But she also knew that he was unable to maintain that speed for very long. The young Hippomenes was in love with the beautiful Atalanta. At the temple of the goddess of love, he asked Aphrodite for help to seduce the young woman. The goddess appeared with golden apples and gave him instructions to follow during the race. It was time for the contest. The couple prepared for the start. Hippomenes took the lead, but Atalanta was not worried. She knew that the young man would not be able to keep up the pace for long. Hippomenes began to lose speed, and Atalanta was about to overtake him. At this moment, Hippomenes took out of his bag a golden apple, which caught the girl's attention. He dropped one of the apples on the ground. Atalanta, impressed by such a precious thing, bent down to pick it up. The young man managed to distance himself, but after picking up the apple, Atalanta ran even faster. The finish line was near, but Atalanta drew closer to Hippomenes, quick as an arrow. Just as Hippomenes was about to be overtaken, he dropped another apple. Atalanta could not resist the urge and bent down to pick up the fruit. Hippomenes crossed the finish line first. Fulfilling his promise, the king gave his daughter's hand to Hippomenes. Hippomenes and Atalanta got married, but, contrary to the prophecy, everything seemed to go well. However, the couple forgot to thank the goddess Aphrodite for allowing that union, and the deity did not like ungrateful people. The goddess decided to punish them and fostered lust in the couple. Unable to control their instincts, they had sex inside the temple dedicated to Rhea, mother of Zeus. Furious at such a lack of respect, Rhea, the powerful Titan, turned the beautiful couple into lions. As punishment, Atalanta and Hippomenes were destined to pull the glorious chariot of Rhea, the glorious mother of the Olympian gods. In one ancient Greek kingdom, at a time when the gods still roamed among mortals, 3 beautiful princesses dreamed what their future husbands would look like.
Mine will be very rich and will cover me with the finest silk and the most beautiful jewels. My husband will be a famous general, and he will show me as his most remarkable achievement. And you, Psyche, what will your husband look like? All I want is a love that will lift my spirit. So cheesy.
The 2 sisters were beautiful, but Psyche was certainly the most beautiful, so beautiful that she attracted everyone's eyes, making her sisters jealous. People from faraway kingdoms traveled long distances just to gaze at the famous princess.
Behold, the most beautiful creature who ever set foot on earth!
Psyche was worshipped as a true deity, and the tributes previously paid to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, were now addressed to the young and beautiful princess. The offended goddess, caught in anger, watched the parade that followed the princess, while her temple was empty. Aphrodite gathered her son, Eros, the god of love and passion.
Dear son, this mortal who thinks she is on the same level as the gods must be punished. Through your arrows, make Psyche fall in love with the hideous creature.
As night fell, Eros went to the royal palace and stealthily entered Psyche's room. Psyche was sleeping in her bed. Curiously, Eros approached the princess to see if she was really that beautiful. The god was overwhelmed, as the beauty of Psyche was truly splendid.
The fact that my mother is jealous of this mortal being is no coincidence. Her beauty can eclipse the most beautiful among the nymphs and goddess.
In an unexpected turn of events, Psyche turned in her sleep, and this movement disoriented Eros, who accidentally wounded himself with his own weapon. The wounded god instantly fell in love with the young and beautiful mortal, and because of his love, Eros failed to accomplish the mission that would have caused harm to Psyche. Psyche carried on her life normally and did not even suspect what had happened. But there was something strange going on. Time passed, and although she was the most beautiful and most beloved, Psyche was still single, while her sisters had several suitors.
Psyche, you have always been adored by everyone, but you are still single, while our sister and I are already happily married to the noblest of men.
Don't worry, daughter of mine. Your beauty may be overwhelming to some men, but soon a suitor worthy of your heart will appear.
But the king was indeed very much worried about his daughter's situation. The king was unaware that the lack of suitors was because Eros refused to awaken the love for Psyche in any man, since he was in love with the girl. He went to the oracle of Delphi in his quest for answers. Inside, through a pythoness, the god Apollo pronounced himself.
Your daughter will marry a perverse, winged being who is delighted to wound mortals and gods. The princess shall be left on the edge of the abyss in matrimonial attire, where she shall be delivered to this terrible creature who will cause her death.
Apollo was referencing Eros, the god of love. The solar god harbored a great resentment for Eros, since he had made the god of music have non-requited loves. The king left the temple in tears, as he was resistant to the idea of losing his favorite daughter. But the envious sisters of Psyche insisted that he was to obey the orientations of the oracle.
You must sacrifice Psyche, or you will draw the ire of the gods and woe to our kingdom!
The king then revealed the sorrowful fate of his daughter.
My beloved daughter, by the will of the gods we will deliver you to a terrible fate. Your beauty has become a curse.
The princess was led into the abyss by a bridal procession, which resembled a funeral procession. Psyche, hearing her parents' lamentation, did not hold back.
Why do they now bemoan my fate? A short while ago they rejoiced, proudly, to see me being adored like a goddess, while they knew the sacrilege that was being perpetuated. Now carry me up the cliff, and let me meet my dismal fate.
Psyche was abandoned on the edge of the abyss in expectation of her terrible husband. A breeze started to lift Psyche towards the sky. This wind was the god Zephyr, also known as the West Wind. The princess levitated in the sky towards her destiny. After being swept away by Zephyr, Psyche awoke in an idyllic place. Flowers spread everywhere, and a delicious scent perspired the air. A beautiful palace featuring the whitest marble stood out in the landscape. Psyche climbed the stairs that led to the entrance of the palace, bewildered by all the wealth that surrounded her. The place was made of striking luxury, where there was no shortage of adornments covered in gold and silver. As she entered the palace, she heard a soft voice, but could not tell where it came from.
My lady, everything you see now belongs to you, and we are at your disposal to assist you in anything you wish.
There was no one around her, but the young woman understood that these were invisible servants. They helped her in the bath, at meals, and sang and played beautiful songs.
Now you shall go to your room and wait for the arrival of our master.
And what is your master like? They say he's a monster.
Some have mentioned him that way, but in fact he's not evil, just volatile.
Already in her room, Psyche, distressed, was waiting for her fate. The cloak of Nyx, the goddess of the night, had already fully clothed the skies. The room was in utter darkness, and it was impossible to see any shape, when Psyche felt that something had crept in through the window. The lady felt the presence of her new husband, and could feel his breath on her neck. The young woman was tense and had no idea what would happen. Against her expectations, she had a night of sublime pleasure, and her new husband treated her with much love and affection. When she awakened in the morning, her husband had already left, and due to the darkness of the previous night, she could not have any glimpse of her companion. Psyche spent the day getting to know the facilities of her new residence, but she kept thinking about when she would find that mysterious creature again. The night arrived, and Psyche was already waiting for her husband. The couple met and loved each other on countless nights. On one of those, Psyche couldn't resist and asked,
My love, why do you always hide in the shadows? I would so much like to know how you really are.
Isn't the love we share enough? All I'm asking is that you don't try to see me. In the darkness, we are equals.
I'm sorry if I annoyed you. That wasn't my intention.
Psyche decided to respect her husband's request and stopped touching the subject. Time passed, and despite being very happy, Psyche missed her family.
Husband of mine, I miss my family so much, and it hurts my heart to know that they think I am dead. I beg you to let me visit her.
Eros accepted Psyche's request because, according to his thoughts, if she decided to return after having been released, that would be the ultimate proof of her genuine love.
My beloved daughter, I thought I would never see you again.
Psyche's relatives were surprised with the girl's return, whom they thought they would never see again. And the return was triumphant. Psyche was adorned with the most beautiful jewels. She looked like the richest of queens.
How is your life with your mysterious husband?
It couldn't be more wonderful. He is sweet and does everything to please me.
Her jealous sisters did not believe the stories Psyche told while she distributed beautiful gifts to her relatives.
Everything about our sister tends to be too much. I don't think everything she says is really that gorgeous. You don't have to believe me. Come with me, and you can see for yourself.
Zephyr, the wind from the west, led Psyche and her sisters to the heavenly palace. When they got there, they realized that everything their sister had said was true. But this only made her sisters more jealous. The envious sisters decided to poison Psyche's relationship.
I know that everything seems wonderful, but don't you remember what the oracle said? You married a monster, and he will be responsible for your death.
Do this. When you sense that he is sleeping, take a knife, turn on a light, and after seeing the monster, cut his throat!
Her sisters departed, but seeds of distrust had been planted in Psyche's heart. The night came, and her husband was already asleep beside her. The young woman took a knife and lit a lamp. As she approached her bed, Psyche realized that this was not a monster, but a young man with divine beauty. The young woman moved closer to contemplate her husband's breathtaking beauty, and concluded that he could only be a god. But a drop of hot oil accidentally fell from the lamp, and it hit Eros' chest, who awoke, frightened by the burn. And he faced Psyche, wielding the knife.
How can you be such a fool? Is this how you repay my love? Thinking that I'm a monster and wanting to slash my throat?
Forgive me, my love. I know I made a mistake, but we can make this right.
I only asked you one thing, and you couldn't do it. And so you'll never see me again.
Eros flew out the window. Psyche jumped after him but couldn't reach him, and hit the ground. The fall injuries were light, but her heart was utterly broken. When they heard that Psyche had returned, her sisters ran to the cliff, hoping that they would be blown away by the west wind. Zephyr began to blow, and the sisters threw themselves into his arms. But he did not seize them, letting them fall from the cliff. The poor Psyche began to help with the tasks of the goddess Demeter's temple. In Demeter's temple, Psyche accomplished all of her tasks with utmost dedication. But all this work was not enough to make the young woman stop thinking about her lost love. The goddess Demeter showed her pity for the poor girl and decided to help her.
Poor Psyche. I feel sorry for your pain. So I give her the following advice. Go to Aphrodite's temple and offer yourself to the goddess with humility and submission. Then you will soften the goddess's wrath, and perhaps you will be able to win back her love.
Who am I not to follow the advice of such a wise and benevolent goddess?
Psyche went to the goddess of love's temple, and she had no idea how she would be welcomed by the former mother-in-law. The young woman was met with great distrust by Aphrodite.
What is the most obnoxious and disloyal of creatures who have walked on this earth doing in my temple?
I humbly throw myself down before the goddess of love and put myself at her service in search of forgiveness.
Do you believe that you will be forgiven easily by me, after robbing my honors and hurting my son? To purge your sins will be very painful, and you will have to do the most difficult jobs, which may cost you your own life.
I will do anything to at least have a small chance to get your forgiveness and win back my love.
Aphrodite chose to burden Psyche with painful tasks. As a first assignment, Psyche would then have to go to the grain barn and separate the different varieties, which were thoroughly mixed. The difficulty of such a task would have overwhelmed even Hercules. The god Eros, who secretly observed everything, made ants help Psyche in her task. This way, the young woman accomplished her work in record time. Aphrodite was angered to see the work accomplished so quickly.
I don't know how you managed to accomplish this task so easily, but the next one won't be so straightforward.
Psyche was supposed to bring Aphrodite a good handful of golden wool from dangerous sheep. These were no ordinary animals, since, besides having the golden wool, they were also enthusiasts of human flesh. The sheep passed through a narrow trail between thorny plants, and part of their wool ended up sticking to the thorns. Psyche collected the wool that was left between the thorns and presented the golden threads to the goddess.
Well done, but do not think it's over.
The goddess of beauty then demanded that the young woman bring her a jug of water from the source of the Styx River, which is located on top of a mountain. The task was seemingly impossible to achieve, but Zeus ordered his eagle to collect the water from the source and deliver it to Psyche, and so one more job was accomplished.
I admit that you have been able to accomplish these tasks by conquering the mercy of the gods, but your next job will have a price that only you can pay. The hassle you've caused me has exhausted my beauty, so I demand you go to the kingdom of Hades and ask Queen Persephone to fill this box with beauty so I can restore my splendor. And then you shall have my forgiveness and blessing to reunite with my son again.
Psyche knew now that her end was near, and she knew of no other way to enter the underworld than to take her own life. The young woman was ready to jump from the top of a tower when she heard a voice like a ghost.
There's another way. I'll tell you the route, and how you can overcome the obstacles known as Charon the ferryman and Cerberus, the three-headed dog. But when you come back, don't ever open the box in any situation.
Following the guidance of the mysterious voice, she found a cave that would take her to the underworld. After a lengthy descent, she reached the banks of the Acheron River, and there she met Charon.
I serve the goddess Aphrodite and have an audience with Queen Persephone, who awaits me.
She gave 2 coins to the boatman Charon as payment. So she crossed the River of Souls toward the domains of Hades. Psyche introduced herself to the king and queen of the underworld, Hades and Persephone.
What does a mortal do in our domains?
I'm here at the service of Aphrodite, who asks you to fill this box with some of your beauty so that she can restore hers.
Persephone gave the box back to her, which was now much heavier, and Psyche set out on her way out of the underworld. Psyche came across Cerberus, preventing her passage. However, she had taken with her, guided by the mysterious voice, barley and honey bread, soaked with a sleeping pill. She offered it to the dog, who fell asleep, and so Psyche proceeded to the surface. As the boatman made his return trip, the young woman saw her own reflection in the waters, and she noticed how all this work had made her look tired. Psyche started the ascent to the surface, and she would soon finish her last mission.
This box is nearly overflowing with beauty. It won't hurt me to take just a little bit for myself. And like this, when I find my love again, I will be beautiful and glowing for him.
Psyche opened the box, and out of it came a black mist. As she absorbed the mist, Psyche started to faint, and life began to leave her body. Eros felt that something had happened to his love and went to rescue her. When he found Psyche, she was cold as a cadaver. Thanatos, the embodiment of death, was already beside the girl's body. Using his powers, Eros lifted the mortal mist from her beloved's body and put it back in the box. Psyche awoke in Eros's arms and said,
My love, I feel now that I can finally look you in the eyes without risking losing you.
Then the couple kissed passionately. Eros instructed Psyche to finish her work, handing the box to Aphrodite. In the meantime, the god of love flew to Mount Olympus, where he begged Zeus to convince Aphrodite to allow the couple to bond. Eros led Psyche to Mount Olympus. All the gods were waiting for her there. And from the hands of Zeus himself, and with Aphrodite's blessing, she received the nectar and ambrosia, divine foods that bestowed immortality.
Psyche, her path was thorny, but ultimately you managed to complete your quest. Now you are immortal and free from the obstacles created by men's ignorance, and the bond that binds you and your husband will never be breached, and this love will persist for all eternity.
From the union of Eros and Psyche was born Hedon, the deity of pleasure, and the love of the couple lasted forever. Aegeus was the king of the city of Athens. The monarch had several wives, but none gave him a male child as an heir. This made him feel sad and worried. The king decided to visit the Oracle of Delphi, the place where the Greeks found answers to the most diverse questions. He asked the Pythoness, a priestess of Apollo capable of predicting the future, what he needed to do to have a male child. As usual, the Pythoness's answer to Aegeus was very obscure and cryptic. The king could not decipher the meaning of what was said by the oracle. The king of Athens returned home disappointed, not to find the answer he was looking for. On his way home, Aegeus stayed at the palace of the wise king Pythias of Troezen, an old friend of the Athenian king. Aegeus told him the Pythoness's revelation, and the clever Pythias understood the prophecy immediately. He realized that Aegeus would have a child with the first woman he met on his way home. With this information, the king of Troezen intoxicated his guest and offered his daughter to sleep with Aegeus. Intoxicated by alcohol and lust at the sight of such a beautiful young woman, the Athenian could not resist his desires and gave himself over to his passions. That same night, Princess Aethra was visited by the goddess Athena's specter. The goddess said that Aethra should go to the beach and make an offering to the gods. Thus, the son she was expecting would be blessed by them. The princess stepped into the sea waters and made her offering to the gods. Poseidon, the god of the seas, emerged. This surprised the princess, who was amazed by the magnificent deity. Poseidon placed his hand on her belly and said that her child would achieve glories as great as those of Zeus's offspring. The god joined himself to the princess. The child born from Aethra's womb would be the son of Aegeus and Poseidon. The next day, Aethra told Aegeus about her meeting with the gods, and that they had blessed the child that would be born from the union. Obviously, she preferred not to reveal all the details. Aegeus was very pleased with the news, but he feared for the child's safety. The king had many enemies. If the child was a boy, she should not tell anyone who the father was. Aegeus lifted a large stone and placed his sandals and sword under it. When his son had the strength to lift the stone, the queen was to send him to Athens to be the prince of Attica. A beautiful, strong boy named Theseus was born. He was raised by his wise grandfather, who prepared him to be a hero. When Theseus was still a child, Hercules visited his grandfather's palace. When they heard that Hercules had arrived, little Theseus and his friends ran to meet him. Hercules had left his lion-skin cloak on an armchair. When they ran into the hall, the children were terrified because they thought it was a real lion. But young Theseus seemed to have no fear. He took the dagger from the palace guard and attacked the lion. Hercules had a great laugh as he watched the boy stab the lion's hide. He stated that, with such a heart, Pythias' grandson would be destined to have his name written in the stars. Hercules and Theseus would be great friends in the future, and together they would face many challenges. When he was 16 years old, Theseus decided to try to lift the stone where Aegeus had hidden his sandals and sword. With his immense strength, he lifted the stone with ease, finding his father's belongings. He put on the king's sandals and told his mother that he would leave for Athens. His grandfather gave him a ship to head for the port of Piraeus. But Theseus refused, saying that there would be no honor in arriving at his father's house without dust on his sandals and blood on the blade of his sword. He dismissed his grandfather's courtesy and hit the road toward his destination. After picking up his father's sandals and sword, Theseus headed on foot to Athens. The road was long and fraught with danger. The roads were full of bandits, and there were wild beasts on the loose in the fields and forests. But Theseus was not afraid. He set out alone on his way to meet the father he did not know. On the way, the young man met several bandits. Among them was Perseus, famous for his iron club. Theseus was attacked by the villain, but managed to dodge the strikes. After a powerful counterattack punch, Theseus disarmed and killed Perseus with his own club. Soon after, he encountered Cercyon, who was challenging all the travelers to a melee without the use of weapons. Cercyon killed all that he defeated. The young hero bravely faced his challenger. They measured forces, and Cercyon proved to be very strong. Theseus used unprecedented fighting techniques to defeat Cercyon. To this day, he is considered the inventor of Greco-Roman wrestling. After defeating other bandits, Theseus was attacked by a large boar, but not even Mother Nature's creatures could stop the stubborn boy. After wiping out the animal, the hero met Procrustes, the most feared figure in the region. He offered the hero a bed to rest in. Procrustes had 2 beds, one large and one small. When a tall visitor appeared, he offered the small bed. Since the man could not fit into the bed, he would cut off his legs to fit the bed perfectly. If the visitor was small, he offered the large bed, and for the visitor to fill the bed, he would pull the victim's legs and arms with ropes. But this bandit was no match for the hero. Theseus threw him into the small bed and made him taste his own poison. After this long journey, Theseus arrived in Athens. But even without having sent any message, his arrival did not surprise the old king Aegeus, who was already waiting for him. He had been warned days before by the sorceress Medea, who had predicted the arrival of the king's heir. But he did not learn the whole truth. The sorceress had gained much influence in Aegeus's court, and knew that her clout would be lost with Theseus's arrival. She warned the king that the arrival of the man would be responsible for the monarch's death. She told the king to welcome the visitor with all hospitality, offering him a glass of wine. In this way, all his problems were solved. The king offered the poison cup of wine to his guest. Theseus raised the cup and toasted the king's health. When he raised his arm, the king's sword became visible, and Aegeus recognized it immediately. Theseus was about to drink the wine, but the king knocked the goblet over. Then he embraced his son, who had finally come to stand beside his father. Aegeus expelled the sorceress Medea from his kingdom for conspiring against his son's life. The king introduced Theseus to the people of Athens and recognized him as the Prince of Attica and heir to the Athens throne. After returning to Athens and becoming heir to the Attica kingdom, Theseus encountered a revolting situation. Emissaries from King Minos of Crete had arrived in Athens for tributes owed to the monarch. Athens had been subdued by Crete after the war between the cities, prompted by the murder of Minos' son while he was visiting the kingdom of Aegeus. As a clause of the peace treaty, Athens was to send 14 youths to Crete annually to serve as tribute, 7 men and 7 women. Upon arrival in Crete, these young men and women were taken to the infamous labyrinth of Minos, where they were used as a sacrifice to the dreadful Minotaur, a creature half man, half bull. The Athenians could no longer bear to see their sons delivered as sacrificial lambs, but there was nothing they could do about it. However, on learning of the situation, Theseus decided to put a stop to it. He volunteered to be one of the young men delivered to Crete, saying that the time for humiliation had come to an end. He would leave with the other young men, and they would all return alive after exterminating the beast that fed on the blood of the Athenian children. King Aegeus tried to convince him to abandon this idea, but to no avail. Theseus, seeing his son leave, blessed him and told him that the ship that would take him to Crete would, by tradition, leave with black sails as a sign of mourning for the lives sacrificed. But if Theseus returned safely, he was to set white sails. That way, on seeing the boat on the horizon, the king's heart would immediately be put at ease. Distressed, Aegeus watched the ship carrying his son disappear over the horizon, not knowing if he would return. Upon reaching the island of Crete, the 14 young children were taken to the place of Minos to be presented to the king. While King Minos was examining the young men and women delivered as tribute, the beautiful princess Ariadne was also in the throne room. She, on seeing the handsome young man Theseus, fell in love immediately. During the night, Ariadne secretly visited the cell where the object of her passion was. Theseus was waiting for the moment when he would be taken to the labyrinth. She told him that Eros had struck her heart as soon as she saw Theseus, and she would not allow him to be killed by the infamous creature. She gave Theseus a sword and a ball of yarn. He thought the sword would allow him to put an end to the sinister creature that was taking the lives of his countrymen. But he did not understand the yarn ball's purpose. Ariadne told him that the sword would allow him to exterminate the monster, and the ball of yarn would show him the way out of the labyrinth. The next day, Ariadne and Theseus parted. As the hero set off in search of his destiny, she held the end of the yarn ball. Theseus entered the labyrinth with the other youngsters. As he walked, a yarn trail formed behind him. The labyrinth was dark and scary. The tension was high. Sometimes they could hear the snorts of the lurking creature. Blood stains stained the labyrinth's ground and walls, but the reckless Theseus believed his blood would not paint the soil red. The Minotaur emerged, and, with a surprise attack, tried to kill the hero. However, the agile Theseus dodged the beast's several blows. But the hero's counterattack was devastating. With just one sharp blow, Theseus rid the world of the nefarious creature. The young hero saved the lives of most of his fellow travelers. And, following the trail of the thread, they left the labyrinth. Ariadne greeted Theseus with eyes full of tears. Theseus and Ariadne kissed each other passionately, and they left together for the port, where the ship to escape from Crete awaited them. During the journey, the couple's love increased. During the night, Theseus received a visit from the god Dionysus, who demanded an end to the romance between the couple. Ariadne was destined to the god of wine. Out of respect for the gods, Theseus landed with Ariadne on the island of Naxos, and he abandoned her there. The desperate and poor princess saw her lover leave. But she would not be helpless, for she was destined for the god of ecstasy. The young man headed for Athens with a broken heart. Out of sadness brought on by the separation, Theseus forgot to hoist the white sails, as his father had requested. King Aegeus, who was eagerly awaiting the return of his beloved son, felt his heart tremble at the sight of the boat returning with the black sails. Aegeus jumped from the top of the cliffs into the waters, and a great sadness fell over Attica. The king's tomb sea was renamed the Aegean Sea. What should have been a triumphant return turned out to be a melancholy affair. But Attica praised Theseus. The young man killed the terrible Minotaur and was now the leader of Athens. Theseus became one of the most famous heroes of Greek mythology. His long reign is full of adventures and misfortunes. His achievements are inscribed in the stars. A queen bee went to Mount Olympus to pay homage to Zeus. As an offering, she brought honeycombs of exceptional quality. Zeus was pleased with the bee for that fantastic offering, and said he would grant her one wish. The bee stated that her honey was very coveted, and she wished for a weapon to take revenge on the thieves. Zeus gave the bees their painful sting. But first, the god warned the bee. After using the stinger, she would die. After all, he who acts out of revenge and wishes evil is rewarded with that same evil in return. Lamia is a chimeric creature from Greek mythology. The figure of the serpent-tailed woman instilled fear in ancient times. She was known to attack and devour children who crossed her path. But Lamia may not always have been like this. She had once been a beautiful queen, daughter of Poseidon, reigning over the Libyan region. Her beauty was such that she attracted Zeus's attention, the supreme god of Olympus, and she became Zeus's lover. With the god, the queen had several children, which aroused the fury of the goddess Hera, wife of Zeus. The goddess ruthlessly took revenge on the beautiful queen. Hera killed all of Lamia's children. In some versions, the goddess caused the mother herself to devour her children, and was then terribly cursed. The young girl was transformed into a creature half woman, half serpent, that fed on children and young people. As if this were not enough, the goddess still made it so that Lamia could not close her eyes. The image of the death of her children was always present, and she would not be able to rest. But Zeus, feeling sorry for the cursed creature, allowed her to remove her eyes so she could finally sleep for a while. Over time, the myth of Lamia changed, and she came to be identified as a vampiric creature. Through seduction, Lamia would lure young men to her bed to feed on their blood. Medieval folklore turned Lamia into a kind of boogie woman. Her story was told to frighten children. Despite being a figure that has lost relevance over the centuries, Lamia still arouses fear and fascination. Niobe was the powerful queen of Thebes, married to Amphion, son of Zeus, and an amazing musician. She was the daughter of Tantalus, a man who dared to serve human flesh to the gods. His offspring was cursed, and Niobe would meet a terrible fate. Niobe had 7 children. They were so strong, athletic, and beautiful that they looked like the children of Ares and Aphrodite. The queen also had 7 beautiful daughters, who delighted those who looked at them, resembling true nymphs. Niobe was enormously proud of her children. This immoderate feeling was the reason for her ruin. One day, a priestess from Apollo's temple asked the people to participate in a sacrificial ceremony to honor the goddess Leto, mothers of the gods Apollo and Artemis. The proud queen did the unthinkable. She interrupted the priestess and said that, if the goal was to worship and honor someone, then she should be the focus, and not the goddess Leto. She boasted that she was queen of one of Greece's most important kingdoms. On the contrary, Leto was a wandering deity, who only found shelter on the island of Delos thanks to the mercy of the gods. While Leto had only 2 children, Apollo and Artemis, the queen had given birth to 14, all so splendid that, according to Niobe, they could live on Olympus among the gods. She told them to forget about Leto and focus all their tributes on the Queen of Thebes. Far away from there, Leto was consoled by Artemis after suffering the enormous humiliation, but her children would not allow such an outrage against the gods to go unpunished. Apollo and Artemis's revenge would be relentless. Using his divine bow, Apollo initiated the payback. With terrible arrows, he went about slaughtering Niobe's male children. All 7 sons of the Queen of Thebes fell after being struck by the shining god's arrows. Niobe was horrified to see all her sons dead and fallen at her feet. But this punishment was not enough to make the queen understand that a mortal cannot compare herself to the gods. Niobe, even after losing her 7 male children, said that she was still superior to Leto, for she had 7 magnificent daughters, while the goddess had only 1. So Artemis carried out the god's vengeance on the insolent mortal. With sharp blows, she slaughtered Niobe's 7 daughters. The proud queen lost the 14 children of whom she was so proud. Her arrogance brought her on par with the gods. It was said that Niobe was turned into a rock, and that even in this mineral form, the queen continued to shed tears down the stone. Momus is the personification of satire in Greek mythology, and was also the son of Nyx. He was known for his sharp tongue, uttering the harshest critiques and mockery. One day, Momus was invited to judge the works of the gods. Poseidon had created the bull, and Momus told him that he was a fool for not putting the horns below its eyes. This would have allowed the animal to see where its horns were pointing. Athena had created the first house, and Momus criticized it, saying that if it had wheels, it could be taken anywhere along with its owner. He also criticized Hephaestus for creating Pandora without a visible heart so that men could understand her feelings. He also commented on Zeus's infidelity to Hera, as he seduced goddesses and mortals. Zeus expelled him from Olympus, because he who has no talents only knows how to criticize what others do. The ancient Greek fable recounts that a cat eventually became deeply in love with its owner. The cat wanted nothing more than to be made into a real woman. She went to Aphrodite's temple to pray to the goddess of love, asking the goddess to fulfill her wish. Aphrodite was moved by the love this cat had for his owner and decided to help her. The goddess of love turned the cat into a beautiful young woman, so beautiful that no man could resist. The boy immediately fell in love with the woman-shaped cat, and it wouldn't be long before they were married. On their wedding night, however, Aphrodite brought a mouse into the couple's quarters to see if the cat's makeover had been complete. Instead of screaming as expected of any woman, the girl began to chase the rat. She jumped on it and took it, but the worst was yet to come. The girl gobbled up the rat with sheer voracity, much to her husband's astonishment. Aphrodite understood the mistake she had made. Some people may change their appearance, but they don't lose their old habits. Castor and Pollux were twin brothers. They were the sons of Leda, queen of Sparta, who had been visited by a swan-shaped Zeus. She gave birth to both brothers. Pollux was the son of Zeus and was born immortal. Castor was the son of King Tyndareus of Sparta. Castor became an accomplished horse driver, while his brother was an outstanding boxer. The twins were inseparable and took part in many adventures. The most famous include the hunt of the Caledonian boar, the rescue of Helen from Theseus's hands, and they were also Argonauts. It was there that they became friends with the brothers Lynceus and Idas, two famous heroes of that time. But these pairs of brothers became rivals due to an unresolved dispute. The animosities between them increased when Castor and Pollux kidnapped the rivals' sisters. Castor ended up mortally wounded by Idas, who was trying to rescue his sisters. He agonized in Pollux's arms, who was heartbroken to realize that his brother's life was fading away. Pollux pleaded with his divine father for help, and Zeus went to meet him. He asked the supreme god to bring his beloved brother back to life, but Zeus said that was impossible. Castor was a mere mortal, and his spirit belonged to Hades. Pollux said he would give his own life so that he could be by his brother's side, but this was also unfeasible, for he was immortal. Zeus and Pollux found a solution so that the brothers would not be separated. Castor and Pollux would spend half the year together in the kingdom of Hades, and the other half among the immortal gods. In the heavens, the sky gods honored the brave and inseparable brothers through the constellation of Gemini. In the city of Corinth, the descendants of Sisyphus, the man who dared to deceive the gods, reigned over the city. King Glaucus had two sons, Deliades, his favorite, and Bellerophon, who was so beautiful that people said he was Poseidon's son. The two brothers had a great rivalry, and almost always, whenever they trained their martial techniques, Bellerophon lost. But as he grew, Bellerophon became stronger and more agile, and their clashes got more violent. Despite improving every day, Deliades was more skilled than Bellerophon. During the fights, he displayed exaggerated confidence, imprudently triggering his brother. Angered by his brother's provocations, Bellerophon started fighting furiously, forgetting his own fatigue, and he beat his brother with an unusual speed. One of his fast blows overcame Deliades' defensive stance, and Bellerophon hit the prince's head with great violence. Deliades fell to the ground, his body motionless. Bellerophon ran to help him, but the young prince's spirit had left for the kingdom of Hades. Bellerophon cried with his brother in his arms, while the king ran to see what had happened.
No! 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 What happened?
Fueled by the enormous pain of losing his favorite son, the king expelled Bellerophon from his kingdom and ordered him never to return.
It was an accident! We were training, and... It can't be! It can't be! Get out! Take that curse that you have shed on us! Out!
The young man left under the disapproving looks of his compatriots, who had much love for the dead prince. And so Bellerophon crossed the gates of the city, carrying on his shoulders the weight of guilt, and under the curse of a terrible sin. The young man wandered aimlessly through Greece, until he reached the city of Tiryns, ruled by King Proteus. When the monarch learned that the exiled prince of Corinth was in his lands, he offered him lodging and treated him with all respect and hospitality, obeying the principles of Zeus. Bellerophon told the king the reason for his banishment and swore that everything had been a terrible accident. The king was moved by the situation and promised to help him. Proteus organized a purification ritual to atone for the sins of the Corinthian prince.
You will be an honorary citizen of Tiryns. This is now your home. You will be forgiven by the gods. Let's make an offering to them.
With the sacrifices offered to the gods, Bellerophon's sins were purged, and the young man now owed a great debt of gratitude to the king. The queen of Tiryns felt mesmerized while contemplating the young man at the peak of his beauty. Bellerophon began to reside in the court of King Proteus, and did not realize the desire of Queen Antea. One day, Bellerophon was invited to a private meeting with the queen.
Your Highness, how can I help you?
The queen used her great beauty to try to seduce him. But out of respect and gratitude to his host, Bellerophon did not think of committing such treason and rejected the queen.
My apologies, I have a task to finish.
The queen audibly insulted the prince of Corinth and questioned his manhood, but he ignored and left the woman on her knees. But the queen would not accept that humiliation and wanted revenge on the young man who had rejected her. Antea addressed the king, and with crocodile tears dropping from her eyes, denouncing Bellerophon's rape attempt. The king was taken by a huge fury, but due to the duty of hospitality required by Zeus, he could not attack his guest.
What a scoundrel! I open the doors of my kingdom to him. I will take care of it.
But Proteus was a wise man and devised a plan to get rid of the guest who had supposedly dishonored his home. The king ordered the scribe to write a letter to his father-in-law and delivered this sealed message to Bellerophon, asking him to give it to Iobates, the king of Lycia. Bellerophon naively accepted the task of his host, for whom he nurtured enormous gratitude, without suspecting that he had devised a way to kill him. Upon finding an entourage dressed in the colors of his son-in-law's kingdom, the king of Lycia ordered preparations to welcome the visitors. The king was deeply amicable to Bellerophon. After all, a friend of his son-in-law would also be his friend. The young man tried to deliver the message to the king, but he refused to check it before the young man knew Lycia's hospitality.
Welcome, young man. I come on behalf of King Proteus. He asked me to give you
During a great feast, Iobates presented his beautiful daughter to the man from Corinth, who was immediately struck down by an Eros arrow. In an attempt to recover his composure, Bellerophon decided to deliver the message to the king. Iobates was stunned by its content. The letter said that the bearer of that document had attempted to rape the daughter of Lycia's king, and that he should get the punishment he deserved. Like his brother-in-law, the king began to feel hatred for Bellerophon. But even consumed by resentment, Iobates realized the interest of the young Bellerophon for his daughter. Lycia's monarch wanted to take that opportunity to get rid of his guest. The king said he would give his daughter's hand to the young prince if he helped him in a difficult task. Iobates explained to Bellerophon that his kingdom was suffering a terrible scourge. Villages were destroyed, plantations burned, and cattle perished. All this because of a terrible creature. The king promised to deliver his beautiful daughter to the hero in case he would rid Lycia's kingdom of this creature. Bellerophon, feeling an enormous sense of courage fed by passion, promptly accepted the challenge. "That task is mine. I will put an end to this curse." Bellerophon took up arms and left in search of the creature. Satisfied, Iobates saw the man, who supposedly tried to rape his eldest daughter, heading for a terrible death. The youngster had no idea that he would meet one of the most fearsome creatures that had ever passed through the earth. His name was Chimera. The monster descended from Typhon and Echidna, two of the most sinister creatures of the Greek world. This monster had a lion's head, a goat's head, and its tail was a terrible snake. The beast was a terribly aggressive animal. Nothing could resist his sharp claws, and his flaming breath burned everything around him. But before meeting this evil creature, the gods provided an unexpected encounter. Bellerophon found the magnificent winged horse Pegasus, son of Medusa and Poseidon, drinking water in a stream. He knew that if he could tame that creature, he would be practically invincible. The hero stealthily approached the winged horse and jumped on the animal, which reacted immediately, bouncing frantically. Pegasus threw the daring young man away. He fell to the ground and hit his head on a rock. Bellerophon became unconscious, and his mind entered the kingdom of Morpheus, the god of dreams. In his sleep, he came upon Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who had golden reins in her hands. "Am I dreaming?" Athena gave Bellerophon, for whom she felt great empathy, the special reins, and explained how to tame Pegasus. When the young man awoke, in his hands he had the goddess's divine reins, and Pegasus was still around. Following the goddess's guidance, Bellerophon calmly approached the glorious animal and gently put the reins on it. "Easy, my friend. I will need your help." The Prince of Corinth mounted the winged horse and began galloping. Bellerophon and the glorious creature took flight. Pegasus had never been mounted, but the union between the knight and the animal was so perfect that they pierced the clouds as if they were one single creature. At the top, Bellerophon noticed a huge column of smoke, indicating the presence of the terrible Chimera. "Looks like we found the monster." The bestial creature destroyed everything around him, and the flames consumed the village. Up there, Bellerophon was assessing his opponent. He was a more dangerous enemy than he had imagined. The beast spat gushes of fire against the hero, but the agile equine could anticipate the trajectory of those deadly attacks. Pegasus and Bellerophon flew in circles around the creature, which seemed to be increasingly confused. The hero attacked Chimera, and he prepared to fight back. The beast jumped on Pegasus, but the animal responded with a kick to the beast's head. Realizing that the monster was vulnerable, Bellerophon jumped off of his horse and pierced the beast with his spear. Chimera was dead, and after exterminating the beast, Bellerophon felt overwhelmed by an enormous sense of power. He began to believe the stories about him being Poseidon's son. "This damned demon required a great effort. I was blessed in this fight. and now I will take the trophy to prove my worth." Bellerophon returned to the palace of Iobates with the monster's head as a trophy. The king was impressed. He never imagined that that boy would be able to complete the task successfully.
How in the hell did... I mean, he's dead.
The king told Bellerophon that he would prepare the wedding as soon as two other threats were neutralized: the Solymi and the Amazons.
Unfortunately, I have two other tasks before I grant my daughter's hand.
Bellerophon knew that the king was infringing on what had been agreed, but due to his passion for the princess, he accepted these new tasks. Bellerophon fought and defeated the Solymi, the wild warriors and the offspring of Ares. The Amazons also failed to defeat the powerful warrior and his divine horse. Bellerophon returned to Lycia, taking as prisoners the leaders of the looters who terrorized their kingdom.
Here they are. What else do I have to do to prove my worth?
Iobates realized that that man was blessed by the gods, and that the accusations made against him could only be unfounded.
This guy is invincible.
As promised, the king of Lycia celebrated Bellerophon's marriage to Princess Philonoe and named the hero as his heir. Bellerophon had conquered everything a man could desire. He had a beautiful family and ruled Lycia in her father-in-law's place. But after all of his accomplishments, he believed he deserved a much greater glory. In an impulsive act, he rode Pegasus and flew to Olympus. Bellerophon guided his winged horse towards the skies. Conquered by pride, he wanted Olympus because he thought it was right to have a place next to the gods. At Olympus, Zeus observed the daring and unbridled pride of that man, who considered himself part of the immortal gods. That display of arrogance was considered a grave sin, known as hubris.
How senseless! How can he dare? I believe one wasp will be beaten by another.
The supreme god made a wasp sting Bellerophon's horse. Bellerophon fell from the heavens, and his desire for immortality vanished among the clouds. A mortal would never survive such a great fall. Some say that Bellerophon died a terrible death. Others say he was saved by the goddess Athena and spent the rest of his life trying to find his winged horse again. But regardless of the fate of the proud hero, he never met Pegasus again, as the horse became immortal by the will of the gods and was placed among the stars. At the beginning of everything, there was only chaos. There were already the elements of what would form the universe, but they were completely mixed, in a massive absence of meaning. This original chaotic period lasted for many ages. Gaia, the Mother Earth, emerged from this primordial chaos, a goddess whose main characteristic was her extreme fertility. The goddess Gaia gave birth to our planet, and personified all the earth that covers the world. She gave birth to several primordial deities, such as Pontus, the god of the sea, and Aureus, the deity of the mountains. Gaia gave birth to the god Uranus, a supreme being who would personify heaven, reigning over all things. Uranus made Gaia his wife. During the night, Nyx, the goddess of the night, also emerged from chaos. She crossed the heavens every day, covering it with her black mountain. At dusk, Uranus and Gaia united. The fruits of this union quickly began to hatch. The goddess gave birth to creatures with dreadful features, including Hecatoncheirus, monsters with 100 arms and several heads, and the Cyclops, powerful one-eyed beings. Uranus and Gaia also gave birth to a new generation of gods, powerful beings who would become known as Titans. The celestial god, when he saw the powerful offspring he had begotten, began to fear being dethroned by them, so he took action. Uranus threw all his children into Tartarus, a dark place in the depths of the earth. Appalled, the Titans beat the walls of Tartarus with violence, trying to escape. They were trapped in Gaia's womb. The revolt of creatures that were so powerful provoked an intense pain in their mother, who suffered terrible aches. Gaia couldn't stand that situation and decided to conspire against her husband. The goddess asked one of her children to destroy Uranus, but all the Titans rejected, except Cronos, the most ambitious, who thought he could perform that task. Cronos receives a scythe made of diamond and headed to the heavens wielding that weapon. In the celestial residence of Uranus, Cronos found the supreme god sleeping on a cloud. With a sharp stroke of his sickle, the Titan castrated his father. Uranus's cry of pain was heard throughout the universe. The skies were painted bright red, the blood of Uranus. Uranus's testicles were thrown into the ocean, and giving their fertilizing abilities, several deities emerged in the waters. Cronos triumphantly returned and freed his imprisoned brothers. As the great hero of the revolt, he was hailed as the new supreme lord of the universe. Cronos didn't free the Hecatoncheires, nor the Cyclops, because he considered them very dangerous. They remained in Tartarus. After the banquet, the new sovereign was visited by his father's specter, which revealed to him a terrible prophecy. He said that, like his father, who had been dethroned by an infamous descendant, Cronos would also lose the supreme throne, overthrown by his own son in a terrible fate. Cronos reigned supreme over the universe, after dethroning his father and liberating the Titans. Like his father, the god Uranus, Cronos began a tyrannical reign over the world. With the support of the Titans, he had no rival. But, despite having supreme power, the Titan lived tormented by the curse invoked by his father, who said that one of his sons would be responsible for his fall. Cronos was willing to do anything to prevent that outcome. The sovereign was married to Titanide Rhea, a divinity loved and adored by all. The queen of the Titans soon had her first daughter, awakening in Cronos his most monstrous side. Rhea gave birth to a new kind of divinity that seemed superior to the previous generation. The Titan asked to grab his first daughter, named Hestia, one of the most loving deities ever. But in the child's eyes, Cronos saw his terrible future. A hideous impulse caused the Titan to devour his daughter. Cronos would take the newborns from the arms of their mother, who helplessly tried to prevent the tyrant from devouring one more of her children. She begged in vain, but could not soften the hard heart of the Titan. The children were successively devoured. But Rhea promised herself she wouldn't allow that monster to devour another of her children. The queen got pregnant again, but had a plan to save her baby from her terrible husband. Rhea would hide in a cave on the island of Crete, where she intended to give birth away from Cronos. She gave birth to a beautiful child who had incredible power. Rhea felt that the women of destiny had woven a glorious future for her son, who received the name Zeus. Rhea left her son in the care of the nymphs and Corybants, who beat their shields hard to muffle the sound of the powerful cry of the divine baby. The queen wrapped a stone in a cloak and took it to her husband. Cronos was waiting for her, ready to devour another child. and received the false baby delivered by Rhea. Cronos swallowed the stone without blinking, while the queen cried on the ground. But this time, the tears were not of sadness, but of emotion in saving her son's life. On the island of Crete, Zeus was breastfed with the milk of the Amalthea goat, strengthening himself every day. Zeus was informed of all that was happening in the world by a powerful eagle, which would become his sacred bird. The god grew into a powerful deity, ready to fulfill his destiny. As an adult, Zeus was unexpectedly visited by Metis, a wise deity, who gave him a decisive gift for his journey. Metis revealed to Zeus the terrible fate of his brothers, imprisoned in the stomach of the Titan. But with a potion, Zeus could free the other gods. Zeus, in disguise, went to Mount Orpheus, the fortress of the Titans. There he offered the potion to Cronos, promising that the solution was a delightful delicacy. Cronos felt invincible and did not believe that anyone would dare to plan something against him, so he accepted the potion. The Titan drank all of the solution that tasted different, but Cronos quickly began to feel nauseous. The mighty Titan vomited all his children: Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Hades, and Poseidon. They were already adults and had a desire for revenge. Cronos also vomited the stone that deceived him. With his brothers at his side, Zeus led a revolt that would change the fate of the universe. After releasing his relatives from the stomach of Titan Cronos, Zeus guided his brothers to the top of Mount Olympus, the highest mountain in Greece. It was there that the headquarters of the rebel gods would be established, who would fight against the tyranny of the Titans. This rebellion gave rise to the Titanomachy, better known as the War of the Titans. On his throne on Mount Orpheus, Cronos summoned all his Titan allies to the great battle. The general of Cronos' army was the Titan Atlas, who would lead the attacks against the Olympic gods. The plains of the Thessaly region were the battlefield between the armies of the gods and the Titans. The Titans began to impose themselves on the gods because of their immense physical power. Zeus, aware of the power of the army of the Titans, went looking for reinforcements in Tartarus. He freed the strange one-eyed creatures known as Cyclops. These, in a gesture of gratitude, forged formidable weapons for the gods. Zeus received his famous and powerful lightning bolt. Poseidon was gifted a majestic trident capable of creating earthquakes and tsunamis, and Hades the Helm of Terror, which gave him invisibility. With the new weapons, the gods managed to face the huge Titans. Cronos' army threw whole mountains against the gods. The battle between the gods and the Titans lasted almost 10 years, full of intense hand-to-hand combat, and the scale seemed to tip to the side of the Titans. Zeus decided to free the fearsome Hecatoncheires of Tartarus, giants with 100 arms and 50 heads. The horrendous creatures had a decisive impact on the war. The army of Titans panicked when they came across those grotesque creatures. Zeus gathered all his power to give even more energy to his most powerful lightning bolt. This struck Cronos' head, and the impact of the blow shook the universe. The Titans were subdued and punished exemplarily. Cronos and his allies were condemned to a perpetual existence in Tartarus, the Hecatoncheires assuming the role of jailers. Zeus reserved a special punishment for the Titan Atlas, leader of the Titanic troops. He was condemned to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for all eternity. The Olympic gods now reigned supreme. Under the command of Zeus, a new order began in the universe. One of the most powerful deities in Greek mythology is Poseidon, the god of the seas. From his throne in his underwater palace, he exercised all his power over the seven seas. Along with his brothers Zeus and Hades, he defeated Cronos and his titans during the infamous Titanomachy. The dominion of the seas was given to Poseidon. Hades ruled over the underworld, while Zeus was in charge of the sky. Poseidon, the god of the seas, was highly mercurial. In his bouts of rage, quakes and tsunamis were generated. To venture out to the seas could be a way of life with no return. Concerned with the unsteady seas, Zeus thought he had found a solution to ease Poseidon's violent outbursts. The sea god needed a wife. The Olympian lord asked Nereus, an ancient sea deity in declension, to yield one of his beautiful daughters to marry Poseidon. He was honored to have one of his descendants reign over the seas. Once Poseidon was notified that Nereus would grant one of his daughters to marry the god, he left to meet his future wife. The Nereids, Nereus's daughter, were brought to the god of the sea so that he could choose his new wife. The Nereids were gorgeous sea nymphs, but one girl in particular caught Poseidon's attention. Her name was Amphitrite. Her black hair like the night made her stand out among the others. On seeing her, the god already knew who his new wife would be. The god sailed off confidently and with a lewd expression in his eyes to marry the beautiful sea nymph. But the innocent mermaid was repulsed by Poseidon's attempt and fled into the darkness of the ocean's depths. As a result, Poseidon searched the entire ocean for Amphitrite, to no avail. The disappointment in romance made the god even more surly. It was now Zeus who was antsy about the whole situation and forced Doris, Amphitrite's mother, to reveal her daughter's whereabouts. Without any alternative, she revealed her daughter's location. Afraid of frightening the nymph again, Poseidon dispatched his loyal dolphin to convince the Nereid to meet with him. Amphitrite relented to the claims of such a graceful creature and decided to return and give the god of the seas a shot. The mermaid would eventually become the new queen of the seas. In anticipation for her service to Poseidon, Delphin the dolphin was fashioned into a constellation. The union of Poseidon and Amphitrite gave birth to Triton, a god half man, half fish. He would serve as Poseidon's messenger and became his heir. Zeus's scheme apparently worked. The seas became more peaceful and less dangerous. However, not even all the charm of his wife was strong enough to contain the bitter temper of the Lord of the Seas. At the beginning of time, the earth was ruled by the Titans, powerful deities who were the sons of the primordial gods. Prometheus was one of them, a deity as old as time itself, who could foresee the future. The Titan predicted the victory of the Olympic gods over the Titans during the Titanomachy, the great war between gods and Titans for supreme power. He did not oppose Zeus during the conflict, and escaped from being imprisoned in Tartarus together with the other Titans. When the conflict ended, Zeus ordered Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus to create and populate the land with the most diverse animals. The Titans had plenty of raw material, and while Epimetheus was molding every kind of creature, Prometheus coordinated the production process. Each animal was given a talent. The birds were given the ability to fly. The elephant was granted an enormous strength, and the talents were evenly distributed. Man was saved for the end. They wanted to do something special. However, after shaping man from clay, they realized that all talents had already been attributed to the other animals. Prometheus presented his work to the goddess Athena, She felt marveled by the Titan's work and decides to bless it with the divine breath. This is how humanity came to be. But Prometheus was not happy with the result. He wanted man to stand out over all animals. He was just a smarter monkey. Man lived in caves, dodging every kind of animal, subsisting on fruits that dropped on the ground, fearing and dreading darkness. Athena advises Prometheus to introduce fire to man. With the sunset, the Titan headed to Helios's carriage, which was waiting for a new dawn. Prometheus lit the torch that would be given to humanity. With fire, man started to develop rapidly. Weapons and tools were created, and man began to dominate nature. Prometheus was finally happy. He was humanity's good maker. Watching the blooming of this new creature, Zeus decreed that they would honor the gods by offering sacrifices. But Prometheus interceded on behalf of humanity, preventing his creation from being exploited. Prometheus was very clever and attempted to deceive the god on behalf of men. Prometheus asked for a bull to be sacrificed to the gods. The product of the sacrifice would be split into 2 piles. One was smaller, but contained the best meats, covered by the animal's skin. The other pile was bigger, but it only contained bones and entrails. These were wrapped in fat, which made the offering look attractive. The cunning Prometheus knew that Zeus's ambition would make him choose the bigger pile, while man would have the best part. And he was right. Realizing that he had been tricked, Zeus was furious with those who had deceived him and decided to take the fire out of the hands of humanity. Without the fire, mankind started to regress. They were again tormented by darkness and cold and could no longer cook their food. Outraged, Prometheus decided to steal the sacred fire and give it back to man. During the night, he went to Olympus and returned with the flame stolen from Hephaestus's forges. With the re-establishment of fire dominance, mankind was thriving once more. But the glowing flames attracted Zeus's attention during the night. Furious, the supreme god decided that Prometheus could not go unpunished, given his insolence. He imprisoned him on a rock in the Caucasus to endure eternal punishment for defying Zeus's decisions. But Prometheus's punishment wasn't simply life imprisonment. His torment would be terrible. Zeus decided that a dreadful bird would be responsible for devouring his liver, instigating immeasurable pain. Prometheus was an immortal titan. With that said, after being torn apart by the odious bird, his liver regenerated, just to be attacked again by the animal the next day. The Titan endured this punishment throughout many and painful years. Then, Zeus came down to earth and offered him freedom if he hid the knowledge of fire from man. As humanity's benefactor, Prometheus rejected the god's offer and decided to sacrifice himself for his creation. With that, humanity could prosper, thanks to Prometheus's martyrdom. At the beginning of time, the Titans Prometheus and Epimetheus were responsible for the creation of man. To foster the development of his creation, Prometheus promised to steal the sacred fire from the gods and give it to humanity. The Titan knew that he would not go unpunished from such a crime. Sooner or later he would be punished by the gods. He also knew that the fate of his brother and humanity was in danger, and he advised him, "Epimetheus, my dear brother, my misfortune will not be enough to tackle Zeus's wrath. Regardless of what may happen, don't ever accept any gifts from the gods. With that, our creation will be safe." Epimetheus welcomed the advice with gratitude and assured him that he would not accept any gift from the gods. Just as Prometheus had predicted, Zeus devised a plan against Epimetheus and humanity. The supreme god ordered Hephaestus to nurture the first woman. The crafty god created the most graceful of creatures. She was introduced to the gods, who granted her different gifts. Aphrodite gave her an unparalleled beauty. Hermes granted her the power of the word. The Charites adorned her with clothes and jewels. Pandora turned into a magnificent creature. Zeus ordered Hermes to deliver Pandora to Epimetheus as a gift. But first, he gave her a beautiful box, saying, "Take this gift from me and give it to men, but do not open it under any circumstances." Pandora was then introduced to Epimetheus. He was so dazed by the youngster's unsurmountable beauty that he forgot his brother's advice never to accept any gift from the gods. Epimetheus put Pandora in a room of his palace. She stood there, admiring the beautiful box she had brought as a gift from the gods. Pandora wondered what kind of gift could be inside, since the box itself was already stunning. She failed to resist her curiosity and decided to look inside. Pandora opened the box carefully. The naive young woman had no idea what was coming. A powerful pressure pushed Pandora away, and a black mist started to come out of the box. The mist contained all the evils that Prometheus had not nurtured in men. Until that moment, man was pure and lived in the Golden Age. There were no needs and no conflicts. It was a world of pure happiness. But the box liberated all sorts of evils that would plague humanity. Envy, cruelty, greed, disease, and hunger were now part of the world of men. Pandora unsuccessfully attempted to close the box. The girl noticed that every evil had come out of the box, but hope was found at the bottom. Hope gives strength to man not to give up his life when facing evils and obstacles that afflict him. With hope, Zeus managed to extend the punishment imposed on men indefinitely. In the beginning of time, Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, consolidated himself as the supreme lord of the universe. But before he had the goddess Hera as his queen, Zeus had had another wife. There was a goddess as beautiful as she was wise. Her name was Metis. She was the daughter of the Titan Ocean, who helped Zeus free his brothers from Cronos' stomach during the Titanomachy. Zeus was fascinated by the precious deity and wanted to take her as his wife, but the goddess resisted the god's approaches. Metis tried to escape from the god in every way, but Zeus was persistent. The goddess had the power of metamorphosis and could transform herself into anything. She used this power to escape Zeus. But Metis could not escape Zeus forever. The god set an ambush for the disguised goddess. The Lord of Thunder jumped on Metis and grabbed her. The goddess could not escape the god's strong arms and submitted to his will. With the cunning goddess at his side, Zeus's reign seemed more prosperous. The god seemed able to tame all the chaos that had reigned in the world since primordial times. However, on a visit to Gaia, the primordial goddess who personifies the earth revealed a terrible omen. Gaia told Zeus that his wife would have 2 children. The first would be a girl who would equal the strength and wisdom of her father. But the second would be a boy who would become stronger than his father and take away his power. Zeus feared having the same outcome as his father, the Titan Cronos, or his grandfather, the god Uranus. Both had been dethroned by their sons. But, inspired by his father, Zeus devised a plan to prevent the omen from coming true. Zeus asked Metis to transform herself into a drop of water so she could give him a taste of her metamorphic power. The god swallowed his wife so that she could not give birth to the being that would dethrone Zeus. After swallowing his wife, Zeus incorporated the gifts of the goddess Metis. He became a much wiser, fairer, and less impulsive god. But he didn't know that she was already pregnant. Time passed, and the powerful god began to feel headaches. He felt a horrible pain. His head seemed about to explode. Zeus asked for his head to be opened and the source of the pain to be removed. He couldn't withstand such pain. The Titan Prometheus struck the god on the head with an axe. A strong light began to emerge from the open crack in Zeus's head. A female figure surfaced on Zeus's head. From Zeus's forehead emerged the goddess Athena, with her armor and weapons fully grown. Zeus was proud to give birth to that formidable creature. With her mother's intelligence, Athena would become the goddess of wisdom. She was also considered the goddess of defensive warfare. Therefore, confrontations against Ares, the god of war, would be inevitable. Metis remained in Zeus's stomach, and the prophecy of the couple's second child was never fulfilled. Athena proved to be a brave, pure, just, and wise goddess. She was considered the favorite daughter of Zeus, and was thought by many to be Zeus's legitimate successor. The Garden of the Hesperides was considered one of the most beautiful places on Earth. It was there that the beautiful goddess Hera lived before meeting Zeus. The god of thunder fell in love with the goddess, but the goddess, knowing that Zeus had a reputation as a womanizer, rejected his approaches. But the great god didn't give up his new passion and made a plan to win her over. He took the form of a small bird known as Cuckoo and made a heavy rainfall. The goddess was sorry to see that little bird soaked and cold. To comfort and warm it, Hera tucked it close to her body. Zeus, in the shape of a bird, took advantage of that situation to unite with the goddess. After this union, Zeus and Hera decided to organize a grand wedding party where all deities were invited. Hermes was given the task of inviting all gods and minor deities to the divine wedding. The guests started to arrive, and no deity had the audacity not to attend the wedding of the god of the universe. Only the nymph Calliope, known for her laziness, had not arrived. As Hermes was responsible for delivering the invitations, he feared being held responsible for the guests' absence. So the god tried to gauge what had happened. The god arrived at the nymph's house and searched for her. Hermes found the nymph asleep and wanted to know why she wasn't at the party. The nymph answered that she was about to leave home and that he didn't need to worry. The god, feeling more at ease, returned quickly to the party. Calliope decided to sleep only 5 more minutes. Much later, she woke up and headed sluggishly to the party, one step slower than the other. Her laziness was colossal. At that moment, she preferred to be in bed. Halfway there, she began to meet the guests who were already returning from the party. So she decided to go home, because the party would probably be over, and she didn't want to tire herself out pointlessly. As Hermes predicted, he was eventually held responsible for the nymph's absence. Zeus and Hera did not believe Chelone could commit such an act of disrespect. Enraged by being found guilty, Hermes again decided to visit Chelone. Chelone was in one of her traditional napping moments, floating in the lagoon in front of her house. Looking at that scenario, Hermes was furious. He lifted Chelone's house from the ground and decided to punish the indolent nymph. You hate to stay away from your much-treasured home, don't you? So from now on, you'll have to carry it wherever you want to go. The god threw the house over the nymph, which floated over the waters. After the impact, Chelone emerged with the appearance of a reptile. The nymph was punished. Now she would have to carry the house on her back, but her laziness and slowness did not change. Hera, the queen of the Olympian gods, was finally pregnant with Zeus's child. Feeling excited, the goddess imagined how beautiful her son would be. Her expectations were enormous, as he would be the son of the king and queen of heaven. However, the child was not what she imagined. Upon seeing her son for the first time, she was horrified. He was a hairy baby with rugged features, soot-covered dark skin, becoming even uglier as he cried. The mad goddess said that he was not her son and threw him into the ocean from the top of Olympus. The little god crashed violently into the ocean waters, but survived. However, he was crippled and limped for the rest of his life. Hephaestus was rescued by the ocean-side Theseus, who quickly became attached to the child, unlike the goddess Hera. Theseus took him to the island of Lemnos, where he grew up playing with volcanoes. From childhood, Hephaestus developed an unparalleled skill in the art of metallurgy. Using the heat of the volcanoes, he created the most powerful weapons and the most beautiful jewelry. The god came of age and decided to return to Olympus. He had produced a beautiful golden throne for his true mother, the goddess Hera. Upon seeing her strange son return, Hera felt chills run down her spine. But upon seeing the throne he brought with him, she quickly forgot her discomfort. She was pleased with the gift and was eager to try it on. The throne was divine, beautiful, and comfortable. However, as she tried to stand up, the goddess realized that she was bound to the throne, and no one seemed able to release her except Hephaestus, who knew the secret to freeing her. But to free her, he demanded that his mother and the court of Olympus stop treating him with contempt and accept him back into Olympus. Ashamed, the goddess accepted the demand and was freed, and began to treat him with due respect. Finally, Hephaestus made one last request, which shocked everyone present. He asked for permission to marry Aphrodite, the most beautiful of the goddesses. Zeus realized that, because of her enormous beauty, Aphrodite aroused passions among the beings of Olympus. Conflicts would emerge sooner or later. Therefore, even without consulting Aphrodite, Zeus forced her to marry Hephaestus to avoid future conflicts. The young Hephaestus came to be respected as a great deity. The god was a magnificent blacksmith. Among his greatest works were the sandals of Hermes, the armor of Achilles, and the bow and arrow of Eros. He was a divine artist. High on Olympus, the goddess Hera was furious. She had just discovered that the goddess Leto was pregnant by her husband Zeus. Furious, the goddess forbade Leto to give birth anywhere with solid ground. No land sheltered the pregnant goddess. She wandered a long time without any destination, feeling the pains of childbirth. Suddenly, she found the floating island of Delos. This island, not being connected to the earth, was not covered by the ban of the Queen of the Gods. Leto was able to give birth there. To her surprise, she did not give birth to only one child, but two. First Artemis was born, and then Apollo. Apollo was beautiful and blonde, the perfect representation of the sun. Artemis had white skin and black hair, resembling the moon. The black hair symbolized the night around her. After learning of the birth of Leto's children, the goddess Hera went berserk and decided to send the serpent Python to chase and devour the newborns. The goddess Leto wandered the world, fleeing from the serpent that chased mother and children, aiming to devour them. Once, she and her baby children were thirsty and found a small pond. On the bank were rude peasants, who violently forbade the goddess and her children to drink water. To stop her, the peasants stirred the bottom of the pond with their feet, so that the mud mixed with the water, preventing it from being drunk. Consumed by rage, Leto turned the peasants into frogs, forcing them to spend the rest of their lives shrieking around the pond. The little gods grew up, and Zeus offered them very powerful bows, made especially for them by Hephaestus. Artemis fell in love with the offer and began to dedicate her life to hunting. She became goddess of the hunt. Apollo, with the powerful bow in his hands, could only think of one thing: to take revenge on the serpent that tormented his mother for so long. Zeus told his son where the beast's lair was, and he headed there to kill it. The beast was in a cave at the foot of Mount Parnassus, where it hibernated as nothing threatened it. Apollo instigated the serpent to come out of hiding by shooting incandescent arrows into the cave. Python came out of the lair, thirsty for blood and wanting to devour its opponent. Apollo fired successive arrows at the monster, but they bounced off the hard scales that protected the snake. The god looked for a weak spot in the beast, while dodging its dangerous blows. Confident, the young man shot 2 arrows at once. One hit the python's eye, and the other hit the beast's chest, which was covered by thinner scales. The heart had been wounded, and the beast was roaring in pain. Apollo shot one last arrow, which entered the beast's mouth and killed it. Python died, and over its dead body, Apollo decreed that a sacred temple would be built there in its honor. This place became the Oracle of Delphi, where priestesses known as Pythonesses made the most diverse prophecies. In ancient Greece, there was a region that is now known as Attica. There, Cecrops reigned, a being who was born of his own land and had a serpent's tail and a man's trunk. Under his rule, the city of Cecrops flourished. This city was surrounded by the seas. Fishing was essential in this society, as much of the people's food was taken from the sea. Due to its dependence on the sea, the cult of Poseidon was strong in the region. The god of the seas wanted a city that would glorify him, and for this reason, he went to Cecropia. People of Cecropia, consecrate this city to the Lord of the Seas, and you will have the ocean as your backyard. Your people will overtake all others while you are on the seas. Change the name of the city to Poseidonia, and you will receive my blessings. The god hit the ground with his trident, and a fountain of salt water began to gush forth. This is my gift to you. Before you leave for the sea, kneel before the fountain, and it will tell you if it is safe to sail. Suddenly, a strong flash interrupted Poseidon. In the middle of the light, there was the silhouette of a female figure. It was Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. The goddess also wanted to be the patroness of the city. The goddess addressed the crowd, who were already surprised by Poseidon's visit, and who now felt perplexed before such a majestic deity. Citizens of Attica, if you choose me as the protector of the city, beauty and wisdom will bear fruit in that city. The arts and sciences will develop like nowhere else in the world. The goddess struck her spear to the ground, and a beautiful olive tree was born in the hole. This is my gift. I know how arid the earth is around you, but the fruits of this plant may be your food. Besides, you can use its oil to ward off the darkness and warm your homes. The people were amazed at the gift. Cecrops, fearing to infuriate the eventually overlooked god, thought that the population of the city should decide what god to honor. The men lived from the sea, and all of them voted for Poseidon. The women, on the other hand, who lived from the land, thought that the gifts of Athena were superior. Since there were more women than men in the city, Athena won. Poseidon was furious and did not accept the decision of the crowd.
There is only one honorable way to decide. Grab your weapons and fight me.
Poseidon was one of the most powerful gods. He believed Athena was no match for him. But the brave goddess had no fear and prepared for the clash. The battle between the gods began, and they measured forces. The dispute was interrupted by a bolt of Zeus.
This dispute will be discussed at the Council of the Gods of Olympus, where the fate of the city will be decided.
On Mount Olympus, the gods met to settle the dispute between Athena and Poseidon. Zeus was the head of the meeting and allowed the other gods to decide on the subject. All the male gods voted for Poseidon, and all the goddesses voted for Athena. As chairman of the board, Zeus abstained, and Athena was the winner by only one vote of difference. And so the ancient city of Cecropia came to be known as Athens. In honor of the goddess, a beautiful temple was built on top of the Acropolis in her honor. However, Poseidon's fury made life difficult for the Athenians. They were no longer welcome at sea. The concerned population went to the Oracle of Delphi. The Pythia told them that Poseidon's fury would only be diminished if Athena's women were punished. To reconcile with the god, all the Athenian women lost the right to vote. To seal the peace between Athena and Poseidon, a beautiful temple was built in honor of the god at Cape Sunion. The god was magnanimous and forgave the people of Athena, allowing the city to keep the gift given by the god. Thus, in Greece, a city emerged that would stand out from the rest. It took thousands of years for Athenian women to recover their right to vote. The seawater surrounding the island of Cyprus was getting milder, seemingly ready for the beautiful scene about to happen. From the waters, the one to be deemed the most beautiful of all goddesses started to emerge. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, daughter of Uranus, the god who had once reigned over the world, materialized upon a shell. After arriving at Mount Olympus, she was under the spotlight. The gods were delighted with the new arrival, who brightened the splendid abode of the gods even more. Zeus noticed that such beauty would be the source of quarrels and disharmony. After all, Aphrodite awakened lustful feelings and pure envy in the gods. To avoid chaos, Zeus decided to unite Aphrodite, the most beautiful goddess, with Hephaestus, a rustic-looking god. Aphrodite submitted herself to the desire of the ultimate god and united with the god of the forges. Despite his brutish appearance, Hephaestus was endearing to his wife. Using his talents, he made and covered his wife with the most beautiful jewels. However, the blacksmith god was always absent, as he spent great lengths of time working in his forge in the Etna volcano. In the meantime, the goddess of love struggled with loneliness. There was another god, known as Ares, the god of war, with a poor reputation. His unrestrained bursts of violence and thirst for blood turned him into a much feared individual by mortals, while also being repudiated by the gods. Even Zeus, his father, had no sympathy for the god of war. He picked Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, as his favorite. But one goddess failed to resist the reckless approach and bad boy manners of the god of war. Her name was Aphrodite. Ares had a perfect athletic build and was stunningly beautiful. In Aphrodite's eyes, this contrasted with the god Hephaestus, a rough-looking and crippled deity, after he fell from Olympus when he was just a baby. Aphrodite was tired of being that lonely. It was when the fiery goddess of love heard the arrival of Ares who had returned from yet another one of his wars. Staring at that beautiful blood-drenched god, she got goosebumps, and she promptly offered herself to clean all that blood. Ares felt surprised. For a long time, not a single resident of Olympus showed him the slightest courtesy. The insinuating Aphrodite started her seduction ritual. Poor Ares didn't stand a chance against the powers of love. Hidden, the gods went through a night of fiery love, and from that day on, whenever Hephaestus went to work, Ares visited Aphrodite on her marriage bed. To avoid being spotted by Helios, the personification of the sun and the #1 gossiper among deities, Ares ordered Electreon to guard the door of Aphrodite's room, warning him if the sun ever came by. Hypnos, the god of sleep, had already noticed that something odd was happening between the couple, but he didn't want to be known as a snitch. The god of sleep then hit Electreon with an overwhelming need to sleep. He fell asleep and did not see the sun approaching. After waking up, Ares noticed that it was day already. The couple had surely been spotted by the sun. Enraged with Electreon, Ares decides to punish the negligent watchman, turning him into a rooster. From that day on, Electreon never stopped shouting just before the sun came up. The god Helios told Hephaestus everything he saw. He refused to believe in his wife's betrayal, but decided to set a trap just in case. "My beloved wife, I have a major job to do, and I will be gone for a week." As soon as Hephaestus went on his way, Ares jumped to the wife's bed. But this time, the adulterous couple would not get away with it. The god of forges had weaved a net so fine that it looked invisible, having put it on the bed. Right when the gods were doing it, the net fell on the couple, imprisoning them. The cuckold god called the other deities to witness the shameful scene. "Look at these traitors, caught in such a disgraceful situation. They can never leave my powerful net. They will remain imprisoned as punishment." Hermes looked at Apollo and said, "Apparently, Ares decided to devote himself to a different sort of battle, a more hand-to-hand thing, so to speak. Of all the punishments ever devised by the gods, being united with Aphrodite certainly must be unbearable. Poor Ares." All the gods started to laugh. Ashamed and humiliated, Hephaestus decided to repudiate his wife. From the union of Ares and Aphrodite were born Deimos, Phobos, and the beautiful Harmonia. The Greek world was full of musicians and poets who sang the deeds of gods and heroes, but none of them could compare to Orpheus. He was the son of the muse Calliope and the god Apollo. From his mother he inherited an unsurpassed melodious voice, and from his father a talent for writing outstanding music. When he played his lyre offered by Apollo, the animals would calm down and stop to listen to him, and even the plants would swing to the music's rhythm. But Orpheus was not only a virtuous artist, he was also endowed with great courage. The young man was part of the Jason crew in his quest for the Golden Fleece. Thanks to Orpheus, the Argonauts escaped the seductive siren song, since the hero managed to muffle the deadly melody of sea creatures with his own music. After returning from the adventure, Orpheus met the beautiful Eurydice, falling in love. Eurydice was the biggest fan of Orpheus's songs. The young lady's passion for the songs often made him jealous of his own compositions. During the couple's marriage, dark omens pointed to a turbulent future. But nevertheless, the couple decided to live out their days as best they could. One day, while Eurydice was walking through the fields, she was spotted by Aristaeus, the beekeeper. The young woman ran away from the man who wanted to rape her, but she encountered her sad fate. In her escape through the grass, the unfortunate girl was stung by a snake. Eurydice failed to take many steps and fell to the ground. Upon hearing the news, Orpheus ran to meet his beloved. the young woman died in the arms of her lover before departing for the kingdom of Hades. With her beloved's body in his arms and making use of his powerful voice, Orpheus cried out the saddest lamentation of all. The happiness in his songs disappeared, and from that day on, only dismal and melancholic sounds came out of his lyre. The unhappy Orpheus turned to Zeus, the supreme Olympian god, asking him to bring his beloved wife back to life. Zeus said he could not interfere in the affairs of his brother Hades, but Orpheus could go to the world of the dead to converse with the god of the underworld, with Hermes by his side. Along with the messenger god, Orpheus descended to the world of the dead. With his melodious verses, the young man softened the heart of the boatman Charon, who agreed to make his crossing over the river of the dead. At the gates of the underworld was Cerberus, Hades' three-headed dog, responsible for stopping intruders from entering his master's domain. Orpheus played his lyre and sang him a quiet song that made the dog fall asleep. Hades and his wife Persephone were surprised by Orpheus's presence in their domains. Enraged, the gods said, "How dare you invade my domains, mortal creature? You shall tell me your motivation, or you will suffer in Tartarus for all eternity." "I'm begging you to allow me to return to the world of the living with my beloved Eurydice." Orpheus sang a sad song, and the boy's pain was tremendously felt by all. While Orpheus played his lyre, the world of the dead stopped to listen to him. Sisyphus stopped rolling his stone, and for a moment, the Furies forgot to punish sinners and thieves. Everyone was stunned by Orpheus. Hades was moved by Orpheus's music to the point of shedding an iron tear. Queen Persephone interceded for Orpheus, and Hades asked for Eurydice to be brought to their presence. The couple's reunion moved everyone. That's when Hades spoke.
"You two are free to go, but you must go ahead, and Eurydice will go right behind you, and under no circumstances can you look back. Otherwise, you will lose her again."
A dark path emerged from the underground to the surface, and the couple set out for the world of the living. Orpheus walked all the way back feeling concerned, because he was not sure if Eurydice could keep up with him. When he was almost at the end of the tunnel, and the sunlight was already hitting his eyes, Orpheus couldn't contain himself and looked back to make sure his beloved was there. But at that very same instant, Eurydice was pulled back into the world of the dead. Orpheus still attempted to hold his beloved's hand, but it was too late. Orpheus was desperate and wanted to return to the underworld, but Hermes stopped him. The desolate Orpheus sank into a terrible depression, and his music never rejoiced again. Sometime later, he was found by a group of Bacchantes, the Dionysus's priestesses, who wished to sleep with the young man, but he could only play and sing his sad songs. Enraged, the Bacchantes threw stones at Orpheus, but the power of his music dodged them. The Bacchantes decided to muffle the music with bells, screams, and drums. No longer protected by the music, Orpheus was killed and pierced by the Bacchantes. His remains, along with his lyre, were thrown into the river. The dismayed Muses picked his divine lyre and honored him by turning it into a constellation. Despite his sad end, Orpheus's spirit was free to meet his beloved Eurydice in the Champs-Élysées. In the distant kingdom of Phrygia, the god Dionysus could not find Silenus, his faithful drinking companion. He was also the god's master and foster parent. Silenus was considered a sage who delivered his best lessons when drunk, while acquiring the power of prophecy. The wise old man was found passed out by peasants in the forest after suffering an alcoholic coma. They took him to King Midas, who recognized and welcomed him immediately with full hospitality. there were days of drinking and feasting in honor of the illustrious guest. The god Dionysus was pleased to find his old companion so well treated by his host. He greeted King Midas and, as a sign of gratitude for the good deed, decreed to fulfill any of Midas's wishes. The ambitious Midas did not reflect deeply on the matter and quickly chose his wish. "I want everything I touch to turn into gold." "Are you sure?" "Yes, of course. I will be the richest man who ever lived." Dionysus fulfilled his wish, but felt sorry for Midas that he didn't make a better choice. Midas, eager to test his new talent, picked up a small stone that lay on the ground, and it immediately turned into a gold nugget. Euphoric, Midas touched several things, and all of them immediately displayed the golden color of gold. Midas suddenly felt hungry and decided to eat an apple. As he touched the fruit, it turned into a copy of the golden palms in the gardens of the Hesperides. The shrewd Midas tried a new approach. He took a fork, which soon turned golden, and stuck it into a piece of bread. The king brought the fork to his mouth, and as he tried to bite into it, he felt his tooth crack, as the bread had also turned gold. The king realized that what he thought was a gift was now a curse. Midas felt that his end was inevitable, since he would quickly die without food, and he collapsed in tears on the dining table. The king's daughter arrived at the palace and saw her father weeping on the table. Attempting to console him, she touched her father's hand. Midas looked in horror at his daughter, who had turned into a statue of gold. In desperation, he knelt and asked the god Dionysus to remove that nefarious power. The god took pity on Midas, as he had no intention of harming Midas and his daughter. Dionysus asked the king to plunge into the waters of the river Pactolus, and, already in the water, to ask that the power of his touch be removed. Midas bathed in the waters, and the riverbed became covered with a golden sand, and the scales of the fish also began to glitter like gold. The king was finally free of the curse. Everything he touched returned to normal, including his daughter. After this trauma, Midas repudiated all wealth and left in the company of Pan to live simply and humbly in the fields and forests. Gaia, the Earth Mother, still felt a lot of resentment against the Olympian gods, as they had imprisoned the Titans in Tartarus. The Earth Mother generated a powerful offspring from the blood spilled by Uranus after his castration. These extremely strong beings became known as the Giants. They constituted an army of 24 giants, whose sole purpose was to dethrone the gods of Mount Olympus. The Olympian gods banded together to face these formidable enemies. They fought to defend the new cosmic order and prevent the world from returning to chaos. The struggle between gods and giants began, but the gods seemed powerless, for even their most powerful blows were unable to defeat the giants. The goddess Hera prophesied that there would be only one way to defeat the giants. To her dismay, the prophecy said that the gods could only win with the help of a powerful mortal dressed in lion skin. There was only one man on Earth who fit that description. His name was Hercules. Zeus ordered Athena to look for Hercules so that he could join the Olympian gods. The mighty giants continued to be unbeatable if they were in contact with the land where they had been born, near Thrace, and they began to pile up great stones, trying to reach the heavenly abode. But while the giants were concentrating on defending their building, they were surprised by a terrifying roar. They fled without looking back, but they didn't know that it was only the howls of Silenus's donkey, who was bringing his pupil Dionysus to join the battle. With the reckless courage that only a totally inebriated individual has, Silenus chased after the giants mounted on his distinguished animal. He felt like a paladin on a white horse. Realizing they had been tricked, the giants reorganized and returned to the fight. but the time gained by Silenus was crucial for the arrival of the hero Hercules. Hercules shot down a giant with one of his arrows, but as it fell to the ground, the earth gave the giant new life. The gods realized that they would have to lure the giants out of their homeland, for only then could they defeat them. The mighty Hercules gave a giant a bear hug and took him to another territory, where he exterminated him with his club. The giant Porphyrion tried to attack the goddess Hera, but was hit by an arrow from Eros. Despite his injury, the giant continued his attack, but now with purely lustful desires. Jealous, Zeus struck the creature with one of his most powerful thunderbolts. Meanwhile, the god Ares fought bravely against the giants, but ended up on his knees. However, he was saved by Apollo and Hercules, who, with their bows, shot down another giant. The gods weakened the giants, preparing them for Hercules to deliver the final blow, and the giants fell one after the other. Dionysus brought down the giants with Tharsis blows, while Hecate immolated them with her torches. Athena threw a huge rock at the giant Enceladus, who tried to flee across the sea. This huge rock became the island of Sicily in the Italian peninsula. Hades also participated in the battle, using his fork, and lent Hermes the helmet of invisibility. The latter, now invisible, ran at high speed through the giants, striking blows with his caduceus. Finally, Zeus paraded triumphantly in his chariot over the corpses of the fallen giants, having at his side Nike, the goddess of victory. The warrior Hercules received great tributes. Without him, the giants would have thrown the universe back into chaos. Within the Phoenician kingdom of Tyre, there was a beautiful princess. Her name was Europa. She was the child of King Agenor, a descendant of the highest Egyptian nobility. The king bestowed upon his beautiful daughter a majestic dress. It used to belong to her mother, the nymph Libya, who received it as a gift from her lover Poseidon. The young girl glowed with splendor as she wore the dress made by the gods, so much so that her beauty attracted the attention of Zeus on Olympus. During the night, the princess experienced a strange dream. Two divine women were fighting. One had Eastern features, the other looked Western. The winner would get the ownership of Europa. The West-looking woman came out the winner. She addressed the young Europa and said that one day she would be whisked away to a distant land, where she would be delivered to Zeus. Europa awoke frightened, although wondering if what had happened was just a nightmare or a legitimate prophecy. In the morning, the princess went for a walk by the sea with her friends, unaware that Zeus, brimming with lust, was watching them. Zeus converted into a beautiful white bull and decided to approach the girls. They quickly noticed the superb animal and approached him. The white bull seemed gentle and exuded a sweet aroma. Europa and her friends began to caress its soft hide and marveled at such a beautiful bull. One of the young girls decided to ride on the animal, but the dashing Princess Europa was quicker. With the help of her friends, she rode on the bull. The bull-shaped Zeus slowly led the princess down the beach, while the young women were overjoyed and delighted. One of her friends mentioned that she also wanted to ride the animal. Zeus hastened his step towards the sea waters. The bull and the young girl walked into the water. The animal swam splendidly and appeared to surf the waves. Europa was elated by the experience, but suddenly realized that the bull was leading her into the open sea. Frightened, she grabbed onto the animal, fearing she would drown. They both sailed through the blue sea for a long time. It was nightfall, and finally the bull led the young girl to dry land and then left her. The young girl was afraid, as she did not know her whereabouts. Europa was hopelessly considering taking her own life. Then, the beautiful woman she had met in her dream appeared. She was the goddess Aphrodite, who said that during the princess's dream, she had earned the right to the presence of such a beautiful young woman in the West. The girl just wanted to know why she was there. The goddess of love told her that she had been kidnapped by a bovine Zeus. She didn't have to worry, for he would devote much love to the princess and planned great honors for her future offspring. Zeus then appeared and introduced himself to the young woman. He said that they were in Crete, the land where the great god had been born. However, from that day on, the island would belong to Europa's descendants with the god. Rhadamanthus and Minos, the future legendary king of Crete, were born from the union of Zeus and Europa. Europa became immortalized, as now all the lands of that distant region would be known by her name. Minos was sovereignly reigning over the island of Crete, a descendant of a rather distinguished lineage. He was the son of the princess Europa with Zeus, the lord of Olympus. The god turned himself into a white bull and succeeded in kidnapping the maiden and taking her to the island of Crete. The couple had 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon, who would inherit the island of Crete. Minos succeeded in overruling his brothers and took the crown of the island of Crete for himself alone. The island was situated on a strategic route in the Mediterranean, which yielded great profits for the kingdom from trade with various nations. King Minos used his vast accumulated wealth to build the great palace of Knossos. To build his splendid palace, he got help from a brilliant Athenian architect and inventor known as Daedalus. Notwithstanding his kingdom's tremendous development during his reign, Minos was still a disputed king. To solidify his power, Minos asked the gods for help. The king requested the god Poseidon to send him a bull for sacrifice in honor of the god of the seas, to show that the gods were on his side. Poseidon granted the king's request and raised from the sea a magnificent white bull, as beautiful as the one Zeus had transformed himself into to abduct Europa. Minos was astonished by the animal's size and decided to stop it from being sacrificed by adding it to his herd as a breeding bull, thus establishing a breed of superior cattle. The king chose to sacrifice an ordinary bull from his herd instead of the one that Poseidon offered him. This angered the god of the seas, who had granted that animal to be sacrificed for his own glory. Poseidon could not allow such disregard for the gods to go unpunished. The god made the bull he had gifted become an angry and indomitable animal. It caused damage to the kingdom of Minos and frightened the population. But his revenge was not yet complete. With Aphrodite's help, Poseidon arranged for Pasiphae, queen and wife of Minos, to fall in love with the bull. The queen tried to draw closer to the beautiful bull, who rejected Pasiphae's approach. Enraptured by her passion for the animal, she asked Daedalus to help her seduce the great bull. The ingenious inventor came up with an unusual idea. He created a replica of a cow made of leather and wood, with a chamber where Pasiphae would be housed. This way, the queen managed to achieve her union with the Minos bull. The Minotaur, a creature half man and half bull, was born from this loathsome union. The birth of the hideous beast caused great shame to King Minos. As the Minotaur grew, his bestial and violent nature was no longer manageable. Minos ordered Daedalus to erect a huge labyrinth where the fearsome Minotaur would be imprisoned. This labyrinth became the dwelling place of one of the most heinous creatures of Greek mythology that was fed with human sacrifices. But the terror sparked by the Minos monster would find its demise when confronted by a tremendous opponent named Theseus. Demeter, the Greek goddess of agriculture, traveled the world to bless plantations and be revered. Rituals in honor of the goddess took place in the woods dedicated to her. But in one of these rituals, while the devotees made offerings in the woods to honor the goddess provider, the ceremony was interrupted by the cries of a group of rude woodcutters. "Leave this forest immediately. I want that wood for my new palace." Erysichthon, a rich and powerful nobleman of the region, was famous for not respecting the will of the gods, and he started cutting down the forest consecrated to Demeter. The greedy nobleman was amazed at the beauty of the consecrated oak. "Knock down that oak. then use the wood to build the most beautiful furniture." The woodcutters hesitated. It was believed that the dryads lived inside the sacred oaks. They were the nymphs of the forest protected by Demeter. "Give me that axe now!" When Erysichthon struck the tree with his sharp axe, blood flowed from the open crevice. Hidden by a hood, a mysterious figure tried to peacefully prevent that barbarity. "How dare you bring down a forest dedicated to Demeter? No one else will touch these trees, under penalty of suffering a terrible punishment." "This forest is on my land, and I will do as I please." The tree cut down took the form of a nymph lying dead on the ground. Behind that hood was not an ordinary woman, but the goddess Demeter, who revealed herself with all her fury. "You dared to destroy, kill, and desecrate that which belonged to the gods. So, you will pay for your crime in an exemplary manner." Terrified, Erysichthon and his servants ran away in a panic, but they became the target of the goddess's curse. The nobleman arrived at his palace, breathless after a long run. Still, he was happy to have escaped unharmed from the goddess's fury. After the escape, Erysichthon was hungry and asked the servants to serve him his meal. At the table, the nobleman attacked the roast chicken as if he had never eaten in his life. After devouring a whole chicken, he ate the remaining food on the table. "I want more. Bring me more food." The butcher brought a whole piglet. As soon as he approached the table, the lord grabbed the little pig. Tired, Erysichthon went to his room holding the little piglet leg, but something sinister seemed to be chasing him. While he was sleeping, he received a visit from the demon that personifies hunger. The sinister being attacked Erysichthon's stomach, making him feel an endless hunger. The nobleman awoke frightened, feeling an unprecedented hunger. Erysichthon demanded a great feast to appease his hunger, and his servants gave him all the food available. But his hunger was not lessening, and at every dish he devoured, he said, "I want more!" Erysichthon devoured all his flock, and his fortune diminished with the purchase of more and more food. The process continued for several days. Erysichthon lost his entire fortune. "I want more!" The one who had once been one of the richest nobles in the region was now begging in the streets for food. His beloved daughter found her father in the streets and tried to help him. But, driven mad by hunger, he sold his only daughter as a slave so he could buy more food. In captivity, Erysichthon's daughter prayed to Poseidon to get away. The god turned the young woman into a donkey, and in disguise, she managed to escape. The daughter met her poor father again, ruined and hungry. The kind girl, in her equine form, believed she could help her father. Erysichthon, in tears, recognized his daughter's loving look on that donkey, and crying, caressed the animal's face and said, "I'm sorry, daughter of mine, but I want more." Poseidon felt sorry for the fate of that kind young woman and turned her into a butterfly. Free, she flew away and never met her father again. Without any income and starving, Erysichthon returned to the sacred forest of Demeter, where everything had begun. He prayed for forgiveness, but the goddess ignored him. The poor man, desperate for hunger, sat down under a tree and began to devour his own foot. He spent the night using his body as food. The next morning, there was nothing left of him on earth. In early times, Zeus led the victory of the Olympian gods against the Titans during the Titanomachy, the war between gods and Titans for control of the universe. Zeus became the supreme god, reigning over the world on his throne in Mount Olympus. When the god raised his arm, exposing his powerful bolts, the other gods bowed as a sign of respect. No god had as much authority as Zeus. Only the goddess Hera, Zeus's wife, was as respected as her husband, but not even the goddess could go against the supreme god when he was stubborn. Zeus, although he loved his wife, was not faithful to her, and he lived extramarital relationships. For this reason, Hera and Zeus fight constantly due to the latter's infidelity. Tired of being humiliated by her husband, the goddess started plotting against the Lord of Olympus. The other Olympian gods were also sick and tired of Zeus's arrogance and egotism. He ordered and ruled the world according to his will. Under Hera's leadership, they decided to come up with a coup against their sovereign. The gods entered the room where Zeus slept in a glorious crib. Poseidon and Apollo grabbed the god's arms and chained him to his bed, making use of powerful gold chains made by Hephaestus. By the time Zeus noticed what was happening, he was already immobilized. Consumed by anger, the god uttered the most terrible threats, but the other gods paid no mind to him. They were more interested in who would occupy the supreme throne. The goddess Hera, queen of Olympus and leader of the uprising, considered herself to be the obvious choice to occupy her husband's throne. But the throne had other suitors. Athena thought herself the most knowledgeable and dignified. In turn, Apollo believed that only the sun god could bring light to this new cycle, while Poseidon claimed to be the most powerful. Hestia was the only one who did not run for the position. Thetis, the daughter of Nereus, predicted that a civil war was about to take place at Olympus. The fight of brothers against brothers could throw the world into chaos, and only the steady hand of Zeus could avoid such conflict. Thetis met powerful Briareus, the greatest of the Hecatoncheires, a massive creature with 100 arms and 50 heads. Briareus's loyalty to Zeus was unbreakable, and he went to Olympus. The gods were paralyzed in front of such a creature. The Hecatoncheire broke the chains that imprisoned Zeus. The supreme god unleashed a mighty thunder sound, trembling the whole universe. The gods who participated in the coup laid down their weapons as a sign of submission. This tackled part of the gods' fury. Hera was punished for leading the rebellion against Zeus. The goddess was chained and hung in the sky. She remained in that position until she took a solemn oath, promising she would never rebel against her husband again. Zeus had a special punishment for Apollo and Poseidon. The gods had to serve the Trojan king Laomedon and help in the construction of the impenetrable Trojan walls. In the ancient city of Corinth reigned a rather cunning man. His name was Sisyphus. He was probably the smartest man of his time. The smartest, but not the wisest. Sisyphus was a direct descendant of Prometheus. This deity had the boldness to stick his nose into the matters of Zeus and paid a high price for the intromission. And, much like his ancestor, Sisyphus decided to interfere in the gods' affairs. He witnessed the kidnapping of the young and beautiful Aegina by the eagle-shaped Zeus, and he realized he could take advantage of it. Although he was king of a glorious city, this metropolis struggled with a shortage of drinking water. Young Aegina was the daughter of Aesopus, a river god, who was deeply saddened by the disappearance of his daughter. Sisyphus went to Aesopus and declared, "I know where your daughter is, but this information comes at a price. In return, I want you to create a spring of water to supply my kingdom." Aesopus accepted Sisyphus's offer, and created a spring of the purest mineral water. Sisyphus revealed to him what he knew, and Asopus went after his daughter. King Sisyphus was pleased. This new spring would be a source of abundance and even more prestige to his city. Zeus, the supreme lord of Olympus, was enraged by Sisyphus's revelation and ordered Thanatos, also known as Death, to find him and take his life. Some time passed before Sisyphus was surprised by seeing Thanatos in his palace, but an idea quickly sprung up in his cunning and mischievous mind. He went to Death and said, "So, it seems my time has come. I did not expect to die so young. However, I am much surprised by your splendor. Indeed, you are such a magnificent deity. You shall know that of the many gods I have known, few carry such a remarkable and elegant figure. And before I leave, I would like to present you with some ornaments that will make your presence even more dazzling. After all, these jewels will no longer be of use to me." Thanatos felt flattered with such a torrential stream of compliments and decided to accept the gifts. Sisyphus put a pair of silver bracelets and a necklace on Thanatos. However, those were shackles and a collar. The Corinthian king did what appeared impossible until that point. He managed to cheat Death, and Thanatos became his prisoner. Time passed, and no one died anymore. The kingdom of Hades was no longer receiving any new subjects. On the banks of the river Acheron, Charon had no more passengers to cross the waters. The wars set by the god Ares were no longer a source of pleasure for him, as nobody died. The enraged Ares traveled to Corinth. He knocked down the palace door and broke the chains that imprisoned Thanatos. Free, the god of the dead was absolutely sure of his first target, and started to search for King Sisyphus to complete the mission Zeus had handed him. But Sisyphus was expecting that. He told his wife that, if he died prematurely, she would not render the royal funeral services. Sisyphus delivered himself peacefully to Thanatos, who took his life. Charon was already waiting to lead him to the kingdom of Hades, the lord of the underworld. The banks of the river of the dead were filled with souls already on Thanatos' list, who only now had been sought. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Hades, he was face to face with the god of the underworld, who appeared quite unhappy. After being severely admonished by the great god, Sisyphus delivered a speech he had already devised, even before his death. "Noble lord of the underworld, I'm aware of my wrongdoings against you and the harm I've caused, but that was not my intention. If I had known that I would harm the great god of the world of the dead, I never would have done so. Aware that I am in debt to you, I have a plea to make. My obnoxious wife refused to perform the proper funeral rites for a king who was so dear to his people. That abominable woman tossed me out, as if I were nothing but a dog carcass. I therefore beg you to let me return to the world of the living for only one day, so that I may take revenge on my wife and set up a proper funeral, which would honor the kingdom of the dead. You have my permission to visit in the world of the living for only one day. However, by nightfall you shall return to my domains." Sisyphus gave his word that he would return promptly. Sisyphus returned to Corinth. There he met his wife and fled with her. Once again, he had cheated Death. Now concealed, Sisyphus lived a long life and reached an old age, until he encountered his inevitable end. And encountering Thanatos once more, his cleverness would no longer help him. Upon returning to the underworld, Hades sent him to Tartarus, where he received an appalling torment. Sisyphus was forced to roll a heavy boulder from a plain to a mountaintop, but every time he got close to the summit, the boulder became horrendously heavy and rolled back to the starting point. Then Sisyphus was condemned to restart his work for all eternity. In the distant kingdom of Phrygia reigned Tantalus, son of Zeus, with Princess Pluto. Due to his noble lineage, he had privileges at Olympus, sharing the table with the gods at the banquets. In his privileged position, he could hear the conversations and plots of the gods. Although he was entitled to all the hospitality of the gods when visiting Olympus, he did not respect his hosts. After leaving Olympus, Tantalus spread the secrets of the gods, which he listened to during the banquets. In another episode, he stole some nectar and ambrosia from the gods' table, food that conferred immortality and therefore was restricted to the gods. Due to their omniscience, the gods knew what Tantalus was doing. However, because they enjoyed his company, they ignored his actions and did not punish him. Tantalus wanted to repay the hospitality of the gods with a banquet in his palace. Zeus, Hermes, and Demeter accepted the invitation. The king accompanied the preparations for the banquet. He wanted the event to be perfect so that the gods would give him even more blessings. He called his son Pelops and said,
"My son, today you will have the honor to share the table with the gods of Olympus."
"Thank you, my dear father. Finally, I will have, like you, the privilege of being at the table in the presence of my glorious grandfather." The young Pelops walked radiantly towards his room to prepare himself for the banquet. Tantalus called the cook and said,
"Today you shall prepare the most splendrous meal."
The king whispered something in the cook's ear, who could not hide his concern. The gods arrived at the palace, where they were received with all reverence. The banquet started to be served, and the guests talked about the most diverse subjects. Then, Zeus posed the question,
"Where is my grandson? You said he would be among us." "Don't worry, father of mine. Soon he will be at the table with you."
The moment of the main course arrived. The cook brought a beautiful stew with an unmatchable aroma. The goddess Demeter, who was in a deep sorrow due to the departure of her daughter Persephone to the kingdom of Hades, devoured the stew to slightly improve her mood. Tantalus served the stew to Zeus and Hermes. The two gods exchanged suspicious looks.
"Don't you like my offering to the gods?" "You degenerate creature! How dare you serve human flesh to the gods?" "It's not a mere human sacrifice, my father. It's the greatest sacrifice. I'm offering you the flesh of my firstborn son."
Demeter, who had already eaten a large piece of flesh, felt sick.
"We have been complacent with your crimes in the past, but this deserves to be punished in an exemplary way."
Tantalus was sent to Tartarus, where he would suffer a terrible punishment. He was placed in a lake surrounded by fruit trees. The water covered him up to his chin, and the fruits were within reach of his hands. However, Tantalus constantly felt a terrible hunger and thirst. When he drew down to drink water, the lake level also dropped, preventing him from quenching his thirst. When the hunger appeared, he tried to reach the fruits over his head, but the wind pushed the branches and the fruit away. The gods decided to resurrect the innocent Pelops. They made him even more beautiful than before. However, one of his shoulders was missing, the one devoured by the goddess Demeter. Zeus asked Hephaestus to create an ivory shoulder for his grandson. Back to life, Pelops became king of the Peloponnese. Meanwhile, his father suffered eternal punishment in Tartarus, with the objects of his desire so close and at the same time so far away. King Ixion of Thessaly was a nefarious man who ruled his kingdom with an iron fist. In Thessaly, the best horses in Greece were bred, and only the best resided in the king's stud farm. The king fell in love with the beautiful Dia, daughter of Ionius, a nobleman of the region. Ixion promised Ionius that he would give him some of his famous horses in exchange for the hand of the beautiful young woman. However, after marrying Dia, Ixion didn't fulfill his part of the agreement, which outraged the now father-in-law. He decided to take justice into his own hands and stole Ixion's horses. Ixion was furious and came up with a plan to get revenge on his father-in-law. Ionius was invited to a meeting with Ixion in his palace on the pretext of making peace. Ixion received his father-in-law cordially, but the king had a plan against his wife's father. King invited Ionius to visit a new division of his palace. This one had a moat, and when the visitor stretched his neck to see what was inside it, he was pushed by his son-in-law. Ionius fell into the ditch that was full of embers. The guest was consumed by the flames and cried out in pain to Ixion's satisfaction. And, before he was devoured by the flames, Ionius saw his daughter's charred body beside him. But Ixion's sins would not be forgiven. The king was deposed and became a vagabond, being stoned and spat at every place. After years of suffering, Ixion seemed to repent and asked the gods for forgiveness. Zeus took pity on the man who had once been a great king and invited him to visit Olympus. Ixion participated in celestial banquets and fraternized with Olympian deities, but his lack of character emerged again. Ixion fell in love with the goddess Hera, wife of Zeus, his host. He even confessed to the goddess his desire to be carnally united with her. Hera rejected him and told her husband everything. Zeus did not believe that his guest would be capable of such an act. To test Ixion, Zeus molded a cloud with the same outline as the goddess Hera. The goddess-shaped cloud flirted with Ixion. He did not hesitate and united with the false goddess. From this sin against hospitality, bizarre creatures were born, a mixture of man and horse that would become known as centaurs. Zeus expelled Ixion from Olympus. He wasn't more ruthless as he felt some empathy with Ixion. After all, as we know, the great god also struggled to contain his lust. But Zeus would regret his clemency. Ixion, after returning to the world of men, boasted that he had been with the Queen of Heaven, and that enraged Zeus. The supreme god fulminated Ixion with one of his rays, and his spirit was thrown into the depths of Tartarus. Ixion was put on a burning wheel, bound by serpents. He would spend eternity burning in the spinning wheel.
Somewhere in Greece, a cursed creature remained hidden. Among all the monsters who inhabited the nightmares of the Hellenic, this was surely one of the most feared. Many brave heroes dared to hunt this creature, but none ever returned. They said that this being was so hideous that no one could face it. Her name was Medusa. But Medusa was not always like that. She once had been one of the most beautiful women ever to walk the earth. She was born of the union of two primordial sea deities, Phorcys and Ceto, and she came into the world as a normal child. Medusa had two sisters, Stheno and Uriel. They were Gorgons, creatures that combined women and serpent traits. Since childhood, Medusa was devoted to the goddess Athena, and when playing with her sisters, she always pretended to be the goddess Athena, while her sisters loved to be the villains. Together with the girls, she also played with a boy called Iphicles, who was Medusa's best friend. The two were inseparable. Medusa grew and became more beautiful every day. Medusa's charms made the young Iphicles an easy target for Eros, the god of love. In love, Iphicles declared his affection for Medusa. The young lady deeply loved the boy, but she had the dream of becoming a priestess of Athena and could not cave into the temptation of love.
When she reached the appropriate age, the young woman started her preparation to become an Athena priestess. The temple's apprentices needed to have pristine conduct and discipline. All their acts could be reflected in the goddess's reputation. One of the major requirements for becoming a priestess of Athena was absolute purity. They were to mirror themselves in Athena. Therefore, the young women should remain virgins, just like their goddess, who never surrendered to the influence of Eros and Aphrodite. Medusa became a perfect priestess, maybe even too perfect. The rituals conducted by Medusa kept attracting more followers, delighted with the way in which that beautiful young woman conducted each of her activities. Medusa had beautiful fluttering hair. With her movements, it mesmerized those who stared at her. A gullible man dared to say that Medusa's hair was more beautiful than Athena's. The goddess, from the top of Mount Olympus, noticed a commotion in one of her temples. She realized that many were not there to worship her, but rather to see the charming priestess. Athena resisted the temptation to do anything against those who shifted their focus from her to Medusa. The goddess knew that, although this was wrong, the young priestess was not to blame. After all, she was only doing her work in the best way she could. Meanwhile, at Mount Olympus, Poseidon noticed the goddess's restlessness. The sea god and Athena had a major rivalry. They disputed the right to be the city's patron god, which was the capital of the Attica region. The goddess was the winner of this dispute, and in honor of her new protective goddess, the city changed its name to Athens. Poseidon did not accept defeat well, so he was waiting for the right moment to take revenge on the goddess. The god noticed that Athena was focused on her most beautiful and gracious priestess. He decided that this beautiful young woman could be an instrument of his revenge. Poseidon plotted to tarnish Athena's reputation, striking her most unblemished follower. In the meantime, Medusa kept carrying her normal life, unaware that she was being watched by the Olympic gods. Medusa walked by the sea, and lurking, concealed among the waves, the god of the seas followed her. She heard someone say her name. The call came from the ocean. Poseidon emerged from the sea in all his paramount glory. The god used his charm to seduce Athena's priestess. But Medusa, albeit stunned by all his splendor, did not forget her vows and rejected Poseidon's advance. He did not accept the rejection and grabbed Medusa's arm. She reacted unexpectedly and, violently hitting him in the face, managed to get rid of the god. Medusa ran to Athena's temple, the only place where she felt safe. But Poseidon, consumed by lust, went after the young woman. Poseidon was almost reaching her, when the brave Iphicles stood between the god and Medusa. Despite his bravery, Iphicles represented no obstacle to the god who, with one blow, threw the young man away. Medusa stepped inside the temple of her goddess and knelt before her statue. She asked for protection when she heard the god of the sea's heavy footsteps approaching. The god approached the encircled young woman, who cried out for help. Poseidon possessed her on the goddess altar by force. The god happily left the temple. His revenge had gone better than planned. Besides having corrupted the best priestess of Athena, he also degraded her beloved temple, which the goddess deeply treasured for its purity. Medusa felt ashamed and filthy when the goddess Athena took the form of her statue and furiously blamed the priestess. Athena said that if it had not been for her flamboyant presence, which diverted men from the path of virtue and purity, and for her vanity, which made her irresistible, none of that would have happened. Her temple would have remained immaculate, and her honor as a goddess would not have been diminished. Athena decided to punish the priestess, who was now impure and guilty, for the dishonoring of the temple she was to care for. The night arrived, and Iphicles regained consciousness after the strong blow he suffered. He then began to search for Medusa. He heard her cry in the temple of Athena. Arriving there, he encountered Medusa sitting on the ground, crying in pitch-black darkness. She asked him not to come near, because she did not want to be seen like that. Concerned, her friend nevertheless approached, offering words of comfort. But when he touched the young woman's shoulder, a serpent bit his hand. Medusa frighteningly turned, and the two youngsters looked at each other. The young Iphicles became a stone-made statue. In despair, Medusa wept, embracing the statue of her best friend. Not to hurt anyone else, she ran away. But during her escape, she was sighted by some residents of the city. Those who looked into her eyes became petrified. People told each other about that horrible snake-haired creature. A group was assembled to hunt the creature. These men were found days later, completely petrified and with terrified semblances. Medusa had no intention of hurting anyone. She simply wanted to defend herself from unfair aggression. She decided to hide in a region that had been abandoned by its inhabitants for centuries. There, she found an ancient temple in ruins, which she turned into her hiding spot. Many warriors attempted to capture the Gorgon for glory, but none ever returned. Isolated, Medusa kept losing her remaining humanity. Her reputation as a terrible monster became legendary. Medusa survived by hunting small animals and rodents. One of her prey led to an unexpected reunion. Medusa encountered an ancient bust, which represented the goddess Athena. She realized that those ruins had once been one of the first temples to give shelter to the goddess. This discovery revived her ancient habits. Medusa started to care for the temple and to exalt the glory of the goddess, the dilettante daughter of Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus. Albeit living a miserable existence, the young woman still showed her nobility. In her heavenly residence, the goddess did not fail to notice the honorable acts of her former priestess. She realized that her actions could not be justified by vanity, since no one could witness those acts. And she felt sorry for having enforced such a cruel and irreversible punishment on the girl. While conducting one of her many rituals, Medusa heard the steps of another invader. Medusa's bestiality re-emerged, and she prepared to face another opponent. The daring warrior walked cautiously in the creature's abode, while she prepared the ambush. Sneaking close to the warrior, she was stunned when noticing that he was carrying Athena's shield, the sacred aegis that had once belonged to Zeus. Athena's shield was so polished that it reflected like a mirror, and using the reflection, the warrior realized that the monster was behind him. With a sharp blow, the young warrior severed Medusa's head from her body. Medusa was dead, and her blood kept dripping to the ground. The warrior, anonymous until that point, would go down in history under the name of Perseus. After completing his labors, Perseus returned to Athena her aegis and also gave her Medusa's head. What few knew was that Medusa carried Poseidon's divine seed, and from her blood, Chrysaor was born, the warrior of the golden sword. Not only that, another beautiful creature, a winged horse, also emerged. The majestic Pegasus was the purest of all creatures, embodying all the original purity that had been stolen from his mother. Many believed that the help Athena provided to Perseus, when she handed him her precious shield, was another act of retaliation against Medusa. Actually, she only wished to free the young girl from that dreadful existence, which had been unjustly imposed upon her. Athena glorified Medusa by adding the Gorgon's head to her shield. The image of the loyal priestess was now eternalized beside the goddess she loved so much. On Mount Olympus, a young deity paraded herself. She was the goddess of spring, and her youthful beauty enchanted the male deities. Her name was Cora, but she would become better known as Persephone. Demeter, her mother, was overprotective and shielded the young girl from the Olympic gods. She wanted her daughter to maintain her purity and virginity, as did the goddesses Athena, Artemis, and Hestia. So the goddess of agriculture kept Aphrodite and her son Eros away from her daughter. The divinities of love did not want to have another divinity in Olympus immune to their influence, and planned a way to attack the young goddess. Far from Olympus, in the depths of the earth, there was another god who lived free from the influence of the gods of love. His name was Hades, the lord of the underworld. The endless tasks of managing his kingdom allowed Hades to think of nothing else but his work. But a great tremor disturbed the kingdom of Hades, which rose to the surface to see what was happening. The Etna volcano was erupting, a sign that Typhon, the monster imprisoned by Zeus, was especially unhappy. That's when the god heard a sweet voice coming from a nearby forest. In the woods, Persephone sang without realizing that anyone was watching her. Aphrodite and Eros noticed Hades' interest in Persephone and wanted to take the opportunity. The god of passion and love fulminated the heart of the god with one of his golden arrows, which instilled desire and passion in the hearts of men and gods. Consumed by passion, Hades approached the spring goddess, who did not feel his approach. Hades tried to flirt with the young woman, but she resisted. Impetuously, Hades grabbed his beloved, and the earth opened so that he could return to his domain. With the goddess in his arms, the god of the dead descended through a tunnel into his kingdom. Persephone was very agitated and was locked in a room of Hades' palace until she became calmer. Hades declared his love for Persephone, who, although she felt attracted by the god, was still trying to push him away. Demeter started to get distressed because she didn't know where her daughter was, so she wandered the world in search of Persephone. After much searching, she found one of the nymphs who used to accompany her daughter. She told her how Hades kidnapped the girl, taking her to the underworld when the earth opened. Demeter was furious and would not forgive Gaia, the goddess of the earth, who had been an accomplice to her daughter's abduction when she opened up. As goddess of agriculture, Demeter was responsible for soil fertility. To punish Gaia, she decided to make the land infertile. The goddess cried because she missed her daughter, and, due to the great sadness she felt, she started to neglect her tasks. Zeus started to worry about the situation of the planet, because if Demeter didn't perform her tasks again, chaos would take over the world. The great god tried to convince Demeter to return to her tasks, but she said that the world would remain infertile until she had her daughter back. Zeus assured that Persephone would be freed from the underworld unless she had fed on some fruit from the underworld. At Zeus's request, Hermes guided Demeter to the underworld. After all, he was the conductor of souls, knowing the intricate ways that lead to the kingdom of Hades. The goddess met her daughter at the very moment she was eating pomegranate seeds offered by the lord of the underworld. After eating the fruit, Persephone metamorphosed and became the queen of the underworld. Demeter rebuked her daughter for agreeing to eat the food offered by such an evil being. Persephone said that her husband was not so bad. He treated her with respect and genuinely loved her. On top of everything else, there she would be a true queen. Demeter's heart felt an intense pain, and she started crying. Moved by his mother-in-law's sadness, Hades proposed a deal. Persephone would spend part of the year in the underworld, and the other part with his mother on the surface. Once the deal was sealed, Persephone returned to the surface with her mother. In the ground, which was infertile, many flowers sprouted. The harvests were chock full again. But the meeting period between Persephone and Demeter ran out, and the young goddess returned to the underworld to see her husband again. Demeter was desolate to see her daughter leave, and, depressed, she neglected her tasks again. But when mother and daughter met again, the world flourished once more, and so the seasons were born. Adonis was a beautiful young hunter. While wandering the woods in search of his prey, the young man was worshipped by the flower nymphs. His beauty was so striking that he looked like a god. One day, Adonis's beauty even drew Aphrodite's attention. The goddess of beauty and love, who was playing in the forest with her son Eros, sharpening his arrows. The goddess was delighted with the young man and began to praise him to her son. Eros grew angry due to jealousy and turned his back on his mother while continuing to sharpen his golden arrows. Aphrodite said that Eros should not be jealous, as to her, he would always be the most beautiful. She hugged him to comfort him, but accidentally ended up injuring herself on the arrow that Eros was holding. And so Aphrodite fell in love with Adonis. The goddess was spying the beautiful young man, and she could not resist his charms and succumbed to passion. Aphrodite asked the young man who he was, since his beauty was so wonderful that he resembled a god. Adonis knew that this lovely woman could only be Aphrodite, the goddess of love. He said that he was not a god, but a mere mortal. Aphrodite was intrigued, because she didn't know that a man could be almost as perfect as a god. Aphrodite drew closer with such a seductive look that no god, much less a mortal, could resist. The couple kissed and began to see each other regularly. These were days of passionate love. On a spring day, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, was wandering through the woods and stumbled upon the loving couple. She was delighted with what she saw. But she did not know that Eros, the god of love, was ready to pull another one of his pranks. He shot her with one of his arrows. The queen was now also in love with the boy, and decided that Aphrodite should enjoy it while she could, because one day the beautiful boy would be hers. Aphrodite was overzealous of Adonis, fearing that the young and daring hunter would injure himself on his hunts. But he kept telling her not to worry, because he was very experienced and promised not to take any chances. However, apart from Aphrodite and Persephone, there was one more god who was keeping an eye on the boy. His name was Ares, the god of war, who was Aphrodite's lover and therefore bore a great hatred for his rival. Ares knew that the young man's love for hunting rivaled his love for Aphrodite, and so plotted his revenge. Adonis roamed the woods in search of yet another prey when he stumbled upon a mighty boar. Ares stirred up the young man's bloodlust. He ended up forgetting the promise he made to the goddess of not risking himself needlessly. Adonis chose to fight the beast and managed to wound it. But Ares inflated the beast's heart with unbridled fury. The boar decided not to flee to preserve its life, but to furiously charge Adonis. He drove its powerful tusks into his abdomen. Adonis was mortally wounded. Aphrodite came running to his aid, but there was nothing more she could do. He died in her arms. She buried him, and upon his tomb grew beautiful red flowers that were named Adonis. As one goddess wept, another in the underworld was beaming and waiting for the arrival of the most beautiful man who ever lived. The powerless goddess of love watched the arrival of Hermes, who was there to lead Adonis's soul to Hades' realm. In the netherworld, Queen Persephone eagerly awaited the arrival of the most beautiful man in the world, for whom she cherished a great passion sparked by Eros's arrow. Adonis was welcomed in the underworld by specters, who treated him with great honors. The boy was surprised at such a reception. He had no idea of the love that the queen of the underworld had for him. Persephone's loyal specters lodged the boy in a special room in the royal palace. While Hades, the underworld lord, was asleep, his queen broke into her guest's chamber. The beautiful goddess cornered the young boy, but he tried to dodge her. He dreaded Hades' revenge, but the goddess told him not to worry. If he didn't tell the god, she wouldn't tell him either. With no way out, he gave in to the goddess's lust. The sneaky encounters continued day after day. Aphrodite longed for her lover and promptly decided to go down to the Hades realm and rescue her sweetheart. She found Adonis there serving the underworld gods and said she was there to bring her beloved Adonis back to the surface. Hades, however, was aggrieved to see the goddess of love invading his kingdom and making demands. Hades told her that he did not care for Aphrodite's will. He appreciated the services rendered by Adonis, and he would remain in the underworld forever. But Aphrodite threatened to extinguish all love from the face of the earth. Only bitterness and grudge would remain between the couples. Hades ousted Aphrodite from his kingdom. She left in tears, but her threats were not empty. Throughout the world, love between couples began to dwindle. The relationship between Zeus and the goddess Hera, usually strained, was becoming unbearable. Zeus decided that something had to be done. He called for a meeting with Hades, Persephone, and Aphrodite, saying that the whole situation couldn't go on. He suggested Hades take possession of Adonis, just like the agreement he had made with the goddess Demeter. For a third of the year, he would stay in the underworld. The next third he would spend on the surface with Aphrodite, and the young man would have a third to enjoy in any way he wished. Hades took issue with Zeus's intrusion into matters of his kingdom, but knowing that Adonis was Persephone's favorite servant, he said he would not accept such an offer. To Hades' surprise, however, Persephone replied that, if it was for the good of all, she would allow Adonis to resurface and return to her husband's kingdom only when winter was approaching. Baffled, Hades did not understand why Persephone would release Adonis without putting up a fight. Spring arrived and Adonis departed to meet his lover Aphrodite. But summer meant that the goddess had to leave him. Hades had not anticipated summer is also the time that Persephone comes out of the underworld to find her mother, the goddess Demeter. And during the summer, Adonis and Persephone loved each other without bothering about being caught by the underworld king. But the quarrel between Persephone and Aphrodite remained. They always sought to maximize the length of their relationship with Adonis. This is why in some years the winter seems longer or the heat of summer persists. The love story of Hades and Persephone is one of Greek mythology's most famous. You have certainly heard the story that the god kidnapped her, which gave rise to the seasons. But before he met Persephone, Hades had a lover named Minthe, a nymph who lived by the river Cocytus. However, when Hades fell madly in love with Persephone, Minthe was cast aside. Some say that when Persephone headed to the surface to spend the spring and summer with her mother, the nymph Minthe would not leave the ruler of the underworld alone. But when Persephone returned, Hades would run straight into her arms, leaving the greenish nymph abandoned. Minthe went on to brag that she was the most beautiful entity in the underworld, as even Hades could not resist her charms. These claims made Persephone furious. The queen of the underworld would not let such an insult to her honor go unpunished. Persephone turned the nymph into a plant known as mint. Mint was a plant used in funerals in ancient Greece. One of the reasons was that the aroma masked the odor of the deceased. Therefore, the plant personified by the nymph Minthe became forever bound to her lover's domains. In the region of Argolia, two brothers were fighting over the inheritance left by the late king of Argos. Acrisius won the brotherly contest and became the new king of Argos. His brother, known as Proetus, left for exile. As king, Acrisius didn't produce a male offspring to succeed him, and only conceived the beautiful princess Danae. Unhappy, he went to the oracle, who told him the dreadful news that he would never have a male child. His grandson, soon to be born, would be responsible for his death. After checking in with the oracle, Acrisius fell into paranoia and spotted enemies everywhere. The king did not allow any man to approach his daughter to prevent the terrible prophecy from happening. The monarch's paranoia kept increasing, and he ended up locking his daughter in a tower of his palace. The princess started to struggle with loneliness while jailed in a windowless cell. She desperately prayed to the gods. Zeus, from the heights of Olympus, heard the cry of the beautiful princess Danae. The supreme god was captivated by the feeble mortal creature and decided to visit her. Danae often stood under the skylight in her cell, through which the sunlight came in. Suddenly, a golden drop hit her face. A rain of gold literally fell upon the maiden. This downpour was no one but the supreme god himself, who opted for this unusual method to couple with the young girl. Hit by news of his grandson's birth, King Acrisius was enraged. He suspected that his brother Proetus had impregnated his daughter to claim the throne in the future. The unhinged king decided to punish his daughter's supposed treachery. He put the princess and her baby in an ark and threw them into the sea, hoping that the ocean would put an end to their lives. The ark floated on the waters for days, while Danae awaited for their end. But this was not the fate established by the gods. At Zeus's request, Poseidon led the urn to Seraphius, where Perseus and his mother were rescued by Dictys, a fisherman brother of King Polydectes. The humble fisherman sheltered the new mother and raised Perseus as if he were his son. The boy grew up to be a stunning, strong, and brave man. There was a party in the palace one day. Dictys and his protégés were invited. The king was marveled by Danae, but noticed that she was always shielded by her jealous son. Then came the moment when gifts were offered to the king. The guests brought him jewelry and fine fabrics. Perseus, who was just a fisherman like his raising father, and had nothing of much value to offer. "I'm not rich, therefore I have no jewelry or anything precious as a gift, but I would like to offer you the head of the monstrous Medusa, if that pleases you." The king realized that it was the perfect opportunity to get Perseus away from his mother.
"If what you say is true, then go after that lousy creature, and don't come back without bringing its head as a trophy."
Being the son of Zeus, Perseus was always aware that a great power lied within himself, and that he was destined to accomplish great things. The hero stood firm and accepted the challenge. Perseus fearlessly set out to meet his destiny. Perseus embarked on an adventure to find and kill the dreadful Gorgon known as Medusa. The hero walked through Greece looking for clues to the creature's location, but found nothing. However, the gods liked Perseus, and his quest was boosted by the heavens. Hermes, the messenger god, gave the young man precious advice. The gods stated that the young man's courage and skill alone would not be enough to defeat the Gorgon. He would need special equipment to accomplish his mission. These items were under the guardianship of the northern nymphs, but their whereabouts were known only to the Graeae, the Grey Witches. Hermes, a connoisseur of every possible route, guided Perseus to the cave where the Graeae were hiding. Before he left, the god presented the hero with a divine sword made in Hephaestus's forges. The blade never lost its edge, it was a remarkable weapon. Perseus entered the Graiai's hiding place. The cave was dark, lit only by a few candles. Perseus spotted the old gray witches at the bottom of the cave. There were 3 of them, but they shared only one eye. Perseus knew he had to get the whereabouts of the northern nymphs from those witches, but threatening them with violence would be pointless, since the 3 old women were immortal. But the cunning Perseus spotted an opportunity, and he sneaked up behind the Graiai. Just as one of them was about to pass the eye to the other, Perseus stole it from their hands. The Graiai were desperate and demanded that Perseus return the eye, but he said he would only do it if they would reveal to him where the nymphs were hiding. Otherwise, they would spend eternity in darkness. With no alternative left, the old witches accepted his proposal, and Perseus gave them back the much-treasured eye. Perseus visited the idyllic country of the Hyperboreans, the land where the sun never set, where the nymphs of the north lived. They were already expecting the hero's arrival and welcomed him with the proper hospitality that the offspring of Zeus deserved. The beautiful maidens presented him with the items necessary for Perseus to fulfill his mission. The nymphs shod the young man with winged sandals similar to Hermes. They handed him the sacred helmet given to them by Hades, which gave him the power of invisibility. And finally, he was given a bag made with special threads to hold his precious trophy. Perseus would also receive the most illustrious visit of all. The splendorous goddess Athena, half-sister of the hero and Zeus's favorite daughter, provided him with a great help. She offered her brother her beautiful shield, the sacred Aegis that had once belonged to Zeus. Now fully equipped, Perseus set out for his encounter with the monster. Upon reaching the creature's hideout, several petrified warriors were at the entrance. Much to Perseus's surprise, 2 other Gorgons were sleeping near the lair's entrance. These were Cethano and Uriel, Medusa's sisters. Perseus made use of Hades' helmet, and he got past the guardians without being seen. Medusa, the dreadful and cursed Gorgon, felt the presence of an invader. She knew something was wrong, but couldn't perceive what. Perseus knew that under no circumstances could he face the creature. Otherwise, he would become another statue for Medusa's long collection. Perseus cautiously moved forward, with his eyes closed. He tried to use as a guide the sound of the snake's hissing in Medusa's hair. But the hero accidentally kicked a rock, and the noise revealed his position. Medusa fired one of her powerful arrows at Perseus and hit his helmet, knocking it off. Perseus was an easy target for Medusa, who fired another arrow. Relying on his amazing reflexes, Perseus blocked it with his shield. That was when he saw his own reflection in the shield's interior. And, as if he had been touched by Athena's wisdom, Perseus conceived a new strategy to fight the monster. He ran and took cover behind the nearest pillar. Using the shield's reflection, he could see the creature getting nearer him from behind. Perseus remained calm and waited until the creature was exactly where he wanted it to be. With a perfect spin, Perseus managed to strike a blow right through Medusa's neck, separating head and body. The creature was dead, and Perseus accomplished a seemingly impossible quest. The hero kept the Gorgon's head in the special bag he had received from the nymphs. But, to the young man's surprise, the blood dripping from the Gorgon's body gave rise to 2 creatures. Chrysaor, the giant with the golden sword, and a beautiful winged horse. They were the offspring of the relationship between Poseidon and Medusa. Making use of his winged sandals, Perseus took off and started his way home. But on his way, he would still have to deal with unexpected events. Perseus defeated the terrible creature known as Medusa and returned home with the monster's head as a trophy. While he was flying over North Africa, he encountered the mighty Titan Atlas. The Titan had been punished by Zeus to hold up the heavenly vault for having opposed the Olympian gods during the Titanomachy, the great war between gods and titans. Perseus stood before Atlas and asked him for shelter in his land. He said he was tired, as he had completed the arduous task of defeating Medusa. Atlas doubted that Perseus was capable of such a feat, so he did not want to give shelter to a liar. Perseus, to prove that he spoke the truth, removed Medusa's head from the bag. The hero displayed his trophy to the Titan. The latter, looking at the Gorgon, began to petrify. He became a huge mountain, whose peak supported the heavens. Perseus left the lands of Atlas behind, and fate would lead him toward an unexpected encounter. Days earlier, at the court of King Cepheus, his proud wife, Queen Cassiopeia, was boasting about her beauty and her beautiful daughter Andromeda. Without any reticence, she claimed that her daughter was more beautiful than the Nereids, the marine deities' daughters of Nereus, the old sea. Among the Nereids was Amphitrite, the queen of the oceans and wife of Poseidon, who was offended to learn that a mortal considered herself to be above her. Queen Cassiopeia's unreasonable pride caused her husband's kingdom to be punished by the god of the seas. At his wife's request, Poseidon pushed great waves against that kingdom, which seemed destined for destruction. But an oracle claimed that there was a way to placate the god's fury. To do this, the beautiful princess Andromeda was to be sacrificed. The princess was bound to a rock to be given as an offering to a sea monster known as Cetus. The princess was abandoned to her terrible fate. But, by the intervention of the Ladies of Fate, Perseus crossed the skies of that kingdom at that moment. The monstrous Cetus emerged from the depths to take his tribute, but Perseus was unwilling to allow that to happen. With the extermination of the monster, Andromeda was saved and Perseus broke the princess's chains. Cepheus and Cassiopeia gave the beautiful princess's hand to the hero. Perseus and Andromeda were married. The king gave Perseus a ship to complete his task, alongside his wife. The hero landed at his destination, to the surprise of all the citizens, as no one believed that the young man would return alive. During his absence, the king tried to force the hero's mother to marry him, but Danae resisted the king's approaches. She sought refuge in Athena's temple to avoid being raped. When Perseus heard about this, he was furious and went to the royal palace to settle accounts with the monarch. Polydectes was surrounded by guards, determined to kill Perseus. Perseus fought against the guards but realized that they were too many, and his victory would be impossible. So he took Medusa's head, petrifying all his opponents. The infamous King Polydectes was also petrified, and his cowardice was immortalized in his final pose. Dictys, the king's brother, was chosen to occupy the vacant throne and proved to be a just and benevolent king. Perseus's fame spread throughout Greece. Acrisius, the hero's biological father, fearing the prophecy that claimed his son would be responsible for his death, fled, fearing the young man's revenge. But Perseus did not want revenge. His fame allowed him to be welcomed anywhere. In a distant kingdom, he was invited to participate in the games in honor of the gods. Perseus threw the disc with extraordinary force, hitting the area where spectators were watching the games. The disc hit an elderly man in the head, killing him instantly. He was Acrisius, who could not avoid his fate. Perseus returned the shield to the goddess Athena and offered her the head of Medusa. The goddess of wisdom placed the Gorgon's head in her aegis. Perseus then founded the glorious city of Mycenae, with his blood circulated in the veins of a glorious offspring. Among them, Hercules, the greatest of all heroes. The name of the man who exterminated the dangerous Gorgon became synonymous with heroism and courage, and his legend echoed for eternity. The Isthmian Games were celebrated in the city of Corinth. They were a kind of Olympic Games in honor of Poseidon. The contestants would compete in different events, but the chariot race was the most prestigious. The best drivers took part in the sport. Among them was Phaethon, son of the Titan Helios, with the nymph Clymene. In case of victory in the chariot competition, the sun god promised his son to grant him anything he desired. Motivated by his father's promise, Phaethon won the hotly contested chariot race. After his victory, he boasted and said that he was such a good chariot driver that he could even drive his father's sun chariot. Helios was the god responsible for driving the sun chariot, guiding it from dawn to dusk. One of Phaethon's colleagues laughed in his face and said that only Helios could drive the sun chariot. Even his son could not achieve such a feat. Phaethon was furious at the remarks and decided to head to the far east, where the palace of the god Apollo was located. Upon arriving at his father's abode, he went to Helios's throne and told him that he already knew what he wanted as a prize for having won the race. More than anything else, he wanted to drive the sun chariot. Helios was startled by such a request, but there was nothing he could do, for the promise had been made. The goddess Aurora announced the arrival of a new day, and Phaethon was in his father's chariot, with the horses prancing and neighing. Helios advised his son to hold tightly to the reins without ever flinching, as the horses were wild and obeyed only those with a firm hand. Aurora ran ahead of the animals with her torch, and Helios's horses shot after her. Phaethon had trouble restraining them at the start. The task was more difficult than he imagined. During the great climb, Phaethon made a huge effort and used all his skill as a chariot driver to guide the horses properly. By midday, Phaethon had withstood the demanding test of the climb. He was now at the most relaxed part of the journey. The son of Helios felt like a true god contemplating the world from above, and because he was ecstatic, he eased off the reins. Feeling loose, the horses plunged toward the ground. Phaethon couldn't control them, and they were about to crash catastrophically into the earth. When the collision was near, the young man prevented the son from colliding with the earth. But still, he was flying dangerously low. Everything below was scorched by the sun. Lakes and rivers evaporated, and the sea boiled over where he passed. Noticing that the sea was boiling, Poseidon went to Olympus to demand that Zeus act. Fearing even greater damage, the supreme god decided to strike Phaethon with one of his thunderbolts. The young man didn't even realize what had hit him, and fell from the sun chariot. Phaethon tumbled out of the sky like a shooting star. His dead body fell into the river Eridanus. The frightened horses returned to Helios's palace. Phaethon's remains were collected by the naiad nymphs and buried. Over his tomb, a monument was erected to the audacity of the young man who dared to drive the sun chariot. The journey of Apollo's son left scars on the earth. The region scorched by the sun became infertile and waterless. Today, this region is known as the Sahara Desert. The goddess Hera was looking for her husband Zeus, but she could not find him anywhere on Olympus. She was sure that he was hiding with another one of his mistresses. At the top of Olympus, the goddess saw a black cloud covering the river Inachos, and she strongly believed that her husband was hiding there. Zeus had come down to earth to meet again with his mistress, the princess Io. The young woman noticed that the goddess Hera was approaching and warned Zeus. He, in an impromptu move, decided to turn the girl into a beautiful cow. Pretending not to understand her husband's trick, the goddess asked what he was doing next to the cow, hinting that Zeus's appetites were getting increasingly bizarre. He awkwardly said that he was just admiring the magnificent animal. Hera agreed that that was a very beautiful cow, and so she would want it for herself. Zeus ran out of options and let Hera take the poor cow to Olympus. Upon arriving at Olympus, the goddess called her lackey Argus, a creature with 100 eyes. She told him to take the animal to a distant place and to watch over it constantly. The monster took the beautiful cow to Egypt, hidden from everyone. He released the animal there, keeping it under constant surveillance. Even when resting, Argus kept some of his eyes open, watching the cow-shaped nymph. After learning of Io's disappearance, Zeus asked Hermes to find and kill the creature that had taken her. Hermes scoured all the pastures, fields, and even swamps, searching for Zeus's missing little cow. Finally, the light god found Argus watching the nymph as she grazed. The god decided to disguise himself as a sheepherder and sneak up on the two. Hermes was playing the flute, and the melody pleased the creature. Argus asked the shepherd to come closer, for he had loved the music. The god played the instrument, and noticed that the monster was increasingly relaxed. His eyes began to close, but many were still open. Hera's lackey asked what the story of the instrument was. The clever Hermes decided to tell the story of how the god Pan invented the syrinx flute, and narrated it as if it were a bedtime story. When the creature closed his last eye, Hermes jabbed him with his caduceus, which had the power to put anyone struck into a deep sleep. The god took his sword and decapitated the monster. The nymph was free, but still had the form of a cow. Hera, upon learning of the death of her faithful servant, decided to honor him. She placed each of his eyes on the feathers of her royal peacock, and she decided that the nymph would not get away with it. So she ordered the Furies, the entities of revenge, to torment her constantly. From that day on, the poor cow was pursued by a cloud of flies, which would not leave her alone. Tired of the harassment of the flies, the cow collapsed, and with her mooing, she begged the gods to put an end to her suffering. Standing before Hera, Zeus said that if the goddess withdrew her punishment of Io, he would never look for the princess again. Hera lifted the punishment imposed on the young princess, and Zeus reinstated her old form. The only remaining trace that resembled the little cow was her white skin tone. The Egyptian people, seeing the transformation, began to worship the young girl as a divine figure. The princess got pregnant by Zeus and gave birth to Epiphus. Both reigned in Egypt for many years. Io came to be revered as the goddess Isis, and her son Epiphus as the god Apis, founder of the great city of Memphis. In the kingdom of Phoenicia, King Agenor ordered his son Cadmus to find the whereabouts of his daughter Europa, who had been kidnapped by Zeus. The latter, shaped as a bull, had kidnapped her. The king stated that Cadmus could only return home if he brought his sister with him. Cadmus and his men went around the world, looking for clues to his sister's whereabouts, but found nothing. He went to Greece and sought help from the Oracle of Delphi. The priestess said that his fate was not to return to his father's kingdom with his sister, but to found one of the most famous cities in Greek mythology. Following the priestess's directions, Cadmus went after a cow, and, where the animal would lie down, he would found a new city. The cow laid down, and Cadmus said that there the glorious city of Thebes would be established. Cadmus ordered the men to go to a spring near a cave to fetch water for the new settlement, but there was a terrible beast inside the cave that attacked and killed Cadmus's envoys. After long waiting for his men to return, Cadmus put on his lion-skin cloak and went in search of them. Cadmus was horrified by the gruesome scene he saw. A terrifying dragon had annihilated and torn his men apart. Although he had never encountered such a creature, Cadmus was not afraid and faced the beast to avenge his comrades. Cadmus was almost devoured by the beast when the dragon drove its fangs into the hero's lion cloak. He reacted and drove a spear into the beast's belly, which howled in pain. Cadmus dodged a deadly poisonous blast from the beast. As the creature caught its breath to release another venomous spurt, Cadmus threw another spear at the beast. Cadmus's spear entered the monster's mouth and pinned the creature's head to the trunk of a tree. The dragon died, and Cadmus avenged his compatriots. Despite the victory, Cadmus lost all his men to the monster. He was desolate. Athena came up behind him and told him to pull out the dragon's teeth and plant them in the ground. Armed men sprang up in the places where the dragon's teeth had been planted. To Cadmus's surprise, these warriors began to fight fiercely among themselves, and a great brotherly bloodbath ensued. Only the 5 best warriors remained, who knelt before Cadmus, their new king, helping him to build the new city. The gods graced Cadmus. He was offered the hand of the goddess Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. Cadmus and Harmonia gave birth to the legendary Theban royal house, and their descendants made their mark on Greek mythology. Aphrodite was known for having many lovers. One of them was Hermes, a messenger god. From this union would be born a child named Hermaphroditus, after both parents. The child was raised by the nymphs at the foot of Mount Ida. From an early age, the child displayed the divine beauty inherited from his parents. When he was no longer a child, he left Mount Ida to discover the world. Wherever he passed, he drew attention given his physical beauty. After one of his hunts, he stooped down to cool off in the waters of a pond. And suddenly, Salmacis, the naiad nymph, appeared, delighted by the young man's beauty and yearning to join him. Hermaphroditus rejected the nymph, but Salmacis would not give up easily. The young man went into the waters of the pond to cool off, not realizing that the nymph was still on the prowl. Hermaphroditus was taken by surprise when the aquatic nymph jumped on him. The young man could not escape from Salmacis, for water was the natural element of the naiad nymphs. The nymph asked the gods that she and the young man become one, becoming united forever. The gods accepted her request, and the bodies of Salmacis and Hermaphroditus started to join together. The nymph and the young man now shared the same body, blending male and female features. This new intersex being was misunderstood by other people. For this reason, Hermaphroditus was viewed with suspicion and felt great shame.
Tithonus was a handsome Trojan prince, brother of King Priam of Troy. By chance, he met the beautiful goddess of the dawn, Aurora. The goddess and the young human immediately fell in love. But Aurora was worried that Tithonus was immortal, preventing them from living together forever. She then asked Zeus to make him immortal. Aurora got her wish, but forgot to ask for the gift of eternal youth. So Tithonus continued to age. Tithonus could only speak like a baby when he was 150 years old. Many centuries passed, and Aurora locked her husband in a room. Tithonus was still alive, but all that remained of him was a dried-up husk of the man he used to be. The blessing of living forever had turned into a curse.
Tyndareus reigned over Sparta and was indebted for his crown to Hercules, who had killed his brother when he had attempted to seize the Spartan throne. The Spartan king then went on to marry a beautiful princess named Leda. She was so gorgeous that she attracted Zeus's interest, and he began to lust for the young queen. Leda was cooling off one day on the shore of a stream as she watched a beautiful swan ballet across the water. The girl was delighted with the creature's loveliness. Suddenly, an eagle plunged its pointed talons into the swan. The beautiful bird evaded the assault, swiftly moving closer to the young queen, who protected him. Leda enjoyed touching the bird's soft feathers and plumes, but the naive princess had no idea that this handsome swan was actually Zeus transformed into a fowl. The great swan-shaped god bonded with the young queen and sowed his divine seed into her. After the bird left, Leda was still overcome with desire and sought out Tyndareus, her husband, with whom she had a night of passionate love. The queen became pregnant, and, to everyone's surprise, she laid 2 eggs. Helen and Pollux, Zeus's children, were born from one of them, and Castor and Clytemnestra, Tyndareus's children, were born from the other. The king made no distinction between the babies and brought them all up as his legitimate children. His offspring would leave their mark on Greek mythology. Clytemnestra would then marry Agamemnon, the greatest of all the Greek kings. Castor and Pollux would become part of Jason's crew that would set out on the adventure in search of the Golden Fleece. Meanwhile, Helen would become the world's most beautiful woman and would be sought after by almost all the Greek kings, and her kidnapping would be the trigger for the start of the Trojan War.
Hephaestus, god of forges, had berated his wife Aphrodite after catching her red-handed having an extramarital affair with Ares, the god of war. The god took a long time to recover from such a humiliation. To alleviate his pain, he began to focus exclusively on work. At this time, the Trojan War had broken out, and Athena, goddess of strategic warfare, went to Hephaestus's forge with an order for new weapons and armor. Hephaestus was a magnificent blacksmith, and Athena enjoyed visiting his workshop to watch the making of the weapons that were true works of art. The god of the forges enjoyed the visits of the beautiful and haughty goddess of wisdom, who illuminated Hephaestus's forge with her splendor and lessened the loneliness of the blacksmith deity. Poseidon, god of the seas and Athena's rival, seeing the friendship between the gods, decided to stir up an argument between them. The sea god poked Hephaestus, saying that Athena had an interest in a love affair with the god of the forges. But Athena had no intention of having an affair with anyone, for she had taken a vow of chastity and wished to remain pure for all eternity. Upon hearing this false account, Hephaestus was thrilled. After all, one of the most beautiful goddesses of Olympus wanted to be with him. When the goddess decided to pay another visit, Hephaestus, consumed by lust, tried to seduce her, but Athena rejected him. However, the god was beset by desire and tried to conquer her through force. The god grabbed the virgin goddess, but the deity of war pushed him away. However, Hephaestus had already poured out his divine seed. The goddess disgustingly shoved the god of forges back, throwing him to the ground. Hephaestus's divine seed fell to the earth and was taken up by Gaia, who subsequently gave birth to the fruit of this mishap. The baby's name was Erysichthonius, a strange creature with the trunk of a man and the tail of a serpent. Athena adopted Erysichthonius as her own son, but the baby was not yet ready to live in the mortal world. So, Athena put him in a basket and gave the child to the princess of Athens, a city consecrated to the goddess after her feud with Poseidon. The goddess told them that they could never peek into the contents of the box, but the princess's curiosity was greater than their caution. They opened the box and found the creature. They became mad and threw themselves from the top of Athens' Acropolis. Athens returned for her son and raised him in the temple dedicated to the goddess. Under the guardianship of the deity of wisdom, Erysichthonius became a wise and diligent adult. He was one of the legendary kings of Athens, with a prosperous regency. During his reign, the Greeks learned how to deal with money. Accordingly, the son of Athena went down in history as one of the best rulers of Attica.
In distant Asia Minor, a city shone whose name was Troy. The wealth and splendor of this metropolis eclipsed all neighboring cities. It also had magnificent walls built by the gods. This kingdom developed rapidly. Some people said that the city would become more developed than the legendary Atlantis. But the spinning goddesses of fate knew that the only similarity between Troy and Atlantis was their sad fate. In Troy reigned Priam alongside his wife Hecuba. He had already had his firstborn son Hector, and the queen was pregnant again. The night before the baby was born, the queen had a terrible nightmare. In this dream, the city of Troy was burning in flames. The king visited the oracle to try to understand the meaning of the dream. The answer given by the oracle was desperate. It was said that the birth of the second child would ruin Troy. On that same day, Hecuba gave birth to the child. He was a strong and healthy baby boy. But Priam just wanted to avoid that terrible prophecy. The baby had to be sacrificed to safeguard his kingdom. Hecuba tried to protect her son, whom she had named Alexander, but could do nothing in the face of the king's will. The baby was handed over to the shepherd Agilus, who was given the mission to kill the baby. The shepherd took the baby to a forest at the foot of Mount Ida. But when he arrived there, he didn't have enough courage to carry out the task. He put the baby on the ground and abandoned him to his fate. After several days, the shepherd still had the image of the baby in his mind. He decided to return to the place where he had abandoned him. Incredibly, the baby was in good health, suckled by a she-bear. The shepherd realized that the life of the little prince of Troy would not end prematurely, for this was the will of the gods. Agilus took the child and raised him as his son. The baby was named Paris and grew up along with Agilus's other sons. Paris became a man of impressive beauty, also having great physical strength. Like his adoptive father, he became a shepherd. He had a bucolic life in the countryside. His was the beautiful nymph Oenone, who swore him eternal love. His life did not seem fit for the prophesied destiny, but he did not know that he was about to make a choice that would affect everyone around him. Young Paris, while tending his flock, noticed that one of his young rams was straying away from the others, heading for a cave. He went to the cave to search for the lost ram, but inside the cave, Paris found something unbelievable. There were 3 women with divine beauty. The shepherd did not doubt that they could only be goddesses. The young man did not know that he was about to make a decision that would change the fate of the world forever. Earlier that same day, the Nereid Thetis married the hero Peleus. All the deities were invited to the marriage. The gods satisfied themselves at a great and lively banquet. But one goddess was not invited: Ares, the goddess of discord. She was furious and decided to take revenge. Sitting at the banquet table, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and Hera, the queen of the gods, were chatting amiably. The goddess of discord flew over the banquet table and dropped a beautiful golden apple between the goddesses. On the beautiful bud was the inscription, "To the most beautiful." This apple would become known as the Apple of Discord. The 3 goddesses fought over the apple. After all, each considered herself the most beautiful among the goddesses. With his powerful roar, Zeus stopped the goddesses' dispute. He said that attitude was not worthy of such important divinities. Zeus thought of a way to solve the standoff. He chose an impartial judge to elect the most beautiful of the goddesses. The apple of discord was given to Hermes, who would lead the goddesses to the judge. Of all the men in the world, the young shepherd Paris was chosen to settle the dispute. He was not the wisest, nor was he a great connoisseur of the concept of justice. But the Moirai, the women of destiny, had woven this future for him. After learning of his task, the goddesses were introduced to the shepherd. "I am Hera, the wife of Zeus. Choose me as the most beautiful, and I will make you the richest king in all Asia, give you a palace as splendid as Olympus. I am Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. Choose me, and you will be the greatest general ever. Instead of commanding herds, you will lead armies and be known as a great conqueror. And I am Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love. My epithets would already guarantee me the title of the most beautiful of them all. Choose me, and I will give you the love of the most beautiful woman in the world." Aphrodite showed him the image of the beautiful Princess Helen of Sparta. Paris's heart was won by the desire to have that woman so beautiful that she could only be compared to the goddess of beauty herself. Thus, the young Paris handed the golden apple to Aphrodite. The goddess of beauty celebrated her victory, but resentment remained in the hearts of the two unsuccessful goddesses. The goddesses Athena and Hera vowed to take revenge on the Trojan prince, and the people of Troy would pay a great price for Paris's choice. The city of Sparta was celebrating the return of the Princess Helen, who had been kidnapped by the hero Theseus, but had been rescued by her twin brothers Castor and Pollux. Helen was looking for a suitor, and because of her beauty, she was the most desired princess in Greece. Knowing that the beautiful Helen had reached the age to marry, all the suitors went to Sparta. Her father, King Tyndareus of Sparta, did not know which husband to choose for his daughter, for any choice might offend the others. He was at a crossroads. Among the nobles was Odysseus, the king of the island of Ithaca, known for his cunning and sagacious mind. Although he was the son of Laertes, one of the Argonauts, some said that he was actually the son of Sisyphus, the man so clever that he tricked the gods and even death. Odysseus had no interest in Helen. He knew that such a beautiful woman would only bring him trouble, and his heart was already in love with Penelope. She was not as beautiful as Helen, but she was much more intelligent. The shrewd nobleman approached the king and made him a proposal. He asked the monarch to use his influence over his brother Icarius to convince him to give Penelope's hand in marriage. By doing this, he would help the king resolve that difficult situation. Tyndareus, aware of Odysseus's famous shrewdness, readily accepted the proposal, and Odysseus told him what the monarch would have to do. After listening to Odysseus's plan, Helen's father spoke to the suitors. With all solemnity, the king said that he would not interfere with the will of the gods. Therefore, he would let Princess Helen choose her husband. The suitors cheered up. Those who thought they had little chance of being chosen by the king realized that there was a new window of opportunity. But the king demanded that everyone would have to swear to accept Helen's decision, and they would defend the sacredness of that marriage, even if it led to war. All the suitors accepted the Spartan king's proposal and took the oath, sealed with the sacrifice of a horse. Helen was allowed to choose her husband. She carefully evaluated everyone, among them the bravest warriors, kings, and nobles of Greece. The only man unavailable was Agamemnon, the powerful king of Mycenae, married to Clytemnestra, her sister, until she saw Prince Menelaus, so handsome that her knees trembled. Everything happened as Odysseus and the king had planned. The king of Ithaca was sure that Helen would choose Menelaus, because he was undoubtedly the most attractive, and Odysseus knew of Princess Helen's youthful naivete, which would cause her to choose the most handsome man. But the cunning king of Ithaca had a much more strategic vision in allowing Helen to choose her husband. Menelaus was not just any nobleman. He was the brother of Agamemnon, the most powerful king in all Greece. In this way, the other suitors would never attempt to enter a contest for Helen, for fear of the wrath of Menelaus and his powerful brother. Just as he promised, Icarius, Penelope's father, gave his daughter to the hero. Thus Odysseus cleverly conquered one of Greece's most precious treasures. Helen and Menelaus married, and with the death of Tyndareus, the couple inherited the throne of Sparta. For several years, the couple lived in relative harmony, and Princess Hermione was born of this union. But the kingdom of Sparta would be shaken by a storm. King Priam of Troy had more than 50 children. Among them were the twins Cassandra and Helenus. Early in their infancy, their father decided that they would be given to serve in the temple of Apollo. One day, when they were still children, they both played in Apollo's temple and forgot the time to return home. As it was already late, they decided to sleep in the temple. During the night, a serpent sent by Apollo licked the youngsters' ears, and thus they received the gift of prophecy. Young Cassandra grew up to be a beautiful woman who marveled the god Apollo. The god declared his love for the young girl, but she rejected him. Apollo managed to hide his anger at her rejection and asked her for only one kiss. When the young woman brought her lips close to the god, he spat in her mouth and cursed her. Cassandra still had the power of prophecy, but had lost the power of persuasion. In this way, no one ever believed in her prophecies again. Cassandra came to be seen and treated as crazy. If poor Cassandra had not rejected the god Apollo, the great bloodbath that was coming could have been avoided. In Troy, preparations were being made for the annual festival in honor of Prince Alexander of Troy, who everyone believed had died. The soldiers of the royalty went to Mount Ida in search of prizes for the winners of the festival games. The guards chose the shepherd Paris's favorite bull as a tribute for the games, but he was unwilling to lose the animal he held so dear. So he went to Troy to participate in the tournament and try to get his bull back. Oenone, the nymph who lived with Paris as if she were his wife, prophesied. If he left for Troy, he would never have her in his arms again, as he would cross the Aegean Sea and find another woman who would win his heart. And when he finally decided to seek Oenone again, it would be too late. The young shepherd had never been to a city like Troy and was amazed at its splendor and grandeur. He signed up for the games, where he would fight against the best warriors of Troy. Among them were some of King Priam's sons, including Hector, the crown prince. The daring shepherd beat each of his opponents in the tournament, including some of King Priam's sons. Paris made it to the final of the tournament, where he would face Hector, the bravest Trojan warrior. The fight between the lost son of Priam and his heir and champion of Troy was close, but unbelievably, Paris defeated the mighty Hector. Deiphobus, also King Priam's son, was furious to see a shepherd humiliate the royal house of Troy. He and his followers took up their weapons and attacked Paris. The shepherd fled and found shelter in Zeus's temple. Cassandra, the discredited prophetess, who had already recognized her brother and knew that he would lead Troy to ruin, cried out for them to kill Paris. But instead of listening to Cassandra's cries, King Priam and Queen Hecuba asked the pursuers of Paris to stay away. The queen approached Paris, and through tears recognized that this was her son, whom she thought was dead. Agilus, the foster father of Paris, confessed that he didn't dare to kill the prince when he was just a baby, and that the Moirai would have chosen a different fate for him. Agilus showed the rattle made by Hecuba for her baby, and all doubts about the prince's identity were dispelled. The parents of Paris, in tears, embraced their reborn son, and everyone celebrated the return of the Trojan prince. It had been 10 years since Paris had regained his position as Prince of Troy. Suddenly, an entourage from Sparta docked at a location near Troy. Menelaus, the king of Sparta, was leading the Greek entourage, which asked permission to take the remains of Greek warriors who were still there from the conflict between the Achaeans and the Trojans. Paris was responsible for hospitality receiving the visitors, according to Trojan tradition. The Greeks were very pleased with the welcome. Before leaving, Menelaus stated that he wanted to repay the prince's hospitality and invited him to visit Sparta. Priam, the king of Troy, was missing his sister Hesione, who had been kidnapped by the Greeks when Hercules attacked Troy. The king decided to organize a squadron that would leave for Greece to recover the king's sister, who was at Salamis. The monarch allowed all necessary means to be used to accomplish his mission. The command of the expedition was given to Prince Paris, who would have the help of Aeneas, Prince of Dardanus. With the help of the goddess Aphrodite, the winds drove the Trojan ships toward the Spartan coast. Paris took advantage of the invitation extended by Menelaus to improve his relationship with Sparta and re-establish his forces before setting sail for Salamis, where the sister of the king of Troy was. King Menelaus was very pleased and welcomed the Trojans, wanting to show the best of Greek hospitality. Menelaus was very proud of his beautiful wife, and so he ordered her to wear her most beautiful attire to be presented before the Trojan entourage. Paris was amazed to find the beautiful Queen Helen. She could only be the woman who Aphrodite had promised her love. The naive queen did not know that Eros was spying on her with his bow at the behest of Aphrodite. Helen was also surprised by the charm and beauty of the prince from Asia. He was more handsome than all the Greeks she had ever seen. Menelaus was perhaps the most handsome of the Greek kings, but his beauty was eclipsed by Paris, who had an almost divine pulchritude. The queen's heart was pierced by one of Eros's arrows, and Helen suddenly fell in love with the Trojan prince. The following days were marked by feasts and banquets, promoted by the king of Sparta in honor of his noble Trojan guests. Far from the king's eyes, a flame warmed the hearts of the Trojan prince and the queen of Sparta. But, as if fate was written, a piece of news from the island of Crete facilitated the fulfillment of Aphrodite's promise. Catreus, Menelaus's grandfather and king of Crete, had died. So Menelaus left to be present at the funeral in Crete, but he left his guest in the care of the queen, who would reign in his place. As soon as the king of Sparta left, Paris and Helen materialized all the repressed passion. The adulterous couple was consumed by a passionate madness. The Prince of Troy and the Queen of Sparta decided to flee together to Troy. Paris would still commit one last sin against Menelaus's hospitality. He gathered his men to rob the treasury of Sparta. The palace's small defensive line was surprised and could do nothing to protect their king's treasures. The population of Sparta revolted against the Trojans and tried to prevent the escape of Paris, who was attempting to kidnap their queen. They hurled stones and arrows, but, protected by the Trojan guard, the couple managed to embark safely. The Trojan squadron left Sparta behind, carrying on its deck a great treasure in gold, silver, and jewels. The couple of lovers seemed satisfied and believed to be on their way to happiness. But the trail left by the lovers was followed by Ares, the god of war, and his sinister retinue. Paris and Helen would bring war, death, and despair to Troy. Helen's abduction would be the trigger for the beginning of a conflict that would be sung about for millennia to come. The War of Troy was beginning. Queen Helen of Sparta and the Trojan prince Paris docked on the island of Cranae, near the coast of Peloponnese. They were drunk with passion instilled by Eros, and wished to materialize that feeling. Paris and Helen had their first night of love on the beaches of Cranae. Meanwhile, the other Trojans were having fun with the treasures stolen from Menelaus. But the news quickly reached Crete, where Menelaus and his brother Agamemnon were still mourning the body of their grandfather. Menelaus felt an enormous fury and thirst for revenge. Agamemnon tried to calm his brother and assured him that he would do everything possible to enforce the oath that the Greek nobles took when Helen chose Menelaus as her husband. In the glorious city of Mycenae, Greece, dozens of warlords entered through the legendary Lion Gate and made themselves available to fulfill the oath. Before Agamemnon and Menelaus, they made their warriors available. These nobles had various motives. Some were motivated by honor, others seeked to profit from the plunder of the rich city of Troy, and others, above all, desired glory. A gigantic army was formed with the goal of rescuing the Spartan queen. But the wise Nestor was an old king who had already participated in the most varied missions. He knew that they couldn't leave for Troy without recruiting the cunning King Odysseus of Ithaca. The small island of Ithaca was not very wealthy, and its few soldiers were not renowned. But its king was known to be clever, an attribute that could make a huge difference during the Greek campaign against Troy. Odysseus led a full life with his beautiful wife Penelope, with whom he had a son named Telemachus. When Odysseus heard that the Greek kings had gathered to fight Troy, he knew that someone would soon summon him. The king of Ithaca had no desire to leave his kingdom and family to take part in an uncertain adventure. So he decided to visit the oracle. If he were told that the war would be short and that he would return safe and sound, he would participate in the mission. But if the prophecy said otherwise, Odysseus would find a way to slip away. Halitherses, the old soothsayer, prophesied, if Odysseus left for Troy, he would not return until 20 years later. During that period, he would lose all his men, and no one would recognize him. Faced with this omen, Odysseus decided to do everything possible to prevent his going to Troy. Odysseus pretended to be mad. The news that the king of Ithaca had gone crazy spread throughout Hellas. The news reached the kings who were gathered around Agamemnon, saddening them. But Palamedes, the king of Euboea, who was almost as intelligent as Odysseus, was suspicious. Palamedes, Menelaus, and Agamemnon left for Ithaca to check on Odysseus' situation. They were greeted upon arrival by the beautiful Penelope, with her son Telemachus on her lap. She seemed saddened by her husband's situation. Odysseus worked the land with a plow pulled by an ox and a donkey, an unusual combination. In addition, he sowed the land with salt. Menelaus and Agamemnon found that Odysseus had lost his lucidity. But Palamedes, despite that grotesque scene, was not convinced. He took the hero's son from his mother's arms. and placed him in front of the path Odysseus was walking with the plow. The king of Ithaca stopped the animals abruptly so as not to run over his son, proving that his madness was just a trick. Odysseus glared furiously at Palamedes as he returned his son to his mother's arms. Odysseus asked his countrymen to forget that episode, for their future was Troy. He vowed that he would fight the Trojans with unparalleled courage, together with the two sons of Atreus. Odysseus left for war, leaving behind his beloved wife and little son. Odysseus would never forgive Palamedes for having unmasked him. As soon as there was an opportunity, he would take revenge on the king of Euboea for putting his son at risk and driving the patriarch away from his family. Meanwhile, Odysseus was given his first mission, to find the whereabouts of Peleus' famous son, named Achilles. Achilles had barely come of age. However, despite his youth, he was already recognized as the best Greek warrior. Achilles was the son of King Peleus of Thessaly, with Thetis, a sea deity. There was a myth that claimed his invulnerability. When he was a baby, his mother immersed him in the sacred river Styx. Due to this ritual, he would be protected by the gods. His only weak point was his heel, which did not touch the water of the sacred river. Achilles grew up and, together with his faithful friend Patroclus, was trained by the centaur Chiron, the renowned trainer of heroes, to become the greatest warrior of his time. Greek preparation for war was advanced, but King Agamemnon knew that the Hellenes would not leave for Troy without their greatest hero. The diviner Calchas had predicted that, without Achilles among the Achaeans, victory in Troy would be impossible. Odysseus, upon learning of this prophecy, set out in search of Achilles. The hero of Ithaca strongly desired the success of this expedition, so that he could return safe and sound to his land, where he would meet again his beloved Penelope and his son Telemachus. Tethys knew about the prophecy which claimed that, if her son fought at Troy, he would never return alive. And, making use of matriarchal power, she ordered Achilles to hide in the court of King Lycomedes. There, he would dress as a woman and mingle among the countless daughters of the king, receiving the name of Hera. In this court also lived the princess Deidamia, Achilles' girlfriend, with whom he already had a 4-year-old son. His name was Neoptolemus, nicknamed Pyrrhus. Following some clues, Odysseus arrived at the palace of King Lycomedes, who received him with every hospitality and introduced him to his many daughters. Among them was Achilles in disguise. The king of Ithaca had with him gifts for Lycomedes' daughters. On a table, he placed jewelry, Egyptian makeup, perfumes, mirrors, silk, and a sword. The girls were excited to see the gifts. They began to try the gifts, and Odysseus noticed that one had her eyes fixed on the sword. Suddenly, one of Odysseus's men ran into the palace, shouting that they were being attacked by pirates. The girls screamed hysterically, running to their rooms. But Achilles instinctively grabbed his sword and assumed a fighting stance. There were no pirates. It was all a ploy organized by Odysseus. And in this way, the cross-dressing hero was unmasked. Achilles, feeling ashamed that he had been exposed, was pleased to be summoned to head for Troy, along with the other Greek heroes. He had remained hidden only by the action of his divine mother. Achilles bade farewell to the princess Deidamia and his son Pyrrhus. This little boy was destined to achieve glories almost as great as those of his father. Achilles promised Odysseus that he would gather his men and join Agamemnon's army to achieve glory in front of the walls of Troy. While Agamemnon was managing the last preparations before leaving with his gigantic army towards Troy, he decided to send an embassy to the court of King Priam of Troy on a diplomatic mission. The Greek delegation included the astute Odysseus of Ithaca, Palamedes of the island of Euboea, and Menelaus, king of Sparta. The arrival of the Hellenic entourage surprised the entire Trojan court. Until that moment, news of Helen's abduction had not yet reached Troy. The Greek heroes demanded an audience with King Priam to deal with their prince's terrible offenses. Priam received the emissaries in his palace, believing that the litigants would ask for the rescue of Princess Hesione. After all, that was the purpose of the mission imposed on Paris. Although Odysseus was known to solve any situation, his rival Palamedes was the leader of the entourage. Palamedes was known to have the gift of speech and to have a silver tongue. He was so good with words that he was the inventor of several letters of the Greek alphabet. The leader of the entourage presented his case to the king of Troy, exposing the crime against hospitality committed by Paris, who kidnapped his host's wife and stole his treasures. Palamedes demanded that the king of Troy peacefully return the queen of Sparta to her husband, and he threatened to take the war into Trojan territory if King Agamemnon's demands were not met. At that moment, Priam's sons took up their swords, feeling offended at the Greek threat. But Priam ordered the princes to put away their swords, as the Greek nobles were only messengers of King Agamemnon. King Priam claimed to be unaware of his son's actions, and said that the Greek queen was not hiding in his court. The king also said that the Greeks had no morals to support such demands. After all, in the recent past, Hercules had kidnapped the Princess Hesione of Troy, taking her to Greece. Priam said he would return Helen to the Greeks if they would return his sister, whom he had not seen for a long time. Palamedes emphasized that the great king Agamemnon's terms were non-negotiable. Hesione lives happily in Salamis, where she reigned alongside her husband, having sent her beloved son Teucros to join the huge Hellenic army to turn the walls of Troy into dust. Trying to keep calm, Priam said that, given the case, Queen Helen of Sparta would be returned to her homeland if she appeared at court, and that was her wish. Otherwise, she would have asylum and protection in Troy. Odysseus realized that Palamedes was only increasing the animosity between the two peoples. The king of Ithaca tried to lessen the tension of Palamedes and Priam's speeches. He, upon entering Troy, had realized that the city was a real fortress, and the walls built by Apollo and Poseidon were practically impenetrable. A siege of that city would make the war last for years. Therefore, Odysseus tried to get Palamedes and Priam to come to a reasonable agreement. But the Trojan king had his pride wounded by Palamedes' threats, who sowed seeds of Ares in Priam's heart. The diplomatic mission failed. War was around the corner, and the hatred Odysseus felt for Palamedes grew. His rival squandered the opportunity to keep peace between the two peoples. In Greece, several kings presented themselves at Aulis, where the great army was forming. These kings gathered there to fulfill the oath sealed among the nobles, who swore to defend the marriage of Menelaus and Helen of Sparta. And, to fulfill that oath, the nobles sent their ships and best warriors to form the greatest army the Greek world had ever seen. The Hellenes wished that Nemesis and the Erinyes would be on the Greek side in their quest for revenge and retribution, fomented by the injury to Paris, the Trojan prince, who had violated the enforced laws of Zeus by kidnapping the beautiful Queen Helen. All the resources and supplies needed to further the endeavor against the Trojans were gathered, and diplomatic efforts to avoid a full-scale conflict had failed. War was about to break out. The order was given for all commanders and men to prepare to depart. As soon as the wind conditions were favorable, the mighty army would leave for Asia. All the armies were mobilized, but a great calm was felt on the beaches of Aulis. The wind necessary for the departure stopped blowing. Not even a simple breeze seemed to help the efforts of the Achaeans. Several windless days passed. The soldiers who had long been waiting began to grow impatient. The temporary camps had not been planned for such a long stay. Supply problems and disease proliferation began to lower the morale of the combatants. Some soldiers died ingloriously, without having set foot on Trojan land. Discontent was general. It seemed that the gods were not willing to favor the Greeks in their goals. All kinds of rumors began to circulate through the camp. To prevent the situation from getting completely out of control, the nobles decided to turn to a well-known seer. His name was Calchas. The priest was appointed as the official seer of the Greek army. At that time, no army had the courage to go off to war without a seer capable of interpreting the auspices of the gods. By observing the flight of birds and examining the entrails of animals sacrificed to the gods, these priests were able to communicate with the gods. And, through the prophetic powers granted by Apollo, these men were able to reveal the wishes of the gods. The men gathered around and watched Calchas apprehensively as he looked to the sky for a message from the gods. The seer's serene expression quickly changed to a sorrowful countenance. The seer addressed the crowd and revealed the will of the gods. He stated that such tranquility was not just a meteorological phenomenon. The absence of wind was a reprisal of the goddess Artemis against Agamemnon. The king, son of Atreus, had killed one of the deer consecrated to the goddess Artemis during a hunt. And as if that were not enough, Agamemnon had the courage to say that not even the goddess of hunting could kill that creature with such a sharp blow. Offended, the goddess demanded that the winds stop blowing on the shores of Aeolus until the great king was reconciled with the goddess. To do that, he would have to sacrifice what he loved most, his beautiful young daughter, Iphigenia. Great sorrow struck all who heard those omens, but no one would suffer more than Agamemnon. The great camp of the Greek army was exceedingly silent. The terrible omen uttered by the seer Calchas affected all the Achaeans. After all, to demand of a man the sacrifice of his beloved daughter seemed inconceivable. In his tent, the great sovereign Agamemnon was dismayed at his terrible fate imposed by the ladies of destiny. His greatest desire had always been to have all the Greek nobles under his command, seeking a common goal, but he was not prepared to pay the horrendous price needed to fulfill his ambitions. The king of Mycenae talked to his brother Menelaus and said that he would not sacrifice his beloved daughter just to rescue his brother's wife, who had been kidnapped by the Trojans. And he stated that his wife, Clytemnestra, would never allow one of her daughters to be sacrificed. Menelaus, who initially understood his brother's pain, was more incisive, showing the truth that his brother's pain did not allow him to decipher. He said that the thousands of men who were there were someone's sons, and that father sent his most precious treasure to fight and sacrifice for the honor of the people. These patriarchs put into his hands the most formidable generation of young men that Greece had ever produced, to shed their sweat and blood for the glory and pride of their land. The most powerful man in Greece wept like a child, while his brother tried to console him. He knew that there was no other way but to carry out the will of the gods. Agamemnon knew that his wife would not agree with that decision, so he decided to deceive her. In his letter to the queen, Agamemnon called for the presence of the princess Iphigenia in the military camp to celebrate her marriage to the renowned hero Achilles. Menelaus and the other Greeks were pleased with Agamemnon's brave decision, but Odysseus remained suspicious. In the evening, another messenger hastily departed from the tent of the paramount chief, unaware that Menelaus and Odysseus were watching him. They intercepted the messenger, carrying a message for the queen of Mycenae, ordering her not to bring her daughter to the shores of Aeolus. A short time later, Iphigenia and Queen Clytemnestra arrived at the camp of the Achaeans. They realized that the reception was very different from what they had imagined, as it resembled a funeral. Agamemnon pressed his daughter against his chest, and many tears fell from his eyes. The princess was surprised, as she had never seen her father cry. The queen told her not to worry, as he was thrilled to give his beloved daughter to another man. Suddenly, in a fluke, Achilles passed nearby, and seeing him, the queen congratulated the man on his betrothal. But Achilles did not seem to understand what was happening, as he had not established any marriage. Achilles quickly realized Agamemnon's plot. The latter had used Achilles' name to lure his daughter into sacrifice. Feeling outraged, he revealed the whole truth to the queen. Clytemnestra knelt at Achilles' feet, and, taking his hand, begged him to defend her daughter against such a treacherous act. Achilles assured the queen that he would defend Iphigenia and her honor, even if it cost him his life. The queen ran to Agamemnon's tent, where the priests who would organize the sacrifice were already gathered. Clytemnestra embraced her daughter to protect her, and told her everything her father had prepared. The young princess could not believe that her father would be capable of such a thing. Iphigenia begged her father not to let them sacrifice her, as she was innocent and had nothing to do with that dispute. But, consumed with sorrow, Agamemnon said that it was the will of the gods, and before them, even the mightiest of kings was powerless. Achilles suddenly entered the tent, sword drawn, and said that no one would touch the princess while he was alive. He also said that, if they killed him, the whole expedition would be ruined, as it was prophesied that the Greeks would only achieve victory if he fought on the walls of Troy. The young princess seemed to be moved by the wisdom of the gods, and Achilles put down his sword. She said she would agree to be sacrificed, for on this depended the lives of all the Greek warriors, and of the sons of Greece who would shed their blood on Trojan soil. She would give her blood on behalf of all the women of Greece. Achilles took Iphigenia's hands and told her that she was the most virtuous woman he had ever known. He added that he would have had the highest of honors if he had been her husband, if that had been the will of the gods. Iphigenia asked her mother to forgive her father, as he had no other choice but to obey the will of the gods. The whole army was moved to see the princess haughtily climb the stairs that led to the altar of sacrifice. Agamemnon placed the dagger around the neck of his daughter, who calmly offered it. She asked the goddess Artemis to accept the supreme sacrifice on behalf of all Greece. The king, letting out a great cry of pain, slashed the neck of his beloved daughter. Shortly afterward, Agamemnon laid the inert body of Iphigenia on the altar. A strong wind began to blow towards Troy, and the thousands of warriors on the beaches of Iolus celebrated the heroic sacrifice of Princess Iphigenia. Agamemnon, still covered in his daughter's blood, swore that Troy would be ruined and that he would use its ashes to build a monument to Iphigenia's sacrifice. After the sacrifice of Iphigenia, the Greek armada was finally ready to head for Troy. Their ships were stocked and the men were eager to begin their journey. Calchas had made the last sacrifices to the gods to ensure a safe journey. Suddenly, the seer observed, on the branch of the tree above his head, a snake approaching a nest with 8 sparrowlings and their mother. The serpent devoured all the birds, and Calchas revealed to the Greeks the meaning of that omen. He said that the sons of Priam would fall one by one. Eventually, the city of Troy would succumb before the courage of the sons of Hellas. At that moment, all the warriors celebrated, but they did not hear the rest of the prediction. It would take 9 long years of siege for the city to fall in the 10th. With the help of favorable winds, the giant Greek armada crossed the Aegean Sea towards Troy. more than 1,200 ships, filled with warriors, set sail from the beaches of Aulis, punish Troy after the humiliation caused by the enemies who had kidnapped Queen Helen of Sparta. Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek army, wanted revenge, but he was also motivated by greed. He wanted the spoils of war to make him richer and more powerful. Other heroes like Achilles aimed to achieve glory on the battlefields and place their name marked among the stars. Odysseus, on the other hand, wanted above all to return home as soon as possible, as long as he guaranteed the glory of the kingdom of Ithaca and his family. Several other warriors wanted to triumph on the Trojan battlefield. Among them was the gigantic Ajax of Salamis and Diomedes of Argos. Another famous warrior of that time, destined to make his mark in the conflict, was Philoctetes. He was a faithful friend of Hercules and received from the great hero his magnificent bow and arrows, poisoned with the Hydra's blood, while Hercules was in agony. Although he was destined for great achievements, a huge misfortune struck the hero as he was leaving the ship to stock it up with supplies for the journey. In the middle of the grass, a snake suddenly emerged, which attacked Philoctetes' leg. Some say that the snake was carrying out orders from Hera, who was punishing him for befriending Hercules, an enemy of the goddess. The hero was helped back to the boat by his friends, feeling terrible pain. His wound caused a black spot to spread down his leg. The pain was so great that poor Philoctetes couldn't stop screaming in pain. The putrid odor of the hero's wound, in addition to Philoctetes' endless screams and groans, disturbed the sailors and warriors of the neighboring ships. Odysseus realized that, if this situation continued, the Greeks would reach the beaches of Troy with their morale crumbling, which could be a tragedy for the expedition. Odysseus ordered Philoctetes' ship to dock on the island of Lemnos, where the hero would disembark. Philoctetes was left on the beach by Odysseus' men, along with his bow and quiver and some supplies. The experienced hero and his special bow would have been an important help in the great battles that followed. The Greeks even came to regret having abandoned him. Far away, Prince Paris was finally returning to Troy, with the beautiful Helen by his side. Although they were awestruck by the beauty of the Spartan queen, the people regarded her harshly, for they knew she carried with her the pains of the god Ares and his sinister retinue. The Trojan nobles and princes did not want Paris and his prey to settle in the royal palace. But when they saw the treasures stolen from Sparta, which were to be distributed between them and the beautiful Greek women accompanying Helen, who could be their concubines, the nobles quickly changed their minds, welcoming the prince. Queen Hecuba, at the king's request, asked Helen if she was reporting to court of her own free will. Helen assured her that she was there out of genuine love for Prince Paris, and that her life was in danger because of the enormous hatred the Greeks had for her. After that answer, King Priam ensured that she remained under his protection, granting her Trojan citizenship. From that day on, she became known as Helen of Troy. The huge Greek squadron was heading for the Trojan shores. Thousands of Greek warriors wished to achieve glory in front of the mighty city gates. On the beach, Hector, the Trojan prince, commanded the royal army on behalf of his father, King Priam. They aimed to push the Greeks back into the sea, but they were not prepared to face an army of that size. The ships of the Achaeans had already reached the beach. Although it was a great honor to be the first to invade Trojan lands, the Greeks hesitated, for a prophecy said that the first man to set foot on Trojan lands during the war would also be the first to leave for the kingdom of Hades. Odysseus realized that something had to be done quickly, so he threw his shield onto the sand and jumped on it. Without touching the Trojan sands, the king of Ithaca asked his compatriots to disembark and conquer the beaches before Hector's army was reinforced. Odysseus was running from the arrows fired by the Trojans, and his courage persuaded the men to disembark. Protesilaus, son of the old king Iphicles, was the first Greek to set foot on the beaches of Troy. Protesilaus filled himself with courage and led his men to conquer the beach. He advanced and defeated several Trojan warriors who stood in his way. But his enormous bravery brought him face to face with the mighty Hector, the champion of Troy. The two heroes measured their strength, but Protesilaus would fulfill the prophecy. Hector took his life, and Protesilaus was the first Greek to fall on Trojan soil. Achilles and his army of Myrmidons attacked the left flank of the enemy army. The superiority of the warriors of the son of Thetis made the men of Troy tremble. But Achilles soon met his first great challenge. The warrior's name was Cycnus, a mighty demigod son of Poseidon. It was said that he could not be killed with a spear or sword, arrow or stone. He was practically invulnerable. Achilles felt pleased to duel with a foe who could match his abilities. The son of Peleus hurled his spear with all his might against Cycnus's chest, but the spear bounced off the demigod's bronze breastplate, which was given to him by Hephaestus, the lord of the forges. The son of the lord of the seas also threw his spear, which was blocked by Achilles. The force of the throw was so great that it went right through the shield. Achilles took his sword and advanced against the Trojan ally, but the opponent grabbed the sword with his hand and responded with strong headbutts. The leader of the Myrmidons was stunned, while Cycnus advanced with his club in hand. The son of Poseidon was ready to smash the head of the champion of the Achaeans. Suddenly, Achilles anticipated the deadly attack with a blow with his shield. Taking advantage of the enemy's disorientation, the hero leaped onto his back and initiated a stranglehold. The strong Cycnus, already strengthless, bent his knees before the great power of Achilles' arms. The demigod died, and would not be the first great warrior to fall before the mighty Achilles. Hector, realizing that he did not have enough numbers to contain the horde of invaders, ordered his men to retreat and take cover behind the walls. The Greeks celebrate their first great victory against the Trojans. The conquest of the Trojan beaches was strategically important to the campaign, and their victory was accomplished with few losses. A large funeral pyre was erected to honor Protesilaus, the brave warrior who was the first Greek to set foot on those lands on behalf of the army of the Achaeans. He would be the first of many to die on the battlefields in the name of Greek honor. The Greeks had already conquered the beaches of Ilium, and the previous day's victory raised the morale of all the Achaean warriors, who believed in a quick victory against Troy. In Agamemnon's tent, the main leaders talked about an immediate assault on the walls of Troy, pondering whether this would be the most correct strategy. The moment seemed favorable, and the Trojans' courage should be shaken. Agamemnon declared that, contrary to what the oracles had predicted, Troy would fall easily, and they would return home quickly. The warlords left the tent, determined to storm the Trojan citadel that very day. In his chariot, Agamemnon guided the gigantic army toward the walls of Troy. Everyone marched with unwavering determination, but they still had no real sense of the obstacle they would encounter. The city of Troy was not defended by an ordinary wall. It was higher and sturdier than any other fortress in the world. This work of engineering could not have been made by human hands. Its builders were the gods Apollo and Poseidon. Contrary to what the Achaeans thought, the Trojan infantry stayed behind the wall, prepared to face the Greeks once again. Above the walls, hundreds of archers provided cover for the troops below. With no fear in their hearts, the Greeks advanced against their enemies, and a rain of arrows fell on their heads. The Trojans fought in a tight defensive formation, while the Greek army was made weaker and weaker by the arrows falling from the sky. The Greek generals realized that a direct assault on Troy was impossible at that moment, and ordered their troops to withdraw. The Trojan commander Hector and his men celebrated after their first victory over the Greeks, showing their opponents that they would fight to the death to defend their homes and families. Unable to attack the walls directly, the Greeks opted for besieging the city and forcing it to surrender through starvation. But this strategy was not as successful as expected. Troy was a huge city and had several allies in the region who supplied the city with reinforcements and strategic resources. Therefore, the Greek blockade did not work efficiently. Among the Greeks, a rumor spread of a new prophecy that could change the fate of the war. Hector, son of King Priam, always led his men in the front line, but he had a younger brother named Troilus. This was a boy, but his incredible skills could lead him to a glorious destiny. The boy was an excellent archer. On the ramparts, he displayed his talent, shooting his enemies with perfect accuracy. He was also a formidable horseman, riding the fast Trojan horses without saddle or reins. The intrepid boy would ride out of Troy into the countryside, unafraid of the enemies around him. A prophecy said that if Troilus reached the age of 20, he would take the place of Hector and lead Troy to victory. Not to allow the consummation of the omen, the mighty Achilles volunteered to hunt down the young man who threatened the Greeks' effort. Troilus often took his horse to drink at Apollo's fountain, a sacred place which no Greek would dare to vilify for fear of the god's fury. But upon returning to Troy, he found a terrible surprise. In disguise, Achilles ambushed the boy as he was returning. Troilus turned around and tried to return to the spring, but Achilles, the light-footed warrior, ran after him, and had his horse not been so fast, he would have been caught up. Just as the boy was about to reach the fountain, his chest was pierced by Achilles' spear. The ruthless warrior put the young boy's body back on his horse and sent him on his way to Troy. Upon seeing the boy's dead body, the whole city wept as if the hero Hector himself had died. One of the Trojans' hopes had simply vanished. After the failure of the assault on the walls of Troy, the Greeks realized that a long siege of the city would be necessary to make the Trojans fall to their knees. Days went by, and boredom took hold of the Greek troops in a never-ending wait. This discouragement could destroy the soldiers' morale in the long term. The cunning Palamedes, much admired by the soldiers, invented the game of dice, and the men were able to entertain themselves and pass the time. The Greeks began sending military expeditions to weaken Troy's neighbors and allies, who often sent supplies and men to reinforce the Trojan positions. The heroic Achaeans, who took part in these adventures, had as their greatest desire to plunder the treasures of these cities and to improve their positions compared to the other Greek chieftains. Meanwhile, on the beaches of Ilion, the stocks of food for the troops were dangerously low. But with the return of Palamedes and his fleet, with grain, oil, and meat from Thrace, this critical situation was settled. The soldiers chanted songs in honor of Palamedes. He, in the eyes of the common men, was the only nobleman who cared about the welfare of the plebs. Agamemnon began to feel threatened by Palamedes' growing prestige. Odysseus, meanwhile, was even more displeased to see the man he hated most for dragging him into war being carried on his shoulders by the people. But suddenly, rumors emerged that cast doubt on Palamedes' loyalty to the Greek cause. No one knows from where these rumors emerged that accused Palamedes of being a traitor. Because of these suspicions, evidence was sought in Palamedes' tent. Agamemnon's men tried to find evidence of this supposed treason. Odysseus found a small box buried in the sand, and inside it was a good amount of Trojan gold. Agamemnon read everyone the contents of a message that thanked them for the information passed on to Troy, and the message contained the seal of the Trojan royal house. This message was supposed to have been found in the hands of a Trojan messenger. Palamedes struggled as he was stopped by Agamemnon's men. He shouted that the whole thing was just a setup. Greek chiefs demanded that he confess, and others called him a traitor. Palamedes was tied to a pole and sentenced to death by stoning, the most degrading and dishonorable way to die. Before ordering the execution, Agamemnon asked Palamedes if he wished to say his last words. He said that he was not afraid of death, but that he felt sorry for the truth, which would die before him. Palamedes was stoned, and his body would have been thrown to the dogs and vultures, had it not been for the intervention of Achilles and Ajax. Palamedes' father, feeling outraged, took his son's entire army back to Greece and promised to tell his countrymen of all the wrongdoings committed by the Greeks in their campaign abroad. He would spread news that, while the wives of the Greek chieftains suffered lonely at home, their husbands delighted in the beautiful and enslaved female enemies, treating them as their true wives. They would punish their husbands for adultery, and the most passionate ones even took their own lives. The city of Troy had allied troops from all over the region. The goal was to prepare a great counterattack against the Greek troops besieging the city. On the horizon, a huge contingent of reinforcements emerged. It was the army of the Dardanians, led by old Anchises, brother of King Priam, and his son Aeneas, who commanded his father's soldiers on the battlefield. From the top of the walls, the population waved and celebrated the arrival of the Dardanians, shouting the name of Aeneas, who was reputed to be a great warrior. Aeneas had divine blood in his veins, and the prophecies indicated that he would have a glorious future. Aeneas was the son of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, who always watched over the safety of her mortal son. The goddess of love could arouse passions in the hearts of men and even gods. Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, had excessive passion in his heart, making him an easy target for the influence of the goddess of love and her son Eros. His love affairs with deities and beautiful mortals were countless. This aroused the fury of Hera, his wife. Aphrodite was pleased to know that even the Lord of Olympus could not resist her powers. Zeus decided that Aphrodite should taste her own poison and forced Eros to use his arrows to make Aphrodite fall in love with a mortal. The goddess fell in love with Anchises, a member of the Trojan royal family, who was tending her flock. Aphrodite, properly disguised, visited the Trojan nobleman's tent during the night, and he was astonished by the visit of such a beautiful woman. Anchises suspected that that beautiful woman was a goddess, and knew that it was inappropriate for a mere mortal to wish to possess a deity. The humility shown by Anchises aroused even more passion in Aphrodite. The goddess pretended to be a princess from the region of Phrygia, who had been instructed by the gods to marry the Trojan nobleman and establish a strong alliance between the two peoples. Convinced that this was the will of the gods, Anchises gave in to Aphrodite's charms. The couple had a night of intense love. At daybreak, Anchises awoke and saw the goddess without any disguise. He was astounded at such beauty, but a great fear quickly ravaged his heart. He remembered Actaeon, who dared to spy on the beautiful goddess Artemis while she was bathing. That sight caused the goddess of the hunt to impose a terrible punishment on him. Aphrodite calmed the noble Trojan, saying that he should not worry, for he had committed no sin. Everything that had happened to him had been the will of the gods, and to her, Anchises and his descendants were very important. The goddess assured him that from that union the heir to Troy would be born, and under his leadership the seed of a new nation would be planted that would bring all the opposing ones to their knees. Aphrodite knew that her union with a mere mortal would forever be a stain on her reputation, and so she asked Anchises never to reveal the true mother of her son Aeneas, the fruit of this tainted union. Anchises kept the secret for many years. Time passed, and while fraternizing with his friends and relatives, because of alcohol, Anchises boasted about his son Aeneas and revealed the prophecy that spoke about the glorious future of his son, all thanks to his divine mother, the goddess Aphrodite. Zeus, upon learning that Anchises was boasting of his union with a goddess, hurled one of his thunderbolts at the noble Trojan. Anchises survived, but was crippled for life. His son, with the goddess of beauty and love, grew up, and his strength and beauty reflected his divine origin. Hector and Paris were very pleased with the arrival of the Dardanians, but because of the rumors of the prophecy predicting the glory of Aeneas, King Priam distrusted Aeneas, for he feared that he would take over the throne from his sons. However, he also knew that, without Aeneas and his men, defeating the Greeks would be an almost impossible task. The siege of Troy had been an ongoing episode for many years, and the last months had been marked only by battles and skirmishes. The inhabitants of Troy were going through hardships, but there was no sign of any surrender. But during this period, the Greeks didn't just stand by. Their heroes commanded expeditions to attack and plunder the allied cities of Troy. Achilles sacked 23 enemy cities, where he plundered many treasures, resources, and made plenty of slaves. Some cities offered no resistance to the invaders and were easily conquered. Their people were spared the wrath of the Achaeans. But others tried to stand their ground and refused to yield before the enemies. On the island of Lesbos, there was a great struggle for the taking of the city of Methymna. The defenders fought fiercely against the Myrmidons of Achilles. The defenders managed with great effort to repel the invaders. Meanwhile, from the top of the wall, Princess Pisidice gazed passionately at the mighty Achilles as he led his men. In the evening, Achilles was visited by an old maid of the princess, who brought him a message. She offered Peleus' son the opportunity to invade the city if he agreed to marry the princess. Achilles agreed, and Pisidice opened a hidden door, opening passage for Achilles and his men to storm the city. The Myrmidons unleashed all their fury on the residents of the city for making the Greeks pay such a high price, after stubbornly resisting in the face of a superior enemy. When the princess ran to Achilles lest he forget the deal he made, he ordered his soldiers to stop the young woman. With great contempt, he ordered her to be stoned to death. Achilles would never unite with a woman who would put her interests above her fatherland and family. For such a traitor, there was no fairer penalty. Achilles set out to invade the city of Thebes of Troad. It was a wealthy city, where the family of Andromache, the princess and wife of Hector, lived. Achilles dueled with King Eetion and his sons, who fought bravely, but the king and his 7 sons died at the hands of Achilles. In this city, valuable spoils of war were plundered. The most precious treasure was Chryses, so beautiful that she looked more like a goddess. But Patroclus told his commander that, if he was impressed by Chryses, he should see what was in the temple of Dionysus. Inside it was Briseis, a priestess even more beautiful than the previous one. Achilles was convinced that there was no spoil of war more valuable than the precious Briseis. With her by his side, the glory would be even more evident. On the other side of the Dardanelles Strait, the gigantic Ajax was attacking the Thracians, also allies of the Trojans. No Thracian warrior could oppose the mighty giant from Salamis. With his huge shield, he brought down the enemy lines. Ajax also captured a valuable war prey. He was the young Polydorus, Priam's youngest son, and for whom he had the most affection. Odysseus realized that the hostage was more valuable than any ransom. Therefore, accompanied by his friends Diomedes and Menelaus, he asked that a meeting be organized in Troy to negotiate. Odysseus proposed exchanging the king's most beloved son for Menelaus's wife. But, listening to the advice of his sons, Priam refused to return Helen. As a counter-proposal, he offered his daughter Cassandra to Menelaus as his new wife. Menelaus found that proposal outrageous and said he would not accept that the people who dishonored him should choose his wife. He declared that he did not want a wife from a barbaric lineage, and the Trojans would pay for that offense. Greeks and Trojans again failed to come to an agreement, and the king demanded that the Greeks be removed from his presence. The Greeks dragged young Polydorus close to the wall and stoned the boy to death. From the top of the wall, Priam witnessed it all helplessly and in tears. Achilles had now returned full of glory and treasures. Everyone celebrated, as the fruit of the loot was shared among all the lords. When Agamemnon saw Chryseis, he immediately demanded her for himself. Achilles quietly gave in to the girl, for he had expected that the greedy Agamemnon would not resist a young woman with such attributes. But Achilles was smart, and only revealed his Briseis to Agamemnon after he had already decided to choose Chryseis. Therefore, Achilles got the most precious of treasures. Briseis and Chryseis did not know it, but they would be responsible for changing the course of the war. Achilles' wrath would be aroused. For nearly 10 years, the Greeks besieged the glorious city of Troy and could not bring down the remarkable walls erected by the gods Poseidon and Apollo. But on the beaches of Ilion, a dispute between the Greeks changed the course of the war. In the millennia that followed, the Muses would inspire Iados, bards, and minstrels who sang the story of how Agamemnon aroused Achilles' wrath, driving the souls of thousands of Greeks straight into the realm of Hades. Agamemnon was relaxing in his tent in the care of Chryseis. She was his war prey, for whom he had developed some affection, displaying her like a trophy due to her remarkable beauty. Suddenly, one of the soldiers warned him that a priest of Apollo demanded an audience with the great leader of the Achaeans. At the gates of the camp was a priest allied to Troy, named Chrysis. He intended to free his daughter, who had been captured as a slave, precisely Agamemnon's favorite. He was willing to pay a large ransom for his beloved daughter. But after hearing Chrysis's request, the great leader quickly refused the chance to release her. He threatened and insulted the priest, demanding that he not return to the Greeks' camp. He said that Chryseis would be taken to his palace in Mycenae until Thanatos took her in her old age. Fearing the threats of such a powerful man, the priest of Apollo withdrew with his head down. But he knew he had a powerful ally who would not abandon him in a complicated moment. In front of the waves of the sea, Chrysis began a fervent prayer addressed to the god Apollo, son of Zeus with Leto. He asked the luminous god to pour his vengeance on the Achaeans, for they had treated their priest, who had the sacred insignia, with arrogance, disrespecting the god himself. At night, the god of the silver bow began to punish the Greeks. At first he attacked their animals, but quickly advanced against targeting men. These men did not notice the terrible arrows shot by Apollo, and fell slaughtered by a terrible plague. For 9 days the Greeks suffered from Apollo's punishment. Warriors, one after another, died an unworthy death. The funeral pyres were constantly burning, and the Achaeans did not understand the reason for that heavy punishment imposed by the gods. Calchas, the seer who had Apollo's gifts, already knew the reason for the god's immense fury, but he feared revealing the information without having a guarantee of protection. So he turned to Achilles, asking him to protect him from Agamemnon's fury, since he always punished excessively the weak who went against him. Achilles promised that he would protect his life. At a meeting among the chief leaders of the Achaeans, Calchas revealed the whole truth. He claimed that the plague was because Agamemnon had offended and refused to return the daughter of Apollo's priest. To reconcile with the god, the great leader should return his war prey and offer a hecatomb to the god Apollo. Furious, Agamemnon vociferated against the seer, saying that he only prophesied misfortune and that he had never made an optimistic prediction. He said he would return his slave Chryses, for he wished only good for his men, but he did not think it fair that he be the only one to go without a prize. He thought it fair to receive a reward of equal value. Achilles said that there were no other cities to be plundered on the Trojan coast, so it would be impossible to find such a prize. But when Troy fell, he would be rewarded. Agamemnon said that Achilles couldn't fool him, making him wait while he himself enjoyed the beautiful Brises. Achilles said he would return to Greece, along with his Myrmidons, if Agamemnon disregarded the right to his prizes. But the king of Mycenae did not bow to the threat. He said Achilles could leave, for he would not be missed. But before that, he would go to Achilles' tent to steal the beautiful Brises. Achilles was consumed by fury, grabbed his sword, and decided to advance against Agamemnon. But someone held him by the hair. He turned even more wrathfully, but found the image of the goddess Athena, whom only he could see. The goddess asked Achilles to calm his heart and not to worry, for his true prize would soon be repaid to him in glories. Achilles put away his sword and told Atreia that he and the Greeks should not reckon with the son of Peleus and his Myrmidons. He also said that the Greeks would cry out for Achilles, but he would not appear to deliver them from the deadly blade of the magnificent Hector. Thus, they all regretted that they had allowed such an injury. After heated exchanges of insults, Achilles left Agamemnon's tent, full of anger in his heart. Odysseus decided to deliver Chryses back to her father, along with the animals that would be sacrificed in the magnificent hecatomb. Agamemnon's men went to Achilles' tent and searched for the beautiful Brises, who refused to leave. In the evening, Achilles went to the seaside, where he knelt and wept. Thetis, his divine mother, approached her son to hear those laments. Achilles could not understand why he was so wronged, even with such a short life. He wished the Greeks would pay for their injuries. Thetis knelt before Zeus's throne and begged him to help the Trojans during the war. After all, he was indebted to the goddess, for she had been responsible for saving him when the Olympian gods rebelled against Zeus and put him in chains. Zeus promised that he would assist the Trojans until Achilles' glory was repaired. Achilles retreated to meet with Agamemnon. The division between Greeks was all the Trojans desired. A Trojan spy reported to Hector, head of the Trojan army, all the events in the camp of the Achaeans. Weakened by the plague, and already without their champions, the Achaeans were deteriorated. Hector seized the opportunity to try to push the Greeks back toward the sea. The decisive battles of the Trojan War were about to take place. After the conflict between Achilles and Agamemnon, a great dissatisfaction spread across the Greek lines. But the leaders of the Achaeans managed to prevent an even greater rift from dividing their warriors. Led by Hector and Paris, the Trojan army entered the battlefield. They knew that Achilles and his Myrmidons had withdrawn from the conflict. Without their best warriors, the Greek army already looked less threatening. Paris stepped forward and, waving his weapons, shouted and challenged the best Greek warriors to a duel. Suddenly, through the Greek lines and with his mighty shout, Menelaus, king of Sparta and disciple of Ares, opened the way through the Achaean warriors, saying that he accepted the challenge. Paris's courage vanished at the sight of his rival. His knees trembled in terror. He retreated close to the Trojans, taking cover behind his powerful brother. But Hector felt outraged at such cowardice. He furiously insulted his brother to arouse the pride and courage of Paris. He, ashamed, apologized for his dishonorable attitude. Then Paris said that he would duel with Menelaus, and that the winner of the dispute would have the right to keep Helen and all the stolen treasures. Greeks and Trojans made a compromise, sealed through sacrifices. It was agreed that Helen would stay with the winner of the duel. High on the Trojan walls, King Priam and his court were waiting for the duel that could change the fate of Troy. The king asked Helen of Troy who were the great warriors he could see from up there. She pointed out and introduced to the king great warriors, such as Agamemnon, Odysseus, Ajax, and Menelaus. But she missed her twin brothers Castor and Pollux. Paris and Menelaus equipped themselves with shield and spears, ready to start the duel. The spectators held their breaths because of the tension. The silence was total. The Trojan prince hurled his spear with all his might at his opponent. But the disciple of Ares deflected the weapon with ease. Then the Spartan king made his attack. Menelaus threw the spear offered by the god of war with the intention of killing the enemy. Although Paris blocked the enemy attack with his shield, it could not contain the enemy's strong weapon, which pierced it and wounded the handsome Trojan prince. Paris dropped his shield and picked up his sword, preparing for a hand-to-hand duel. Menelaus and Paris exchanged sword blows, but the difference in strength between the Spartan king and the Trojan prince was remarkable. The disciple of Ares struck a strong blow with his shield, which threw Paris to the ground. Menelaus wanted to end the life of the man who had stolen his wife. Therefore, he raised his sword and used all his strength to strike the fatal blow. But Agamemnon's bronze sword broke when it struck his rival's helmet. The king of Sparta cried out to the heavens, demanding to know what crime he had committed to be so severely punished by the gods. Grabbing his opponent's helmet, Menelaus dragged the Trojan prince along the ground. The Achaeans were already celebrating the victory of their champion when the leather buckle that fastened the helmet to Paris's head broke, and the prince crawled away from his opponent. When the Spartan king was ready to kill the adulterous prince, a cloud of dust covered Paris. Through the mist, Paris was visited by the goddess Aphrodite. She, using her powers, led him away from the fight. Menelaus was furious at the disappearance of Paris, shouting for him to appear. Due to the Trojans' escape, he considered himself the winner of the duel and claimed his prize. Agamemnon, the chief of the Greek expedition, demanded that the Trojans immediately hand over Helen so that there would be peace between the two peoples. High on Olympus, the goddess Hera, wife of Zeus, was watching everything and did not want the war to end without Paris and all the Trojans being punished. Zeus questioned the reason for such fury against one of his favorite cities. The goddess Hera responded by saying that he could destroy any of her favorite cities, such as Argos, Mycenae, or Sparta, as long as he allowed Troy to be completely devastated. Zeus allowed Athena to mingle among the Trojans to spread discord. Athena, who also hated Troy, whispered in the ear of Pandora, an excellent Trojan archer, saying that the glory of whoever defeated Menelaus would be enormous. Pandora fired one of his arrows at the Spartan king, hitting him in the waist. The arrow fired by the naive Pandora ended the chance for peace between the two peoples. The heroes of both sides ordered their warriors to attack the enemy. The war, which had lasted for more than 9 years, entered its bloodiest phase. Great heroes died, and even gods shed their blood in front of the Trojan walls, to the great satisfaction of the god of war. After the Trojans spurned their agreement with the Greeks, a great battle began. Heroes from both sides fought bloody battles, and even the gods participated in the dispute. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, was on the side of the Greeks. Apollo encouraged the Trojans in the fight. Ares, the god of war, was followed by a sinister procession, which carried all the evils of war. Ares, the goddess of discord, strove to keep burning the flame of hatred that impeded the two peoples from finding peace. Deimos and Phobos, the sons of Ares, filled men with fear and terror. Ajax, the gigantic Greek warrior, after slaughtering a renowned Trojan hero, began to fight for the spoils. The fallen enemy's weapons and armor were true trophies. These spoils of war had not only economic value, the status of these trophies was priceless. Among the great warriors fighting on the Greek lines was Diomedes, son of the renowned warrior Tydeus of Aetolia. He looked like a true demon on the battlefield. All those who crossed his path were defeated. The Trojans, faced with the enormous carnage, began to retreat, fearing Deimos and Phobos. But the god Apollo did not allow the men of Troy to be overcome by fear. With the god's support, the warriors of Ilium returned to the fight. The formidable archer Pandarus wounded the great Achaean hero again, shooting at Diomedes. Pandarus's arrow pierced Diomedes' shoulder. The Trojan archer celebrated and boasted that he had brought down the unstoppable Greek warrior. But Diomedes had not fallen. As his aide extracted the arrow from his body, Athena instilled in the hero the vigor and daring of his father. The goddess told him that he had nothing to fear, for she would always be at his side, regardless of the opponent. Diomedes hurled his spear, trying to hit Pandarus in the mouth, who was mistakenly celebrating his victory over Tydeus' son. The blow was terrible. Pandarus fell to the ground, and Diomedes walked over to him to pluck out his spoils. But Aeneas did not allow his friend's body to be plundered and tried to defend the corpse. With a large boulder, Diomedes attacked Aeneas. The heavy stone severely wounded the Dardanian prince's leg, who fell to the ground. Diomedes was ready to make another famous victim. But the goddess Aphrodite descended to earth to rescue her beloved son. As she lifted Aeneas up, the unthinkable happened. Diomedes threw one of his spears at the goddess, wounding her hand. The goddess wept as the divine ichor, that is, the blood of the gods, gushed from her hand. Aphrodite complained to Zeus, but he told her that he did not want to get involved in the quarrels of men. That was the job of Ares and Athena, the warlike gods. The god Apollo placed himself between Diomedes and Aeneas, but even that did not stop the Greek hero's momentum. Diomedes attacked Apollo, who dodged the hero's blows, but Diomedes' insistence enraged Apollo. The shining god gave a loud cry and warned Diomedes how foolish it was for a mortal to try to equal a god. The son of Tydeus walked away, and Apollo led Aeneas away from the conflict. Beside Hector, Ares was leading a powerful counterattack against the Greeks. Hector's men seemed not to fear death and fought with unprecedented audacity. Athena knew that the ruin of the Greeks would happen if Ares was not stopped, and she could only count on Diomedes to stop the god of war. Ares was Aphrodite's lover. Upon seeing the man responsible for hurting her, he felt an enormous rage. He hurled his divine spear at the hero of Argos, but Athena deflected the spear, preventing Ares from killing her protege. Diomedes hurled his spear at the god of war, and, guided by Athena, the spear pierced his belly. His cry of pain was equivalent to the cry of 10,000 men. Ares fled to Olympus and showed the wound to his father, who told him to stop his whining. The supreme god hated the fact that his son worshipped violence and blood. He was the deity Zeus liked least. Without Ares on the battlefield, the Trojans' advantage was over, and the Greek troops were able to contain Hector's advance. The great Trojan hero could not find his brother Paris anywhere, so he returned to the city of Troy to confront his brother. For his courage, Diomedes was celebrated among the Achaeans as the man who faced and smote the gods. His deeds became eternal. Hector hurriedly returned to the city of Troy in pursuit of his brother Paris, who was nowhere to be found on the battlefield. The chief of the Trojan hosts stormed into Paris's palace and spotted him sulking in his room, while Helen looked disgruntled at the way he was behaving. Hector yelled at his brother, telling him how shameful it was that he remained apathetic in his palace, while his brothers and countrymen were shedding their blood in a war that he had ignited. It was Paris's duty to put on his armor and stand in the front line. Helen lamented that she was the cause of such tragedy. If only she had been united with a brave man, her fate and disgrace would have been more bearable. While looking for his wife to say goodbye before heading back to combat, Hector was mobbed by the wives of the warriors who fought by his side. They anxiously asked him about the state of their husbands. The prince understood the dire situation that the wives were in, but had no way of answering so many questions. Finally, Hector met with his wife Andromache, who was joined by a servant girl bearing their son and heir, Astyanax, on her lap. His wife emotionally embraced him, saying that one day his courage would be the reason for his death. She begged him not to expose himself to danger, because he was all she had left, considering that Achilles had killed her parents and brothers. But Hector said how much of a coward he would be if he sent his men to their deaths while he was completely safe. He knew that Thanatos was always around, but he didn't fear death. His only fear was that after his fall, his wife would be enslaved, and the captor would display her as a trophy, saying that she was Prince Hector's wife. Hector stretched out his arms to take his son, but the child was frightened by his father's imposing helmet. The prince laughed, took off his headgear, and said goodbye to his wife and son. He was ready to take on the bravest of Greeks. Returning to the battlefield, Hector took the lead of his men and hollered loudly, for all the Greeks to hear, that he was there to challenge any Greek warrior brave enough to face him in single combat. Even though Menelaus was wounded, he tried to come forward, but was restrained by his brother Agamemnon. He said that it was foolish to defy such a man in his condition, and simply lust for death. By now the Greeks' bravery seemed to wane, and they looked at each other hoping that some countryman would volunteer to confront the great Trojan hero, but no one came forward for the duel. Old Nestor, king of Pylos, who many decades ago had been a great warrior, but whose strength and agility had been eaten away by time, said that if he were not so old, Hector would have already found his adversary. Nestor's address roused the spirits of several Achaeans who volunteered for the duel. Among them were Odysseus, Agamemnon, Diomedes, and the great Ajax. There was a draw among the volunteers, so that the gods could decide who would be the warrior to take on the Trojan champion. The great Ajax was the one chosen by the gods to face the one that many believed could only be matched by the mighty Achilles. But Ajax of Salamis was a true force of nature. No man among the Greeks could equal him in size, and, with his gigantic shield, which no other man was able to carry, he came face to face with Hector. Hector's spears were not able to pierce Ajax's unbreakable shield. Meanwhile, the spears thrown by the giant pierced Hector's shield and almost took his life. The two heroes struggled with tremendous bravado until the sun dropped behind the mountains, preventing any indication of who was winning. The fight was stopped by the referees of both sides, and a draw was declared. Hector and Ajax greeted and praised each other for their performance. They traded gifts. They had started the fight as enemies, but eventually finished as great friends. An armistice was enacted and hostilities between Greeks and Trojans ceased for a time. The bodies of the fallen fighters were collected by their colleagues and families, whereupon they could receive the rightful funerary honors. While Greeks and Trojans were clashing on the battlefield, a major tussle between the gods was about to take place on Mount Olympus. Hera, Athena, and Poseidon were on the side of the Achaeans, while Aphrodite, Ares, and Apollo were helping the Trojans. This feud was about to lead to a civil war in the abode of the gods. Zeus called for an end to the turmoil that had erupted and struck a deafening thunderclap. The supreme god decreed that he would not allow any other Olympian deity to directly interfere in the conflict until further notice. Should any of them disobey his command, he would personally throw them into Tartarus. If they wished to test his power, Zeus said, they could stretch a chain connecting the earth to the heavens. Every other god together could measure forces with him by pulling from one end of the chain. High in the heavens, he would raise all the gods and even the earth and the sea as evidence of his omnipotence. Zeus went to Mount Ida, where he would set the course of the upcoming war events by himself. Fate had indicated that it was time for the Trojans to overpower the Greeks. Even though they were outnumbered, they were fighting for their families and their land. Favored by Zeus, Hector and his men pushed forward against the Greek hosts, who could not withstand the pressure. The Achaeans soon began to give way and retreated to their camp. All the while they were pursued by the Trojans, who followed them like rabid dogs. Paris fired a sharp arrow at the horse pulling old Nestor's chariot, who fell to the ground. Although old, the king of Pylos still kept the same bravery of his youthful days. He defended himself against the attackers with his sword. But Hector was drawing near with his fearsome spear, which had already brought down more than 100 Greeks. But the gods appeared to be watching over old Nestor, and he was eventually rescued by Diomedes. Diomedes wished to achieve glory by claiming Hector's life, but a mighty thunderclap revealed that this was not Zeus's will. The old warrior succeeded in dissuading Diomedes from confronting the Trojan champion. The Trojans proceeded to advance to the moat guarding the Greeks' camp. Hector even said that he would have burned the Greek ships had it not been for the arrival of Nyx, the goddess of the night, who blanketed the earth with her black cloak. In Agamemnon's tent, the Greek leaders seemed supremely worried at the overwhelming victory the Trojans had achieved that day. The Achaeans' morale was at an all-time low. Nestor reminded Agamemnon that the Greeks' luck turned when the Achaean supreme chieftain fell out with Achilles. The Mycenaean king agreed that it was a mistake, and he was now willing to rectify it. Achilles would be offered great treasures, slaves, and even the beautiful Briseis would be returned to him if he agreed to fight again. Odysseus and Ajax would present Achilles with Agamemnon's offer of reconciliation, which was indeed quite generous. But Achilles was undeterred. He said he would already have left if Poseidon would grant him safe passage. He had worked hard to get his spoils, only to be later robbed by Agamemnon, and so he would not be fooled again by that man. During the night, Odysseus and Diomedes set out to spy on the Trojans and find out what they were up to. That's when they came across a man who was surely a Trojan spy, aiming for an equivalent purpose to theirs. The Greek heroes forced the bloke to surrender and threatened him with death if he did not reveal some information of value to the Greeks. He said his name was Dolon, who owned valuable information that he would trade for his life. The Trojans said that King Rhesus of Thrace and his men were camped nearby, and that they had with them their wonderful white horses, reputed to be the finest in the world. Diomedes decided not to risk it, and did not spare the spy's life. Diomedes and Odysseus sneaked into the Thracian nobleman's camp. The Ithacan king made his way to the horses, while Diomedes provided him with cover. Diomedes assaulted the watchman from behind, but he was not silent enough. A soldier woke up and sounded the alarm, but his cry would be muffled by Diomedes' knife. The Thracian warriors woke up startled, unable to understand what was going on. All the while Diomedes ran among them, taking their lives like a ghost at Thanatos' behest. Diomedes' last casualty was King Rhesus. He and 12 of his brave warriors fell that night at the hands of Tydeus' son. Meanwhile, Odysseus had succeeded in stealing the horses and was calling for Diomedes to flee before reinforcements arrived. They reached the Greek camp along with goddess Aurora, which heralded the birth of a new day. The two heroes were cheered by the Greek fighters for stealing Rhesus's mighty steeds, and that lifted the Achaeans' morale. Nearby, however, Hector was giving a fiery speech to his men. He said that they would invade the Greek base that day and set fire to their ships. The fight for the retaking of the Ilian beaches was just beginning. Hector sensed that the gods were on his side. He was hell-bent on invading the Achaeans' camp and burning their ships, leading the attack on the Greek fortifications from the forefront. But Agamemnon would not allow the Trojans to storm the camp. Together with Diomedes and Odysseus, he would protect the camp gates. Agamemnon fought ferociously in front of his men, until he managed to contain the impetus of the Trojan advance. Hector wanted to strike at the great Greek king, but was halted by the hand of the goddess Iris, who brought him a message directly from Zeus. She informed him that he should wait until Agamemnon was wounded. This was the sign the gods would send him to exert full pressure on the Greeks. Without Hector's resistance, Agamemnon seemed undefeatable. He went as far as to take the armor of a noble Trojan hero, who perished at the hands of the great Basileus. But Agamemnon would eventually be wounded in the arm by the spear of a Trojan who sought to avenge his wiped-out relative. Hector ordered his men to move forward, while the king of Mycenae was helped to retreat from the battlefield. Diomedes was now leading the Greeks. Under his powerful commanding voice, the Greeks were trying to resist, but the son of Tydeus had no idea that he was in the sights of Paris's bow. Paris's arrow pierced Diomedes' foot, cutting him through and pinning him to the ground. Albeit wounded, he insulted Paris, calling him a coward and a wife-stealer, and saying that he lacked the courage to confront a real man face to face. For this reason, he hid behind his brother and fought at a distance with his bow. Odysseus ordered 2 of his men to help carry Diomedes back to camp. But now he was the only great hero left on the Greek front line. Odysseus fought bravely, but was harassed by several Trojan warriors. At this point, he was unsure whether to continue fighting and die a glorious death or flee to the camp. But a warrior named Socus freed Odysseus from his dilemma by piercing the hero with a spear. A wounded Odysseus fell to his knees as Socus came forward, celebrating that he had struck down one of the bravest Greek warriors. But when he stepped up to strike the coup de grace, Odysseus stabbed him in the throat with his sword. The Trojans were bewildered to witness such a scene and wondered how such a thing was possible. However, thanks to Athena, who slightly diverted Socus' strike, the Trojan's spear only pierced the edge of Odysseus' armor. This, since it had belonged to his father Laertes, was a little loose on Odysseus' body, so he barely escaped with a bruise on his ribs. Ajax, with his tower shield, provided cover so that Odysseus could retreat into the fortification. The Trojan army finally broke down the gates of the wooden wall, which had been raised to defend the ships and the Greek camp. Hector felt that victory was within his grasp. Only a bit more pressure on the Greeks would cause their army to crumble. Agamemnon, Odysseus, and Diomedes groggily retreated to the glorious tent of King Mycenaeans. There, they met with the other Greek chiefs to quickly decide on measures to contain the Trojan advance. Paris and Aeneas burned the Greek ships that had already been conquered. The sons of Ares, Deimos and Phobos, stood back, as dread and despair spread through the Greeks' hearts. The Trojans had swarmed into the Greek camp, and the fight for the ships had begun. Supported by Zeus, the warriors of Hector pursued the decisive victory that would rid Troy of its enemies. Led by Ajax, and unaware of the will of the supreme god, the Greek coalition warriors were fighting for their lives like a beast hunted by its predator. All the while, the great Greek leaders, who had been wounded the day before, were debating their options. Surrender would surely mean a death sentence. Agamemnon broached the possibility of pushing the ships back into the sea and returning to Greece. An angry Odysseus rebuked the great leader, saying that with such an attitude he was not worthy of commanding the alliance. From the heights of Olympus, Hera, Athena, and Poseidon watched the despair of their protégés without being capable of doing anything. Zeus had barred them from helping them directly. The Olympian queen was convinced that something had to be done, even if it went against her husband's will. The goddess knew she would not succeed in changing her husband's will through reason. Instead, she decided to act using the ways of Eros and Aphrodite, wearing her most beautiful robes and pouring over her body the finest perfumes. But she knew she needed another artifact, the belt of Aphrodite, which made the goddess of love irresistible to any man or god. The queen got Aphrodite to lend her her belt, without revealing the intent behind it. After all, the goddess of love was a Trojan ally. Hera went to Mount Ida, from where her husband commanded war. He was impressed to see how exquisite and seductive his wife was. While the god was busy, Hypnos, the god of sleep, in league with the goddess, used his powers to make the god slumber. Without the supreme god's hindrance, the gods allied to the Greeks were free to provide aid to their protégés. With Zeus now off the fight, Poseidon sided with the Greeks and had inspired them with uncanny bravery that stopped the Trojan advance. The Achaeans struggled to defend their ships as if these were their true homes. Hector threw his spear at Ajax the Great, hoping to knock out the Greeks' resistance. But, as if deflected by the gods, Hector's spear skimmed across Ajax's chest without doing him any damage. But Ajax's counterattack would prove terrible for Hector. The gigantic Greek warrior threw a heavy stone at the Trojan hero. Hector was struck violently on the leg, leading the Trojan prince to the ground. With the help of his companions, Hector was taken out of the forefront. Without his great hero to lead them, the pressure of the Trojan attack finally began to ease. It was at this point that Zeus, who was peacefully sleeping on Hera's lap, awoke. He was suddenly overcome with anger, realizing what had happened on the battlefield, and that it was his wife's doing. Zeus threatened and scolded her. He asked her if the goddess's wish was again to be hung in the heavens, just like when she and the other gods had rioted against him. But since she was still using Aphrodite's belt, Zeus's anger found no room in his heart. Zeus ordered Apollo to heal the leg of the Trojan champion. In the meantime, Hector could return to the command of his men and fulfill the plan laid out by Zeus. The Greeks shuddered as they heard Hector's mighty war cry, which sounded more like a lion's roar. The enemies had spotted him fall, and now he was returning as if unscathed from the world of the dead. While the Greeks ceded land to their enemies, Patroclus, in Achilles' tent, begged the greatest hero among the Greeks to put aside all the humiliations he had suffered and help his decimated compatriots. If that was his men's wish, Achilles said, then Patroclus could put on his armor and lead his valiant Myrmidons against the Trojans. While Patroclus was putting on Achilles' armor, his friend gave him one last piece of advice. Achilles told Patroclus to drive the Trojans out of the Greek camp, but not to pursue his enemies if they ran away. However, his main advice was that his beloved comrade should not try to engage Hector in battle. The young Patroclus did not know it, but he was gearing up to change the course of the war for good. The Greeks were struggling frantically to protect their ships and prevent the Trojans from setting them on fire. The Trojans sensed that the long-awaited victory was within their grasp, but they had no idea that their luck was about to change. The sound of the wheels of Achilles' chariot, pulled by the two divine horses Xanthus and Balius, made the Trojans' hearts tremble. Patroclus, wearing Achilles' armor, headed the mighty Myrmidons off to fight their enemies. Frightened and eager to save their own lives, the Trojans on the forefront fled in confusion. Meanwhile, they were pursued and had their flanks battered by the Greek spears. From the top of Achilles' chariot, Patroclus took out Trojans by the dozens with accurate stabs from his spears. But Sarpedon was a Trojan ally, as well as king of Lycia and son of Zeus. He was bent on stopping the Achaeans' counterattack. Patroclus leaped from the divine chariot and dashed against the son of Zeus. Sarpedon was strong and experienced, but his age had eroded his endurance. He was not up to the task of fighting a warrior as good as Patroclus, who had Achilles as his training opponent for most of his life. From above, Zeus looked at his beloved son in peril of his life and thought of intervening, but was scolded by the other gods. It would be disgraceful for the gods to freely intervene in the destiny of men to save the life of one of their descendants, just to avoid the pain of loss. Zeus resigned himself to let Sarpedon's fate be fulfilled. Patroclus easily dodged the thrusts of King Lycian's spear, just standing by to deliver the fatal blow. The Greeks rejoiced as they stripped Sarpedon's body of its glorious armor and weapons. However, sent by Zeus, both Thanatos and Hypnos carried the dead king's body back to Lycia, preventing the corpse of Zeus's son from being defiled. Thus he could have a dignified funeral in his homeland. Patroclus's heart had started to be seized by pride, which made him believe that he could lead the capture of Troy that day, completely forgetting Achilles' warning not to pursue the Trojans who fled behind the walls. On the very front of the Trojan walls stood Hector, but Patroclus did not look daunted by the presence of such a mighty hero. But Patroclus's shining moments were over. Zeus was sending Apollo to weaken the man who had killed his beloved son. Patroclus's spear broke, and the straps that tied Achilles' armor to his body snapped, rendering the hero defenseless. That's when a Trojan named Euphorbus struck Patroclus in his flank, attacking him with his spear. Hector drove his spear through the body of Achilles' cherished friend. With Patroclus dying at his feet, Hector called him a fool to think he would take Troy that day, saying that the Trojan vultures would feast on his corpse. Patroclus used his remaining strength to say that Hector was bragging about a victory that was not his. After all, the greatest blow he suffered was dealt by Zeus and Apollo. Then it would be Euphorbus's, and only then would come the one from the Trojan prince. The Greek hero also stated that by killing him, he lured to himself the shadow of death that now surrounded Hector, because Achilles' revenge would fall heavily on the Trojan. Hector would carry Achilles' armor back to Troy as a trophy, and place it on an altar in honor of the gods. Meanwhile, Trojans and Greeks fought over the body of Patroclus. With the arrival of the mighty Ajax, the Greeks succeeded in retrieving Patroclus's body and bringing it back to the camp. The news of Patroclus's death changed the course of the war. Achilles was in his tent, utterly oblivious to what was happening during the battles outside the Trojan wall. Antilochus, the son of old Nestor, arrived with some grim news. The messenger had the message of Patroclus's death, and the chest of Peleus' son was overwhelmed with pain. Achilles was suffering from the thought that his best friend had not listened to his advice not to stand up to Hector. Patroclus's negligence had cost him his life. To make matters worse, Hector had taken Achilles' magnificent armor for himself. The weeping hero went to the beach, and his cries of excruciating pain were heard by his mother, who came up from the water to find out what was happening. Achilles told her about the death of his beloved friend and the loss of his armor. He could never get his revenge on Hector disarmed. But Thetis reassured her son and told him that she would return the next day with armor even more splendid than before. With it, he would be able to accomplish his destiny. Thetis went to Olympus, where she found Hephaestus working in his divine forges. She asked the craftsman deity to help her beloved son by making him new armor. Hephaestus owed a great debt of gratitude to Thetis. She had sheltered him when he was thrown off of Olympus. He assured her that he would make Achilles the most magnificent armor ever seen by human eyes. Ajax returned to the Greek camp, carrying the body of Patroclus, while his brothers in arms fended off the Trojan attacks that came at them like hungry hyenas. Then, albeit disarmed, Achilles emerged and let out a mighty roar of war that frightened all the Trojan warriors. The body of the late warrior was at last safe. The goddess Hera prompted the sun god Helios to dive into the ocean early, prematurely putting an end to another battle day. She knew that Achilles, without armor, would not be able to lead the Greeks. The Trojans, camping outside the Trojan walls, discussed during the night the following actions to be taken. One Trojan nobleman urged his men to retreat inside the city, as Achilles' fury would be relentless. But Hector and other nobles refused to hide behind the walls, as the gods were on their side. Once in the Greek camp, the nobles spent the night mourning the body of the bravest and wildest hero who tried to take the city in a single day. Achilles ordered Patroclus' body to be preserved. He would only receive the funeral rites after the hero brought the body of Hector, the murderer, in honor of the fallen. The next morning, Thetis stood in front of Achilles' tent, wearing the new armor and shield made by the most skillful of the gods. Achilles donned his new armor, and its golden color shone almost as brightly as the sun. No man had ever worn such magnificent armor. Pylades requested an assembly of the Greek nobles, as he had an important pronouncement to make. Standing in front of all noblemen, Achilles reconciled with Agamemnon and regretted that everything had not been settled on the very first day. Agamemnon apologized to the hero for having offended him so deeply, but everything he did was due to the will of the gods, and no man would oppose it. Agamemnon returned all of Achilles' stolen treasures, including the slaves Briseis that Peleus' son held so dear. When she saw Patroclus' body, she wept over it, as he had always been very kind to her. Achilles was now leading the Greek army on an assault to avenge Patroclus' death. The Greeks marched confidently with him, as they had the best warrior in the world at their side. Achilles and his men fought their opponents. All those who dared to counter Pylades' rage met Charon the ferryman. Achilles fought with unfathomable anger and took the lives of the Trojans and their allies by the dozen. The gods watched Achilles' anger, and Zeus sensed that, at that pace, the hero would bring the war to an end that very day, and so he released the gods to act upon the conflict in whatever way best suited them. Hera, Athena, and Poseidon sided with the Greeks, while Apollo, Ares, and Aphrodite sided with the Trojans. With the gods on the battlefield, the war returned to the path laid out by the Moirai, the ladies of fate. Ares joined forces against Athena, as he was still angry with the goddess for having helped the hero Diomedes wound him. The powerful goddess, employing her sheer strength, threw her brother to the ground and taunted him for thinking he could measure up to Zeus's favorite daughter. Aphrodite stood between Athena and Ares to protect her lover, but Athena landed a powerful punch to the chest of the goddess of love. She fell at Ares' side, and Athena told them that it was the deserved consequence for those who supported the hateful Trojans. Near there, Poseidon teased Apollo to fight, but heard the light gods retort, saying it was not worthy for two deities of their level to fight each other over mere mortals. Artemis, who sided with the Trojans, taunted her brother for refusing to fight his uncle, and said that his bow and arrows were useless. Hera snatched the bow from Artemis's hands and struck her with her own weapon. She told her that a child like her was not supposed to be there, and that she had to go play with her pets in the forest. Artemis walked to her powerful father, and while crying on his lap, he asked her who had hurt her. The hunting goddess replied that Hera was responsible, and that his wife was determined to bring dissension between the gods and men, and seemed to be pleased with it. Despite the gods' interference, Achilles pushed on relentlessly and seemed determined to bring back Hector's head, even if he had to tear down the Trojan gates with his bare hands and drag the Trojan prince by the hair. Achilles was marching relentlessly towards the city of Troy, while many Trojans fled in desperation. But one man did not fear the dreadful son of Theseus, the Dardan prince Aeneas. Achilles called the prince a fool for believing that if he defeated the champion of the Achaeans, he would only become king of the Trojans after Priam's death, as an ancient prophecy said. He added that, by facing him, he would only advance his meeting with Charon the boatman. Aeneas retorted by saying that he was not there to hurl insults. If he wanted to advance towards Troy, he would have to run over him. The two noble heroes proceeded to duel. Aeneas gave his all in attacking and dodging the attacks of Peleus' son. On the other hand, Achilles fought provocatively, almost carelessly, before the warriors who were witnessing the combat. Poseidon watched the contest between the heroes from a distance. Even though he hated the Trojans, he knew that the gods did not want Aeneas to fall before Achilles. When he felt that the prince was greatly handicapped, he realized that he would have to act. Aeneas was weak, and Achilles was ready to give the final blow, but Poseidon brought a cloud that obstructed Achilles' vision. The god would take Aeneas to safety, away from his enemy's jaws. When the cloud dissipated, the Dardanian hero was no longer there. Achilles realized that Aeneas was indeed beloved by the gods. In the vicinity, the Myrmidons were facing the Trojan lines and taking the lives of many Trojans as revenge for Patroclus' death. Achilles and his Myrmidons took several prisoners. Many were noble children of the most prestigious Trojan families. However, this time Achilles would not trade them for a generous ransom. Their lives would be offered to the gods as a sacrifice during Patroclus' funeral. The war was at one of its most heated moments. Achilles was killing more enemy warriors on the banks of the river Scamander than ever before that day. The blood of the fallen dribbled into the river, reddening its waters. Achilles invaded the river waters to chase the Trojans who were trying to escape, but many of those who escaped from the hero's terrible spear met an even worse fate, drowning in the river due to their armor's weight. But Scamander, the river deity that gave the river its name, was enraged at Achilles for polluting his waters and would not let that insult go unpunished. The enraged river god made a massive water wall appear and threw it at Achilles. Achilles was battered by the mighty water whirlwind spawned by Scamander. His glorious armor crafted by the gods was worthless without air in his lungs. But Hera would not allow Achilles to die and turned to her son Hephaestus for help. The god of the forges brought forth a mighty fire that dried up the river, and Achilles was able to escape from the grip of death. After catching his breath, Achilles would drive to the Trojan gates to challenge Hector in an attempt to avenge the death of his dear friend. On the battlefield, for almost a decade, men and gods were eagerly awaiting the encounter of the two greatest warriors of the Trojan War. Achilles, the Greek champion, was overwhelmed by the will and wished to avenge the death of his beloved friend Patroclus, while Hector, the bravest of all the Trojans, was battling to defend his homeland, his people, and his family. While advancing, Achilles' eyes burned with the hatred he felt for his opponent. Albeit invisible to human eyes, Phobos, the personification of fear, stood next to him. Hector's spirit was filled with dread, and his instinct for survival made the warrior flee. 3 paintings in a row. From the walls of Troy, King Priam, his wife Hecuba, and their princes worriedly watched Hector being pursued by Achilles, who, like a hungry predator, was chasing his prey. Hector avoided the arrows and javelins thrown by the warriors following Achilles. Peleus' son yelled, ordering his men to stop attacking the Trojan prince, as he would be responsible for sending Hector's spirit straight to Hades. Zeus commanded his golden scales to be brought out, because the time had come to decide Hector's fate. His fate was weighed, and Achilles' platter rose toward glory, while Hector's platter dipped down toward Hades. Hector's fate had been sealed by the gods. Zeus directed Athena to come down to earth and enforce the fate set out for the warriors by the Moirai. Athena whispered in Achilles' ear for him to stop pursuing his enemy, that she would encourage him to fight. Hector then listened to his brother Deiphobus' call and was delighted to have his brother by his side in a time of need. The prince found his courage again and was now ready to at last face the Achaean champion. Hector attempted to reach an agreement with Achilles, whereby the corpse of the warrior who fell after the duel would be given back to his friends to receive the proper funeral rites and tributes. But Achilles countered, saying that there was no such thing as an agreement between lions and men, and that it was the will of the gods to grant him victory. He would toss the prince's body to be gobbled up by the hungry dogs. The 2 greatest warriors met in front of Troy's mighty gates, while the Trojans watching from the top of the walls held their breath. This clash could change the war's outcome. Hector launched his spear at Pelides, but he easily dodged it, using the divine armor bestowed by Hephaestus. The Trojan prince beckoned his brother to hand him his spear, but Deiphobus was absent. Hector realized he had been deceived by the gods, and that Athena had disguised herself as his brother to motivate him. Though he knew that the gods were not with him, this time Hector would not let himself be taken over by fear. He pulled out his sword and charged forward to meet his fate. The king and queen on the walls feared for the life of their beloved son, and worried about their kingdom's fate should Hector fall. The prince was bravely contending against the world's most powerful warrior. The heroes charged each other in a fight that seemed like a deadly ballet. Within seconds of fighting, Achilles had understood how Hector behaved in combat. No enemy's blows could reach him, and now he only expected the prince to reveal a vulnerable point for the fight to be decided. Hector bravely stepped forward against Peleus' son. With one perfect blow, Achilles fatally clipped Hector's neck. The great duel was set. Groans of pain and despair took over the Trojan walls, and everyone mourned the death of the noblest of all Trojans. Princess Andromache, Hector's wife, collapsed upon knowing that her husband had died, and that little Astyanax was now an orphan. With the spear still stuck in his neck, Hector begged Achilles to deliver his body to his parents in exchange for a great ransom in gold. But the ruthless Achilles replied that he would not. His body was meant to be eaten by the dogs and vultures that roamed the Greek camp. In his last breath, Hector cursed Achilles and threatened that the god Apollo would be in charge of avenging him. Achilles, however, said that he did not fear his meeting with Thanatos. He had already accomplished his destiny by killing the best Trojan of them all, and his name would now be hailed for centuries to come. Hector's spirit went to Hades, but his body would still suffer much humiliation. Achilles bound the prince's ankles with a rope and fastened the rope to his chariot. Achilles dragged Hector's body with his chariot through the entire city of Troy, revealing to every citizen of the city that their champion was now dead, and along with the prince, all hopes for Troy. Upon witnessing his son's body being dragged in front of the walls, Priam tried to throw himself from the top to take his own life, but was halted by his sons. Meanwhile, Hecuba, the queen, was shrieking and tearing her hair out. Achilles dragged Hector's body towards the Greek camp and was greeted by the Greek warriors wherever he went, saluting his victory. Having exacted his revenge, Achilles was at last ready to provide his faithful friend Patroclus with a proper burial. Achilles triumphantly returned to the Greek camp, carrying with him the body of the Trojan warrior who inhabited the nightmares of nearly all the Achaean warriors, afraid that they would encounter Hector on the battlefield. Having fulfilled his promise, Achilles sent orders to initiate the funeral proceedings for Patroclus. Animal sacrifices were started, and Hector's body was ordered to be thrown to the ground and left at the mercy of dogs. During his sleep, Achilles was visited by Patroclus' spirit, who cried out for his friend to quickly perform the funeral rites, as he was being barred from entering the underworld. Achilles apologized to his fellow man and promised him that he would speed up the ritual. Patroclus reminded Achilles of his fate in war. He reminded him to make room next to his friend's grave so that he could be buried there. This way they could rest together, as they had been together since childhood. 12 Trojan prisoners were slain with sword blows at Achilles' command, because the Pelides' desire for revenge was immense. At last, Achilles gifted his locks as a tribute to his dead friend. Achilles had promised his father to give the locks to the river god of his homeland when he returned. He asked the god for forgiveness, as he was not meant to return and fulfill his offering. The great pyre was lit, and Achilles finally made good on his promise. Patroclus' spirit entered the realm of Hades and found rest in the Elysian fields. At night, the goddess Aphrodite spread an ointment of ambrosia on Hector's cup, so his corpse did not decompose, even when exposed to the elements. She also kept a watchful eye over the body to scare off the dogs that wanted to feast on the corpse. Achilles continued to be anxious. He tied Hector's body to his chariot again, dragging his tormentor's corpse around Patroclus' pyre several times. Achilles, in his tent, was visited by Thetis, his divine mother. Upon seeing her son's agitation, she advised him to return Hector's body to his people. The gods were unhappy with the way that Peleus' son had treated the body of such an honorable warrior. Achilles said that if that was the gods' will, he would allow the body to be returned. Iris, the divine messenger, went to Priam with the message that the king had to go to Achilles' tent to retrieve the body of his beloved son. He had no need to worry, for he would be under the gods' protection. The sons of Priam attempted to dissuade him from leaving. If he were captured by the Achaeans, Troy would suffer greatly. However, the king said that all his beloved sons were dead, and he had only the worst of them left. He would do everything to bring back the body of his best son. Priam took a donkey-drawn cart to the Greeks' camp, unsure of how he would be received. Along the way, the king encountered a man who said he would help him enter the Achaeans' camp. Priam knew that this stranger could only be an envoy from the gods. As they arrived at the Greek camp gates, the mysterious man commanded that the gates be opened, and was immediately attended to. Priam sensed that a god was at his side, and he was right. At Zeus's order, Hermes would escort the king to assure his safety. Achilles was taken aback when he saw a noble elder walking into his tent. In a sign of great humility, Priam clasped the knees of the man who had taken the lives of almost all of his sons. He told Achilles to remember Peleus, his old father, who was probably as old as Priam, and how much he hoped for his son's return, or at least his body. He said that he had lost more than 50 sons, but he could not do without the body of the only one who was truly worthy of defending the city. For this reason, he carried a generous ransom with him. Touched by the king's speech, Achilles brought him to his feet. He said that great would be Priam's suffering, so as to have the courage to stand face to face with the most terrible of Greeks, and that an iron heart would be beating in his chest. Achilles replied that he would return Hector's body to his father. He had promised his divine mother that he would do so. With great relief after such stress, the king finally relaxed. He ate and rested in Pelides' tent. He had not eaten or slept since his son's death. Before sunrise, Priam and his divine escort departed, carrying the body of the glorious hero Hector, before Agamemnon found out that the Trojan king was in his camp. Achilles apologized to Patroclus' spirit for returning Hector's body, saying that his part of the ransom would be laid at his tomb. Priam headed toward Troy with the promise of an 11-day ceasefire to ensure that all preparations were made for the funeral of the bravest Trojan. The Trojans rejoiced and wept, watching the king carrying the Trojan prince's body. Thanks to Aphrodite's care, Hector's corpse was perfectly preserved, and he appeared to be sleeping serenely. Andromache, the hero's wife, grabbed her dead husband's head and regretted that his departure had left behind a widow and a helpless son who would certainly be persecuted by the Greeks. They would not allow poor Astyanax to grow up and seek revenge. On the 11th day of the truce, Hector's enormous funeral pyre was lit in the center of Troy. All the city's inhabitants grieved the departure to Hades of the only man capable of defending Troy against the Greeks. One of the Trojan War's saddest chapters had ended. Even without its champion, the city would continue to fight until its last gasp. The Trojan War had already killed countless renowned warriors, but no loss had the impact of the fall of the Trojan prince Hector. Without the protection of their leader, the morale of the Trojan people was shattered. The armistice proposed by Achilles, which allowed Hector's funeral to take place, was coming to an end. Agamemnon took his men to the front of the Trojan walls and tried to challenge his opponents to a fight in the open field. But the Trojans didn't have the courage to come out from behind the mighty walls built by the gods. They saw Thanatos' terrible shadow at every corner, a sign that the ruin of the city was about to happen. King Priam regretted that he had lost so many sons in the war, but his grief was even greater that only his most cowardly sons had survived, Paris and Deiphobus. In their hands would be the future of Troy, since the king did not want to give the city's command to the brave Aeneans. After all, there was a prophecy where he would be the great upholder of Trojan tradition, and the king had no wish to give that honor to Anchises' son. But as the goddess Aurora appeared, bringing with her the rising of a new day, a fresh hope appeared on the horizon. They were the brave and untamed Amazons, tremendous warriors, daughters of Ares who fought on wild horses. Penthesilea, the queen of the Amazons, was beautiful, and her armor reflected the sun's rays. She even looked like the daughter of the goddess Aurora. The emergence of the dreadful warriors who feared no man filled the Trojan warriors' hearts with courage. Led by Ares' daughters, the Trojans came out from behind the walls to once again face the Greek army. The Amazons advanced against the Greek lines, who were stunned to see an army of women mounted on horses. Their attack was frightening, seeming to be inspired by Ares, their father and bellicose god. The Greeks began to flee to ships, pursued by Queen Penthesilea, who killed dozens of warriors with her glorious axe offered by the god of war. Achilles and Ajax were surprised by the Greeks' disorderly flight. They shouted for the men to re-establish the defensive lines, for Achilles and Ajax were now in their army's forefront. Encouraged by the two great heroes, the Greeks returned to the fight, and a great bloodbath began. Achilles, Trojans, and Amazons spilled blood on Trojan soil in one of the most violent battles of the war. Achilles again began to turn the battle in favor of the Greeks, using Peleus's fabulous spear. But Penthesilea feared no man. Not even the fearsome son of Thetis frightened the queen of the Amazons. Mounted on her horse, she hurled a spear at the hero. Achilles blocked the attack and ordered his war chariot to be brought to him. The objective was to hunt down the brave Amazon. Pulled by the divine horses Balius and Xanthus, Achilles pursued the warrior queen, who continued to hurl projectiles at him. Penthesilea turned around and raised her axe. Achilles was impressed by the courage of the fearless warrior, who looked more like Athena's incarnation. The queen of the Amazons fearlessly charged forward against the champion of the gods for the final showdown. Achilles pierced the horse's body and struck the Amazon's belly in a blow delivered by his mighty spear. The queen and her horse fell mortally wounded. Achilles approached to examine Penthesilea's body. He could not believe that a woman would have the courage to challenge him. When even the mighty Hector trembled in his presence, he removed the queen's helmet and was surprised. Not only was she really a woman, but she was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. Achilles was touched by the queen's courage, and so he did not strip her of her weapons and armor, as was his custom. Achilles returned Penthesilea's body to her subjects so that they could arrange a funeral to honor the woman's greatness. She had been braver than most of the great men who fought in the war. After defeating the fearless Amazon warriors, the Greeks began preparations for the assault on the Trojan walls. Many tall ladders began to be manufactured for the warriors to reach the top of the walls. In Troy, the high-ranking nobility of Ilium were desperate. Some said that Helen of Troy should be handed over to the Greeks so that their fury could be controlled, avoiding a terrible fate for the city of Troy. But Paris found all this inconceivable. He said that returning Helen would in no way diminish the Greek warriors' bloodlust. At that moment, the Ethiopian prince Memnon appeared, leading his army of African warriors. He had skin as dark as ebony. He was strong as a bull, so strong that he could only be compared to Achilles. And just like the son of Thetis, Memnon also had divine blood. He was the son of the goddess Aurora with Tithonus, brother of King Priam of Troy. And, like the Greek, he also had divine armor made by the god of forges. Memnon led his men in a bloody battle against the Greeks. The Dark Prince claimed dozens of Greek lives. He seemed unstoppable, and the Greeks were taken aback, for they did not think they would ever again face an enemy as strong as Hector. Achilles wanted to face him, but was stopped by his divine mother. She warned him that this enemy could kill him in the next 24 hours. Therefore, Memnon fought on, without finding any opponent to match him. On his chariot, the old king Nestor of Pylos commanded the Greek lines, trying to prevent them from being overthrown by the pressure of the African army. The Ethiopian prince realized that, if he eliminated the Greek commander, the opponents would be left leaderless, and the Africans would be victorious. Memnon advanced against Nestor, but his son Antilochus placed himself between the warrior and his old father to protect him. The African prince pierced the chest of Nestor's brave son with his spear. The old king tried to push Memnon away from his son's body, preventing him from plundering the spoils. The Ethiopian said that he would not have attacked the old king. Due to the heat of the battle, he had only charged at him because he did not realize that he was an elder. Antilochus, like Patroclus, was very dear to Achilles. Therefore, the great Greek warrior forgot his mother's advice and tried to take revenge by fighting Memnon. The two great warriors began their duel, and the Ethiopian prince proved to be a formidable opponent. He was strong and skilled. Achilles felt that this warrior seemed to equal him in almost everything. That fighter might be destined to kill him, just as it had been prophesied since his childhood. Achilles used his spear to strike the African prince in the shoulder. But the blow only made Memnon fight with even more devotion, unlike any other opponent. Thetis and Aurora watched the duel between their sons with distress. They knew that only one would come out of the fight alive. Both asked Zeus to favor their respective sons, but he said that the fate of each warrior was already determined by the Moirai. Not even he could go against the Ladies of Destiny. Memnon wounded Achilles' hand with his spear, and the Greeks were shocked to see the divine champion bleeding so badly. The goddess of dawn stood behind her son and revealed Achilles' secret weakness, his heels. Memnon tried to surprise his opponent with an assault on his heels, but Achilles, the light-footed warrior, leapt on his opponent. With one terrible blow, he claimed Memnon's life. The body of the African prince was carried away by the deities of the winds. So, just like Sarpedon, he was buried with all the honors he deserved. After defeating that mighty warrior, nothing seemed impossible for Achilles, who would now lead the assault on the walls of Troy in search of ultimate glory. Achilles commanded the Trojan offensive in the final assault on the walls of Troy. He wanted to conquer the city that day, and everything looked favorable. Using their long ladders, the Greeks began trying to scale the walls, while the Trojans mounted desperate defenses. Aeneas led the Trojans outside the walls. If they could not destroy the great stairs, the city would be lost. Achilles, with his dreadful blows, kept sending Trojans to the kingdom of Hades. The defenders' fortitude was weakening. Afraid of dying, the Trojans began to flee, while Achilles impaled them with Peleus' spear. Suddenly, Apollo appeared before Achilles and ordered him to stop the advance, for it was written in destiny that he would never overcome the Trojan walls. But Achilles ignored him and told the god to go back to the other deities. If he tried to stop him, Apollo would have a taste of Peleus' spear. Apollo gave way to the senseless Greek warrior, but he could not let him get away with such an insult. The excellent archer Paris focused as hard as he could. With the help of the luminous god, he fired a devastating arrow. Guided by Apollo, the prince's arrow hit Achilles' heel, his only weak point. Achilles was practically invulnerable, for his divine mother had performed a ritual where he was submerged in the waters of the sacred river. But the only unprotected part of his body was his heel, for it had not come into contact with the water. Mortally wounded, his blood flowed abundantly in the stricken area. Achilles called the one who struck him from behind, and at a safe distance, a coward, for his opponent did not have the courage to meet him face to face. Achilles still managed to stand up. He staggered forward against his enemies, managing to kill a few more enemies before running out of strength. To everyone's surprise, Achilles tumbled to the ground, and the sound of the impact of his armor against the ground was heard throughout the battlefield. The greatest of all heroes was dead. Paris celebrated the victory over the best Greek warrior and ordered the Trojans to plunder Achilles' weapons and armor. The Trojan soldiers, who had previously fled, rushed to pillage the hero's body. Ajax appeared on the scene, raising his mighty warhammer to scare away the Trojans trying to snatch Achilles' body. Odysseus gave cover to the strong Ajax so that he could put Achilles' body on his shoulders and set off for the Greek camp. Ajax used his enormous strength to quickly cross all the way to the camp. Many said that, for this heroic feat, he would pay a terrible price. Completely exhausted, Ajax accomplished his mission and rescued the body of his dear friend. Achilles' body received due care and was mourned by all the Greeks who grieved the departure of the most glorious warrior among them. Thetis appeared in the sea waters to bid farewell to the son she had tried so hard to divert from his fate. She covered her son's body with her tears, and everyone present was moved by that mournful scene. Achilles was cremated on a huge funeral pyre, worthy of the greatest of kings. His bones were buried next to the remains of his beloved friend Patroclus. They met again on the Elysian fields. After Achilles' funeral, the goddess Thetis, the hero's mother, offered her son's armor to the Achaeans. It was to be given to the one who had rendered the greatest assistance to Peleus and Thetis' son. Ajax considered himself the only man worthy of such honor, for it was he who had taken the hero's body from the grip of the Trojan warriors. But Odysseus objected, and said that he himself was the one who deserved to inherit Achilles' breastplate. Ajax was furious with Odysseus. He claimed that the comparison between the two was preposterous, as it would be the same as equating a dog to a lion. The giant also said that, if it were not for him, Achilles would have his head on a stake, and his spirit would roam the banks of the river Acheron. But Odysseus replied by saying that, if it were not for him, who contained nearly a dozen Trojans, Ajax would never be able to carry the body, and that it was he who found Achilles and convinced him to fight. Without that, the entire Greek expedition would have been lost. Old Nestor suggested a competition to decide who was most worthy of such an honor. Ajax and Odysseus spoke before everyone, defending their causes. Ajax was brave and worthy, but he did not possess the power of speech. But Odysseus had a silver tongue, and charmed everyone with his words. Menelaus and Agamemnon convinced the council to give Odysseus their weapons. Some did so to prevent Ajax from getting even more prestige and power. Upon seeing Odysseus being presented with Hephaestus' divine armor, Ajax's blood boiled to such an extent that he felt ill, even having a stroke. He became motionless in front of everyone and had facial paralysis. In his tent, he seemed to recover from his malaise, but he was still outraged at the humiliation he had suffered. He wanted to make the Atridae pay for conspiring against him. At that moment, the goddess Athena appeared behind him and clouded his judgment. Ajax was completely beside himself. He came out of the tent with his weapon, determined to take revenge. Two of Agamemnon's guards tried to stop him but failed. He suddenly saw Atreus' two sons, who seemed startled to see Ajax's hateful face. The giant lunged forward with bloodlust against Menelaus and Agamemnon. Ajax mortally struck Menelaus. Then he strangled Agamemnon until he took away his last breath of life. Even after killing the two sons of Atreus, Ajax's thirst for revenge remained unquenchable. He went to Odysseus' tent and dragged him out. His opponent would not die as quickly as the others. He tied him to a rock and began to whip him. That's when the Athena-induced confusion dissipated, and Ajax realized that he was flogging a ram. And everyone witnessed the grotesque scene in shock. As he killed the other lambs, he thought the animals were Menelaus and Agamemnon, for he shouted their names during the slaughter. Again humiliated before everyone, he ran back to his tent. He called his slave Tecmessa, whom he had taken as his wife, and he said that he could not stand the humiliation, so he would depart from the world. His wife and son would have to seek out Teucer, his brother, so that the Greek leaders would not enslave them. Ajax held a sword against his chest and threw himself to the ground against it. The war's second greatest warrior, second only to Achilles, died. Agamemnon wanted to deny him the right to the funeral because he had betrayed everyone, and that had it not been for Athena confounding him, Ajax would have killed him, plus his brother. But Odysseus convinced the supreme leader to bury the hero with all the honors of a great fighter. Had it not been for Ajax and his great shield, the Trojans would have burned all the Greek ships. Thanks to the intervention of the king of Ithaca, the mighty Ajax was veiled and honored as a great warrior. The Greek leaders were worried. The death of two of their most powerful warriors, Achilles and Ajax, made it almost impossible to conquer the city of Troy. Although they had weakened their opponents, something beyond their comprehension prevented the Achaeans from overcoming the Trojan wall. With Odysseus's help, the seer Chalcas learned of the prophecies of Helenus, the seer who was Priam's son. They ensured the safety of the city of Ilium. Chalcas revealed to the Greek leaders that Troy could only be conquered by men using the weapons of the great hero Hercules. Furthermore, the city would not fall without having someone with the blood of the great Achilles. And there was also a sacred artifact that protected the city. It was the Palladium, kept inside Troy, in Athena's temple. Odysseus, who had no time ever wanted to take part in the war, wanted to end it quickly. He said he would find the solution to all those shenanigans. The king of Ithaca headed in his ship to King Lycomedes' palace, the same place where he had found Achilles, hidden among the king's daughters. He came across a young man. This one was training against two strong opponents at the same time. The warriors, although experienced, could not hold the young warrior back. He was not just anybody. His name was Pyrrhus, and the Greeks called him Neoptolemus, which meant the new warrior. In his veins he had Achilles' blood, father of the young warrior with the princess Didymia. The princess felt a déjà vu when she saw Odysseus recruiting her son for war, just as he had done with her beloved Achilles. Odysseus handed the boy his father's weapons and armor, which were in his custody. He said that the lives of thousands of Greeks depended on the lad. Pyrrhus would not allow his father's sacrifice to be in vain and agreed to accompany Odysseus to Troy. Meanwhile, a new reinforcement had arrived to help the Trojans. The warrior Eurypylus brought with him fresh troops, sent by allied cities to Troy. With few heroes to take the lead, the Greeks began to give way before the enemy. They were not ready to contain that renewed force. Suddenly, the Trojans and allies halted their advance. They couldn't believe their eyes. Achilles seemed to have returned from the dead. Pyrrhus, who was wearing his father's armor, let out a powerful battle cry. The enemies began to flee, fearing death. But Eurypylus tried to stop the flight, saying that they were fleeing from a child wearing his father's robes. Eurypylus advanced against Neoptolemus, who did not hesitate to face him. The young Pyrrhus leaped on his enemy. With one perfect blow, he struck Eurypylus lethally. The witnesses to that scene had no doubt. Pyrrhus was the son of the glorious Achilles. With Neoptolemus's arrival, the morale of the Greek warriors improved. The Trojans hid behind the walls again. Pyrrhus had a triumphant debut on the battlefields once dominated by his late father. The Greeks now carried a new warrior on their shoulders, celebrating victory. The first hurdle had been cleared. Now Odysseus needed to find Hercules' weapons. The king of Ithaca knew where he had last found one of them, but he also knew that it would not be easy to convince the owner to take it to the Trojan shores. After taking Achilles' son to Troy, Odysseus had to undertake a mission that would cause him great embarrassment. He was to find Hercules' weapons, and he knew very well where they were. On the island of Lemnos was Philoctetes, the warrior who had been abandoned there almost 10 years ago because of his snake injury. He felt a great hatred for Odysseus, responsible for his having been left behind. Odysseus asked the hero for forgiveness, for Philoctetes was heir to Hercules' bow and his magnificent arrows bathed in the Lernaean Hydra's blood. But the forsaken hero would not pardon the Greeks. He turned his back on Odysseus and said he would not travel to Troy. Hercules, who after his death went to live with the gods, spoke in Philoctetes' ear. He told him that he had given him the bow to take him to Troy and that his destiny would be fulfilled that way. After Hercules' intervention, Odysseus took Philoctetes and the divine bow to the shores of Troy. The serpent wound, the reason for his abandonment, still had a putrid odor. But Philoctetes was miraculously treated by the best physician of the Greeks. The hero, who before could barely put his foot down, was completely cured. Everyone was amazed by the miracle. At that moment, the gods seemed to favor the Greeks. They were preparing for another assault on the walls of Troy. The protectors were weak, but the strong defensive position was a huge advantage. Aeneas led the Trojans and their allies in defending the base of the wall, preventing the Greeks from climbing it. Meanwhile, Paris provided cover for Aeneas, commanding the archers who fired the projectiles from the top of the wall. Neoptolemus embodied his father's spirit. By the start of the fight, he had already slaughtered more than 10 enemies. Paris seemed to be having a déjà vu. He had a feeling. If he could shoot down the mighty Achilles with his arrows, then he could also shoot down his son. Philoctetes, with his divine bow, would not allow the cowardly Trojan prince to bring down another Greek hero. He struck straight at the Trojan prince, who felt intense pain, much greater than a normal wound. Paris cried out in pain, as he was accosted by his brother Deiphobus. But they did not know that the arrow had been bathed in the poisonous blood of the Hydra of Lerna. Few people in the world knew the antidote to that poison. The Trojans managed to repel the Greek attack, but the prince and heir to the throne lay dying on his bed. No Trojan physician knew how to help him. Paris remembered Oenon, the nymph to whom he had vowed love before he met Helen. She knew the secrets of herbs and could cure any ailment. Paris was carried on a stretcher to the nymph's dwelling at the foot of Mount Ida. The Trojan prince threw himself at Oenon's feet and begged for help, but time and bitterness had hardened the nymph's heart. She told the prince to seek salvation in Helen, whom he had chosen as his wife. With great pain in her heart, Oenon refused to render aid to the only love of her life. By the time the men carrying Paris returned to Troy, the prince's spirit had departed for Hades. Helen mourned the death of Paris. Meanwhile, Deiphobus and his brother Helenus fought to decide who would be the new husband of the world's most beautiful woman. Paris's body burned on the funeral pyre. Hidden, the nymph Oenon saw everything. She felt enormous pain and guilt for having let her beloved Paris die. In an act of love and desperation, the nymph threw herself into the flames and burned to ashes, holding her beloved.
Upon Paris's death, Helen was forced to marry Prince Deiphobus. An enormous sadness plagued Helen's heart, and she felt guilty for the mistakes she had made in the past, which had led to the deaths of thousands of men and were the root of tremendous unhappiness. At this stage of the war, the other women of Troy hated Helen. She could see the contempt in their eyes. She was held guilty for all the tragedy in the kingdom of Troy. Outside the walls, Odysseus pondered how he could break the last prophesied barrier that prevented the city from being taken. The city of Troy would not fall if they had the Palladium of Athena within their walls. But the cunning Odysseus devised a plan to enter the city. He needed the help of his friend Diomedes. Diomedes beat and whipped Odysseus as if he were the worst of criminals. This scourging was essential to Odysseus's plan. Odysseus put on a tattered tunic and knocked at the gates of Troy for help. The disguised Odysseus deceived the Trojans, saying he was a foreign merchant, captured by the Greeks while trying to smuggle supplies into Troy. He said he almost died after being tortured for days on end, but had managed to escape during the night. Helen, hearing that man's voice, was sure that she already knew him. To clear up any doubts, she said that her maids would take care of the visitor. Helen's handmaidens bathed Odysseus and tended to his wounds. When Odysseus put on the new clothes that were offered to him, Helen entered his quarters. Seeing the king of Ithaca clean and without his hood, she recognized him immediately. She told Odysseus to be quiet, for she would not alert the Trojans about the spy who was now within the walls. After all, she was there only as a slave. During the night, Odysseus sneaked to Athena's temple. With the help of the gods, the guard experienced a heavy sleep. Odysseus entered the temple and stole the palladium that protected the city. In his escape from Troy, under Athena's protection, he eliminated the guards standing in his way, and the palladium prophecy had been solved. After showing off the palladium to all the Greek warriors, the leaders of the Achaeans motivated the troops to prepare for the ultimate assault on the city of Troy. The Trojan archers, standing on the walls, continued to repel the attempted assault. But the brilliant Odysseus came up with an innovative strategy. The Greek warriors advanced together, shoulder to shoulder, with their shields raised. They looked like a great turtle. The Trojans' arrows were useless against Odysseus's formation, and the soldiers went towards the gates. They began to strike the gate with axes and quickly brought it down. But Aeneas stood over the Trojan gate, asking the gods to help him stop the Greeks from conquering Troy that day. The Dardanian prince was empowered by the gods. Using this divine power, he pushed a large block of stone, causing it to fall from the top of the wall. The great impact of the block claimed the lives of nearly a dozen warriors and injured several others. Once again, the Greeks were repulsed. They fled, thinking that the gods did not wish Troy to fall into the Achaeans' hands. The Greek chiefs were extremely discouraged. The war was already 10 years old, and all their effort and sacrifice seemed to have been in vain. But Odysseus would again display all his genius by devising one of the most famous ruses in history. After 10 years of war, the Trojan sentries noticed during the night that a flash from many flames lit up the skies over the Greek camp. There were large columns of rising smoke, as something very strange was happening. The next morning, scouts called the Trojan nobles to contemplate the miracle that had happened. The Greek camp had been abandoned. The Achaeans had left. But in that desolate scene, a huge wooden horse stood out. The gigantic equine had been built from Greek ships, which no longer had sailors to command them, for they had perished in battle. That monument was certainly meant for the gods. They found a Greek man scourged and tied to a pole. He said his name was Sinon, and that he had been left behind as a sacrifice to the gods. This way the Achaeans could safely return home. Sinon was interrogated and asked why the Greeks had suddenly left after enduring a 10-year siege. He said that the Greeks had angered the goddess Athena, who was on their side. She was deeply offended by the theft of the palladium, which was in the goddess's temple in Troy. As a result, a great plague spread among the Achaeans. Without divine support, the Achaeans realized it was impossible to conquer Troy and decided to return home. He said that the gigantic horse was an offering to the gods. Its shape was grandiose to prevent the Trojans from taking it to Troy. After all, the gods would certainly favor whoever possessed that tribute, and they feared that, with the gods siding with the Trojans,
Troy would exact a ghastly revenge on the Greek city-states. King Priam, his nobles and priests, discussed what to do with the great wooden horse. Some wanted to burn it, but that would anger the gods. Others wanted to leave it where it was. But the glory of carrying that offering to the gods to the temple square in Troy was irresistible. Cassandra, the discredited priestess, begged the Trojans to burn the cursed monument, for it would ruin Troy. However, she was once again ignored, and they still scoffed at her, who had predicted years earlier Troy's defeat in the war. But the Trojans did not know that lurking inside the horse were dozens of Greek warriors. Among them were Odysseus, Menelaus, Diomedes, Pyrrhus, and Epeius, a magnificent carpenter responsible for building the gigantic horse. With considerable effort, the Trojans pulled the horse up to the gates of the city. The great gate was partially demolished so that the huge horse could pass through it. In a nearby creek, the great Greek armada was hidden. Thousands of soldiers were waiting for the signal to attack. The great wooden horse was stationed in the center of the temple square inside the city of Troy, and a great feast began. The whole city celebrated the victory over the Greeks after 10 long years of war. The king opened the doors of the royal cellar and offered his entire stock of beverages to the people. Everyone was to celebrate that great day with joy and plenty. As night advanced, the city fell silent. The people of Troy were fast asleep after the long day of celebration. Suddenly, a trap door opened in the belly of the wooden horse. Dozens of warriors began to emerge from that hiding place. The Greeks stealthily initiated their way to control the city gates. The sentries were surprised to be attacked from behind by the heroes infiltrating the city. At the top of the wall, a signal fire was sent to the tens of thousands of warriors outside the walls. The gates had been conquered. Led by Agamemnon, the gigantic Greek army stormed the city and started a massive bloodbath. Unarmed young men and women were not spared. The bloodthirsty rage of the Achaeans seemed unlimited. Many Trojan men, even without proper weapons and armor, tried to stop the Greek advance. But Troy's fate seemed sealed. Nothing could stop them. Achilles' son led the men in the final assault on the royal palace, the last stronghold of Trojan resistance. The Trojan War was nearing its end. After invading the city of Troy, the Greeks indulged in scenes of extreme violence. Ares, the god of war, could not be more pleased with the rivers of blood that flowed through the city streets. Inside the royal palace, the Trojan nobility was terrified. They knew that the Greeks would be merciless. A terrible fate awaited all of King Priam's subjects. Aeneas led a heroic resistance, halting the advance of the Achaeans and buying time for many Trojan citizens to escape the city. All hope of victory for the Trojans had gone up in smoke. Achilles' son, Odysseus and Menelaus, broke down the door of the royal palace, and the goddess of victory stood beside them. Menelaus's blood boiled as he searched for Helen of Troy. He had an enormous desire for revenge. Odysseus was fighting the last men of the royal guard, who, even though outnumbered, offered strong resistance. While Neoptolemus cornered King Priam of Troy in the temple of Zeus, old King Priam raised his sword for the last time. The king's white hair did not move the son of Achilles, who pierced the old man's belly with his sword. Menelaus found Helen in the chamber of Prince Deiphobus, her new husband. The Spartan king wished to dye the room with the couple's red blood. Deiphobus raised his sword and advanced against Menelaus, but he didn't stand a chance against Ares' apprentice warrior, who killed the prince as if he slaughtered a pig. Helen came face to face with the man she betrayed and abandoned. Menelaus was bathed in Deiphobus's blood and huffed like an angry bull. The queen of Sparta was resigned, for she knew that her destiny was Hades. But the gods had not yet abandoned Helen of Troy. Her ally, the goddess Aphrodite, caused an aura to emerge around Helen. This aura emphasized all the exuberant beauty of the Spartan queen, almost blinding Menelaus. Repentant for her actions, Helen offered her body to Menelaus's blade. The son of Atreus could not consummate his revenge, for he was still in love with this woman. Seeing her husband falter, Helen embraced him and asked for forgiveness, saying that she still loved him. Without speaking a word, Menelaus dropped his weapon and accepted the embrace of the woman he loved so much, to the point of driving two nations to war. The battle for the royal palace was over. All the descendants of the Trojan nobility were dead. None of King Priam's sons had survived. Queen Hecuba, the prophetess Cassandra, and the princess Andromache had been arrested and their fate handed over to the Greek leaders to be shared as slaves. But the fate of Astyanax, son of the great hero Hector, was still uncertain. He was the last living heir of Priam's lineage. With victory accomplished, the Greeks pillaged and burned Troy to the ground. Aeneas managed to escape the city, carrying Anchises, his crippled old father, on his back, and hauling his son, Asanius. He fled to distant lands, giving rise to a proud people known as the Romans. As Troy burned in flames, the goddesses Hera and Athena rejoiced that they had achieved their longed-for revenge against Troy. Agamemnon was pleased by his large share of Troy's plunder. He also received Cassandra, a prophetess whom the Trojans ignored, leading them to such a hideous fate. But one last sad and terrible scene put an end to the war. Astyanax was torn from the arms of Andromache, who wept in despair. From atop the walls of Troy, Neoptolemus hurled the poor child toward certain death. The Greeks agreed that they could not leave the last heir of Priam's house alive. After all, Hector's blood ran in the child's veins, and if he grew up as strong as his father, his revenge on the Achaeans would be terrible. After 10 years of war, the Greek heroes and their men returned to Hellas. Despite the many glories and treasures, the return home was difficult. United, they fought for the honor of their land. For millennia, the Muses would inspire idos and minstrels to sing the deeds of the great men who sacrificed their blood at Troy. Those achievements became immortal. Tell me, Muse, about the man of many turns, who many ways wandered when he had sacked Troy's holy citadel. This is how Homer invoked the Muses before singing the story of the hero Odysseus, brave warrior who, with his shrewdness, helped the Greeks to cross the divine walls of Troy. Among all the heroes who survived the ravages of war, Odysseus was the only one who had not yet returned home. On Mount Olympus, the gods gathered in an assembly. Zeus, high on his throne, spoke about how men blame all their ills on the gods, when in fact most of their misfortunes were the result of their own choices and follies, and for that they paid the price for their sins. At this point, Athena intervened and asked why Odysseus, the wise king of the island of Ithaca, even though he was God-fearing, continued to suffer away from his beloved homeland. The goddess lamented the hero's fate, who had been stranded for 7 years on the island of Ogygia. There, the beautiful nympho Calypso, daughter of Atlas, was keeping him on her island because she wanted to have him as her husband. Zeus explained that he was not responsible for Odysseus not having returned home yet, but rather Poseidon, who felt hatred for the hero ever since he pierced the eye of the god's son. But at that moment, Poseidon was in faraway Ethiopia, where he was worshipped. Therefore, he did not participate in the assembly. With the approval of the Council of the Gods, Zeus decreed that Odysseus had the right to return to his home. Zeus's favorite daughter was pleased, stating that she would go to Ithaca to find Telemachus, Odysseus's son. Zeus ordered Hermes, the messenger god, to go to the island of Ogygia to order Calypso to free Odysseus. Hermes put on his winged sandals and set off to fulfill the god's wishes. The island of Ogygia was in the navel of the sea. It was a place where the vegetation grew exuberantly and the breeze blew gently, but strong waves pummeled its coastline. There, Calypso tried in every way to convince Odysseus to stay with her, and even offered him immortality. But Odysseus knew that he was just a mere mortal. It was wrong to desire immortality, for his place was not among the gods, but beside his family. Hermes entered the cave where Calypso lived, being received by the nymph with all reverence. The divine messenger informed Calypso that, by order of Zeus, she was to free Odysseus and secure the means necessary for his journey. The nymph was enraged, saying that the Olympian gods were envious, that they were not pleased with the happiness of the lesser deities when they relate to mortals. But Calypso knew that she could do nothing against Zeus's will. Sometimes her heart broke when Odysseus cried and sighed with homesickness. After delivering the message, Hermes left, and the saddened Calypso went to meet Odysseus. As usual, Odysseus was by the sea, thinking about his beloved Penelope. Calypso told him to stop crying, for he could finally return home. Odysseus, surprised and skeptical, looked back suspiciously, telling the nymph that he could stay if that was her will. The nymph laughed at the wily Odysseus, who, although he wanted to return home more than anything else in his life, knew better than to anger a deity. She told him not to worry, for she spoke the truth. His time on the island of Ogygia was coming to an end. Calypso pointed out to Odysseus the places where he could find the materials needed to build a raft, as well as explaining to him the design of the boat, so that it could withstand the waves. Odysseus did everything as he was ordered, and finally the transport that would help him reach his home was ready. The nymph handed Odysseus supplies for the journey, telling him that, if he knew the dangers that still awaited him, he would have chosen to stay. But the king of Ithaca would not waste that opportunity. Odysseus and Calypso said goodbye, and with the help of favorable winds brought by Calypso, Odysseus set off toward his destination. In his precarious vessel, Odysseus braved the great sea that separated the European from the African peoples. His goal was to return to the arms of his beloved wife Penelope and reunite with his young son Telemachus. On the island of Ithaca, the kingdom of the fearless hero was in danger, for it had been years since the king had left for the war of Troy. Almost everyone believed that Odysseus had died in his venture. Odysseus's palace was full of suitors who wished to betroth the queen Penelope and assume the vacant throne. The queen was no longer young, but still had incredible beauty. Young Telemachus, who was just a baby when his father left, was now a man. The suitors had chosen to stay in the palace, squandering Odysseus's fortune while waiting for Penelope to choose her new husband. Athena assumed the form of a seemingly noble man. In disguise, she entered the palace through the suitors who looked at the visitor with suspicion. Telemachus received the visitor with hospitality, just as Zeus had commanded men. The man said his name was Mentes, king of the Taphias, allies of Telemachus's father. Telemachus told the visitor about the chaos in his father's kingdom and how the suitors were squandering his inheritance. Finally, he asked if the visitor had any news of Odysseus. Mentes said he did not know Odysseus's exact location, but he was alive and doing everything he could to return home. The nobleman said that Telemachus should try to find clues to his father's whereabouts, for he was now a man and should take control of his destiny. Telemachus's heart felt great courage. Mentes assumed the form of a bird and took off. Witnessing that scene, The young man was sure that the gods were on his side. With the firmness and courage transmitted by the goddess, Telemachus announced to the suitors that the next day he would organize an assembly to decide the fate of his father's kingdom. Penelope realized that something had changed in her son. He was no longer a boy, and this filled her with pride. The next day, all the men of Ithaca gathered at the assembly called by Telemachus. The young man spoke about the chaos in his father's kingdom and scolded the suitors for depleting the missing hero's fortune. Antinous, one of the most insolent suitors, interrupted Telemachus, saying that the culprit for the whole situation was Penelope, who had deceived the suitors. Penelope had promised the suitors that as soon as she finished the shroud she was sewing for Laertes, Odysseus's father, she would choose her new husband. During the day, she would weave the shroud for her father-in-law, but as night fell, she would undo the work during the morning. Thus, for almost 4 years, she deceived the suitors until her trickery was discovered. The suitors claimed that they would hold consecutive banquets in Odysseus's palace until Penelope chose her new husband, even if it depleted Telemachus's entire inheritance. Telemachus threatened his rivals, warning that, because of this insult to hospitality, Zeus would ruin the suitors. 2 eagles suddenly began a flight in the skies, an omen of something important. The soothsayer Halitherses interrupted the omen and told the suitors that the king was returning, and the fate of his opponents would be terrible. Eurymachus, another renowned suitor, ignored the elders' words and said that, as soon as the assembly was over, they would again delight in Odysseus's possessions, for he was dead. Telemachus revealed the real reason for the assembly. He needed help to get a boat, men, and supplies for a trip to the island of Pylos in Sparta, where he would try to find clues to his father's whereabouts among the brothers-in-arms who fought alongside him at Troy. If unsuccessful, he would let his mother choose a suitor. No one supported the idea of Telemachus. Therefore, Minotaur, the man Odysseus commissioned to take care of his family, scolded the people of Ithaca for showing such ingratitude to the family of the king, who was always kind and generous to them. The assembly was dissolved and Telemachus did not achieve his goal. At the seaside, Telemachus asked the goddess Athena for help in a prayer. She quickly answered. Athena assumed the form of Minotaur and assured the young man that she would give him the means necessary for his journey, for she perceived that the prince had the courage of his father. Obeying Minotaur's directions, Telemachus asked the old servant Euryclea for help in gathering supplies for the journey. Meanwhile, the goddess induced a deep sleep in the suitors so that Telemachus could escape in hiding. Telemachus boarded the ship that the disguised goddess had provided. Like his father, he set off bravely, leaving Ithaca behind to face the dangers and obstacles between him and his goal. After years trapped on the island of the nymph Calypso, Odysseus, guided by the stars, took his ship back to Ithaca. But Odysseus would not sail with impunity through the kingdom of Poseidon, who still had a lot of resentment for the hero, not having been at the divine assembly that ordered the return of the king of Ithaca. The god would pour out his wrath on him. The sea began to get rough, and Odysseus had to use all his skills as a sailor to fight the waves. The terrible ordeal imposed by Poseidon on Odysseus made him envious of the heroes who died at the gates of Troy. If he had fallen there, he would be exalted among men, and not have the inglorious death that lay ahead of him. A great wave capsized his boat, throwing Odysseus into the water. In the waters, he struggled to emerge, but everything indicated that that would be his end. He was about to give up when a female figure appeared, and his will to live was renewed. Odysseus rose to the surface and managed to fill his lungs with air, while spitting out the salty water he had swallowed. He managed to cling to the remains of his ship, which had been destroyed by the waves. And over the wreckage, he saw a beautiful woman who could only be a goddess. The sea goddess was Leucothea, a deity who had been mortal. Therefore, she was very empathetic to the suffering of men. She asked Odysseus to remove his robes, which made swimming more difficult, while offering her handkerchief to Odysseus. Leucothea assured him that that handkerchief would help him reach dry land safely. Odysseus tied the handkerchief to his chest, as commanded by the goddess, and swam to the shore of the Phaeax. Poseidon was pleased. That man had already suffered too many torments in the past years. It was time to allow the will of the Council of the Gods to be carried out. Poseidon would no longer pursue the king of Ithaca. Odysseus used all his strength to reach the beach and almost died when he was thrown by the sea against the rocks. But at last, he was protected on hospitable land. His first action on dry land was to return the handkerchief of the goddess Leucothea to the sea, she who saved him from certain death. The hero slept on a bed of leaves in the forest to regain his energy before seeking help in the unknown land. The next morning, he awoke to the sound of female voices, which seemed to be enjoying themselves. Among the trees, Odysseus saw a group of girls playing with a ball. Among them, one young woman stood out from the rest. The hero realized that she was a nanny to the other young women, and that this noble woman would probably tell him what place that was. But his nakedness was an obstacle. Odysseus approached the young girls, using a branch with leaves to hide his private parts. The girls were startled by that scene, except for the noble and beautiful young woman. Odysseus knelt before the girl and said, "I don't know if you are a goddess or a mortal. If you are a goddess, you seem to me to be Artemis, who stands out for her poise and beauty among the most beautiful nymphs in her retinue. If you are mortal, thrice blessed are your parents to birth a daughter who blossoms so splendidly." Flattered, the young woman said her name was Nausicaa, and decided to help the man, telling her servants to give Odysseus robes. Clean and dressed in a beautiful robe, Odysseus looked like another man, different from the castaway the youngsters had found. Nausicaa was captivated by that elegant and seductive man. She wanted to introduce him to her father, King Alcinous of the Phaeax, thinking about the possibility of making him her future husband. The princess pointed Odysseus the way to the city of the Phaeax, but did not accompany him, for it would not be right for her to appear with a man in the city. At the city's entrance gates, Odysseus prayed that the gods would protect him and not let another barbarian people keep him from his goal. With Athena's protection, the hero was able to make his way to the palace without being harassed for being a foreigner. Upon reaching the palace, he knelt before Queen Arete, asking for assistance in returning home. Touched, the queen asked the king to receive the visitor with all hospitality, as required by Zeus. The king decided to offer all his hospitality. Odysseus was given a bed, and the next day, great festivities were organized in honor of the gods. Athletic games were held to show how skillful and strong the Phaeax were. Odysseus even showed his strength by throwing a discus. During the banquet held to honor the guest, the Idos sang of the Greeks' achievements in the War of Troy. Odysseus listened to the poet with admiration, for he was certainly inspired by the Muses. He sang the deeds of the heroes in such detail that he seemed to have been there. Odysseus wept, remembering the war that had kept him away for so long from his beloved land and family. King Alcinous, who until then had not known that his guest was one of the heroes of the deeds sung by the Idos, asked why those stories moved him so much. Odysseus said he would explain everything to the king, but he didn't even know where to start. The hero took a deep breath and finally revealed his identity. He said he was Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, who for 10 years had fought alongside the bravest men before the great walls of Troy. Everyone was astonished at the revelation. Odysseus said he would tell his hosts about the adventures and hardships that caused him much pain. It all started after he and his men left Troy behind. This is how Odysseus's adventures began. After 10 years of war, thanks to Odysseus's wit, The city of Troy had finally been captured and pillaged. The king of Ithaca and his men, after years of fighting before the walls of Troy, were ready to return home. Odysseus and his squadron of 12 ships were sailing alongside the squadron of the great hero Agamemnon, until they were separated by a great storm. The storm blew Odysseus's men off course, taking them close to the country of the Cicons. These people allied themselves with the Trojans during the war, being responsible for the deaths of many Greeks. His crew demanded revenge against their enemies. In a surprise attack, Odysseus and his men pillaged the city of Ismarus, killing the warriors who resisted and enslaving those who did not flee. But the invasion of the island by the men of Ithaca would not go unpunished. The men and women who fled the city ran to the neighboring towns and cities in search of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Odysseus tried in vain to get his men to return to the ships, but they were determined to celebrate the newly won spoils. That's when one of the lookouts warned that an army was approaching. Odysseus's battalion had more than 100 experienced warriors, with several years of fighting in Troy. They were not afraid to fight. The battle began, and Odysseus felt foolish to be fighting again in an unnecessary conflict, even after achieving ultimate glory in Troy. The men of Ithaca fought like lions against more numerous enemies, but the countless amounts of Ciconian warriors made victory impossible. Odysseus ordered a retreat, and his men fled to their ships. The ships quickly fled the lands of the Cicons, and each ship lost 6 brave warriors in vain. But the hero's adversities had only just begun. A strong wind tore the sails of the ships, leaving his vessels at the mercy of the sea currents. His men worked at mending the sails, wanting to find their way home as quickly as possible. With the sails already sewn up, they found an unknown island, heading for it to supply the ships with drinking water. On land, Odysseus ordered 3 of his men to scour the island to find out who the resident people were. The ships were already stocked, and the scouts had yet to return. Odysseus then led a search quest. The hero was unaware that his men had been welcomed by the natives and were entitled to taste an exotic food. They had been offered lotus flowers and fruits. When Odysseus met them, they were eating the lotus fruit with great satisfaction. A compatriot greeted him as if he were a foreigner and gave him the exotic fruit. Odysseus looked suspiciously at the fruit, which looked quite appetizing. The man, who had lived with his king for the past 10 years, seemed not to recognize him, and Odysseus realized that this could only be caused by some toxin in the fruit. The king of Ithaca tried to convince the men to return with him to the ships, but they wished to stay there, eating lotus for the rest of their lives. Odysseus ordered his men to forcibly drag their colleagues back to the ships, while they were begging to stay. These men were tied up and put back on the ships. The squadron departed, leaving the island of the Iodophagi behind, while its lotus-eating inhabitants waved, before eating the fruit that would make them forget about those visitors. Meanwhile, one of Odysseus's men was crying, for he wished only to eat the lotophagous fruit to forget all the horrors he had witnessed in the war. But Odysseus's men would encounter even more terrible images during their return home. Odysseus and his men spent several days without seeing solid ground in their heroic attempt to return home, when they finally found an island on the horizon. It was the famous island of the Cyclops, one-eyed creatures, sons of Poseidon, the mighty god of the seas. Odysseus wanted to meet the island's inhabitants, and chose 12 of his best men to explore the island with him. They found a large cave, and the sound of screeching sheep could be heard from inside. Upon entering the cave, Odysseus realized that this was the home of one of the beings that inhabited the island. Inside the cave, there was an enclosure with some sheep, amphorae filled with goat's milk, and bowls with fresh cheese made from it. Odysseus tasted some of the cheese and thought about stealing it, but decided to wait for the return of the cave dweller and negotiate with him. but the hero would regret this decision. The huge Cyclops appeared in front of the cave, bringing with him part of his herd that he had taken out to graze. Odysseus and his men hid, fearing for their lives. But the hiding places of the sailors were revealed when the Cyclops lit a fire in the center of the cave. Odysseus came out of his hiding place and introduced himself to the monster, saying who he was and what he was doing there by asking for hospitality. The Cyclops said that his name was Polyphemus, the most glorious of his race. He claimed that he owned no hospitality to inferior beings, for he did not recognize the laws of men. Polyphemus grabbed 2 of Odysseus's men by the legs and slammed them to the ground, killing them immediately. As if this weren't enough, the beast still devoured them completely. The mighty Cyclops moved a huge stone and blocked the exit of the cave. After that nasty meal, the Cyclops decided to sleep. Odysseus's men wanted to kill him while he slept, but the cunning leader stopped them, because it would be impossible to move the heavy stone blocking the cave exit. The next day, the giant took his sheep out to pasture, leaving the men locked in the cave. Odysseus, together with his men, planned a way to avenge the death of his colleagues. They found a large log of wood and sharpened one end. At the end of the day, the Cyclops returned, and after re-entering, closed the exit of the cave. Odysseus poured into a jar the wine from the wineskins of all his men to offer it to the one-eyed giant. Polyphemus drank with satisfaction the strong wine offered by Odysseus and liked the gesture. He told the hero that, as a reward, he would be the last to be devoured, and asked Odysseus his name. He replied that his name was Nobody, and that everyone knew him that way. Drunken Polyphemus felt an irresistible urge to sleep. Odysseus and his men took the makeshift weapon and prepared their revenge. They ran with the sharp stake toward the monster's one eye. The Cyclops woke up and screamed in pain. After hearing his brother's terrible screams, 2 other Cyclops appeared at the entrance to the cave. They asked who had done it, and Polyphemus shouted, "Nobody! Nobody has pierced my eye!" Since there was no one to punish, they returned to their homes. The next day, the blind Cyclops let the animals out to graze, but he did not expect Odysseus to use another trick. Clinging to the bellies of the strong rams, Odysseus and his men managed to escape Polyphemus's cave. When they were all out of the cave, they quickly ran to the ships. On the ship, Odysseus shouted at the monster, saying that being blinded was a deserved punishment for a criminal who disregarded Zeus's designs by devouring those who had asked for hospitality. Polyphemus pulled a large chunk out of a mountain and threw it in the direction of Odysseus's cries. The great rock fell near the ship of the king of Ithaca. His men begged him to stop taunting the beast, but Odysseus continued. He shouted again, saying that, when someone asked him who had pierced his eye, he should answer that it was the man who devastated the city of Troy, son of Laertes, the great Odysseus, the king of Ithaca. The furious Polyphemus threw another boulder at Odysseus's ship, and it grazed the ship of the Greeks. Odysseus walked away from the island of the Cyclops, regretting that he had lost some men, but excited that he had overcome a huge challenge. Polyphemus asked his divine father and begged Poseidon to punish the man responsible for piercing his son's eye. He asked that the god of the seas prevent Odysseus from returning home. If the gods so willed, he should wander the seas for years, arriving home without ship, treasure, and companions. Odysseus's haughtiness, which led him to mock the son of Poseidon, would cost him dearly, for he now had the god of the seas as an enemy. Days after leaving the island of the Cyclops, Odysseus's fleet found a floating island that was not attached to land. There was only a splendid bronze palace on top of a hill. The king of Ithaca and his men disembarked on the island, setting off in the direction of the residence of the island's inhabitants. Odysseus met Aeolus, the guardian of the winds, who cordially welcomed the visitors. During the banquet in honor of their illustrious visitors, Aeolus and his sons listened cheerfully to Odysseus, who narrated to them the great deeds of the heroes during the Trojan War. To thank them for the entertainment, Aeolus opened a large wineskin and placed inside it all the winds, except for Zephyr, which would blow quietly to guide Odysseus and his men to their home. The favorable wind drove the heroes' ships close to home. After sighting the island of Ithaca, Odysseus could see the smoke from the chimneys. Relaxing for a moment, he entered the realm of Hypnos, the god of sleep, and started snoozing. Odysseus's men were unhappy to return home with virtually no spoils of war. They envied Odysseus for having received a big bag from the gods. They wanted to know what kind of treasures were in the bag. They imagined that there was a lot of gold, so they opened the wineskin. After they opened the bag, all the winds came out and seemed furious. Odysseus awoke, startled by the great noise made by the strong winds. The winds caused great waves and gathered storm clouds, pushing the ships far from home. Odysseus, feeling disillusion and frustration, thought of throwing himself into the sea and ending all that suffering, but eventually regained his sanity. They returned to the island of Aeolus seeking help, but they were driven away by the ruler. He would not disregard the will of the gods, who certainly did not wish Odysseus to return home. Odysseus and his men fought against the winds, which seemed to carry them further and further away from home. After a long time at sea, they found a new island. On it was a protected area, where almost all of Odysseus's ships could find shelter. Only the hero's ship was moored outside the bay, as there was no more room. Odysseus ordered 2 men to inspect the island and find out who its inhabitants were. They found a child, who was bigger than a normal adult, and asked him to take them to his ruler. They were taken to a large house, where a giant queen welcomed them. The queen called her husband, who was huge and had a menacing appearance. He grabbed one of Odysseus's men and devoured him immediately. His partner escaped and ran to the ships. Meanwhile, the king of the giants, known as Laestrygonians, called the others to hunt the little men. The giants attacked the men and their ships in the bay as they tried to escape. The giants grabbed the men and sank their ships, throwing huge stones. The men who were not devoured immediately ended up trapped to be eaten later. By failing to dock in the bay, only Odysseus's ship escaped the massacre. His fleet now consisted of only 1 ship. Everyone in it mourned the loss of the brave friends who had survived the Trojan War, but perished before terrible creatures. Odysseus's entire fleet, which had set sail from Ithaca for Troy, had been destroyed in his attempt to return home after the war. Only Odysseus's captaincy ship escaped the tragedy. After a long time of sailing aimlessly on the sea, they found a beautiful island, but this did not gladden the hearts of the men of Ithaca, for they were traumatized by their last experiences on the island of the Cyclops and the Laestrygonians. The men set up camp on the beach, but the soldiers' low morale left them inert and without the courage to explore the island. But Odysseus grabbed a bow and set off after a prey for dinner. Due to the grace of the gods, Odysseus found a small deer. Using his exceptional marksmanship, he brought the animal down with a perfect shot. As he was returning to the beach with the animal's carcass on his back, he spotted a puff of smoke on the other side of the island. The men of Ithaca were overjoyed to see the king return with precious food, but these smiles quickly vanished when Odysseus ordered the formation of an expedition to find out who lived on that island. The hero did not wish to be responsible again for sending more men to their deaths. Therefore, the chosen ones would be elected by the gods through a lottery. The group of men led by Eurylochus went out to find who oversaw the island. They found a beautiful palace, but the entrance was filled with wolves and lions, which terrified the men. But, to the explorers' amazement, these creatures seemed as docile as pets. Suddenly, one of the men heard the singing of a woman coming from inside the palace. A beautiful woman was singing as she weaved. She was Circe, daughter of Helios and Perse. She had an enchanting beauty. Circe stood up and welcomed her visitors, inviting them in. She asked the guests to share a magnificent feast with her. Odysseus's men enjoyed the splendid delicacies offered by the lady, while Circe filled their cups with a magic potion. Suddenly, one of the men tried to speak, and his throat emitted a horrendous animalistic sound. The terrified visitors began to undergo a metamorphosis. A large snout started to appear on their faces, and their hands were replaced by split hooves. Circe had turned all the visitors into pigs, and with her staff, she led them into the pigsty. But, as a precaution, Eurylochus had not entered the palace, suspecting a trap. He was an eyewitness to that grotesque scene. Eurylochus desperately told everything he witnessed to Odysseus, who promptly set out to rescue them. Eurylochus begged Odysseus not to go to Circe. He recommended that they leave that island immediately, before they were all turned into pigs or worse. But Odysseus felt it was his duty to try to save the few men he had left, even if it cost him his life, and he set off. On his way through the forest, he met a young man. This was Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Hermes related exactly what had happened to Odysseus's men. He said that the same would happen to him if he did not take precautions during his journey. The god gave the king an antidote to the sorceress's potion. He advised him to threaten her vigorously to make her submit once she brandishes the staff. Eventually, she would attempt to invite him into her bed. Odysseus was to accept and win her friendship to free his countrymen. But first, she would have to swear that she would not try to do him any more harm. Odysseus drank the antidote and proceeded towards the palace. Circe was excited by the arrival of yet another visitor, welcoming him kindly. She led Odysseus to a beautiful throne where he could rest and where he was served a refreshing drink. Odysseus took the potion offered by his hostess, who looked on excitedly as he drank all the liquid from the golden cup. Then Circe touched the hero with her staff and ordered him to head for the pigsty, for that was where the pigs were. But Odysseus was immune to her charms, and he pushed the staff away, threatening Circe with his sword. With a seductive look, the lady asked Odysseus to spare her life and invited him to share her bed. Odysseus said he would accept the invitation, provided she swore not to attempt his life or do any harm. Circe took the oath, and the king of Ithaca and the sorceress were united in the divine bed. The next day, Odysseus was very well treated by the nymphs, who cleaned and dressed him. Circe was sitting at the table, waiting for the king. A great feast had been served, but he said it would be unworthy to eat while his men lived in a dump like pigs. Circe went to the pigsty and used her powers to restore the pigs to their previous form. Odysseus was amazed by the scene, noting that his companions seemed to be younger and healthier than before. The men embraced and celebrated their return to their former form. Circe was magnanimous to the men who entered her domains. She invited them to stay until they felt ready to move on. Odysseus and his men stayed on Circe's island for a year, enjoying the hospitality of their divine hostess. But one day, the warriors of Ithaca pressed the hero to return home. Odysseus confessed to Circe his desire to leave. She replied that she did not want to keep him there against his will. But before he could head home, Odysseus was to visit one of the most frightening places in the world. The hero was to go to the realm of Hades in search of answers.
On the island of Circe, Odysseus and his men spent their last night before sailing off to a nightmarish destination. They were due to go to the terrifying realm of Hades to encounter the fortune-teller Tiresias' spirit and find out if it would be safe to return home. Elpenor, one of Odysseus' comrades, slept on the roof of Circe's palace to avoid the heat, but he would wake up dazed and, having forgotten that he was on the roof, he fell off the top of the roof, breaking his neck.
Then Odysseus and his men grieved the loss of yet another shipmate, but they had no time to waste, and so they set off in their boat toward the kingdom of Hades. They landed at a place on the edge of the world, close to the land of the Cimmerians. That spot was shrouded in a thick mist. Once there, they disembarked, bringing the animals offered by Circe to be sacrificed. When they arrived at the exact place designated by the sorceress, Odysseus performed the sacrifice of 2 lambs, and their blood was poured into a pit. Odysseus and his men proceeded to be surrounded by spirits who wanted to drink the blood inside the den, but Odysseus was advised to chase them away until Tereus appeared. Much to everyone's surprise, between the spirits was Elpenor, the friend they had just lost. He still had not been buried, and so he requested Odysseus to promise him that he would grant him due burial honors. The Ithaca king assured him that he would do so. Next, the spirit of Odysseus's mother appeared. She had been alive when the hero left for the Trojan War, and the vision of his mother in that place broke the king of Ithaca's heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. Then old Tiresias appeared, who had been a master sage in life. He asked to drink from the blood of the pit Odysseus made. He quenched his thirst with the blood of the animals, and with blood still on his lips. Tiresias explained that Odysseus would encounter many more hurdles before he could return home. Poseidon harbored hatred for the hero for having wounded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. The soothsayer predicted that Odysseus would still be able to return home. But if his men disregarded the beasts of the god Helios, the king would get home alone on a foreign ship, as all of his comrades would perish on the way. But Odysseus was astonished to find Agamemnon there, the greatest leader of the Greeks during the Trojan War. He was assassinated by his wife after returning home from the war. There he also met the great hero Achilles, who appeared to have become embittered. Odysseus told him how his achievements in the Trojan War were reckoned and commemorated among men. But Achilles said that he preferred 1,000 times to be a meager peasant and be allowed to see the light of day than to be the lord of the world of the dead. He also wondered how his son Neoptolemus was doing. Odysseus told him that he battled in the Trojan War and had proven himself a true disciple of Ares, accomplishing great deeds. Several others of his battle brothers would appear, such as Patroclus, Ajax, and others. But the mission of Odysseus in that land was finished, and so he and his men returned to the ship, heading back to the island of Circe to accomplish the promise made to Elpenor. Once there, they laid their friend's body on a pyre so that his spirit could ultimately rest in peace. During the farewell banquet thrown by the sorceress, she would whisper in Odysseus's ear the horrendous dangers he was about to face. The hero and his men would soon confront the most dangerous things that the kingdom of Poseidon had to offer. After his run-in with the soothsayer Tiresias in the underworld, it was prophesied that Odysseus would succeed in returning home. But he would still face nightmarish challenges before that. The sorceress Circe warned Odysseus of the dangers he would still encounter, but the Ithaca king preferred not to fully disclose them to his comrades, for he feared their hearts would be seized with dread. The first challenge was the mermaids, hybrid creatures, but with an incredible power of seduction. Their song was irresistible to all who heard it, and attracted their victims to their damnation. Odysseus ordered his men to plug their ears with wax, so that they would be unable to hear anything at all. Favorable winds were driving them near the mermaids' island. But Odysseus was gripped by curiosity, and wanted the opportunity to hear such irresistible singing. He ordered his men to tie him rigidly to the ship's mast, and even if he gave the order, his men would not release him until they were far from the island. Towering over the rocks, the beautiful mermaids sang and waved, attempting to lure the men to certain death. Scattered around them were countless bones of those who had been bewitched. Odysseus cried out for his men to free him and lead the boat towards the rocks, but they paid no heed to his orders. The sirens flattered the hero in their songs, who had achieved great things in the Trojan War, and promised to write songs that would make his deeds immortal. Odysseus pleaded with his men to set him free, but they only tied the hero even more strongly to the mast. It was only when they were already at a safe distance from the island that Odysseus's companions pulled him free. The king of Ithaca took a while to recover mentally from that desperate experience. But now they were faced with a deadly challenge, as they would encounter two of the greatest dangers of the ocean, Scylla and Charybdis. A gigantic whirlpool was attempting to pour all the water out of the seas. This underwater creature was trying to engulf any vessel that came within its reach. To avoid the monster, Odysseus ordered his men to steer the ship as close as possible to a cliff. However, nestled in a huge cavern encrusted in the cliff was Scylla, a gigantic, hideous beast. It had several heads and tentacles. Just the sight of it made the men desperate. The creature plucked the men from the ship's deck and tore them to pieces. Survival spirit was what kept the men rowing vigorously, avoiding being pulled by Charybdis and pulling themselves away from Scylla. Odysseus and his men dodged that death trap, but now they were only a handful of warriors when compared to the army that had traveled to Troy 20 years ago. Ahead of them lay the island of Thrinacia, the one which was to be Odysseus's last stopover before he could finally return home. Odysseus and his men were sailing near the island of Thrinacia, from whence they heard the mooing of the cows and oxen that lived there. Odysseus's comrades yearned for supplies and rest, but the king of Ithaca was told by Circe that that island might bring complete ruin to his men. He attempted to convince them to move away from the island. However, his men were greatly disgruntled, even to the point of mutiny. Odysseus consented to take them there, as long as they promised not to touch the cattle on that island, which was owned by the god Helios. They agreed and headed for the beach. Shortly after sheltering the ship in a cave to protect it from the winds, a storm raged over the island. Odysseus informed his men that they were to consume only the supplies offered by the sorceress Circe, while leaving Helios's animals in peace. Inclement weather and unforgiving winds kept Odysseus stranded on that island for months. The supplies were very close to running out. Odysseus said it was best for his men to try to fish and gather whatever berries and roots they could find, but to keep away from the sun god's oxen. While on one of his hunts, the hero reached the top of a hill. Feeling close to the gods, he asked them to help him. He felt as if the gods had sent him a peaceful sleep, and right there he took a nap. He would wake up smelling the distinctive aroma of roasting meat. Nearby, his men were grilling calf meat, as they had slaughtered the best animals to appease the gods' wrath. They would rather bear the risk of divine vengeance than the ordeal of starving to death. Odysseus was desperate to witness the scenario he had feared so much. The revenge of the gods would come soon. In heaven, the sun accused men of profaning his sacred cattle. He said that he would go to Hades to illuminate the dead, while the earth and heavens would no longer see his light. Zeus pleaded with Helios not to stop illuminating the world, as he would end the lives of those responsible for such a crime. The headwind ceased, and Odysseus and his men set off, leaving the island of Thrinacia behind. But the thunderbolts in the sky pointed to Zeus's foul mood. A powerful lightning strike shattered the shipmast, collapsing on the helmsman. Further lightning struck the ship, utterly destroying it. Many of Odysseus's men died by electrocution, while others drowned in the sea waters. Laertes' son survived by grabbing onto the planks of the ship's wreckage. He would be the only one not to have his body swallowed by the sea. He would drift for a while until realizing that the currents were taking him towards a dreadful fate. Odysseus was once again heading for the gorge of Scylla and Charybdis. The wreckage was being tugged by Charybdis's whirlpool, and his end seemed inevitable. But he managed to reach the branches of a fig tree that sprang up by the walls. Hanging from it, the hero waited until Charybdis had swallowed all the water, as he always did. The water flow reversed, and Odysseus jumped onto the debris spewed out by Charybdis, using the strength of his arms and legs as he attempted his best to distance himself from that place. For days Odysseus was adrift at sea, until he was carried to the shores of the Ogygia island, where the nymph Calypso lived. After describing his stay on Calypso's island and how he had arrived in the land of the Phaeacians, Odysseus concluded his adventures at the court of King Alcinous. Overwhelmed with emotion, Odysseus felt in his heart the pain of recalling that almost all of his companions who perished on his journey cried out for his name in despair before they took their last breath. While Odysseus was trying to return home, his son Telemachus had departed for the Greek region of the Peloponnese in search of his father. He had the goddess Athena by his side, disguised as a mentor. His first stop was Pylos, the kingdom of the wise old Nestor, a famous hero from the Trojan War. The old king and his two sons were making sacrifices to the god Poseidon. They invited the young man and his chaperone to join them in the ceremony. Telemachus introduced himself as Odysseus' son, and Nestor was happy to meet the young man his father had mentioned so much. Unfortunately, however, Nestor had no news of Odysseus. He only knew that the Ithaca king was one of the 4 great heroes who had not made it home safely soon after the war ended. The mighty King Agamemnon had been murdered by his wife and her lover. Ajax the Great had died on the seas due as a result of the god's rage, and Menelaus had been lost for 8 years before returning home, but he knew nothing about Odysseus' whereabouts. The wise Nestor recognized that Telemachus was quite a valuable person, for he had the goddess Athena by his side. He recommended that the prince of Ithaca meet with Menelaus, as he would know some news of his father. The king of Pylos asked his son to accompany Telemachus to Sparta, where Menelaus and his queen reigned. They arrived during the festivities of the betrothal of Princess Hermione, daughter of Menelaus and Helen, to Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles. The 2 young nobles were received with hospitality by the king, although the latter was unaware of their identity. He was only fulfilling Zeus's designs. But Menelaus noticed on the young man's face the features of his former battle companion. The queen, once known as Helen of Troy, also recognized Odysseus' presence in his son's features. Telemachus introduced himself and told her the reason for his visit. Menelaus asked him to sit down, for he had a story to tell. Menelaus said that his departure from Troy was difficult, since the Greeks had angered the gods. So, like Odysseus, he was lost at sea for a long time. But the ships reached the Egyptian coast. On this piece of land, he was plagued by depression, until he was seen by a sea deity who took pity on him. The Nereid Eidothea told Menelaus what he needed to do to return home. He was to gather some men and ambush Proteus, a sea deity with prophetic powers. They were to seize him and release him only when he promised to answer their inquiries. Following Eidothea's orders, Menelaus found Proteus counting his seals before taking a nap. Menelaus and his men jumped on the god and grabbed him. He was strong and fought his way free of his attackers. Proteus had the power of metamorphosis and used it to assume the most diverse forms. Finally, due to the persistence of Menelaus, who would not let go of him, he surrendered to the wills of the Spartan king and promised to tell everything he knew. Proteus told Menelaus that if he wanted to return home, he should make a sacrifice to the gods to appease their anger. Menelaus asked about the fate of the other Greek nobles who had returned from Troy. He told of the tragedy of Ajax, but the news of his brother Agamemnon's death broke his heart, and the Spartan broke down in tears. The god also revealed the fate of his great friend, the king of Ithaca. Finally, Menelaus told Telemachus the information he had. Odysseus had sailed for a long time aimlessly throughout the Mediterranean Sea. He had been stranded for several years on the island of the nymph Calypso, but this would not be a permanent situation, for he was destined to return home. Telemachus told of suitors who were squandering his father's estate and wished to conquer his throne. Menelaus advised the prince to return home, for his father would need Telemachus's help. Together they would teach the suitors a lesson. Having left the land of the Phaeacians behind, King Alcinous made provisions for one of his ships to take the hero back to Ithaca. He would never forget his host's hospitality. Odysseus was gripped by a deep slumber and slept through the entire journey. When he reached Ithaca's beaches of Dexus, the sailors had no courage to wake him, so they disembarked him with the gifts offered by the Phaeacian king. When Poseidon heard that his enemy had finally reached his homeland, he was enraged, and the sailors who carried the hero would pay a high price for dishonoring the god of the seas. Just as they were concluding their return journey, the ship of the Phaeacians was pulverized by Poseidon, who in a gigantic form smashed it with his bare hands. Upon parting his hands, there was only a large boulder in front of the Phaeacians' harbor. They had become a rock, and from that day on, the Phaeacians never again assisted castaways. In Sparta, Athena warned Telemachus that it was time to return home. The suitors planned to trap him on his return. For that reason, he was to sail at night and not head for the port, but to the home of Eumaeus, the man who raised him in Odysseus's absence. Eventually, Odysseus woke up and had no idea where he was. He feared that he was again in an unknown foreign land fraught with danger. It was then that a young shepherd boy appeared, and Odysseus inquired what place that was, and the young man said Ithaca. Cunning Odysseus, to disguise his identity, made up a story full of details which gave him a new biography. Meanwhile, the young man listened to his story with a smile on his face. At this point, the young man took the form of the goddess Athena, who said that his story was of unequaled astuteness, and that it would almost fool even the goddess of wisdom. The goddess told him that he would have to seek out the loyal Eumaeus and bring himself up to date with the situation in his kingdom. But first, he needed a disguise. The goddess arranged for Odysseus to adopt the form of an old beggar, and he made his way towards the house of Eumaeus, the swineherd. Eumaeus abided by the duty of hospitality and welcomed the beggar with warmth. The pig-keeper told him about how the suitors squandered Odysseus's fortune and intended to kill Telemachus and betroth the queen Penelope. That was when footsteps were heard approaching the house of Eumaeus. Odysseus understood that the dog gave no alarm, and so it must have been someone known. The young Telemachus came through the door and was greeted cheerfully by the pigman, who said the prince's name. Odysseus's jaw dropped, and his eyes grew wide at the sight of his grown son. More than 20 years had passed since he had last seen him. Telemachus told the pigman he ought to go to the palace to tell him secretly about his return. As soon as the pigman left, the figure of the goddess Athena appeared behind Telemachus, but only Odysseus and the dogs could see her. She told Odysseus that the time had come to reveal himself. Athena restored Odysseus to his original form, much to Telemachus's astonishment, who believed that the old man could only be a god. Odysseus told them that he was not a god, but actually his father, who had been missing for a long time. Father and son embraced, and many tears were shed from Telemachus and Odysseus's eyes. Odysseus wondered who and how many were the suitors who were trying to claim his rights. The young man said that there were dozens, and victory over them would be almost impossible. Odysseus instructed his son not to tell anyone about his father's return, not even Eumaeus and his mother. He said he should fear nothing, for Zeus and his beloved daughter were on their side and would lead them to glory. Again in the form of an old beggar, Odysseus went to the palace to beg among the suitors, and know who they are and what their enemies had been planning. Odysseus went to Ithaca's royal palace alongside the swineherd Eumaeus, but before he reached the palace, he had an unexpected reunion. Lying on the ground was old Argos, Odysseus's dog, to which he had devoted much affection and time to turn it into an excellent herding and hunting dog, when the animal was still a puppy. Upon seeing the beggar approaching, the dog raised its ears and wagged its tail. Even 20 years later, the animal recognized its master immediately and would have run to him if it had not been too weak. Odysseus asked Eumaeus why the animal was so badly treated. The swineherd replied that the dog was unbeatable at herding and hunting. But, like the kingdom of Ithaca, it had lived through years of neglect, and so there were no signs left of its glorious times. Odysseus knelt down and shed a tear upon meeting his old and loyal friend again. After 20 years of waiting for Odysseus's return, Argos ended its vigil and could rest on the other plane. Its master had returned to take care of what was his. Odysseus entered the palace. Dozens of suitors were eating and drinking at the expense of the king of Ithaca's estate. The hero begged among the suitors to identify the good and bad. But Antonius, the most prominent of the suitors, wanted to expel the beggar from the palace. Odysseus retorted, saying that he ate and drank at another man's expense, but still refused to share even a fraction. Outraged by the visitor's insolence, Antonius threw a wooden seat at the beggar. Despite the powerful impact, Odysseus was strong and absorbed the blow without any reaction. The other suitors told Antonius that he had not been correct. Sometimes the gods would disguise themselves to test men's hospitality, and their revenge could be grim. Odysseus sat on the floor to eat the leftovers the suitors dropped off. Suddenly, Arneus entered the palace, a well-known local beggar. He was burly and aggressive. He was irritated to see another beggar occupying his place. He advanced against Odysseus, telling him to leave, for it was not his place there. Odysseus told him not to overreach. Despite his age, he could still beat him up, so they could both be left alone in the palace. The suitors were entertained by the bickering between beggars, challenging them to fight each other. Antonius replied that only the winner of the fight would have the right to beg in the palace, as the other would have to leave. With no alternative, Odysseus accepted the fight. Arneus was strong, but he was surprised to see Odysseus's muscles when Odysseus removed his cloak. The burly beggar set out to attack Odysseus, but he was knocked out by a single blow to the neck. The victorious Odysseus was cheered by the suitors, who had fun at the beggar's expense. The disguised king was greeted by one of the several suitors. Odysseus, realizing that he was not a bad person, warned him to leave the palace to escape his wrath. But the young man did not listen to him. Queen Penelope suddenly appeared. Thanks to the goddess Athena, who bathed her with ambrosia, she looked beautiful. Odysseus was delighted to see his wife again after 20 years. Although she no longer had her youthful features, she still retained an enormous beauty. But Penelope's stunning gorgeousness also aroused the suitors' desire. Antonius said that their patience was running out. Therefore, the next day, she was to choose her new husband. Odysseus talked with Telemachus and asked him to remove from the main hall all the weapons displayed on the walls. In this way, they would proceed with their revenge. While the young man was removing the weapons, he was questioned by a suitor who asked him what he was doing. Telemachus said that the weapons were being removed to be cleaned and polished. After all, they had not been maintained for many years. Meanwhile, Penelope questioned the visitor to learn more about him and to obtain possible information about her husband. The disguised king said that Odysseus was about to return, and Penelope wept with emotion. In gratitude, the queen asked her old servant Euryclea to wash the visitor's feet. To the old maid's surprise, she recognized an old scar that the king of Ithaca had suffered in a hunt when he was young. Euryclea knew that that man could only be Odysseus. Odysseus contained the maid so that she would not blow his cover. She promised the king that she would keep the secret, even from the queen. Penelope told Odysseus about her dream. 20 geese were roaming and messing up the palace courtyard, and she was forced to feed them. Then an eagle appeared and killed all the geese. The beggar told her that her dream could not be clearer. Odysseus would return and pour out his terrible vengeance on the suitors. But sadness plagued Penelope's heart. With the arrival of the goddess of dawn, the time would also come for her to choose a match among the suitors. The day came when Penelope would finally have to choose her new husband among the suitors. They were already once again ravaging Odysseus's estate, feasting on his goods. Inspired by the goddess Athena, Penelope came up with Odysseus's bow. She would set suitors a challenge, which was to be overcome by whoever wanted to be her husband. They were to bend Odysseus's bow and shoot an arrow through the hole of 12 axes lined up. Telemachus asked to be the first to try. If he achieved that feat, his claim to the throne would be further legitimized. The young man tried 3 times to bend Odysseus's bow, but without success. On the 4th attempt, just as he was about to succeed, Telemachus looked at his father and understood the message in the man's gaze. He gave up and said he couldn't do it. The suitors began to try to bend Odysseus's bow. One after another, they failed. Odysseus revealed his identity by showing his scar to the pygmy swineherd Eumaeus and his servant Philetus, who had always been very loyal to the king. The 2 subjects were very excited to see Odysseus again. He asked them to warn the maids and the queen. They were to lock themselves in their rooms, and the palace doors were to be bolted. Then the 2 main suitors tried to bend the bow. Eurymachus failed like all the others, and Antonius, even though he used tricks to try to bend the bow, also failed. Antonius told the suitors to leave the task until the next day. That way, they could go back to feasting at Odysseus's expense for one more day. At that point, Odysseus, assuming the form of a beggar, asked them to let him try to bend the bow. The suitors were outraged by the beggar's insolence. If he succeeded in bending Odysseus's bow, they would all be humiliated, and their reputation would be ruined. Telemachus bravely opposed the suitors, telling them not to disregard the designs of the gods, which required that guests be treated properly, and that the beggar would have the right to try. Eumaeus gave the beggar the bow, allowing him to try. To everyone's astonishment, Odysseus managed to bend the bow with ease. The disguised king took a deep breath and aimed. The perfect shot went through the 12 axes, to the disbelief of the suitors. The beggar said that if Apollo was favorable to him, he would manage to hit a target that would leave the suitors even more shocked. Odysseus shot an arrow at Antonius, who had a cup in his mouth. The arrow pierced the cup and struck the villain's neck. The king of Ithaca revealed himself to the suitors. At that moment, due to Athena's blessings, Odysseus was glorious, as in his golden days of bravery in Troy. His son Telemachus, with spear and shield, stood beside him. Eurymachus, realizing the mistake he had made, tried to negotiate and guaranteed that all of Odysseus's dilapidated possessions would be returned in time. Gold and bronze would be offered in abundance until his anger was appeased. But the rightful king of Ithaca said that all the gold in the world would not stop his vengeance. Eurymachus advanced against Odysseus, drawing a dagger, but was killed by an arrow shot by the king. Odysseus's great battle against the dozens of suitors began. His enemies were unarmed, for Telemachus had hidden all the weapons that had been left exposed. Odysseus did not waste any arrows. As if inspired by Apollo, the silver bow archer, he shot down the suitors one after another. The arrows ran out, but there were still dozens of enemies in the hall. Telemachus was defending his father's flank with great bravery and ferocity. Odysseus and Telemachus were at a great disadvantage. Realizing that Odysseus was beginning to falter, Athena encouraged him and told him to remember that at Troy, he faced and defeated a greater number of enemies more skillful and fearless than the suitors. Inspired by the goddess, Odysseus, Telemachus, the swineherd, and faithful servant Philetus fought against the suitors, eliminating them one after the other. The goddess shielded them against any mortal blow. Odysseus's victory was absolute. All the suitors were dead. The palace hall was filled with corpses, and there was a pool of blood on the floor. The old maid, at Odysseus's behest, brought Queen Penelope to the reunion, but she could not believe that her husband had returned. Only a god could have overcome so many adversaries. She remained silent before her husband, whom she hadn't seen for 20 years, without looking him in the eye. Odysseus, disappointed by the cold reception from the suspicious queen, demanded that they tidy his bed, for he wanted to rest. Penelope decided to test him, and asked the servant Euryclea to take Odysseus's bed to another room. Odysseus, realizing how cunning his wife was, said that such a thing was impossible. He had built the bed for the couple using an oak tree. It would be impossible to move it because of its great weight. Penelope's eyes sparkled at that moment, for only Odysseus could know the details of how the bed had been designed. Penelope threw herself into the arms of her beloved husband, for whom she had faithfully waited for his return for 20 years. They went to the couple's bedroom to make up for lost time. During the night, Odysseus told Penelope much of his adventures. On orders from Athena, Aurora, the goddess of dawn, took her time to appear so that the couple would have more time for themselves. As the new day dawned, Odysseus felt he had returned to the place he should never have left. His place in the world was not beside great kings or gods. It was there, beside his beloved and faithful wife Penelope, and his son Telemachus, who gave him such pride.
Poseidon, the lord of the seas, is one of the most famous and revered Olympian gods. This god is also known by the name of Neptune, his Latin name in Rome. After the Titanomachy, the major battle between gods and titans, the world was shared between the three major Olympian gods. By lottery, Poseidon was given the domain of the seas, a domain that had been controlled by the ancient deities Nereus and Ocean. Although he had a seat on the Olympian Council of Gods, Poseidon preferred to live in his underwater palace. The god carried his trident at all times, a weapon that allowed him to generate earthquakes and create fountains and springs. His weapon was forged by the Cyclops during the war against the Titans and became one of the god's symbols. The god of the seas paraded on the water in his chariot, drawn by dazzling animals. Behind him, a large procession of marine creatures and minor deities. Albeit a sea deity, the powers of Poseidon extended beyond his domain. His was also the lord of the earthquakes, and the earth often trembled when the god experienced wrathful moments. Therefore, although they were far from the sea, the Greek cities in the interior were not safe from Poseidon's influence. They could endure his earthquakes, but also severe droughts. When a spring of water dried, the region interpreted it as a sign that they no longer were positively seen by Poseidon. The god of the seas was quite moody, therefore, those who depended on the sea for their own livelihoods, such as sailors and fishermen, offered him plenty of things and sacrifices so that they could sail safely in his waters, ensuring a safe return back to their families. But such sacrifices did not mean that their wishes were attended. After all, when the god was furious, he made no distinction between those who were devoted to him and those who weren't. All those who dared to enter his domains while the god was experiencing a frivolous moment ran the risk of being swallowed by the sea. Zeus, noticing his brother's instability was an obstacle to the natural ordering of things, decided that he needed a wife. Poseidon then joined the Nereid Aphrodite, who would become the queen of the seas. Conquering his wife was not easy, but Poseidon had the priceless help of the dolphin Delphinus, who persuaded Aphrodite to marry his master. With his wife, Poseidon had his son and heir, Triton. Like Zeus, Poseidon also had several extramarital affairs, but, much to the luck of her bastard children and her lovers, Aphrodite, although jealous, was not as vindictive as Hera, the wife of Zeus. In addition to Triton, the god had several noteworthy sons. With Medusa, he had Pegasus, and the giant Chrysaor, and also the famous hero. The god also gave rise to a new breed of Cyclops, including the most famous Polyphemus, whose only eye was pierced by Odysseus. Due to that, the god persecuted the king of Ithaca and the hero of the Trojan War, preventing Odysseus from returning home after the war. Poseidon is also known for his rivalry with his niece, the goddess Athena. The conflicts between the god and goddess grew in size due to the dispute between Athena and Poseidon to decide who would be the god revered in the capital of the region of Attica. Athena was the winner, a decision made by the gods. The city became known by the name of Athens. In a different episode, Poseidon possessed Medusa inside the temple consecrated to Athena. The young woman was one of the temple priestesses and was punished for tarnishing the sacred ground. Medusa, once a beautiful young woman, was transformed into the creature we know today. Poseidon had a major role in the rebellion against Zeus, who, together with Apollo, imprisoned the great god. The coup failed, and both Poseidon and Apollo were punished. The two were forced to edify the grandiose walls of Troy, but due to the ingratitude shown by the king Laomedon of Troy, who refused to compensate him for his work, the god cultivated hatred for his offspring, and so the god favored the Greeks during the Trojan War. The Isthmian Games were held in Corinth, something similar to the Olympic Games, but dedicated to god Poseidon. Also in Corinth, there are reports of the existence of a huge bronze colossus which honored the Lord of the Seas. In this day and age, Poseidon may not be revered as he once was, but he is undeniably one of the most renowned gods in Greek mythology. The god Dionysius, also known as Bacchus by the Romans, was the last god to join the Olympus. Dionysius is regarded as the god of wine and ecstasy, but he is also associated with crops and fertility. The god's origin distinguishes himself from all other Olympian deities. Dionysius was born from Zeus's union with a mere mortal named Semele. Zeus and Semele lived a great and passionate affair, but that enraged Hera, the wife of Zeus. The Olympian queen conspired to destroy her rival, and, disguised as Semele's maid, she convinced the girl to ask Zeus to present himself in his full splendor. The goddess knew that the great god's intense glow would be something no mortal could withstand, and Semele was turned into ashes. However, Hera did not know that Semele was pregnant, and the fruit of that divine union was between the ashes. Dionysius was not yet ready to be born. Therefore, Zeus opened his thigh and continued with the pregnancy, who someday would take place at the Olympus. The young Dionysius did not experience an easy life. From his early childhood, the god had to endure Hera's maltreatment. The goddess struck the young deity with madness, and he wandered the world aimlessly until he was cured by the goddess Rhea, also known as Cybele, his grandmother. The wise Silenus was his guardian, who always stood next to Dionysus, riding on his distinctive mule. the god was responsible for the invention of wine and shared his discovery with humanity. Dionysus taught men how to cultivate grapes and also the fermentation process required for wine production, which started to be considered a pleasant drink. In his wanderings, the god visited Greece, Egypt, and then reached India. Wherever he went, he spread his knowledge and started to gain followers. A major procession followed Dionysus wherever he went, with nymphs, satyrs, and bacchantes, who were his priestesses. Dionysus paraded in his panther-drawn carriage. As a young man, Dionysus was abducted by pirates who believed that, due to his immense beauty, he could only be the son of a king. Dionysus warned the pirates of his real identity, but they did not believe him and could only imagine the ransom they would get from him. As punishment, Dionysus turned pirates into porpoises, which are a kind of dolphin. As his symbols, Dionysus had vine branches, grapes, and thyrsus, which is a stick with a pine at the tip. After wandering the world, the god returned to Greece. On the island of Naxos, he encountered the beautiful princess Ariadne, who had been abandoned by Theseus. Dionysus would take Ariadne as his wife and would have several descendants with her. During his travels in Greek soil, Dionysus was acknowledged as a deity and several temples were edified in his honor. But his cult was still quite bizarre for most Greeks, so the growing of his cult encountered great resistance. Nevertheless, his cult was successfully established among the Hellenic cities. Dionysus only ascended to the heavens, occupying a seat alongside other Olympian gods, when his cult established itself in Greece. The kind goddess Hestia gave her place in the council of the 12 Olympian gods. The goddess was tired of the constant fights between the gods. Already as an Olympian god, Dionysus descended into the underworld where he convinced Queen Persephone to free her mother's soul. Semele then inhabited the temple of Artemis, adopting the name of Tione. The cult of the god Dionysus was filled with dance, and people used alcohol to let themselves go. Masks were traditionally used during these celebrations, and the recreation of mythical events were the roots of Greek theater. The Greeks started to regard Dionysus as the protector of the fine arts, and the actors and authors of plays paid him special reverence. The renowned theater of Dionysus is found next to the Athenian Acropolis, where the classic plays of Euripides, Aeschylus, and Sophocles were shown to the world. In ancient Rome, Dionysus was venerated as Bacchus. There, the god of wine and ecstasy was honored in festivities known as bacchanals. Dionysus may have been the last god to join the Olympus, but nevertheless, the god of wine managed to exert a strong influence on the Greco-Roman culture. And, unsurprisingly, Dionysus is still one of the most appreciated gods by those who are fond of the Greek gods. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, is one of the most well-known deities in Greek mythology. The origins of the goddess are quite unusual. Zeus had swallowed his wife Metis when she was pregnant with Athena, due to a prophecy that revealed that Metis would have a son and a daughter with Zeus. The daughter would be a remarkable deity, but the son would be so powerful that he would dethrone Zeus. Zeus started to endure terrible headaches and asked to have his head opened. The goddess Athena emerged from that crack, already armed and fully developed. Zeus was marveled by the daughter he had conceived, and Athena became his favorite daughter. Athena, although shy, was one of the most beautiful Olympian goddesses, but she opted not to surrender herself to the influences of the goddess of love and remained a virgin for all eternity. The goddess had an unattachable intelligence and was consulted by other deities when they needed a solution to their issues. But her intelligence is not her only attribute worthy of reverence. Her courage is also unshakable. According to some myths, she was the only goddess who had the bravery to stand beside her father in the quarrel against the mighty monster Typhon. All the other gods found refuge in Egypt. Due to her sharp mind and bravery, she was considered the goddess of strategic warfare. Those who fought using their intelligence were blessed by the goddess, whereas those who relied on brute force and cruelty were favored by Ares, another warrior deity. The goddess favored the Greeks during the Trojan War. She protected and inspired the warriors Diomedes and Achilles, but was particularly fond of the sagacious Odysseus. Athena stood by the warrior during the war and protected the hero and his family until the warrior returned to his home in Ithaca. The city of Athens was consecrated in honor of the goddess after a clash with Poseidon. To have the inhabitants of Attica on her side, the goddess offered them an olive tree, a plant that would later become one of the symbols of the goddess. That episode augmented the rivalry between Athena and Poseidon. As a form of retaliation, the god of the seas raped Medusa in the temple of Athena. She was a priestess of the goddess, and Athena showed no mercy for Medusa, and she became the creature we know today. Athena is also known as the goddess of weavers, an activity widely common among women in ancient Greece. In a famous myth, a mortal known as Arachne dared to say that her embroidery was superior to that of the goddess herself. Athena and Arachne competed to know who was the best. According to some versions, Arachne won the quest, but for her boldness to challenge a goddess, she was punished by Athena and turned into a spider. The goddess took part in the myths of well-known heroes. She was the one who gave Perseus the shield he would use to behead Medusa. Athena also helped the hero Bellerophon in his effort to tame the winged horse Pegasus, and also helped Hercules in his famous labors. The goddess also had an important role in Oresteia, a work that covers deeds of Orestes, son of Agamemnon. The youngster was pursued by the Furies for having killed his mother. Orestes was trialed, and half of the jurors found him innocent because his mother was responsible for the death of Orestes' father. The other half did not consider that enough to mitigate the young man's crime. Athena, presiding over the trial, had the casting vote. She acquitted Orestes, and from that day on, the deciding vote came to be known as the Minerva vote, given that Minerva was the goddess's name in Rome. The famous Parthenon is found in the Acropolis of Athens, one of the world's most visited tourist spots, a massive temple built to honor the goddess, who is the patroness of the city. The owl is the animal consecrated to the goddess, and because of that, the bird is a symbol of wisdom. The goddess's symbol could also be found on the shields of the Athenian warriors. The Aegis is another symbol of Athena, which once belonged to Zeus, and to which the head of Medusa was attached. As Zeus's favorite daughter, many refer to her as his successor. She had inherited her mother's wisdom and a sense of righteousness and order from her father. Athena is a decisive figure in Greek mythology. The courage and wisdom shown by the goddess made it possible for several characters to achieve remarkable feats, and, thanks to Athena, their names will echo through eternity. Demeter is the goddess of the harvest in Greek mythology. She was part of the first generation of Olympian gods, the sons of the Titans Cronos and Rhea. Among all the Olympian gods, Demeter and Hestia were considered the kindest and most benevolent goddesses. As the goddess of soil fertility, she was particularly worshipped by farmers. Without her blessings, the land would be as barren as the desert. Demeter particularly favored those who produced grain, whose wheat was consecrated to the goddess. The ear of wheat is one of her symbols. Fruits and cereals were offered on the altars, where sacrifices were made in her honor. Demeter has some children. One is Pluto, the god of abundance. The goddess was chased by Poseidon, who wished to be with her. The goddess became a mare in an attempt to dodge the god, but Poseidon turned himself into a stallion and possessed the goddess. From this union, the legendary black horse Arion was born, as well as Despoina, the goddess of winter. But the most famous descendant of Demeter is Persephone. the fruit of the union between her and Zeus. Persephone, the goddess of spring, was Demeter's favorite daughter. When Hades, the lord of the underworld, abducted Persephone, Demeter wandered the world looking for her beloved daughter. The goddess started to neglect her tasks, the soil became infertile, and the world was desolated by winter. After finding out that she had been abducted by the god of the underworld, the goddess threatened to make the world infertile forever, if her daughter were not to return. But the bond between Hades and Persephone could no longer be broken. With the gods intervening, it was agreed that Persephone would spend part of the year with Hades and part with Demeter. Whenever Persephone re-encountered her mother, the flowers started to grow and the soil became fertile, but when she returned to Hades, her mother fell into dismay and the world became cold and infertile again. This well-known myth was used by the Greeks to explain the seasons and the Eleusinian mysteries, ancient rites of initiation, symbolizing the endless cycles of death and rebirth. The goddess is also quite important in the story of Erysichthon. The man who dared to cut down the goddess's consecrated forest was cursed for his acts. Demeter forced that man, who boasted an unreasonable ambition, to be consumed by an endless hunger. This condition would lead to his ruin. The goddess of agriculture was venerated throughout Greece, since, according to the myths, she was the one who taught men to sow and cultivate, so they learned to settle, abandoning their nomadic origins. For this reason, Demeter had a decisive role in the appearance of the first cities. In the arts, the goddess is often depicted holding ears of wheat and narcissus. Sometimes she also holds a torch, which she used in her quest for Persephone. In Rome, Demeter was known as Ceres, the goddess of cereals. The goddess Demeter had an important role in the unfurling of Greek society, and her benevolence towards humanity made her one of the most beloved goddesses in Greek mythology. Hermes is the messenger of the gods of Olympus. He carries the messages of the gods throughout the universe. With his winged sandals, he crosses the skies at an incredible speed. This god can get anywhere. Hermes can dive into the depths of the ocean and even into the world of the dead. He is the son of Zeus's relationship with Maia, daughter of the Titan Atlas. Immediately after his birth, he ventured around the world with his playful spirit, still a baby. Hermes could barely walk when he stole Apollo's oxen. The brilliant god sought out who had stolen his cattle and was surprised to find a prodigious child. Hermes and Apollo became great friends. The messenger god offered a lyre to Apollo, which would become one of the symbols of the god of music. The god of light offered Hermes his famous caduceus as retribution. With his caduceus, Hermes guided the souls of the deceased towards the kingdom of Hades. The god became one of the main Olympian gods. He came to be considered the god of cunningness, of travelers, of traders, and of thieves as well. The myths with Hermes are endless. In many, the god assumes the role of guide, since he is famous for knowing the best way to get to any destination. Hermes guided Perseus on his quest for Medusa. In other myths, the god guided some characters into the world of the dead. He took Demeter to her daughter Persephone, who had been kidnapped by Hades. Hermes also guided Orpheus in his search for Eurydice. On the edges of Greek roads, it was common to find totems and statues in tribute to the god of travelers and merchants. These people sought to have a safe journey to their destination. The god of merchants was asked to protect those who wanted prosperity in their businesses. Therefore, the caduceus became an international symbol of trade. Hermes was also a brave god. He faced giants during the Titanomachy, exterminated Argos, the dangerous 100-eyed guardian, and rescued Ares, who had been arrested by the Alliads. He also freed Zeus when he was defeated by Typhoon. He became one of Zeus's favorite sons, next to Athena. The supreme god designated him as his herald. Hermes had several children with many of his lovers. One of the most famous is his son with Aphrodite, known as Hermaphrodite. He had a double nature. because he gathered in one body the feminine and masculine characteristics. By his enormous physical vigor, Hermes was one of the most worshipped gods by the athletes of antiquity. It was almost mandatory to have a statue of the god in the Greek gymnasiums. In ancient Rome, the god was known as Mercury. He was also worshipped by the merchants, but because of his cunning and tricks, the god was also worshipped by crooks and thieves who counted on his help to succeed in their efforts. Hermes is also considered the god of writing and eloquence. Therefore, in Greek-Egyptian syncretism, it is associated with the god Thoth, an Egyptian god who invented the writing and patron of scribes. The god is usually represented as a humorous god, but no one wanted to see him angry. When Zeus and Hera were about to be married, Hermes received the mission to deliver the invitations. The lazy nymph Calliope did not attend the wedding because of her indolence and laziness, but Zeus reprimanded Hermes since the supreme god believed that Hermes had failed in his mission of delivering all invitations. Furious, Hermes punished the indolent nymph, turning her into a turtle. The god of speed inspired the creation of pop characters like Flash in DC Comics and Quicksilver in Marvel. With his many attributes and various myths, Hermes is one of the most recognized figures in Greek mythology. Aphrodite is the goddess of beauty and love in Greek mythology. In Rome, the goddess was known as Venus. Studies indicate that the cult of Aphrodite was imported from distant lands. The goddess was originally of Asian origin. There are some different versions of the origin of the goddess. In the best known, Aphrodite rose from the foam created after the fall of Uranus's testicle, which had been thrown into the sea after the castration of the sky god by the son Cronos. The goddess emerged from the waters on a shell and was led by Zephyrus, the west wind, to a beach on the island of Cyprus. But according to Homer's version, the goddess was Zeus's daughter. Aphrodite personifies charm, sensuality, and the ideal of feminine beauty. At Zeus's behest, she married Hephaestus, the god of forges. But the goddess was not known for her fidelity. She had countless lovers. The most famous was Ares, the god of war. From this union was born Eros, also known as Cupid. Hephaestus was alerted to his wife's betrayal with the god of war. The god of forges set a trap to catch them. Ares and Aphrodite were unmasked in front of all the other gods. Hephaestus demanded punishment for the couple, but he ended up being mocked by the other gods. The goddess of beauty once fell hopelessly in love with a young mortal. His name was Adonis. But the love between the young man and the goddess was interrupted by the tragic death of the boy during a hunting session. In the underworld, Queen Persephone also fell in love with Adonis. This generated a dispute between the goddesses. To solve this conflict, they decided the young man would spend part of the year with each of the goddesses. The goddess Hera, the wife of Zeus, was one of her biggest rivals. The Olympian queen hated Aphrodite and her son Eros because they were responsible for the countless times that Zeus fell in love with his lovers. The rivalry between the goddesses increased when the Trojan shepherd Paris elected Aphrodite as the most beautiful of goddesses, to the detriment of Athena and Hera. Aphrodite promised Paris the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Queen Helen of Sparta. Helen's kidnapping was the fuse that started the Trojan War. Aphrodite took the side of the Trojans, protecting Paris and her son Aeneas, who fought the bravest Greek heroes. The apple was a fruit consecrated to the goddess of beauty, since the golden apple was handed over to the most beautiful of goddesses. The goddess of love was worshipped throughout the Greek world, but her main places of worship were Cyprus, her homeland, the island of Cythera, and Corinth, where her priestesses were courtesans. Aphrodite was one of the most depicted deities in the arts from classical antiquity to the present day. It is common to find the goddess in contemporary artistic expressions, but her most famous artistic representation is the beautiful statue of Venus de Milo displayed in the Louvre Museum. The painting The Birth of Venus is one of Botticelli's masterpieces. Being a vain goddess, one of Aphrodite's symbol is the mirror. It would represent the female sex, in opposition to the spear and the shield of Ares, which represents the male sex. Like the goddess Venus, Aphrodite was especially revered in Rome. After all, she was the mother of the great hero Aeneas, one of the founding fathers of Rome. Figures like Julius Caesar and Nero claimed to have the goddess as their ancestor. This represented a special prestige for the genealogy of their families. Due to her charm and seduction abilities, it is almost impossible to not feel attracted and fascinated by the goddess of beauty and love. Hades, the lord of the underworld, alongside Poseidon and Zeus, are the trinity of the great Olympian gods. In ancient Rome, this god is known as Pluto. His Roman name refers to the god's wealth. After all, the god of the underworld is also the guardian of all the wealth sources found under the soil, like gold, silver, and gems, which made Hades the richest god of all. His name Hades means the one who cannot be seen, as he fought alongside the other Olympian gods against the Titans. He was presented by the Cyclops with the Helm of Darkness. This artifact had the power of invisibility. Hades used his helmet to infiltrate himself into the enemy ranks, deceptively attacking the Titan army. After their victory, Hades and his brothers shared the world. He reigned over the underworld, where the souls of the dead were welcomed for their final rest or eternal punishment. Hades had always been quite dedicated to his work, and that is why the god has rarely visited the surface. Although he has his seat in the council of the gods at Olympus, that seat is often empty. In one of his few visits to the world of men, Hades, from the top of his chariot, pulled by powerful black horses, abducted Persephone, the goddess of spring, and took her to his underground palace. The young goddess was Demeter's daughter, the goddess of the harvest and soil fertility. Hades offered pomegranate seeds to her beloved, and, after accepting them, Persephone established an indissoluble bond with her new husband. Demeter could not cope with the loss of her daughter and threatened to make the land barren and frozen forever. With such a threat, it was agreed to share Persephone's guard. She stayed with her husband part of the year and returned to her mother during the other part. This myth explained the origin of the seasons, given that, while Persephone was with her husband, the goddess Demeter neglected her tasks, unbridling autumn and winter. When mother and daughter were reunited, flowers emerged again, indicating the arrival of spring. Persephone became the queen of the underworld, and, together with her husband, the couple would forever reign over the dead. Hades was helped by several other deities in his task of ruling the underworld. The judges of death, Minos, Sarpedon, and Rhadamanthus, who arbitrated the souls of the recently dead. The Erinyes, who were helpful to punish the criminals, among other deities. Hades seldom interfered with the world of men or with the Olympian affairs. One of the few times that Hades turned his attention to the surface was when King Sisyphus of Corinth cheated death with his cunning moves. Thanatos, the god of death, was imprisoned by the king, and then no one died, with Hades no longer receiving newcomers. The god of the underworld was also deceived by the cunning mortal being. Albeit his astuteness, Sisyphus failed to deceive the gods forever, and, for his crimes, he was condemned to a terrible punishment in Tartarus, which would last forever. In one of his rare visits to the Olympus, Hades was wounded by Hercules and traveled to the god's dwelling in search of nectar and ambrosia to heal his wound. In the arts, the god is often depicted with a serious semblance, holding his fork, in the company of Cerberus, the hell dog, whose function is to defend the entrance of his master's kingdom. In ancient times, the god was treated with the utmost respect. The Greeks avoided pronouncing his name, and, when they made sacrifices, they tried not to look at the altar, since they wanted to postpone the inevitable encounter with the god as long as possible. Although generally represented as a villain in films such as Clash of the Titans and Disney's Hercules, Hades is not an evil figure. As a matter of fact, several records mention the god's benevolent character, such as when he allows Orpheus to return to the living world with his lover, Eurydice, or even when he agrees to share his wife with his mother-in-law. But the god was merciless with those who committed dreadful sins. They were thrown into Tartarus and endured terrible torments. Hades is not known for his marital infidelity, contrary to Zeus and Poseidon, but he is no saint as well. The god even had affairs with some nymphs. The most famous was the beautiful and proud nymph Mintha. She fueled the rage of Demeter and Persephone and was turned into the plant that shares the nymph's name. The god had a small offspring, among whom Macaria was the most famous, the goddess of blessed death. Those who love mythology are particularly interested in Hades, for he is a source of fear and fascination. Apollo is one of the most renowned and revered Greek gods in Greek mythology. He is the son of Zeus with the goddess Leto, and he is the twin brother of Artemis, the goddess of hunting. The gods were born on the legendary floating island of Delos. After being fixed to the bottom of the ocean, the island became a sacred place. The god is usually represented with his lyre, or the famous bow. The artists have always been very generous in their representations of Apollo. Myths always describe this god as a figure of unparalleled beauty, symbolizing the Greek ideal of male beauty. Apollo was young, tall, handsome, strong, and charming. But despite all these qualities, he was unlucky in love. Many of his relationships ended in tragedy. In other cases, he was not reciprocated, and in the case of Daphne and Cassandra, they both rejected Apollo. The nymph Daphne, to escape the god's onslaughts, was turned into a laurel. The plant was eventually associated with the god, and the laurel wreath became one of his symbols. In turn, Cassandra, who had the power to predict the future, was cursed for rejecting the god, and although she was able to see the future, her power of persuasion was taken away. So, even though they were true, no one believed in her prophecies. Apollo is a god with several attributes. He is considered the god of light, the god of prophecy, the god of medicine, the god of arts, the god of archers, among other designations. He is also the god of music, with his inseparable lyre, produced by Hermes. With it, Apollo enchanted the muses while playing his instrument on Mount Helicon. He had a son with his muse, Calliope, called Orpheus, who inherited much of his father's talent for music. The cult of Apollo spread rapidly throughout Greece. The god of light greatly increased his importance, becoming identified as a solar god, conquering the position that traditionally belonged to the Titan Helios. The god is also known as an exceptional archer, and when he reached maturity, he set out in search of vengeance against the serpent Python, who persecuted his mother at Hera's behest at a time when the god and his sister were only babies. Apollo faced the terrible serpent and struck it with his arrows. In the place where the beast fell, the temple of Apollo was built in Delphi. There, the priestesses of Apollos, known as Pythias, performed their prophetic rituals under the influence of Apollos, the god of prophecy. Delphi became a place of pilgrimage. Many wanted to ask the oracle of Apollo for advice. The Pythian Games also took place in Delphi, similar to the Olympic Games. dedicated to the god Apollo. Apollo is a deity associated with medicine. His son, Asclepius, became such a skillful healer that through his healing arts, he was able to cheat death. But Apollo also has a sinister side. The god is associated with pests and epidemics. During the Trojan War, he cast a pestilence upon the Greeks since they had disrespected one of his priests, who wished to pay the ransom for his captured daughter. In the Trojan War, Apollo supported Trojans, and it was this that allowed Paris to shoot an arrow into Achilles' heel, his only weak point. In Rome, the god was known as Phoebus the Brilliant, where he was also much worshipped. Apollos, as the god of prophecy, used his powers as a link between men and gods. Through his oracles, the god revealed the will of Zeus and also the destiny traced by the Moirae. When Apollos cast his light on something, any lie was undone, revealing only the purest truth. The god associated himself with the search for truth and rationality. Therefore, he was honored by the ancient philosophers. The importance of the god Apollos made his cult last for centuries, even after the adoption of Christianity by the Roman Empire. Although he is no longer worshipped, Apollo continues to be referenced by painters, sculptors, and poets who pay their respects to the god, considered the patron of the arts.
Zeus is the supreme god of Greek mythology. On his throne on Mount Olympus, he reigns over the universe. He is the son of the Titans Cronos and Rhea. His father was the god who reigned before the birth of Zeus. A prophecy foresaw that one of the sons of Cronos would be more powerful than the father and dethrone him. To avoid this fate, Cronos devoured his children after birth, but Zeus managed to escape. His mother deceived Cronos and caused the Titan to swallow a stone instead of the baby. Zeus was secretly raised and breastfed by Amalthea. As an adult, he challenged his father and freed his brothers, who were imprisoned in Cronos' stomach. A great war between gods and titans broke out, in a conflict that became known as Titanomachy. After the victory over the titans, Zeus shared power with his brothers. Poseidon reigned over the seas, Hades ruled the underworld, and Zeus commanded the heavens and the earth. But before consolidating his power, he faced and defeated the giants in the Gigantomachy. Zeus also had a final challenge, to face the powerful monster Typhon. He was defeated in their first fight, but avenging himself, he managed to defeat and imprison Typhon on Mount Etna. As Lord of the universe, Zeus worked to establish order and justice in the world. He was associated with the duty of hospitality. The good hosts left Zeus very pleased and could be favored by him. But those who disrespected that duty could be seriously punished by Zeus. The god had several powers, among them the ability to control the rains and storms. Using his lightning and thunder, he showcased his power. Zeus was also able to decide the course of a battle. Whoever was favored by the god was certainly victorious. Therefore, he is often represented with Nike, the goddess of victory, in his hand. The sovereign of the universe was married to the goddess Hera. With the queen, he had important children like Hephaestus, the god of forges, and Mars, the god of war. But Zeus had many other loves besides Hera. He fell in love with other several goddesses, nymphs, and beautiful mortals. He had a vast and glorious offspring. With the goddess Leto, he had the Olympic gods Apollo and Artemis. With the mortal Semele, he had Dionysius, god of wine and ecstasy. Zeus was also the father of famous demigods such as Hercules and Perseus. But among all her children, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who was born out of Zeus's head, was his favorite. His wife was deeply jealous, and to escape her vigilance, Zeus took several different forms. He became a bull to get involved with beautiful Europe, a swan to seduce Leda, and a cuckoo to conquer Hera. Once, the gods of Olympus revolted against Zeus and imprisoned him. But, with the help of Briareus, the giant Hecatoncheires, he managed to escape and put an end to the rebellion. Zeus was venerated throughout the Greek world. One of the temples built in his honor was in Olympia. Inside, there was an enormous statue of the god, sculpted by Phidias, the most renowned sculptor of ancient Greece. His work became one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Olympic Games in the city of Olympia were a great celebration in honor of Zeus. In the arts, the god is represented as a mature, strong, and majestic man, with a crown of oak leaves and accompanied by an eagle, the animal associated with the god. In Rome, the god became known as Jupiter. He was also venerated. His main temple was on Capitoline Hill. The most powerful of the Olympic gods was worshipped throughout Europe due to the achievements of the Roman legions. The conquered peoples sometimes assimilated the worship of God in syncretism with the native deities. The cult of the Olympic gods may have gone into decline, but the various myths of Zeus continue to marvel people of all ages.
Hera is the renowned queen of Olympus. Sitting behind her husband Zeus, the supreme god of the universe, she reigns over the skies from the top of her golden throne. The goddess is the daughter of the titan Cronos, the ancient supreme god, with the titanide Rhea, and, like most of her brothers, she too was also swallowed by her father when he feared to be dethroned by his siblings. Hera was liberated by Zeus from her father's stomach, and, according to some accounts, the goddess lived in the island of Euboea, where she stayed under the watchful eye of Tethys and had the seasons as her chaperones. According to many accounts, she is described as the most beautiful among all goddesses, and, for this reason alone, Zeus fell in love with her. Hera resisted Zeus's intentions, who resorted to any trick to seduce the goddess. However, the goddess ended up being fooled by one of Zeus's many booby traps, who turned himself into a cuckoo to conquer the goddess. Hera then reigned next to Zeus, and, according to some poets, she received the highest honors, because Hera's prestige was second only to Zeus. The goddess became a deity associated with marriages, motherhood, and she is the protector of the wives. With her husband, Hera had an illustrious offspring, such as Ares, the god of the war, Hebe, the goddess of youth and the cupbearer of Olympus, Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirths, and Hephaestus, the god of the forges. According to some versions, Hera may have given birth to Hephaestus without Zeus, but, noticing that she had created an imperfect son, she blamed and threw him from the top of Olympus. The reconciliation between mother and son took place after Hera fell into a trap set by Hephaestus, who gave her a beautiful golden throne. The goddess sat on it, but when she tried to get up, she realized she was stuck to it. Hera only managed to free herself after re-emitting Hephaestus in the Olympus. The Queen of the Skies is a deity associated with faithfulness, but her husband is exactly the opposite. Zeus had endless extramarital relationships, and each of them enraged his wife. Zeus's lovers became targets of the wrath of his wife, and many were marred with dreadful reprisals. The children born of these forbidden unions were also persecuted by the goddess. Hercules is undoubtedly one of Zeus's most renowned bastards, and certainly one of the most persecuted. The goddess forced the hero to be consumed by madness, and, during his period of insanity, he ended up killing his wife and children. But Zeus' bastard sons and lovers were not the only targets of Hera's divine wrath. The goddess started to loathe the Trojans after the Trojan prince Paris chose Aphrodite as the most beautiful of the goddesses over Athena and Hera. This episode became known as the Paris Trial. Retaliating, the goddess did everything in her power to harm Troy during the conflict with the Greeks. Even with Troy's destruction, Hera kept persecuting the hero Aeneas, who was heir to the Trojan tradition. He was persecuted throughout his whole journey, from his escape from Troy to the arrival in the Italian peninsula. But some heroes were blessed by the goddess, the most famous of them being Jason. Hera protected and inspired the hero in his quest for the Golden Fleece. At one point, Zeus's never-ending array of affairs put an end to his wife's patience, and Hera orchestrated a rebellion in Olympus against Zeus. The attempted coup failed, and the goddess was punished and imprisoned. Zeus only freed her after making her swear that she would never rebel again. In ancient Greece, Hera was one of the most worshipped goddesses. Her temples were scattered throughout the whole Greek world. Married and pregnant women are especially devoted to her. Together with Hestia, Hera was always part of domestic cults. The cow and the peacock are two consecrated animals in honor of this goddess. The exuberant bird has in the feathers of its tail the eyes of Argos, who was Hera's loyal footman, killed in service while conducting a mission in behalf of his goddess. The Queen of the Skies is identified by the name of Juno in Roman mythology. In it, she was revered alongside her husband, Jupiter. The goddess Hera is admired and hated by man, who cannot tolerate her revengeful temperament. But no one is indifferent to her, which makes her one of the most important goddesses of Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, Eros is the god of love and passion. He is usually represented as a handsome, winged young man with his famous bow. He is also well known as Cupid, his Latin name, in Rome. The Romans represented the god of love in a more infantilized way, and, in many of the artistic representations, Eros had an angelic form. But this god has no traits of a saint. He embodies desire and lust. Eros instilled love and passion in people's hearts. Under the influence of Eros, they were capable of self-sacrificing actions inconceivable to those who did not have a heart dominated by this feeling. There are two famous versions behind the origin of Eros. In the best-known version, he is the son of Aphrodite, another deity linked to love, and of Ares, the god of war. But according to Hesiod, Eros was a primordial god, born out of chaos. Without the influence of Eros, all creation is compromised, since it is his power that unites the various elements, and these unions are necessary to foster life. Love is the driving force behind the creation and preservation of life in the universe. But Eros' fame comes from the myths, legends, and parables in which he is Aphrodite's son or assistant. Eros and Aphrodite were responsible for spreading love and desire throughout the world. With his bow, Eros hit the hearts of his victims with golden arrows. The people affected fell in love immediately. Even the gods were not safe from Eros' archery. Apollo, also an archer god, mocked the way Eros handled the bow, but Apollo didn't get away with it. Eros struck Apollo's heart, and he fell in love with the nymph Daphne. But the story didn't stop there. Eros struck the nymph's heart with one of his lead arrows. These arrows provoke absolute repudiation in her. Apollo chased Daphne, and he rejected him. To escape the god's onslaught, the nymph was turned into a laurel by his father. Apollo and Eros never had a relationship, and despite being the most beautiful of gods, Apollo had no luck in love. The brilliant god designated Eros as the cruelest of all gods. For him, there was no greater pain than the pain of a broken heart. Eros was a bellicose god. He didn't distinguish between his targets, young and old, beautiful and ugly, rich and poor. All could be the target of the god of love. Sometimes he would blindfold even his eyes and shoot his arrows at random for pure fun. But in one of the stories, Eros tasted his own poison. There was a young woman considered the most beautiful of all. Some people paid her tributes that should only be paid to Aphrodite. The goddess of love asked her son to make the young woman fall in love with a terrible punishment. But the beauty of the young woman was so great that Eros was distracted, wounding himself in his own arrow. The myth of love between Eros and Psyche became one of the most celebrated stories of Greek mythology. Eros was often represented with torches in hand. These torches were used to ignite the hearts of lovers. Despite being one of the best-known gods and residing with his mother in Olympus, Eros is not traditionally one of the 12 great Olympian gods. In Rome, his importance as a Cupid was even smaller. Even though he is not so worshipped as other Olympic gods, Eros continues to advance the world, nourishing it with the power of love. Artemis is known as the hunter goddess in Greek mythology. This goddess has the bow and arrow as one of her symbols, her favorite weapon. Because of that, the goddess is usually depicted in the arts with her inseparable bow. The goddess of the hunt is the daughter of Zeus with her lover Leto, and she is Apollo's twin sister. But she was born one day before her brother and actually helped her mother deliver Apollo. When they were still babies, they and their mother were chased by the ignominious snake Python, but that creature was killed by Apollo when he became an adult. One of the traits of the goddess is that she is a virgin deity. From an early age, the goddess made a vow of chastity after witnessing all the suffering her mother had endured to bring Apollo into the world, and she remains pure for all eternity. For having helped her mother in childbirth, women in ancient Greece prayed that the goddess would help them during labor. Although she was born in Delos, the sacred island of the twin gods, Artemis dwells in the forests and mountains of Arcadia. Artemis was regarded as the goddess of wildlife. She was truly passionate about the art of hunting and wandered through the woods in search of the most glorious prey. The goddess was followed by a procession of wild and oceanic nymphs, her companions. All her companions also had the duty to remain virgin and pure, not to smear the image and reputation of the virgin goddess. One time, while the goddess and her nymphs were bathing in a fountain, they were spotted by the hunter Actaeon. He was dazzled by the divine beauty of the goddess of the hunt. But the goddess did not allow herself to be raped by the profane gaze, fixated on her naked body, which no man had ever seen. The goddess turned the hunter into a deer, and then he was chased by his own hunting dogs, who caught and shattered him. Like a good hunter, the goddess also had her own hunting dogs, from which no prey could hide. But the animal that represented the goddess of the hunt was the deer. Artemis captured some and tied them to her carriage. Sitting on it, pulled by sacred bucks, the goddess flew through the air. Agamemnon, the great leader of the Achaeans during the Trojan War, sacrificed one of Artemis's sacred deer, and, if that wasn't enough, he claimed that not even the hunter could kill that animal with his accuracy. This enraged Artemis, who, as punishment, prevented the Greek army from leaving for Troy. To make great peace with the goddess, Agamemnon had to sacrifice his beloved daughter, and, only after such a sacrifice, the Greeks set sail for war. The goddess's most ruthless side was also shown when Niobe proudly stated that her children were more beautiful than the descendants of the goddess Leto. Apollo and Artemis punished Niobe, killing all her sons with accurate arrow strikes. According to some versions of the myth, Artemis was particularly fond of Orion, a talented and giant hunter. But Orion was killed by Artemis after a trick pulled by Apollo, who deceived the goddess, jealous of that relationship. In another version, Orion attempted to rape Artemis, and so she sent a huge scorpion to kill the giant. The goddess was also depicted as a lunar goddess. Like her brother Apollo, who took Helios' place as the sun god, Artemis occupied the position of the goddess of the moon, replacing Selene. According to other versions, Artemis, Selene, and Hecate were all lunar goddesses, since each goddess represents a moon phase. Artemis is one of the most adored Greek deities in ancient Greece. Several cities were consecrated in honor of the goddess, and throughout the Hellenic world, there are countless temples edified to worship the goddess. Nevertheless, the most famous is undoubtedly the glorious temple of Artemis in Ephesus. The great temple was so majestic that it was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. In the temple of Ephesus, located in Asia Minor, the goddess was worshipped differently. There, she was seen as a goddess of fertility, and her image with multiple breasts symbolized her ability to raise men. The goddess was revered in ancient Rome with her Latin name of Diana, whose main temple was on Mount Aventine. With the expansion of the Roman Empire, her cult spread throughout Europe. According to some versions of Arthurian legends, the famous Lady of the Lake descended from Diana, the goddess of the hunt in Rome. Artemis is an ambiguous goddess. Sometimes she is generous and benevolent. However, she can also be ruthless and rancorous. This duality makes her one of the most interesting goddesses of Greek mythology. Hestia, the goddess of fire and home protector, is an Olympian goddess, daughter of Cronos and Rhea, but she surely is the less popular deity among the 12 Olympian gods. When she was born, she was swallowed by his father alongside his brothers, since the Titan Cronos feared that his offspring would usurp his power. After the victory of the Olympian gods over the Titans, Hestia started to be venerated as the protective goddess of homes and estate. The goddess was courted by Apollo and Poseidon, but Hestia rejected both because she had made a vow of chastity. Zeus honored the goddess, ensuring that she could stay chaste for all eternity. Hestia was a gentle and kind goddess, and therefore, she did not engage in the major deity battles. Due to the goddess's mild character, there are the myths that make reference to the goddess of fireplaces. But men worship the goddess of sacred fire, constantly keeping a flame lit in their homes and temples. Virtually every Greek city had a sacred pyre dedicated to the goddess, in which flames burned continuously. If a group of settlers had to leave to edify a new city, they took with them a bit of the pyre's sacred fire. In Rome, the goddess's cult conquered even more prominence. There she was known by the name of Vesta, and in her temple, the sacred flame was taken care of by 6 priestesses who were known as Vestals. These women would have to stay pure and virgin. The Vestals were elected by lot among the young girls of Rome's noblest families. The goddess Hestia was one of the 12 original Olympian deities, but with the growth of Dionysius' cult, she started to occupy the role that previously belonged to Hestia. The goddess continued to embody the flame of fireplaces, and with that, Hestia kept providing warmth, comfort, and security to people's homes. Zeus, the supreme lord of Olympus, became married to the goddess Hera. The goddess was extremely jealous of the love Zeus felt for his preferred daughter, the goddess Athena. The greatest ambition of Hera was to conceive a strong, beautiful, and powerful son who could one day replace his father, like an old prophecy had written. The desire of the Queen of the Skies was heard, and she soon gave birth to a beautiful child who was named Ares. The little god grew and became increasingly stronger, but from an early age the signs of his wrath and brutality were already perceptible. As an adult already, he is offered a stunning armor and a golden helmet. He was the model of a perfect warrior. Now Ares was the god of war. His strive for conflict and blood horrified the other gods. Due to his violent and uncontrollable nature, some gods even feared him, and so he had a bad reputation among the deities. During the clashes between men, he was delighted by the slaughter. He did not support one side of a quarrel just because they happened to be the fairest, the most honored, or the bravest. He tended to be fond of those who were the most violent and brutal, but he also used to help those who honored him with proper tributes and devotions. Zeus once said, "For me, he is the most despicable of the gods who inhabit Olympus, since he solely adores contention, war, and fights." Zeus hated him so much that he even said that Ares would certainly be expelled from Olympus if he wasn't the son of Hera. However, Ares also had divine followers. Among them was Ares, the goddess of discord, who, with her ominous powers, sowed all sorts of disagreements and quarrel between men. The goddess carried with her the children of Lemos, the goddess of starvation, Algos, the goddess of pain, Ponos, the goddess of toil, and Leti, the goddess of oblivion, who made men forget the presence of gods right after the clashes. After the passage of Ares and his procession, Keres appeared, the divinities of violent death. These drank the blood of those who died in battlefields and dragged those who deserved it directly to Tartarus. Athena, the goddess of strategic war, was the only one who strongly opposed the bloodthirsty god, defeating the god several times. However, not even she was capable of detaining the god's quest for blood. Only one goddess was able to calm the violent heart of Ares. Her name was Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Hera was finally pregnant from Zeus. Cheerful, the goddess pictured how gorgeous her son would be. Her expectations were never-ending, given that he would be the son of the king and queen of the skies. However, the child is born, and Hera, looking at him for the first time, is horrified. It was a furry baby of rustic traits and a suit-coated dark skin, and he was even uglier when he cried. The goddess, disheartened, claims that he is not her son and throws him from the top of the Olympus into the ocean. The little god violently hits the ocean waters, but manages to survive. However, he ends up crippled and would limp for the rest of his life. Hephaestus was rescued by the ocean Theseus, who quickly became fond of the child, unlike what had happened with goddess Hera. Theseus then took him to the island of Lemnos, where he grows playing with volcanoes. As a child, Hephaestus starts to develop an unmatchable ability in the art of metallurgy. Relying on the heat of the volcanoes, he was able to create the most powerful weapons and the most beautiful jewels. The god reaches adulthood and decides to return to Olympus. He had conceived a gorgeous golden throne for his true mother, the goddess Hera. She feels a shiver down her spine as soon as she witnesses the return of her horrendous son, but noticing the throne he had brought with him, she quickly forgets her discomfort. She feels extremely satisfied with the gift and is eager to try it. The throne was really divine. It was as gorgeous as it was comfortable. However, when trying to get up, she finds herself stuck in the throne, and nothing, or no one, seemed able to detach her from it. Nobody but Hephaestus, who knew the secret on how to free her. However, to free her, he demands that her mother and the court of Olympus stop treating him with despise and accept his return to Mount Olympus. Ashamed, the goddess accepts the demand, and so she is freed. She then starts to treat him with the respect he deserves. Lastly, Hephaestus makes one last request, which shocks everyone around. He asks for permission to marry Aphrodite, the most beautiful goddess of all. Hephaestus knew that he was ugly, but he also was aware that any woman would hardly refuse to marry a man who would give her all the luxury and safety. Much to the surprise of everyone, Aphrodite accepts the proposal of Hephaestus and, with the blessing of goddess Hera, they marry.
During the Trojan War, Homer wrote about dozens of brave people whose names will live forever. But Agamemnon, the great leader and king of Mycenae, ended up more famous than Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, or Diomedes. The son of Atreus was the only person who could get all the other Greek chieftains to fight in distant places in Helen's honor. Agamemnon led the Achaeans and fought the Trojans for 10 years in front of the impenetrable wall. Despite all that went wrong, Agamemnon won the war, leading to Troy's downfall. The great Basileus amassed many of the war spoils, including the beautiful princess and prophetess who was the daughter of King Priam. Her name was Cassandra, so beautiful that the god Apollo fell in love with her. Agamemnon told her that he would take her as a slave to his court in Mycenae. She retorted, if he knew what awaited him in his homeland, he would never return to Greece. Although Cassandra was a true prophetess, Apollo cursed her for her rejection, and no one believed what she said. Agamemnon did not know that his wife Clytemnestra was ruling in Mycenae with her lover Aegisthus. The queen deeply hated Agamemnon because he killed her daughter Iphigenia to lead Greeks to war. Having had her favorite daughter killed because of her husband, she simply could not ever forgive him. The ships in Agamemnon's fleet were brimming with treasures when they returned to Greece. It appeared that he would be the only Greek leader whose fleet would return to Greece without damage. But as Agamemnon and his fleet were approaching the Peloponnese, a storm came up. Basilius asked the gods why they were punishing him, since he had done everything they told him to do during his 10-year stay in Troy. The prophetess Cassandra told him that the gods were not trying to punish him. Instead, they were trying to keep him alive, away from meeting his terrible demise in Mycenae. For the second time, Agamemnon said that Cassandra's gorgeous mouth was just talking nonsense, since he would reach the zenith of his glory as conqueror of Troy in Mycenae. The Mycenae palace learned that Agamemnon was returning from Troy. Aegisthus and Clytemnestra planned to get rid of the king before he could take his throne back. Agamemnon had 2 children, Electra and Orestes, who knew of their mother's relationship with Mycenae's acting regent. Agamemnon arrived in Mycenae as if he were Hercules' second coming. People cheered him as he walked through the legendary Lion Gate of Mycenae. He brought with him many valuable things from Troy. Clytemnestra knelt at Agamemnon's feet and thanked the gods for bringing back her husband in glory. But the whole scene was part of a plan. If the queen still cared about her husband, that vanished when she saw the beautiful Cassandra following him. Clytemnestra then thought about the words of Palamedes' father, the hero who was killed at Troy after being accused of treason. He said that the Achaeans' leaders had made their slaves their wives. Agamemnon thanked Aegisthus for taking such good care of his kingdom while he was absent. This showed that the feud between their families were over. Agamemnon embraced his children Orestes and Electra, who were small children when he left. The Mycenaean king told his wife that he had missed her very much and would like to sleep with her. But first, he wanted to take a bath. After fighting for 10 years, Agamemnon felt that he could finally relax in his hot tub. Aegisthus then threw a net over Agamemnon, catching him completely off guard. The Greek king was attacked by Clytemnestra and Aegisthus, who beat him to death. Since Clytemnestra was jealous of the young woman, she killed the slave Cassandra with 2 axe blows when she ran to see what was happening. The story of Basilius Agamemnon had come to a dreadful end, like many other descendants of Tantalus, but the fate of the children Electra and Orestes was still unknown. Aegisthus and Clytemnestra reigned supreme over Mycenae after Agamemnon's death, the great hero who led the Greeks to Troy. The slain king's supporters had already been silenced, for Aegisthus, during Agamemnon's absence, had placed men of his trust in the most important government positions. With the queen's support, he usurped the Mycenaean throne. But Aegisthus still had a matter to settle. Orestes, a 12-year-old child. He was Agamemnon's legitimate heir and would become a future contender for the throne. But Aegisthus did not want to kill the child immediately, for he knew what Clytemnestra was capable of, and he feared he would have the same fate as Agamemnon. But Electra overheard Aegisthus plotting with one of the minions on how to get rid of Orestes, making it all look like a mere accident. During the night, Electra executed a plan to deliver her brother from a terrible fate. They ran away so as not to be seen by the palace guards. She led him to a knight who was a loyal servant of Agamemnon, who would take the boy away from Aegisthus. Before leaving, Electra made Orestes swear that, as soon as he became an adult, he would return to take revenge on his father's murderers, and he did. Orestes was taken to Phocis, where the court of King Strophius, the boy's uncle, was located. The king raised Orestes as a son and prepared him to accomplish what he most desired, to avenge his father's death. Many years passed, and Electra prayed in Apollo's temple at Delphi that her brother would return and bring with him the god's vengeance. She could no longer bear to live under the rule of Aegisthus, who prevented her from marrying, lest she beget another heir to Agamemnon. On leaving the temple, she was approached by 3 young men, who said they had news of Orestes, the brother she had not seen for years. Electra returned to Mycenae and threw herself into her mother's arms weeping. She carried the ominous news that Orestes had died in a chariot accident during the Olympic Games, and that his body would be brought by his friends to receive the proper funeral rites worthy of a prince. Clytemnestra appeared to have conflicting feelings towards her son's death, as Orestes' passing meant peace to the kingdom by no longer being a threat to Aegisthus. Electra informed Aegisthus of the arrival of Orestes' body, and he replied that it was the first time she had opened her mouth to say something pleasant. Aegisthus went quickly to ascertain whether that was really the prince's body, but he was surprised when he lifted the sheet covering Orestes' body. It was Clytemnestra's corpse, with her belly pierced by sword strokes. At that moment, Orestes drove a sword through the usurper's chest, consummating his revenge against the man who killed his father and stole his throne. The story of the return of the prince of Mycenae, who killed his mother and the murderer of his father, spread throughout Greece. Part of those who heard it considered the prince's act of killing his own mother to be ominous, and so he would still undergo a terrible ordeal. After consummating his revenge, Orestes' chest felt great pain. To avenge the murder of his father, the great Agamemnon, he had become the executioner of his own mother, and her and Aegisthus' blood stained his hands. 3 sinister figures appeared behind Orestes. They were the Erinyes, also known as Furies, entities that punished the murderers of kin. The Furies were 3: Tisiphone, the punishment, Megaera, the grudge, and Alecto, the unnamed. They were goddesses of vengeance and had the underworld as their residence, where they spent their days punishing criminals. Orestes grew tormented by the Furies. Driven into a state of madness by the Erinyes, he fled Mycenae to the oracle at Delphi, seeking the help of the gods. Orestes had only the support of Pallades, prince of Phocis, who grew up beside Orestes while he was in exile, and to whom he promised the hand of Electra. Pallades, as a loyal friend, stood by Orestes in the most difficult periods. At the oracle of Delphi, facing the statue of the god Apollo, Orestes asked the shining deity for help. He considered the punishment unfair, and that his hands were not stained by the blood of innocents. Apollo appeared and said he would be by his side. Orestes had visited the oracle of Delphi as a teenager, being ordered to avenge the death of his father, cowardly murdered by his wife and lover. Apollo ordered Orestes to visit the city of Athens and the temple of its patron goddess, where he would find a courtroom set up to pass judgment, and Orestes set off with his friend toward Athens. The way to Attica was difficult. Orestes was still being persecuted by the Furies. In the face of such suffering, Apollo began to protect the prince of Mycenae, keeping the furious entities away. Orestes and Pylades finally reached their destination, the temple of the goddess Athena. Orestes knelt in front of the goddess's statue, saying that he was there at the behest of Apollo, the deity who had told him that Athena would provide a fair trial. Meanwhile, one of the Furies stated that, if justice was done, he would suffer eternally in Tartarus. Athena appeared and said that she would preside over Orestes' trial. The Erinyes would be the accusers, and Orestes would have the right to a thorough defense. Outside the city of Athens, on Mount Ares, the trial took place before the Athenian populace. Orestes had the god Apollo as his defense attorney, while the Erinyes hurled terrible words against the Mycenaean prince. The leader of the Erinyes took the floor and opened the accusation, saying that the case was simple. Orestes had confessed to the crime of matricide,
With his own hands, he had killed the mother who had always loved him. The law of gods and men was clear on the heinous crime. Apollo took the floor and said that Orestes had killed his mother, but Clytemnestra was not innocent. She and her lover Aegisthus had partaken in the murder of the lofty Agamemnon, the man who restored the honor of all Greeks by punishing the Trojans. The god asserted that the act had not been thoughtless. The prince had second thoughts and queried the oracle at Delphi, where he was told that he would have to punish the murderers, and in doing so, Orestes proved to be deeply God-fearing. The jurors seemed divided as to Orestes' verdict. When the votes were counted, the result was a tie. Athena stood up and said, as president of the trial, she would split the vote. The goddess asserted that she had listened carefully to the defense and the prosecution. When Orestes killed Queen Clytemnestra, he did not kill his mother, but his father's murderer. For this reason, she considered him acquitted of the charge of unjustified murder. Orestes fell to his knees, relieved, now free of the burden of one of the worst crimes committed by a human being. Defeated, the Aryanes bellowed angrily, saying that the new gods had thrown into the rubbish all the traditions built up over millennia. Orestes thanked the people of Athens for promoting justice in their land. He also stated that, from that day forward, the people of Mycenae would never war against the people of Attica as long as he lived, and cursed would be his successors if they disregarded such a promise. Orestes and Pylades left Athens. To appease the goddess of vengeance, Athena ordered a temple to be built where the Aryanes would be revered as promoters of the god's justice. In the kingdom of Iolcos in northern Greece, King Cretheus had just died, and his sons were about to enter a fraternal struggle for the throne. Aeson was the king's firstborn, but Peleus, his half-brother on his mother's side, said he was entitled to the crown. Peleus was the queen's son with Poseidon, god of the seas. Peleus gained support for his cause and usurped the throne from his brother. Since Aeson had a peaceful temperament, Peleus decided that he would spare his life if he would renounce the throne. Under threat, Aeson gave in. Peleus went to an oracle because he wanted to know if a suitor threatened his throne. The priestess of Apollo told him that he would reign for a long time until a man wearing only a sandal appeared. This man would bring about Peleus's downfall. Peleus, whenever he met a new person, instead of looking him in the eye, would stare at his feet, trying to find his future enemy. Aeson's wife had a son. The father feared for the life of the newborn boy. To protect him, Aeson sought the help of Chiron, a famous and wise centaur who lived in the Thessalian mountains. The centaur was a famous trainer of heroes and taught Jason the art of hunting and the use of weapons. When he was still a teenager, Jason encountered a dangerous leopard that was terrorizing the local shepherds. The beast attacked the young man, but using the knowledge taught to him by his master, Jason managed to defend himself against the leopard. From then on, Jason wore the leopard's skin as a cloak and was respected in the region for the courage he had shown. When Jason turned 20 years old, Chiron revealed to him who he really was. The boy was entitled to the Iolcos throne, and, now that he was an adult, he was to fight for what belonged to him. Jason armed himself and set out for Iolcos. He knew he would have to resort to cunning to win the throne. After all, Peleus was a powerful king. Along the way, he came to a flowing stream. On the banks was an old woman, who asked him for help because she could not make the crossing. Jason carried the old woman on his back, and the two of them reached the other bank safely. But as they were leaving the water, Jason realized that one of his sandals had been swept away by the current. And suddenly, Jason noticed that the old woman had been transformed into a beautiful woman. It was the goddess Hera, wife of Zeus, who had disguised herself as an old woman to test the goodness of men. Because of Jason's kindness, he could count on divine blessings in his adventure. Jason arrived in Iolcos. News of the presence of a stranger wearing only one sandal quickly reached the king. The young hero was taken to the monarch, who tried to disguise the fear he felt at the sight of the barefoot warrior. Jason said he was there to regain the throne to which he was entitled, but he was not seeking revenge. Therefore, his uncle could keep all the wealth he had accumulated, provided he returned the royal crown and scepter to him. The astute king replied that he intended to accept the demands and avoid a bloodbath, provided that the brave boy traveled to Colchis and took the golden fleece. This way he would know that his kingdom would be in the hands of a brave king blessed by the gods. Jason agreed to his uncle's proposal. Without fear, he began preparations to face one of the greatest adventures in Greek mythology. After accepting King Peleus' challenge, word that Jason wanted to raise volunteers to participate in the greatest adventure the Greek people had ever heard of spread throughout Hellas. Jason had been blessed by the gods. Athena, goddess of wisdom, inspired the carpenter Argus, son of Poseidon, to build an amazing ship, the likes of which had never been made before. The ship's wood would never rot in water, and it was the only boat in the world to sail the open sea. Before, sailors had never dared to stray too far from dry land. From a sacred oak trunk coming directly from the oracle of Dodona was carved a beautiful carving of the goddess Hera. This wonderful ornament was set into the ship's bow. Apart from the symbol's traditional protective effects, the goddess Hera could communicate directly with the crew members through it. Many Greek heroes wished to participate in the quest to find the Golden Fleece. Among them was the renowned Hercules, who brought along his friend Hylas, and the glorious Theseus, who had defeated the Minotaur. From Sparta came the Dioscuri, the twin brothers Castor and Pollux, brothers of the beautiful Helen, she who in the future would be the reason for the most famous war in Greek mythology. The sons Aeacus, Telamon, father of Ajax the Great, and Peleus, father of Achilles, also presented themselves. Orpheus, famous son of the god Apollo, showed up with his lyre, joined by the expert hunter Meleager. Many other heroes from all over Greece continued to turn up. Even Boreas's winged sons. King Peleus feared that the superb crew would help Jason accomplish his task. The carpenter Argus presented the heroes with his masterpiece, a magnificent vessel without match. Honoring the builder, the crew named the ship Argo and proclaimed themselves Argonauts. Jason proposed an election or lottery to decide the captain and head of the expedition. But there was no doubt among the heroes. Jason was to lead them and was acclaimed head of the Argonauts. Due sacrifices were made to the gods for the deities to bless and protect the Argonauts. More than 50 heroes set out into the unknown. The adventure of Jason and the Argonauts had just begun. Jason and the Argonauts were crossing the Aegean Sea looking for the Golden Fleece. The ship Argo was an excellent vessel and braved the open sea with unprecedented skill. The heroic sailors rowed with great vigor, for there has never been a more glorious crew than this one. Not before, not since. They spotted an island on the horizon and went to it to restock their supplies. It was the island of Lemnos, and an ominous event had recently occurred. For several decades, the women on that island had been abused by their husbands and forced to live a miserable life. But a great rebellion broke out when the men of the island brought new wives from Thrace and further humiliated the resident women. They attacked all the men of Lemnos. Many were killed, and others fled the island to save themselves. The island of Lemnos was ruled by women only, and the presence of men was banned. The island's former lords tried to retake power several times, but were pushed back by the warrior women. When the Argonauts landed on Lemnos, they were met by an army of women warriors who threateningly aimed arrows at them. The heroes had peaceful intentions and tried not to appear threatening. Jason chose Echion as the Argonauts' emissary before the queen of Lemnos. Echion was the son of the god Hermes and had the gift of speech and persuasion. Before Hypsipyle, Echion used all his charisma and eloquence to convince the queen that they had good intentions and only wished to restock water and food. After meeting those men of immense value, the women of the island decided that they could not continue to live that way. Successive enemy invasions weakened the women, and without men to do the heavier work, the island's development was hampered. Therefore, the queen ordered the delivery of many gifts to the Argonauts. They were also invited to the queen's great banquet. For several days, the Argonauts feasted and enjoyed the hospitality of the Lemnos women. They were such pleasant days that the heroes practically forgot their mission. Hercules, who had stayed on the ship waiting for his fellow men, appeared and used his powerful voice. He scolded the heroes for having forgotten their duty. On that island, they would find only an inglorious life, for many had wives at home who anxiously awaited their return. The men returned to the ship in shame. Jason very graciously told them that they had to depart. The women, who previously did not want the men to land on the island, were sad to see them go. The women of Lemnos saw the Argonauts leave without looking back. Many now had within their wombs the seed of life. The sons of the heroes would later give birth to a new generation of men on that island. The Argonauts reached the Strait of Hellespont, present-day Turkey. The waters were patrolled by the Trojan navy under orders of King Laomedon, who barred foreigners from entering without permission. Therefore, the heroes decided to cross those waters at night to avoid the enemy ships. With the help of the hero Lynceus, who had the eyes of a lynx and could see over long distances even at night, the heroes sailed those dangerous seas towards their destination. After sailing through unknown waters, the Argonauts arrived at an island where the Doliones, a people descended from Poseidon, lived. They were warmly welcomed by Cyzicus, king of the Doliones, who had already been warned by an oracle to properly receive the incoming visitors. By coincidence, the king was celebrating his wedding that day. The Argonauts were invited to the celebrations on a pleasant and joyful occasion. The next day, the king took the Argonauts to a hill and showed them his kingdom. He said that on the island lived dangerous giants that attacked the visitors. Sometimes his kingdom was besieged by Pelasgians marauders. On top of the mountain, the Argonauts saw the ship Argo moored on the beach, whose protection was guaranteed by Hercules. The terrifying six-armed giants that the king had spoken of suddenly appeared amongst the trees. They began to hurl large rocks at the Argo, trying to destroy it, exploiting the hero's absence. But they didn't expect that Hercules, using his formidable bow, would heroically defend the ship with perfect shots. One giant after another was slaughtered by the arrows of Zeus's son. Hercules did not waste any arrows and shot down all the giants. The name of the great hero became popular in distant lands. As thanks for helping to rid the island of those monsters, King Cyzicus gave the Argonauts many gifts. Jason and his crew set sail, leaving behind a friendly nation. But that same night, the Argonauts were hit by a terrible storm and were lost in the darkness. Thanks to the lightning flashes, they saw the silhouette of an island on the horizon. The heroes managed to secure the ship in an inlet and landed safely. They protected themselves from the storm by entering the woods near the beach. While walking through the forest, the Argonauts were ambushed by assailants who attacked them in the middle of the darkness. The Argonauts defended themselves efficiently. Most of them were very experienced fighters, and this allowed them to take down their enemies. But when Jason stuck his sword into the belly of an enemy, he realized that his enemy was King Cyzicus, leading his men against whom he thought were Pelasgians invaders. The Argonauts had mistakenly killed his new friends. Upon hearing of this, the newlywed queen ran to her husband, but his spirit had already departed to Hades. The desperate queen threw herself over the king's body. Feeling an extremely deep sadness, she became unwell and joined her husband in the world of the dead. The Argonauts headed toward their destination, and after another glorious victory, Hercules was now rowing with great energy. This rowing was so strong that sometimes the ship Argo had more rowers on the opposite side from Hercules to keep the boat on course. Rowing alongside the hero was Hylas, Hercules' young squire, whom Hercules treated as his son. After so much strength, Hercules' oar failed to resist and broke completely. So the Argonauts went to the island of Mysia. They wanted to cut down a tree and make a new oar for the hero. Hercules and Hylas went into the forest. The hero searched for an ideal tree for the new oar, while Hylas tried to find a source of drinking water. The son of Zeus told Hylas that they should split up to carry out their tasks faster. After that, they would meet again by the ship. Hercules found a strong tree with the ideal trunk for carving the new oar and began the manufacture. When, at the end of the day, Hercules returned to the ship, he was told that Hylas had not yet arrived. All the heroes went into the woods to look for Hylas, shouting his name, but to no avail. But they found the jars that Hylas had carried, abandoned on the banks of a pond. Jason realized that there was no trace of a struggle. Everything indicated that Hylas had gone into the water and possibly drowned. Hercules didn't believe that assumption. He knew that Hylas was an excellent swimmer, so he went in search of his friend. Hours earlier that same day, Hylas arrived at the shores of the pond and was entranced by the scenic beauty of the place. But it was not only he who was enthralled. Behind a rock was Dryope, a naiad nymph, and one of the lesser water divinities. She fell in love with the young man as soon as she saw him. The boy squatted down to taste that crystal-clear water, and, out of nowhere, he was surprised by the naiad's kiss. In the lagoon waters, Hylas saw the beautiful Dryope and the lovely naiad sisters emerge. They were delightful creatures. Dryope proclaimed her love to the young hero, and he could not resist the naiad nymph's bewitching look. Hylas was pulled into the water without offering any resistance. Dryope led the hero toward an underwater cave. It is said that Hylas went on to live happily among the naiad nymphs, but the young Argonaut was never seen again. At the behest of Zeus, Hermes, the messenger god, announced that the search for Hylas should end, for he was living happily among the nymphs. He also said that Hercules' destiny was not to continue alongside the Argonauts toward Colchis, for he was still on a mission to complete his 12 labors. After the divine message, Jason ordered the Argonauts to return to the ship. With great regret, they proceeded without the greatest of all heroes. The Argonauts were again looking for fresh water to fuel their ship. Near Bithynia, they found a beautiful spring where they could fulfill their purpose and decided to land. But when they went to the spring, a huge man stood in the way of the heroes. He was extremely strong and scary-looking. His name was Amico. He claimed that this fountain had been created for him by Poseidon, the lord of the oceans, and his glorious father. To drink from the fountain, one of the Argonauts had to fight a boxing match against him. The Argonauts looked at each other fearfully. The giant was known to have the most powerful punch of all men. But Pollux volunteered to face the brute, who laughed at the courage of the frail man. His brother Castor tried to dissuade Pollux from fighting the monster, for no man had ever survived a fight against Amico. And after all, they still could find water elsewhere. The giant said it was normal for men to tremble before Poseidon's son, but Pollux claimed that he was the son of Zeus, and just like his father, he would never run away from a fight. The two fighters stood face to face, and the Argonauts cheered Pollux on with enthusiastic cries. Amico landed a powerful blow to Pollux's stomach, which caused the hero to completely lose his breath. While Pollux was down on his knees trying to fill his lungs with air, the giant scoffed, asking if this boy was truly the best they had. Pollux stood up and said that the fight wasn't over yet. Amico was furious at the provocation. The giant landed some extremely dangerous blows, but Pollux, with great agility, dodged them all. Pollux realized that he would not be able to put up a fair fight against a stronger opponent, so he chose to make fast attacks and counterattacks. With each punch missed by the giant, Amico's frustration grew, and he tried to hit even harder, wasting more and more energy. Meanwhile, Pollux focused his attacks on his opponent's waist to rob him of more of his breath. When Amico finally seemed to show signs of exhaustion, Pollux decided to attack. Using a quick sequence of punches, Pollux put the giant on the defensive. With a strong uppercut to Amico's chin, Pollux knocked the giant out. But according to Amico's rules, the fight was to the death. However, the giant was pleading for his life. After grabbing Amico by the hair, Pollux asked if he had ever shown mercy to his opponents. Amico promised never again to challenge anyone who wanted to drink from his father's well. In that way, Poseidon's offering would become a gift to all travelers. Hearing this promise, Pollux spared his opponent. The Argonauts filled their amphorae with fresh water and set off happily, knowing that they had with them the world's greatest boxer. The city of Salmydessus, which was controlled by King Phineus, was empty and rotting when the Argonauts arrived, and there was a foul odor in the air due to the abundance of bird droppings that had been dispersed around the city. The heroes sought for the monarch atop the city's acropolis, as he was a brilliant seer and could have knowledge that was essential to the Argonauts' expedition's success. Since Zetes and Calais were Phineus's in-laws, they were aware that he would never desert his realm. Phineus was seated at a dining table within the demolished palace, among the squalor. The monarch appeared to be a mere shadow of the man he once was, since he was so skinny. Phineus explained to the Argonauts that he had formerly been a well-respected sorcerer who had relied on the gods' favor and attended the feasts of Olympus frequently, because the gods valued his company and had invited him. However, he would pick up on some of the gods' plans during these feasts, listening in on some discussions, and get access to confidential information. He would occasionally inform some individuals of the gods' plans, so they might take appropriate action. Zeus, however, learned what Phineus was up to, and brutally punished him for exploiting the gods' trust. His sight was lost first. Living in the dark wasn't bad enough. Phineus and his kingdom also had to deal with the filthy and revolting Harpies. Every day, Phineus received a banquet, but just as he was about to start eating, the Harpies showed up and made a lot of noise. They threw their trash all over the table while eating the king's meal. To stay alive, Phineus could only consume the barest minimum. Phineus assured the Argonauts that if they helped him get rid of the Harpies, the king would reveal to them a secret important to the completion of his quest. In agreement, the Argonauts went into hiding as they awaited the Harpies. The Harpies showed up when the feast of Phineus arrived, but the Argonauts quickly drove them away. The heroes managed to capture one of them, but the other two tried to flee. However, Zetes and Calais, the two winged brothers, flew after the animals, abusing their sister's spouse. Both brothers engaged the Harpies in an air combat. The three Harpies were eventually subjugated and about to be put to death, but the miraculous intervention of the goddess Iris saved them, as she was their sister and would not let them perish. The Harpies left with the assurance that they would not bother poor Phineus ever again. In return, Phineus showed the Argonauts a perilous challenge they would need to conquer if they truly intended to complete their goal. Their biggest concern was that the tunnel would close as soon as they learned that any living thing was between its walls, as was the case with the Symplegades, two enormous rock walls that created a short and narrow corridor. Jason released a dove as instructed by Phineus, allowing it to pass through the Symplegades. The bird was able to traverse the corridor before the walls closed to avoid being crushed. The Argonauts sped up their vessel towards the tunnel as the walls started to open. The walls quickly moved back to their original place and started to shut. To the relief of its legendary crew, the ship Argo pierced the rocks at the last second. Jason and the Argonauts were getting closer to their destination, but they still had to deal with many obstacles. When the Argonaut ship sailed past the dangerous Symplegades cliffs, the men found castaways crying for help. They were 4 young men with features very similar to those of Greeks, but no one knew if a Greek expedition had ever reached those lands before the Argonauts. The castaways were questioned on board by Jason. They claimed that they had set sail from Colchis, the destination of the Argonauts, and they said that they were the sons of Phrixus, the young Greek prince who had arrived in Colchis riding the Golden Ram. They were grandchildren of the king of Colchis, for Phrixus had married the monarch's daughter. But the castaways claimed that their grandfather was a tyrant who despised his grandchildren for having foreign blood. This justified the physical resemblance of the young men to Greeks. Jason explained the mission of the Argonauts to the shipwrecked princes, and they said they could help them if he took them back to Greece. The princes said that the Argonauts' mission was virtually impossible. After all, Aeetes was a very powerful king with a strong army and navy. He also had the powerful sorceress Medea on his side. But there was an even worse obstacle for the Argonauts, who wanted so much to reach the Golden Fleece. The Golden Ram's skin was guarded by a fearsome and invincible dragon, who kept watch over this artifact day and night. Jason told the young men that the gods were on the side of the Argonauts. With so many heroes grouped together, they would find a way to steal the Golden Fleece. With new local guides, the Argonauts' journey to Colchis became easier. Their goal was near. The Argonauts arrived at the capital of the kingdom of Colchis, amazed at the grandeur and wealth of King Aeetes' palaces. Many buildings had been erected by the gods and Cyclops. The king's grandsons took Jason and some Argonauts to their grandfather's throne room, introducing the heroes as those who had saved them from certain death at sea. The king was always suspicious of foreigners, and on this occasion it was no different. He harshly asked what the visitors wanted. Jason made no secret of his intentions. He said he was there to take the Golden Fleece with him, but they were not thieves and wanted to pay the necessary price by helping in all tasks. The king said that just one favor would have a similar cost to the Golden Fleece, but this task would certainly cost Jason his life. He was to perform alone the sowing of Ares, a dangerous ritual in honor of the god of war. Jason said that he had not traveled so far to give up at the last moment and accepted the task imposed by the king. At that moment, the powerful sorceress Medea entered the throne room, an imposing and fascinating figure. But she was unaware of being under the sights of Eros' bow. At the request of the goddess Hera, he was there to help the heroes. After being struck by Eros' arrow, Medea fell in love with Jason. Jason decided to perform the task, unaware of the passion that overflowed from Medea's heart. This infatuation would be crucial to the mission's success. Jason was desolate. Although he had shown great courage in accepting the challenge from the king of Colchis, he was almost certain that he would perish in trying to complete the task. Nearby, Medea was also distraught. Her heart had been seized by passion, but loving Jason would be considered a great betrayal to her family. Medea and 2 companions decided to look for Jason. Suspecting the ladies-in-waiting, she said she planned to poison Jason. but this was not her true intention. Medea told Jason that the gods wanted her to help him in his deadly task, but to do so, she needed the hero to swear that he would take her as his wife and never abandon her. Jason had no doubts and took the oath. It was his last hope to avoid certain death, and Medea was a beautiful woman. Medea handed him a vial with a powerful potion that only a true disciple of Hecate could produce. The elixir was made from the blood of the titan Prometheus, who was trapped on a rock in the Caucasus, whose liver was being devoured by a dreadful bird. Following the directions of the sorceress Medea, Jason anointed his body with the enchanted and protective oil. The other heroes wished him good luck. They had no idea of the challenge he would encounter, but they knew that the scheming King Aedes would not trade the golden fleece for an ordinary task. Jason presented himself on the field of Ares, where the king and the court were waiting for him, hoping to see a bloody spectacle that would culminate in the hero's death. He was to bind two mighty bulls to a plow that let off fire from their nostrils, and after that, he would have to sow the earth with dragon's teeth. The bulls were set free. They were impressive creatures with bronze hooves, having been offered by Hephaestus to the king of Colchis. One of the bulls advanced furiously against Jason, who jumped on it like a Crete bullfighter. The other bull attacked him with a blast of flames, which would certainly have immolated the hero had he not had his body protected by the sorceress's potion. Jason resorted to agility to escape the beast's thrusts, which were becoming increasingly frustrated. With an acrobatic jump, Jason managed to make the animals clash violently with each other. Taking advantage of the animals' daze, Jason dragged them by the horns towards the plow yokes. With the animals tamed and tied to the plow, Jason started sowing the field. To the audience's astonishment, Jason managed to restrain the oxen and sewed the dragon's teeth into the grooves opened by the plow. King Aedes smiled with satisfaction, for a surprise still awaited the hero. From the earth sown with the dragon's teeth began to emerge frightening creatures. Several huge monsters sprouted from each dragon's tooth, ready to attack the hero, but Medea had already warned Jason that this would occur. Inspired by Cadmium's story, she told the hero to throw a round rock among the giants. The rock caused the monsters to mysteriously start fighting among themselves. In a massive free-for-all fight, Jason started to exterminate one creature after another. After annihilating the last one, Jason had finally accomplished his task. Jason was lifted on the shoulders by his peers and celebrated for the great achievement. The evil King Aedes realized that this young man was relying on the favor of the gods. He feared that not even the dragon of Colchis would stop the invincible hero and prevent him from taking the golden fleece. He felt that something would have to be done. King Aedes called for his men, readying a surprise attack on Jason and the heroes as he was enraged that the former had survived the sowing mission in Ares' realm. But Medea, who was already madly in love with Jason, would not allow her father to plan against her darling. Before her father organized his warriors to launch an attack, Medea rushed to Jason and suggested that they try to get the golden fleece. As Medea led Jason into a pitch-black forest, they could make out a golden glow coming from the distance among the trees. It was the skin of the lamp that had carried Phrixus and brought him to Colchis. But, as expected, the mighty dragon of Colchis protected the fleece. The hero shuddered, even though he was the epitome of courage. But Medea tried to soothe him, saying that she was sure of what to do. Medea fearlessly approached the powerful dragon, which was drooling in anticipation of its impending meal. The witch lifted her arms and called for the magical goddess Hecate. The dragon did something he had never done before. He fell asleep, thanks to Medea's abilities. Jason, on tiptoe, and quite scared of disturbing the monster, made his way to the tree where the golden fleece was hanging. Jason was happy to finally have the priceless artifact in his arms. Jason and Medea hastened to the Argonauts' ship, which was waiting for them to leave the kingdom of Colchis. However, as they were about to leave, Absyrtus, Medea's brother, saw them and caught the sorceress betraying his father by giving the stranger his wealth. The Argonauts managed to escape uninjured from the dominions of King Aeetes. As he had promised, Jason brought Medea with him to take her as his bride. But the Argonauts were still in danger, as the mighty naval fleet of the king of Colchis pursued them with the intention of recovering the gold fleece and punishing the criminals. The fleet of King Aeetes was pursuing Jason and the Argonauts. A portion of it was under the leadership of Prince Absyrtus, who was desperate to capture his sister Medea for betraying his family. The Argonauts chose to take a different path home to elude their pursuers, rowing against the current of Istros. But the rowers had to halt, having become exhausted from fighting the river non-stop. Using his accurate vision, Linnaeus was able to locate the Prince of Colchis' ships, which were already quite near to the Argonauts' camp. They had a significant numerical advantage. To end the chase and save a slaughter that would only cause suffering for all sides, Linnaeus made the decision to see Prince Absyrtus. If they delivered him the traitor Medea, the prince declared he would not care about the golden fleece and that the Argonauts may have it. Once back in camp, Linnaeus informed Jason about the Prince of Colchis' offer for peace, but Medea was indignant at such a demand. Medea accused Jason of breaking the vow he made to take her to Greece with him and never leave her, making her his wife when she promised him the golden fleece. Jason was in a perilous position, since all the troops under his command could perish if he did not breach his word. The Argonauts agreed to the suggested bargain. Medea would be handed to the prince at the temple of the goddess Artemis, according to a message that Absyrtus received. When the prince first entered the goddess's temple, Medea was there, tied and sobbing on her knees. Absyrtus declared that he wanted to murder her right now, but she would be taken back to Colchis and bleed in front of everyone, so that all would see what happens to those who betray their community. When this happened, Jason's sword struck the prince in the back and pierced his chest. Fearing for their lives, the prince's guards ran back to their camp. Absyrtus was found dead at the base of the statue of the goddess Artemis, who was offended that such a sophisticated conspiracy had been carried out in her temple. Because she thought her brother would still be helpful soon, Medea urged the Argonauts to take his body. The navy of King Aeetes now chased the Argonauts as they rowed back up the river. The Colchis fleet were more suited for navigating rivers, so they wouldn't take long to reach the Argonauts. From the ship's bow, King Aeetes yelled that Medea would suffer greatly for taking part in the ambush that killed the prince, and that he would exact retribution as soon as he found the body of his beloved son. Medea responded by declaring that if he needed the prince's body, she would provide it. She then threw her half-brother's head underwater. The grotesque scene of Medea tossing her half-brother's body parts into the water horrified the Argonauts. However, the ships of King Aeetes gave up the chase to find the prince's remains. When the monarch saw his adored son in bits, he broke down in tears. Devastated, he decided to send home half of his fleet, while giving the rest of them a new mission: to hunt down the Argonauts. The Argonauts were fearful of Medea after the event, since they didn't know what the sorceress was capable of to further her objectives. But the truth is that all the Argonauts would have perished if it were not for Medea's crazy deed of tossing her brother's remains into the river. The Argonauts paused to rest after eluding the Colchis warriors, since it had taken so much energy to oppose the river's stream. However, they were unaware that a new foe was keeping watch on them. The Cynocephalians, men with dog-like heads, emerged from the forest. These hybrid creatures charged towards the Argonauts like wild animals. After their initial shock, the fearless Greek heroes faced the Cynocephalians with great bravery and defeated them. The Argonauts overcame the dogmen, but were still afraid of what other animals they may come across in that foreign region. They argued that they could not pursue upstream indefinitely, but also realized that they could not turn around. King Aeetes' warriors were undoubtedly awaiting them to ambush them. Once more venturing out, Linnaeus spotted the river running toward the sea at the far end of the horizon, thanks to his wonderful vision. The Argonauts started felling trees to use the trunks for a risky plan. To get to the other river, the Argonauts pulled the ship out of the water and pushed it for a considerable amount of time on dry land. Since it required so much work, many Argonauts even considered quitting and moving forward on foot. The Argonauts were able to reach the river that would carry them directly to the Mediterranean Sea because of Jason's strong leadership, who would not allow his men to become disheartened. The Argonauts rejoiced as their ship had returned to Poseidon's dominion. They could now return to Greece. When a hazardous storm struck their ship, the Argonauts' joy faded away. Zeus poured forth his thunder, in a clear sign that the gods looked not to be happy. The main mast of the ship carrying the Argonauts was destroyed by one of these lightning hits. Men started to accuse Medea of murdering her half-brother so heinously in an ambush at the temple of Artemis and then defiling his body, to the point of offending the gods. Jason defended Medea by stating that, while her actions were wrong, if it weren't for them, the Argonauts would all have perished by that point. The gods were undoubtedly angry with the Argonauts. A carving made by Hera appeared on their ship, declaring that Jason and Medea should atone for their misdeeds. Jason and the Argonauts followed the goddess's instructions and traveled to the island of Circe, a powerful sorceress who could atone for the atrocities the Argonauts had done using her magic and rites. When Jason and Medea arrived at the sorceress Circe's palace, she and her pet lions were waiting for them under the palace portal. The sorceress was informed by Medea and Jason of their visit, and that they required Circe's assistance to avoid being pursued by the Furies. Circe chastised the pair for their misdeeds, but because they were present due to a sign from the goddess Hera, who appeared to favor that trip, she would carry out a rite to atone for their transgressions. Only Artemis looked upset with the desecration encouraged in her temple when Circe sacrificed a scapegoat, which significantly lessened the anger of the gods. The Argonauts were permitted to continue their trip without being harassed by the Furies, since Circe felt empathy for Medea, who had sacrificed everything for her love of Jason. The primary monster was also fixed during this time. However, as soon as they left Circe's island, they were in grave danger from mermaids who were residing on a neighboring rock. It was nearly impossible to resist their song, and the Argonauts started to be drawn to them. Their entrancing singing drew the sailors to their rocks, where their boats would drown. Butes, one of the Argonauts, was quickly seduced by the mermaids and dove into the ocean to reach the creature's island. Orpheus, the best musician in the world with a particularly blessed ear, was one of the Argonauts and the son of the god Apollo. He recognized the dangers hidden in the mermaid's melody. Their music was drowned out by Orpheus's song, which he began playing on his lyre while standing at the prow of the ship. The Argo narrowly escaped being destroyed on the mermaid rocks, thanks to Orpheus, but there were still many grave dangers to come. After fleeing the terrible mermaids, the Argonauts reached the land of the Phaeacians, where King Alcinous celebrated the marriage of Medea and Jason. If they tried to kidnap her at the behest of her father, they would be committing a crime, for she was now Jason's lawful wife. Freed from persecution, the Argonauts were now able to return home. But Zeus and Artemis were still begrudging the heroes and would not allow an easy homecoming. The Argonauts faced successive stormy days fostered by Zeus. The terrible winds pushed them toward the Libyan coast. The strong waves and winds caused the Argo to run aground. When the sea calmed down, the ship was bogged down in the coastal sand. The heroes concluded that the gods did not want them to go back to sea. Obeying the guidance of the favorable deities, they carried the ship on their shoulders and sought a new port to set sail for home. For 12 days, the brave heroes walked in the desert. They had now reversed roles with the Argo, the vessel that had carried them. Now, they were the ones carrying the ship. Medea lacked the hero's strength and was carried by Jason, who almost perished while crossing the desert. Fate led Jason and the Argonauts to meet Triton, deity son of Poseidon and heir to the god of the seas. He said he would help the heroes get back to sea and ensure a safe departure. After they put the ship back into the water, Triton swam in front of the ship, blowing a shell that calmed seas and winds. This cleared the way for the heroes' return home. But the Argonauts would have no peace yet. As they skirted the island of Crete, they were attacked by Talos, a bronze giant. The creature was tossing huge stones, trying to hit the Argonauts' ship. The creature was the work of Hephaestus at the request of Zeus to protect the island of Crete from invaders. The rocks thrown by the giant almost hit the ship. The Argonauts were in a desperate situation. They only had half an amphora of water and could die of thirst if they failed to renew their supplies. Medea took the last amphora of water and shouted to the giant, asking if he would accept some wine. Luckily for the Argonauts, the giant loved wine and said he would accept some. Medea had a trick up her sleeve. She churned the liquid in the amphora into a powerful sleeping nectar. The Argonauts landed on the island of Crete. Medea led them, carrying the amphora, which she offered to Talos. The giant drank the liquid in the vessel, claiming that it was the worst wine he had ever drunk. For this, they would all pay with their lives. The Argonauts ran to try to save themselves, for the creature was armored by Hephaestus's crafted bronze. The giant managed to trap some heroes, and the end seemed near. But Talos reached for his head and looked dizzy. Medea's magic potion took longer than she imagined, but it worked, and the giant tumbled to the ground. As he fell, his ankle hit a sharp stone, punching a large vein of the giant. All of Talos's blood began to flow out of the wound. Unopposed by the giant Talos, the Argonauts replenished the ship to continue their journey that seemed near its end. The Argonauts had finally come close to returning home, but they were sailing at night in utter darkness. It seemed as if they were floating on the dreadful waters of the underworld rivers. They were completely directionless in the darkness. Heeding Jason's prayers, the god Apollo fired a bright arrow into the sky, and its glow showed the way the Argonauts had to go. While dreaming, Euphemus, considered the most righteous of the Argonauts, was visited by the nymph Libya, who said that it was not her fate to be taken to Greece. She had to be taken back to Poseidon's domains, and there she would create a kingdom for Euphemus. Euphemus shared his dream with Jason, and showed him a stone that he had brought with him as a souvenir of the Argonauts' visit to North Africa. Jason interpreted the dream and told his friend to throw the stone into the ocean. Euphemus acted accordingly and dropped the rock into the sea. An island sprang up among the waves, right where the rock sank. It was the island of Caliste, today known as Santorini. There, Euphemus and his descendants would reign for a long time. In the port of Iolcus, King Peleus watched the Argonauts' ship approaching, having accomplished a task that everyone believed impossible. Jason stood proudly in the ship's bow, holding up the golden ram's fleece that had saved Phrixus's life. The scheming king had no intention of honoring his agreement with Jason and entrusting him with the crown he was entitled to. Still, he was not foolish enough to defy him while he was surrounded by his powerful comrades. He held great feasts and sacrifices to honor the Argonauts' great achievement, and waited for the heroes to scatter, for they had to return to their own lands. When Jason finally went to exact the fulfillment of his agreement, King Peleus denied having made such a deal. Without his friend's help, who had already left, Jason could do nothing. Medea would not accept this situation, and decided to take revenge on the king for not keeping his promise to her husband. Medea grabbed an old goat and showed it to the king's 2 princess daughters, telling them that the animal was near death, but that she could restore its youth. The sorceress quartered the lamb and threw it into a cauldron containing a miracle recipe. Medea revealed to the princesses a young and youthful goat, without any traces of the illnesses it previously had. The sorceress then told the princesses how great it would be if King Peleus were restored to health and could get rid of his issues. Peleus's daughters were elated at such an idea, because the king suffered from several chronic diseases. Medea then told them in detail what they should do. While King Peleus was sleeping, his daughter entered his room and cut him to pieces. They made the magic recipe precisely as Medea had taught them, but the result was not quite what they had expected. The king's daughters were desperate when they realized that they had been fooled by the wicked sorceress. They had murdered their own father. Hephaestus, Peleus's son and heir, banished Jason and his sinister wife from their newly inherited kingdom. The hero and his wife would go on to Corinth, where they had relatives. However, the outcome of the Argonauts' leader's plight would be as tragic as King Peleus's fate. Due to the legendary reputation Jason had built following his journey with the Argonauts, Creon, the ruler of Corinth, welcomed him and Medea when they were ejected from their native country. Jason and Medea had 3 children while they lived in Corinth for 10 years in relative peace. While Jason noticed that the young princess Glauce, who was just a child when he arrived in Corinth, had matured into a lovely lady, time and motherhood had weakened Medea's youthful beauty. Creon had no male offspring to replace him. When he learned that Jason was interested in his daughter, he persuaded Jason to leave Medea and wed his daughter to accede to the kingdom when the monarch passed away. With such a proposal, Jason would not only inherit the kingdom, but also the lovely Princess Glauce, who had already captured his heart. Medea was horrified by the idea and reminded Jason of his vow never to leave her. Jason was cursed by the sorceress. She claimed that, because he wanted everything, he would lose it all. King Creon exiled Medea from his realm while Jason disregarded her pleas, marrying Princess Glauce nevertheless. King Creon was aware of Medea's potential for harm. Soon after the wedding ceremony, Glauce got a present from Medea that included an extravagant tiara fit for a queen and an oriental silk attire. She started to feel sick and froth at the mouth as she tried on the dress and the tiara. The latter also seemed capable of scorching her head. In his arms as she passed away, King Creon tried to save his daughter. Medea had cursed the tiara and poisoned the inside of the garment. After coming into contact with the poisoned attire, the princess perished, and the king soon followed. Enraged, Jason entered his home to get revenge on Medea. Jason's servant tried to prevent him from going inside, since what he would see would destroy him. Jason, however, pulled him aside and went inside his house. The situation Jason found himself in was even worse than he had anticipated. Medea had carried out her warning and taken all Jason held dear from him. Jason discovered his 3 children dead on the floor. Jason was completely devastated as Medea left Corinth in a chariot, drawn by 2 dragons that the sorceress's magic had conjured. In his desperation, the hero who undertook one of history's greatest adventures decided there was no longer any reason for him to live in this world, and took his own life, joining other legendary Greek heroes in the Elysian fields. Following a request from the Roman Emperor Octavian Augustus, the great poet Virgil, who had been inspired by the Muses, recounted the adventure of the most famous Trojan hero, whose fame and glory were exceeded only by the great Hector, Prince of Troy. This hero's name was Aeneas, and his achievements would be echoed for millennia. After Hector's death at the hands of Achilles, Aeneas was given command of the Trojan armies that had been fighting the Greeks for 10 years in front of the Trojan Wall. However, the gods finally appeared to favor the Trojans when the Greeks, having failed to overcome the sacred walls of Troy, set sail from their shores. All they left behind was a massive wooden horse as an offering to the gods. The great horse was carried as a trophy into the city of Troy itself, and a major celebration began to commemorate the great Trojan victory over the invading forces, putting a stop to a decade of conflict. In the still of the night, the bravest Achaean heroes emerged from the belly of the wooden horse and, shielded by the shroud of darkness, stormed and surprised the small garrison protecting the Trojan gates. Once the gates were open, thousands of Greek soldiers, who were in hiding, invaded the city and started the takeover and destruction of Troy. The streets of Troy witnessed a bloodbath like never before. Women, children, and the elderly were shown no compassion and were slaughtered with swords. Aeneas was sleeping peacefully in his room when the Greeks took the city. In his dreams, however, he was visited by the spirit of the glorious Prince Hector. The magnificent son of Priam told Aeneas to wake up because Troy had been invaded. Hector told him that it was his responsibility to protect the precious Trojan tradition, and that he should take the sacred objects of Troy with him and find a new city with sturdy walls to protect them. Aeneas was appalled as the city he had fought for years burned to the ground before his eyes. It was now a doomed place. Aeneas donned his armor and went off to fight the Achaeans who were pillaging the glorious city. He and his men offered strong resistance to the Greeks, preventing them from advancing for a while. But the swarm of invaders was too much for so few men to stop, and realizing that Troy's fate was sealed, Aeneas pulled back, as it was not his fate to die fighting inside the city of Troy. Aeneas rushed to fetch his wife Creusa and his son Ascanius, with whom he ran to save his old father. When he met the old and maimed Anchises, Aeneas tried to convince his father to leave Troy with him and fulfill his destiny of protecting Trojan tradition and culture. But his father had no intention of leaving his beloved country behind and living out his last days in exile. That was when a small flame rose above Ascanius's head, a clear sign from the gods. Anchises understood that it was the role of his family to preserve all the memories of their ancestors. He gave in to his son's pleas and decided to follow him wherever he went. Aeneas had to carry his crippled father on his back. Since he had been struck down by a thunderbolt from Jupiter for his pride, there was chaos in the Trojan streets, and Aeneas attempted to lead his family to the meeting point agreed with the other men who were trying to flee Troy.
At that moment, a panicked crowd caused the hero to become separated from his wife. This would be the last time Aeneas would see his wife alive. Aeneas managed to reach one of the secondary gates that would allow him to escape from Troy, but he realized that his wife had not kept up with him, and in despair, he decided to go back to search for her. It was then that the spirit of Creusa appeared and told Aeneas that her fate was not to follow them, for she was already dead. She asked him not to look for her and to continue on his path, where Aeneas would find greatness and glory. Ascanius wept in his father's arms, begging for the return of his mother, but there was nothing that could be done. Now Aeneas had to gather the surviving Trojans and devise a new plan for their future. Gathered at the foot of Mount Ida, Aeneas, his family, and the last remaining Trojans came together. Anchises reminded everyone of the ancient prophecy that said Aeneas would be the heir to the Trojan tradition, and that he was destined to found a new city where the descendants of Troy would multiply and conquer many lands. Aeneas would lead his people toward the unknown, in search of the destiny promised by the gods. This path would be filled with adventures and challenges. The departure of Aeneas and the Trojans in search of a new beginning marks the start of one of the most epic journeys in history. Thus begins the Aeneid, the founding story of a civilization that would leave its mark on history due to the greatness of its people.
Following the fall of Troy, Aeneas guided a band of refugees in search of a new land, where a prophecy would be fulfilled that he and his descendants would find a second Troy, which would eclipse its predecessor in glory and splendor. They arrived on the coast of Thrace, and as soon as they stepped ashore, he decided to build an altar to them and to collect offerings and present them to the gods as a sacrifice. When Aeneas picked wildflowers to adorn the altar of the gods, he was surprised to see blood dripping from the stems of the plucked flowers, and was afraid he was violating the garden of a dryad. But the truth was even sadder. The spirit of Polydorus appeared before him, a young Trojan prince who lived in Thrace until he had been captured by Ajax of Salamis and taken to Troy, where he was stoned outside the Trojan gates. His spirit returned to Thrace to rest in the last place where he had been happy. The boy's ghost urged Aeneas to leave that land, as the Thracian king was no longer a Trojan friend. He would only find ruin if they stayed on those parts. Before leaving Thrace, Aeneas held a ritual in honor of the prince whose life had been cut short so early. Facing enemies on almost every side, the Trojan survivors were unsure if there was any land that would welcome them, and so was the goddess Leto, who wandered for a long time in search of a place that would accept her children Phoebus, Apollo, and Diana as their homeland. They headed for the sacred island of Delos. There, Aeneas and his old father sought answers from the oracle of Apollo. They were greeted by the king of Delos, who was also the chief priest of Apollo's temple. Aeneas and his father left Delos after having heard the oracle, telling them that they would have to make their way to the land of their remote ancestors. Anchises pointed out that they would have to go to the island of Crete, as it was from there that their ancestors had set out to found the city of Troy. Once in Crete, they founded the city Pergamon, and it appeared that they had found the promised land. There they built temples and palaces, but their true destiny was not to live on the island where the great Jupiter had been raised. A terrible drought devastated the crops, and disease began to spread among the Trojans. Many of them died during these harrowing days on the island of Crete. The people appeared to their leaders for an answer, but Aeneas failed to find a solution to their plight. He ordered them to get ready, as they were to return to the island of Delos in search of an answer. However, that same night while he was sleeping, Aeneas was paid a visit by the Trojan gods, among whom was Teucer, his ancestor who had given rise to the Trojan lineage. The visitors told Aeneas that they were not welcome in Jupiter's sacred lands, as the great god knew that his wife Juno loathed the Trojans with all her heart, and that such hatred would bring misfortune to all the peoples who lived in Crete. The deities informed him that the Trojans had come to the lands of the wrong ancestors. Hesperia was where they would find their home. It was from there that the glorious Dardanus, one of the founding fathers of Troy, had set out. The next day, Aeneas instructed everyone to get ready, as he had been visited by the gods and they would change their course. Aeneas was to lead his fleet towards the lands of ancient Hesperia, now known as Italy. Aeneas and the Trojans were on the high seas once again, bound for the land that had been promised to them. But 3 days of severe storms blanketed the skies, and without the stars to guide them, their helmsman Palinurus seemed clueless as to where they were heading. However, the Trojans managed to find a safe harbor to disembark on the island of Strophs, not knowing that it was home to cursed creatures. Aeneas's men hoped that the land would be welcoming, as they quickly found wild goats to eat. Before they could feast on goat meat, they made a sacrifice to Jupiter, who had brought the hospitable land into their path. But little did he know that the great god was avoiding aiding the Trojans for fear of the wrath of his wife Juno, who was the Trojans' enemy. That was when one of Aeneas's men raised the alarm, as 3 hideous winged creatures were rapidly approaching. These were the loathsome Harpies, half-woman, half-bird creatures who, since their defeat by the Argonauts, had taken up residence on the island of Strophis. They were filthy things, and their rot contaminated all the food. Again, Aeneas's people had to hunt and cook goat meat. But once more the Harpies came and spoiled the Trojans' meal. Aeneas took it upon himself to stash his weapons in the undergrowth and ambush the Harpies. When the Harpies returned, Aeneas and his men stood ready to fight them. The struggle was hard fought, and both sides fought bravely. But Aeneas's men were not nearly as mighty and resilient as the heroic children of the gods who accompanied Jason, and so they were no match for the Harpies. Before they left, one of the Harpies even cursed them for killing their cattle. They told them that they would have to suffer and starve and eat their own tables before they could settle in the land that the gods had promised them. Aeneas's fleet was now in Italian waters, and everything suggested that they were nearing their long-awaited destination. However, a great danger loomed ahead. They met with the perilous Charybdis, a gigantic creature living underwater who swallowed the seawater and created an enormous whirlpool, engulfing everything close to it. Aeneas's ships squeezed through the rock walls to escape as far as possible from the enormous whirlpool, and fortunately took the side opposite the cave of the monster Scylla, who ambushed the ships nearing its cave. Having succeeded in escaping unharmed from such danger, they headed for the coast of the island of Sicily. They encountered the gigantic Mount Etna, a mighty volcano that spewed fire and lava. According to the myths, Zeus had thrown a huge mountain on the monster Typhon, who was imprisoned under the volcano, and the eruptions showed that the monster was extremely angry. Aeneas and his father landed once again in unknown lands, but bold Anchises was beginning to show signs that the exhausting journey was costing him dearly, and his health was declining day by day. The Trojans were surprised by a visitor during the night, sweating in rags, and they realized that he was a Greek from the way he spoke. He knelt before Aeneas and pleaded for help and forgiveness, as he was one of Odysseus's men, king of Ithaca, having fought against the Trojans in the Trojan War. He told them that he had been left behind on the island of the Cyclops when Odysseus passed by. He had failed to join Odysseus when he escaped from the Cyclops Polyphemus, as he was sick and wounded, and had been hiding from the terrible Cyclops that lived on the island ever since. Then the huge one-eyed monster emerged, but luckily for the Trojans it had been blinded by Odysseus and did not notice the presence of his men. Aeneas and his crew managed to make as little noise as possible so as not to attract the Cyclops' attention and embarked on their ships, bringing the Greek Achaemenid with them. However, as they set off again, Aeneas noticed that his parent was drawing last breath. The great lord of the Dardanians was leaving the duty of carrying on the legacy of his people in his son's hands, and so died old Anchises, the man once adored even by the goddess of love. Aeneas arranged a funeral to honor the great lord of the Dardanelles, and Aeneas and his son Asanius were now the only living members of the Trojan royal family, once so powerful and glorious. At last, Aeneas and his men were nearing the land promised to them by the gods. But one deity had made no such gift promises to the Trojans. She was Juno, known to the Greeks as Hera, the wife of the supreme god. She was still extremely hostile towards the Trojans, and not even the utter destruction of their glorious city could appease the goddess's wrath. Aeneas and the Trojans still had many trials ahead of them. Juno commanded the wind gods to strike the Trojan ships and churn up the seas with their blasts. The previously tranquil sea looked as if it had revolted against the Trojans. The heavy winds ripped at the ship's sails, and the enormous waves menaced to capsize the boats and throw their men into the sea. Neptune, the god of the seas, was angered by Juno's meddling in his domains, having tossed the seas into turmoil without checking with the supreme lord of the realm. The mighty god stunned the wind deities with his trident, and the sea waters quieted down, saving Aeneas from a devastating fate. Several ships disappeared in Juno's chaos, but Aeneas and most of his vessels found their way to the North African coast. They were unaware that they had reached the kingdom of Libya, a land governed by immigrants from the Phoenician island of Tyre. Aeneas, making use of his bow and arrow, shot 6 deer-like animals of the local fauna and managed to provide food for his people who were starving. Venus, the goddess of love and mother of Aeneas, knelt before Jupiter in the dwelling of the gods and asked him what her son had done to deserve such a harsh punishment. The supreme god assured her that she had nothing to worry about. Notwithstanding the fury of his wife Juno, he would guarantee that everything prophesied to Aeneas would come true. In Italy, he would lay the foundations for a nation that would outshine all others. Julius Caesar and Octavius Augustus would emerge from this people, standing out among all the others of their time, with their names reverberating throughout history, much like the great heroes of Hellas. Mercury, the swift messenger god, headed to Carthage at Jupiter's command to notify them of the presence of Aeneas and his people. It was the Carthaginians' duty to greet their visitors warmly. Aeneas, meanwhile, was out on one of his hunts when he stumbled across the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, wearing the garb of a huntress and possessing a divine aura. He greeted her with the utmost respect. Although she was not the goddess of hunting, Diana, as her hair was as black as night, she could only be a goddess. He was right. She was his mother, masquerading as a Libyan huntress. She told him where he was, and about the people who lived there. Most importantly, she told him about Dido, the queen of Libya, who reigned over the land from her throne in Carthage. The gorgeous Queen Dido was the daughter of the Phoenician king, but when her brother took the throne of Tyre and murdered her husband to rob her of all her wealth, Dido fled north. She escaped to North Africa, carrying all of her husband's vast wealth with her to prevent it from being stolen by her ruthless brother. Dido went on to settle these distant lands, and with the blessing of the goddess Juno, grew what had once been a small hamlet into a magnificent city. Juno is said to have planned for Carthage to be the bedrock for the foundation of a universal empire. After the huntress told Aeneas about the queen, she told him that, according to the flight of the birds, one could infer that, when Aeneas got back to his base, he would be in for a good surprise. Several swans were flying back together after being dispersed by an eagle. As the huntress turned to leave, Aeneas could smell a sweet, unmistakable scent from her hair. This was his divine mother's perfume, and thus he knew that she was still watching over him. Upon returning to his people, Aeneas spotted numerous ships on the horizon which had been lost. The gods seemed to be on his side once again. Aeneas would now have to follow his mother's advice and go to Carthage to meet Queen Dido. Aeneas and some men headed for the city of Carthage, carrying gifts for Queen Dido, who ruled over the whole region. The first time the Trojan leader and the queen saw each other, both were blown away by each other's beauty. Dido was gorgeous, and Aeneas was the son of Venus and the charming Aeschylus, whose build and features were exceptionally alluring. The goddess Venus kept an eye on everything, worrying about her beloved son's fate, as Carthage was patronized by the goddess Juno, and she was a Trojan enemy. She asked her other son Cupid, the god of passion, for help. He was to disguise himself as Asanius, Aeneas' son, making sure that the queen fell in love with his half-brother. Dido and Aeneas had much in common. Both were descendants of powerful royal families and widows of partners who had been brutally murdered. They too ended up in exile with the mission of founding a great civilization. Carthage was already growing rapidly, but Aeneas' new city was only a far-off dream. Aeneas was extremely proud to present his son Asanius to the queen. Dido expressed her affection for the boy and asked him for a hug. Cupid, in disguise, seized the opportunity to strike the queen of Carthage with one of his golden arrows, sparking in her a passionate desire for Aeneas. Throughout the night, the queen could not stop thinking about the handsome host from distant lands, but she had made a vow not to get involved with any other man following her husband's death. The following day, Dido invited Aeneas to go hunting. While the queen looked delicate, she was an accomplished archer and impressed Aeneas with her accuracy. However, heavy rain led the pair to seek shelter from the storm, and they took refuge in a nearby cave. Far from everyone's eyes, Queen Dido declared her passion for the Trojan prince. Aeneas eventually surrendered to the seductive power of that beautiful woman. Aeneas and Dido started to foster a stealthy love affair, but this affair did not evade the watchful eye of the goddess Juno. Juno went to Venus and suggested bringing an end to the hostilities between her and the son of the goddess of love. As a way of sealing this pact, she proposed that Dido, her protege, and Aeneas join forces in a powerful alliance. But Venus was suspicious, as Juno was not renowned for being forgiving. Aeneas and Dido began to live as a couple. While Dido reigned, Aeneas assisted her by managing her partner's kingdom. But the contemptible goddess Fame spread rumors about the couple's union throughout Libya. The gossip reached King Iarbas, who had been rejected by Dido on the grounds that she would never marry another man again. He had built several temples to Jupiter and knew that the god owed him a debt of gratitude. He called for the supreme god to drive Aeneas from those lands. Mercury, the messenger god, went at Jupiter's behest to deliver the message from the Olympian lord. He ordered Aeneas to abandon Carthage as soon as possible, as his home was not there, but in Italy, the land promised to him by the gods. Aeneas enjoyed living alongside Dido, but he knew it was his duty to establish a new kingdom for his son and people. The Trojan leader commanded his men to make discreet preparations for their departure, so as not to raise suspicions. However, Dido was no fool and spotted the strange goings-on and challenged Aeneas. The queen felt betrayed by him, who planned to run away in hiding after being welcomed by her and acting as if he were her husband. But Aeneas was not swayed by Dido's words, as he had made up his mind to leave for Italy. Aeneas left to help his men finish their preparations, leaving the heartbroken queen behind. Dido ordered a great pyre to be built, as she was about to perform a ritual that would make her get over the love she felt for the treacherous Trojan. Dido proceeded to toss all the belongings she had given to Aeneas into the flames on a platform. To everyone's astonishment, the queen took the sword that had belonged to Aeneas and pointed it at her stomach. She cursed the Trojans and stated that it was the people of Carthage's duty to be eternal enemies of those descended from the Trojans. Having mortally wounded herself with the sword, Dido flung herself into the burning pyre in front of her. The people of Carthage never forgot this harrowing sight. Aeneas and his fleet could even see the great pyre illuminating the night, while hearing the cries of commotion from the Carthaginian people. Aeneas was now heading back to Italy, but he still had to pay a toll in misfortunes for his reckless actions. Having left Carthage behind for a lengthy journey, Aeneas and his people were once again on the island of Sicily, getting closer to their final destination. This time, they would encounter a welcoming village. There reigned Acestes, a king and son of a Trojan noblewoman. For this reason, the Trojans were warmly received in these lands. Juno, however, noticing that Aeneas was about to fulfill his destiny, dispatched the goddess Iris to poison the minds of the Trojans and the elderly who could no longer stand the suffering they had experienced for so long at sea. Before Aeneas could realize it, the women and the elderly had burned a substantial portion of Aeneas' ships, as they wanted to stay there in Acestes' kingdom. The Trojan leader desperately stared at his finest ships burning. But Jupiter would not allow the elders to torch all the ships, threatening them with his lightning and thunder. That night, Aeneas was visited by his father's specter, the old Anchises, who told his son about Jupiter's orders. He instructed Aeneas to gather the strongest warriors and the youngest and healthiest women, for them to board the remaining ships and finally reach the land the gods had promised them. After rounding up fresh supplies, Aeneas set off with his chosen men, leaving behind the old and sick, and the women who did not want to continue. The ones who stayed would find a village named Acista after the king who had welcomed them. Aeneas' trip to Italy was smooth, as Jupiter had had enough of Juno's interference, forcing her to stop disrupting the Trojans' remaining journey. He also asked Neptune to temper the seas, making it easier to sail. Aeneas and his dwindling fleet reached Italy near the mouth of the river Tiber. This region was known as Latium, as the Latins lived there. Once ashore, the Trojans started baking large, flat wheat cakes, and when they used them as a table on which to serve other dishes, the young Asanius said, "We are eating our own tables." The Aeneas remembered the Harpies' curse, saying that they would suffer until they ate their own tables. Aeneas understood that this was the place where the Trojans would settle, as the gods had intended, and these were the blessed lands from which they would raise a settlement to be the seed of the mightiest empire the world had ever seen. Not far from where Aeneas and his people had set up camp stood the palace of the Italic people who lived in the region. Latinus was reigning there, an old and savvy monarch descended from Faunus and great-grandson of the god Saturn. But King Latinus never had any male heirs. His only offspring was the gorgeous Princess Lavinia, courted by all the unmarried nobles of Latium. Turnus stood out among the princess's many suitors. He was a strong, good-looking, and powerful warrior, son of the king of the Rutuli. But a prophecy predicted that Lavinia would marry a foreign prince of divine lineage. This outsider and his bloodline would give rise to the greatest empire the world has ever seen and would rule the entire planet. This prophecy meant that Latinus would not permit his daughter to marry, hoping that the husband sent by the gods would finally reveal himself. Turnus resented this situation, as he thought that there was no other man but him capable of leading the Latin people after the old king's death. This was when Aeneas's envoys entered the city of the Latins in a bid for hospitality. They were initially regarded with suspicion by the townsfolk, but the king welcomed them with the utmost hospitality, just as Jupiter commanded. Aeneas's entourage presented itself to the king, recounting all their adventures and setbacks until they finally found their way to the Italian peninsula and reached the spot where the gods had intended them to be. As the king listened to the foreigners, he knew for sure that the Trojan leader was the man the oracle of Phoebus had prophesied. Latinus stated that Aeneas and his men were more than welcome in the land, and that their people must unite in marriage, and he would offer his precious daughter to marry Aeneas, forming an unbreakable bond between both peoples and fulfilling the gods' wishes. He presented the Trojans with splendid horses and sent Aeneas a divine horse-drawn chariot as a betrothal gift. The Trojans set off to tell their leader the good news. But Juno was enraged when she saw that Aeneas and the Trojans all seemed to have a wonderful destiny ahead of them. But if this was indeed their fate, they would not achieve it without much hardship. The queen of the gods sent for Alecto, the most vicious among the Furies, ordering her to spread hatred, bitterness, and the lust for war in people's souls throughout the region. The frightening Fury proceeded to the Latin palace and found the queen there sobbing, as she could not accept her husband's decision to give the hand of her beloved daughter to a foreigner. Using this anger to her advantage, Alecto slipped one of the snakes the Fury carried in her hair around the queen's neck. The snake changed into an enthralling golden necklace, and its sway made the queen go out into the streets uttering vile words against the Trojans, and hating outsiders always has a pleasant ring to those dissatisfied with them. Having completed the first stage of mission, Alecto took flight to the residence of the powerful warrior Turnus, who was at rest. Using a flaming torch, the Fury ignited Turnus's heart with warlust. The ruthless prince would not permit Aeneas and the Trojans to succeed to the kingdom he thought ought to be his. Turnus commanded his men to prepare for battle, as they would set out for war and only rest after the last drop of Trojan blood had fertilized the Latium lands. There was a wonderful deer in the Latium region, more beautiful than any other, and it seemed that it had formed a bond with Sylvia, a young daughter of the nobleman responsible for the region's shepherds. The deer appeared unafraid of her and happily accepted her petting it. When the Latins caught sight of such a scene, it was their belief that such a sign could only mean that they were blessed by the gods, and the friendship of such an animal was evidence of this. Having seen this, Juno pointed the majestic animal towards Aeneas' son, who was already proving to be an excellent hunter. Asanius was astonished by the size of the deer and yearned to have such a trophy. Asanius shot the animal, wounding it mortally. He and some hunters then followed the deer as it fled towards his friend Silvia's house. Asanio found the deer in agony with Silvia crying beside it. She exhorted the shepherds who lived there to avenge the death of the sacred deer. They set out to kill Asanius and the Trojans, but they had absolutely no idea that they were fighting experienced warriors, hardened by iron and blood on the battlefields of the Trojan War. News of the sacred deer's death and the avenging shepherds spread throughout Latium. Hatred of the Trojan foreigners spread like wildfire among the Latins. A major war was about to break out. When the hideous Fury poured her poison into the hearts of the Latin people and spread the lust for bloodshed throughout Latium, Turnus brought all the disgruntled people to the gates of the Latin king's palace and insisted that he declare all-out war on the Trojan foreigners. Latinus hoped to escape from this world in peace, but supported by the queen, Turnus secured the endorsement of all the peoples friendly to the Latins. The king worried that the gods would not allow him to die the peaceful death he so longed for. Camilla, the warrior princess who had learned the arts of war while following the entourage of the goddess Artemis, emerged from the Volscian kingdom. She arrived to help Turnus, who was an ally of her people. The king was ordered to open the glorious gates of the Janus temple, indicating that the Latins were at war. But the ruler opposed the command and retreated to his chambers. No longer willing to be lenient, the goddess Juno himself raced down to earth and opened the temple gates with her own hands, much to the rapture of the combatants, who were thrilled to learn that the goddess was on their side. They were convinced that, just as Juno had helped the Greeks defeat the Trojans in the Ilion lands, she would once again deliver another devastating defeat to them. Standing on the banks of the river Tiber, Aeneas brooded over the impossible ordeal the Trojans would have to undergo. Although they were outstanding warriors, the Trojans were only a few and would not stand a chance against the combined forces of the Latium cities. Then Tiber, the river god, emerged from the waters. He told Aeneas not to despair and that the gods were on his side, except for Juno. He said that Aeneas needed to head to the kingdom of Tuscany, ruled by Evander, a Pelasgian king from Greece. Despite being Greek settlers, they were friends of the Trojans. Aeneas went to King Evander for help. The Tuscans, too, were enemies of the Latins, so persuading them to help the Trojans was not hard. King Evander, already an old man, said he would not be able to fight, but would send his best knights and his son Pallas to lead his men on the king's behalf. Somewhere far away, in the divine forges of Mount Etna, Vulcan, the forging god, was crafting majestic weapons for Aeneas at the request of his wife Venus. These could only be compared to the ones used by Achilles himself. They were given by Venus to her beloved son. She told him that, as long as he wore them, he would be capable of fending off any enemy. The hero sensed that with those weapons and armor he would be almost invincible on the battlefield. But one item struck him more than the rest: his new shield. It contained several high-relief artworks depicting the future of Rome. But all these images were puzzling to him. It featured the twins and the she-wolf, men cradling women in their arms, and many other stories that made absolutely no sense to the Trojan. While Aeneas was out looking for allies, Turnus was paid a divine visit. Iris, the messenger of the gods, brought a note from Juno to the great warrior. It said that, without Aeneas around, the Trojans' camp on the banks of the Tiber was vulnerable. Turnus led his army to it, but the dust stirred up by his army's advance alerted the Trojan watchmen, who sounded the alarm. The leader of the Romans dared the Trojans to face them in the open. But Aeneas's warriors were not foolish and did not give in to Turnus's taunts. They would be waiting for Aeneas to come back before finally standing up to the Latium warriors. Turnus threw his assegai at the Trojan palisade watchmen, but the Trojans took cover behind their fences and trenches. With no other choice, Turnus ordered the Trojan camp to be besieged until more men could be assembled for the final assault. But Turnus grew impatient and paced back and forth, trying to find ways to harm the Trojans. It was then that he gathered his best men and set off, bearing torches, towards the unprotected Trojan ships on the riverbank. Cybele, the mother of the Olympian gods, would not allow Aeneas's sacred ships to be burned. She turned to her son Jupiter and pleaded with him not to allow the wooden boats from her sacred grove to be wrecked. The goddess sacrificed her entire woods so that Aeneas could have his fleet. When Turnus and his men hurled their torches at the ships, they expected the boats to burn quickly. Instead, Jupiter brought the ships to life, and they became magnificent sea creatures. Turnus's men were shocked, as this could only be a sign that the gods were on the Trojan side. But Turnus took the sign differently. For him, the vanishing of the Trojan ships meant that this time Juno would not allow them to flee after their defeat, and they would be utterly exterminated. The commander Turnus and the Rutuli hoped to put an end to the Trojan camp, so they bravely advanced against the enemy defenses, protected by their shields, and attempted to storm the Trojans' fortifications. The Trojans were not many at the time, but their men had battled for 10 years on the Trojan wall against the Greek invaders and were accustomed to repelling assaults by enemy troops. However, Turnus worried the Trojans when he managed to set fire to one of the defense towers, and its collapse was inevitable. Seizing the opportunity of the breach left by the tower, Turnus and his men stormed the Trojan camp. At first, the Trojans' resistance could not hold back the Romans' breakthrough, as their defenses were still blocking more enemies from invading from other sections of the wall. Using his sword, Turnus took the lives of several Trojans. He felt powerful, as Achilles himself would have, if he had succeeded in invading Troy. But the young Asanius would not allow his father's men to succumb to the enemy, and he shot Remulus in the head, killing Turnus's brother-in-law and launching the Trojan counterattack. Emboldened, Asanius longed to lunge forward and kill the enemy commander with his spear, but he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. It was the god Phoebus Apollo telling him to be content with taking down just one great hero that day, because if he continued fighting on the front line, he would only encounter certain death. Asanius remembered Patroclus, Achilles' fellow soldier who disregarded his friend's advice and met his death head-on at the spear of the glorious Hector. The young prince of the Dardanelles opted to retreat to the rear and let the more experienced warriors deal with the invaders. Turnus was seemingly unstoppable and only slowed his momentum to engage a fearless Trojan named Pandarus. The fight was hotly contested, but Pandarus eventually perished after being struck down by Turnus, who was fighting under Juno's blessing. But Pandarus's demise was not for nothing, as while Turnus focused on fighting the Trojan hero, the remaining Ilion soldiers drove off the rest of the invaders, who ran for their lives. If Turnus had just focused on opening the gates for his army, instead of pursuing glory by challenging champions, his victory would surely have come that day. But the Trojans were now surrounding him. Turnus ran frantically to save his own life, while the Trojans hurled arrows and spears at him. As luck would have it, the invisible god Juno deflected the projectiles. Turnus rushed to the rear of the Trojan camp and leapt into the river Tiber, the Trojans believing that such a desperate act would cause him to drown. Fortunately for the warrior, the god inhabiting the river was a friend of the Rutuli, so he would not let the warrior sink under the weight of his armor and shield. In the dwelling place of the gods, Venus complained to Jupiter that Juno was throwing the war out of balance by helping the native peoples, and that this would tear the gods apart, just as it had at Troy. Jupiter then decreed that the deities would no longer meddle decisively in the conflict, and that it would be up to the men themselves to disclose the fate that the Moirai had planned for them. As he emerged from the water after almost drowning, Turnus spotted that, on the other side of the Tiber, Aeneas was heading back, laden with soldiers from neighboring kingdoms who had allied themselves with the Dardanelles hero to fight against the Rutuli and the Latins. Aeneas was to show his enemies the true price of war by rousing the fury and bloodlust of Mars, the god of war. Having been separated from his allies for a few days, Aeneas had finally arrived back, bringing with him a large contingent of soldiers from different regions who wanted to take revenge on their Latin and Rutuli rivals. However, at the very start of the fighting, Prince Pallas, son of King Evander, perished at the hands of Turnus. Hera, perceiving that the Trojans and their allies' counterattack would be devastating, pulled Turnus away from the action, knowing that the brave warrior would not shy away from facing his enemies and would surely die. Aeneas led his men on the front line and succeeded in protecting his camp's defenses. On the other side, the noble Etruscan Mezentius organized the lines of his allies and prevented them from being breached by the Trojans. But Mezentius was struck down by an assegai thrown by Aeneas. Upon seeing his wounded father withdraw to the rear, the young warrior Lausus was overcome with anger. He launched an attack on Aeneas, who deflected his blows and even warned him to back off. If he persisted, he would find no mercy. But the young Lausus wanted to avenge his father more than anything, and ended up abbreviating his own life as a result. When he watched his son's body being brought back from the front line, Mezentius mourned his appalling fate. Without his son, he felt his life was meaningless, so he jumped on his horse and charged into the Trojan lines in a suicidal rampage. He searched for Aeneas as his target, but he protected himself from Mezentius' attack by using his divine shield. The Trojan hero hurled a spear that wounded the mount of the valiant Etruscan warrior. The animal's body tumbled over Mezentius, crushing him. While agonizing under the weight of his own mount, he begged Aeneas to return his body to his subjects for a proper funeral. Aeneas agreed to his request and dealt him the coup de grace. The Trojans claimed victory that day, and they paid tribute to the god of war, Mars, who favored them that time. Latin envoys asked for an audience with Aeneas and requested a truce for the bodies of the fallen to be collected and sent to their relatives. Aeneas stated that he did not wish to continue fighting, and that he was only defending himself against the Latins and Rutuli, who had declined the alliance proposed by the Latin king himself. If they wanted to avoid the pointless deaths of thousands, they would have Turnus face him in a one-off duel to reveal the will of the gods. The armistice was agreed, and the Latin envoys left with a good impression of the Trojan prince, sensing that he was a just man who did not wish to shed blood in vain. Another group of Latin envoys were at the court of the famous Greek king Diomedes, one of the most famous heroes of the Trojan War, now living on the Italian peninsula. The veteran of many battles was called upon to help the Latins against the Trojans, but when he learned that they would be his opponents, he quickly refused. Diomedes said that he had already defeated them in Troy, but this triumph only brought misfortune to the Ilian enemies. Agamemnon had been murdered on his return. Ulysses and Menelaus had been lost at sea as they tried to return home, and the Locrian warrior Ajax had been drowned by the gods, and he himself had lost his throne in Argos. The Argos hero told him that the gifts that had been brought to him in exchange for his loyalty should be handed over to Aeneas as a pledge of peace. After all, the gods favored him, and anyone opposing him would only meet their demise. Upon the arrival of the two bands of envoys, the Latin People's Council was convened. Both emissaries shared the outcome of their missions, and, for most of those present, peace between the Latins and Trojans appeared to be the best solution. The Latin king, who had not wanted war from the start, again suggested that the two peoples enter an alliance by marrying Aeneas to the Latin princess Lavinia. The wealthy nobleman Drances also agreed that he would cede a significant chunk of his land to the Trojans in exchange for peace. However, as the assembly was still discussing the matter, The sentries on the Latin walls shouted that Aeneas was near the gates. The Trojan army gathered in front of the Latin fortress walls, waiting for Turnus to come forward to face Aeneas in a one-off duel that would put an end to the conflict. Turnus, along with the Latin nobles and his army, left the fortress and set off to meet Aeneas, already waiting for him. As the sacrifices to the gods were being made, the difference between the two combatants' stances was striking. Aeneas looked tall and confident, while Turnus appeared pale and sullen. But the nymph Juturna, Turnus' sister, urged on by the goddess Juno, sneaked into the lines of Latin soldiers and told the fighters not to put all the responsibility for the city's fate on Turnus' shoulders, and that they were greater in number and could win the battle. Spurred on by the nymph, Turnus' men launched spears and arrows at the Trojans and their Etruscan allies, breaking the armistice. A major battle commenced. Aeneas futilely attempted to stop the hostilities and resumed the duel, but the fighters' blood was bubbling, and they could hear nothing but focus on their enemies ahead. It was then that bloodshed began. Aeneas was struck by an arrow fired by an unknown warrior. He was taken to the rear to receive medical attention, while the Etruscan king Tarchon took command. The battle was evenly balanced when the Trojans and their allies were outflanked by Queen Camilla and her army. With her personal guard of Amazon warriors, Camilla blasted the Trojans with her bow. Camilla was killing one Trojan after another with her bow given to her by the hunting goddess Diana. It was not her destiny to survive the battle, however. Camilla was knocked down with a javelin thrown by the Etruscan warrior Aruns. But the goddess Diana would not let the murderer of her faithful friend go unpunished, and the Etruscan was blasted by several arrows from Camilla's warriors, who avenged their lady. In the background, another goddess was shaping the fate of the war. Venus, upon seeing her beloved son in pain from his wound, poured divine ambrosia into the panacea to cure Aeneas' injury. The doctor was astonished when he administered the remedy. The wound quickly stopped bleeding and soon miraculously subsided. Now recovered, Aeneas returned to battle and gathered with his commanders, for he had a plan to change the battle's course. Aeneas split up his men, with one part resisting Turin's forces, while the rest would storm the city of the Latins, which was virtually unprotected. The Trojans easily scaled the walls, facing almost no opposition from the few soldiers left to protect the city. The remaining men were no match for the experienced warriors who had made their name fighting on the Trojan walls. After seizing the ramparts, the Trojans opened the gates for the rest of the army to break into the city. Turnus looked back and noticed that he had been duped by Aeneas' guile, as he saw the smoke columns from the buildings burning behind the walls. When the Latin queen spotted the enemies heading towards her palace, she became desperate, and, overwhelmed with guilt for possibly having caused the ruin of her homeland, decided that she no longer deserved to live and endure the pain of her compatriots. The war between the Trojans and the Latins was approaching its tipping point. The Trojans and their allies had breached the Latin wall. The soldiers were desperately attempting to prevent their city from being taken, but everything seemed to indicate that a great massacre, comparable to that at Troy, was about to take place. It was then that Turnus cried out for all hostilities to cease, for he was there to face Aeneas in a one-off bout. Turnus stated that no further shedding of Latin or Trojan blood was needed. The gods would now reveal their will and hand victory to the winner. Turnus grabbed his sword from his chariot driver and set off to face Aeneas. The Italian peninsula's fate was hanging on the shoulders of these two men, bearing the scars of countless conflicts. The Trojan hero Aeneas, son of Venus, bore on his back not only the hopes of his people, but also the weight of a divine prophesied destiny. In front of him, Turnus, the fierce leader of the Rutuli, epitomized the Italic resistance, driven by his pride and his deep longing to claim the right to the throne. Aeneas had fought the best Greek warriors in his life, even Achilles, and he felt that the strong and resourceful Turnus was on par with the greatest Achaean warriors. Turnus charged forward with untamed anger, forcing Aeneas to remain on the defensive. It was then that, with a powerful strike, Turnus smashed into Aeneas's chest, protected by the divine armor made by the god Vulcan, so sturdy that it made Turnus's sword shatter. Turnus was helpless and at the mercy of Aeneas's spear. Aeneas hurled it, but Turnus, with remarkable reflexes, deflected the deadly projectile in the nick of time. A Latin warrior attempted to hand Turnus his sword, but was stopped by Aeneas's cold blade threatening his neck. Juturna, Turnus's nymph sister, once again stepped in, delivering her father's divine sword to her brother so that he could soak its blade in the foreign invader's blood. Venus snapped when she noticed that yet another divine interference had been made, contradicting the decree of Jupiter himself, who had ordered that the deities would no longer meddle in the fate of the war. With his commanding voice, Jupiter said that, should the gods continue to interfere, the conflict would rage on for eternity, and he was already tired of it all. But Juno was certain that, unless her divine allies came to her aid, Turnus would perish before the Trojan hero. The goddess, who loathed the heir to the Trojan tradition, made one last request of her powerful husband. She urged him not to allow Aeneas to name the place New Troy, and neither to let Trojan culture dictate to Latin customs, a people who had always been so obedient to the gods. Jupiter reassured his wife that the Latin language would not only survive, but would spread throughout the world, as the people emerging from the Trojan and Italic union would be so strong that they would overpower all those who dared to defy them. With no divine intervention, Aeneas's fierce resistance started to tip everything in his favor. Turnus appeared to be losing his grip from exhaustion. Capitalizing on Turnus's weakness, Aeneas hit him with a powerful blow. Turnus was severely wounded and defeated. Aeneas claimed victory, putting his foot on his opponent's chest and getting ready to deliver the coup de grace, when Turnus started begging for his life. Aeneas, having spent most of his life in war, felt a rush of compassion as he was tired of spilling his enemy's blood. However, when he saw that Turnus was wearing Prince Pallas's belt as a trophy, his anger sparked and any sense of mercy melted away as the Trojan prince took the life of his enemy. After Aeneas's victory over Turnus, the Trojans found a new place to call home in Italy, as promised by the gods. Aeneas married Lavinia, daughter of the Latin king, sealing an unbreakable alliance between both peoples. Aeneas became king of the Latium region, and his kingdom was noted for its wisdom and justice. Prince Ascanius would grow up to be a strong and righteous man, just like his father. He would go on to found the city of Alba Longa, the mother city of the future Rome. He became known to his people by the name of Iulus, originating the Julian dynasty. Notable figures in Roman history would emerge from the Julian lineage, such as Julius Caesar and Emperor Octavian Augustus, leading the Roman people to their immortal glory.
The stories of Greek mythology are full of great heroes, but none faced such difficult challenges as Hercules. His story began when Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, fell in love again with a beautiful young mortal, Alcmene. She was married to Amphitryon, the king of Tiryns. Amphitryon had left with his army to fight in the city of Thebes, and Zeus took advantage of the king's absence to visit the queen. The god assumed the form of Amphitryon and united with Alcmene, who suspected nothing. Upon returning home from his military campaign, Amphitryon suspected his wife's infidelity and ordered her to be burned at the stake. But Zeus emerged and salvaged Alcmene. He revealed that he was the father of one of the babies the queen was expecting, for Alcmene was also pregnant with the king's child. Amphitryon felt honored to raise the child of the god of gods and forgave his wife. Zeus had great plans for the child. A prophecy said that the first great-grandson of the hero Perseus would be king of the glorious city of Mycenae. Alcmene was the hero's granddaughter, so her child would be entitled to the crown. However, her cousin was also pregnant. The goddess Hera was furious at her husband's infidelity and forced Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to hasten the birth of Eurystheus. Due to the premature birth of his cousin, Hercules lost his right to the crown of the glorious city of Mycenae. After a difficult labor, Hercules and his brother Iphicles were finally given birth. The baby Hercules was vigorous, and there was no doubt as to which of them was the son of the Lord of the universe. Hera's jealousy became uncontrollable. Enraged, she sent 2 poisonous serpents to kill the babies. The serpents slithered into the cradle where Hercules and his brother were sleeping. Alcmene awoke, startled by Iphicles' cry, and found baby Hercules strangling a snake in each hand. Fearing further reprisals from the goddess, Alcmene took her son into the forest and abandoned him on a trail, hoping he would be picked up by someone. However, as fate would have it, 2 goddesses found the abandoned baby. They were Athena and Hera. Not knowing it was Hercules, the goddesses were impressed by the child's vigor. Athena blessed him with superior courage and cunning. Hera offered him her breast and suckled him with divine milk, food that would confer a power superior to almost all other demigods. Hercules sucked on Hera's breast with such force that, due to pain, she pushed the baby away, and a gush of divine milk tinged the heavens, giving birth to the Milky Way. Athena recognized the baby as her brother, and said she would return him to his mother. Hera, realizing the mistake she had made in nursing her rival's child, became even angrier and with an enormous desire for revenge. Upon hearing of Hercules' return to his home, the seer Tiresias said, "Let's celebrate the return of the child who will one day rid the world of all monsters, and by his great deeds secure a place in Olympus alongside his father."
Hercules, the mighty son of Zeus, had shown signs of becoming a great hero since his youth, but fate would force him to overcome great challenges. Hercules was the subject of King Eurystheus, who was his cousin. He had only obtained the crown thanks to the goddess Hera, who did not want the bastard son of Zeus to inherit the crown. Hercules obeyed his cousin with frustration, but when the monarch decided to impose his first labors on him, the dismayed hero decided to consult the oracle at Delphi to find out whether he should continue to obey a man he considered inferior. The oracle told him that, with each labor he completed, the power usurped by Eurystheus would be diminished, and Hercules' glory would grow. Hercules, hoping that the oracle told him that he would not need to obey Eurystheus, was appalled. Taking advantage of the hero's vulnerability, the goddess Hera planted the seed of madness in his head. Hercules began to see the most terrible creatures and fought great battles with them, but it was all hallucinations. When he recovered from that wild madness, Hercules had blood on his hands, and his children and his wife Megara laid dead at his feet. Upon realizing what had happened, Hercules left for exile and went into a great depression in distant lands. Hercules was found by Theseus, a great admirer of the hero. He reached out his hand to raise the son of Zeus. Time healed the wounds of the mighty hero, and he decided to return to Mycenae to serve King Eurystheus. Therefore, he would cleanse himself of the horrific sins committed against his family. Hercules had made himself available to serve his cousin Eurystheus, king of Mycenae, but the king feared that his powerful cousin would try to take his throne in the future. So Eurystheus set him a seemingly impossible job. He was to annihilate a gigantic lion, which terrorized the forests of Argolis. The beast attacked the region's herds and, after devouring some men, began to enjoy human flesh. People said that the beast was the offspring of the monstrous Typhon and the evil Echidna. Therefore, it was rumored that its hide was indestructible to traditional weapons. Armed with bow and arrow, in addition to his powerful club, Hercules set out to hunt the creature. The hero spent some time in the forests of Nemea searching for the lion. Finally, he found tracks that led him to the cave where the monstrous feline was hiding. Hercules entered the monster's lair, which was filled with animal bones and human skulls. Deep in the cave, it was possible to hear the great beast's breathing. Hercules found the beast on a rock, and the animal let out a powerful roar that would make anyone tremble. But Hercules was no ordinary man, as the blood of Zeus flowed strongly in his veins. The demigod fired an arrow at the animal's head, but it bounced off the impenetrable hide. Furious, the gigantic lion leaped on Hercules to devour him. Hercules and the lion leapt against each other. The lion showed his powerful claws as the hero raised his club. Hercules struck the creature's head with a devastating blow. Despite the force, the lion resisted unharmed. Realizing that weapons were useless, Hercules and the lion fought hand to hand. The lion drove its claws into his opponent, who suffered the excruciating pain of his wounds. Hercules put his arms around the animal's neck and began a deadly stranglehold. The lion of Nemea could not withstand the hero's strength and perished. The strong lion was dead. Using the animal's claws, Hercules ripped off its hide and returned to Mycenae. Upon seeing Hercules approach, wearing the animal's skin, Eurystheus feared being killed and ran to hide inside a metal vat. Hercules concluded his first labor, taking an important step toward glory. As his second labor, Hercules was ordered by King Eurystheus to put an end to a creature that lived in the region of Lernaeus. This creature was a dreadful monster, son of Typhon and Echidna, known by the name Hydra. The brave hero was assisted by his nephew Iolaus, his companion since his youth. On the way, they stumbled upon a village razed to the ground by the creature, and a survivor pointed the way to the creature's lair. The Hydra inhabited Lerna's ominous swamp. Hercules and his nephew scoured the pestilent swamp for the beast's hiding place. The Hydra was entombed in a cave. Hercules used his bow to draw the creature out of its lair, firing flaming arrows into the cave. Then, the mighty Hydra appeared from the cave, enraged and thirsty to devour those who dared to interrupt its rest. The monster had multiple heads, and out of its gullets oozed deafening roars. Despite his large size, Hercules was remarkably agile and dodged the beast's attacks. With a powerful club blow, the hero smashed one of the beast's heads. To his surprise, two others quickly spawned in its place. With a sword, the angered hero started to chop off the Hydra's heads. Soon after, twice as many heads were born again. Iolaus shouted for Hercules to stop, as he was only making the task even more difficult. They came up with the idea of cauterizing the necks out of which the new heads were born. While Hercules cut off the heads, his nephew cauterized the wounds with a torch. One head after the other was defeated. The goddess Hera, Hercules' enemy, watching the hero defeating one more creature, sent crabs to help Hydra, but they only succeeded in distracting the hero for a short time and were eventually crushed. Hercules and Iolaus conquered the last head. Albeit severed, the creature was still alive. The hero threw it into a hole and buried it with a huge stone. The Hydra had exceedingly toxic blood. Aware of this, Hercules dipped his arrows in the monster's poisonous blood and was equipped with yet another terrific weapon. Hercules and Iolaus were set to return victorious to Mycenae. The goddess Hera honored the efforts of her minions, who had fought on her behalf, by registering them in the stars, creating the Cancer constellation. Hercules had previously defeated the Nemean lion and the Hydra of Lerna. These were two very powerful opponents. Eurystheus' plan to finish Hercules' life was not working, and his rival was becoming more popular every day. Unable to defeat his cousin, Eurystheus came up with a great idea and assigned the hero two new jobs. Hercules was to bring back two creatures alive to Mycenae, the Erymanthian boar and the Ceryneian hind. The Ceryneian hind was one of the wildest animals in existence. Capturing it would be almost impossible, and bringing back the mighty boar without killing it was even more unlikely. Eurystheus knew that Hercules would never return without the animals, because admitting failure was inconceivable for the hero. Hercules left, and the king was confident he would never see him again. More than a year had passed, without the hero ever finding the Ceryneian hind. This was no ordinary hind. She was nothing short of splendid, with golden horns and iron hooves. The creature was one of the 5 holy hinds created by the goddess Artemis, but it was the only one that lived free, while the others served the goddess pulling her chariot. Hercules finally managed to get close to the hind and shot one of her legs with an arrow. Wounded, the hind could no longer run and was grabbed by the hero. The goddess Artemis showed up and questioned why the hero was committing such sacrilege. Hercules told her that, by order of the Oracle of Delphi, he was at the service of King Eurystheus. He would be freed after presenting the hind to the king. The goddess allowed Hercules to continue his journey. The hero would now try to capture the mighty Erymanthian boar. The creature was extremely strong, so Hercules would have to use his wit to capture it. Hercules fought the boar, but its great strength prevented the hero from catching it. Since he couldn't kill it, he decided to just tire it out. The hero then chased the boar, leading it to an area where snow was piling up on the ground. The mighty boar had to make a huge effort to go through the high snow, and was ultimately overcome by fatigue. After the animal tumbled down exhausted, Hercules bound its legs and captured it. To everyone's shock, Hercules arrived at the palace of Mycenae, carrying the hind and the boar. Eurystheus, terrified at the sight of such a creature, again hid inside the bronze barrel. Hercules had now accomplished one more of his tasks. King Eurystheus of Mycenae was feeling frustrated at his inability to get rid of Hercules. The hero was piling up more glory with every labor he did. Therefore, the king decides to force Hercules to do a degrading job, unworthy for a son of Zeus. In one day, the hero had to clean the great stable of King Aegeus in Elis. The stable had not been cleaned for a long time and had accumulated tons of animal dung. Eurystheus thought that, aside from the task's difficulty, Hercules would refuse to perform such an indecent job. But the hero bowed humbly to his king's wish and set out for the kingdom of Aegeus. The need to be cleansed of his sins was more important than his pride. Hercules stood before King Aegeus and offered his services to clean the stables, but he didn't inform him that he was there at the service of King Eurystheus. Zeus's son bargained with Aegeus for payment for this work, and they reached an agreement. The king believed that cleaning the stable in just one day would be impossible, so he promised to deliver 1/10 of his huge flock to the hero. If Hercules failed to complete the job in only one day, he would get nothing. The king called his son to testify to the agreement. Hercules was given a shovel, but he put it aside and headed towards the river Alpheus. With immense strength, Hercules threw large rocks into the river, diverting its course toward Aegeus's stable. The river waters went through the stable doors and washed away all the filth. Hercules then allowed the river to flow back into its natural course. King Aegeus, seeing that the stables were clean and Hercules hadn't even soiled his hands, was astonished. When Hercules went to collect his payment, the king claimed that he had never made such an agreement. But Phineus, his own son, asserted that he had witnessed the deal. Enraged by such treachery, the king expelled Hercules and his son. But Hercules would not take such humiliation. He gathered an army of Thebans and dethroned King Aegeus, installing the honorable Prince Phineus on his father's seat. Another one of his labors was now done. After cleaning out Aegeus's stables, Hercules had to go to Arcadia and finish off the Stymphalian, gigantic birds of prey that terrorized the area near Lake Stymphalia. After a long journey, the hero arrived at the lake. He was amazed by the sheer number of birds. These terrible birds had iron beaks and feathers. They attacked their victims by throwing their sharp metallic feathers. It seemed impossible to accomplish that task with brute force. So he tried to solve the situation with guile. Hercules asked his sister Athena for help, and the goddess of wisdom was decisive. The goddess offered him a musical iron instrument, made by the god Hephaestus in his sacred forge. With these divine drums, Hercules made a deafening noise that drove the birds away. Hercules even managed to shoot down a few birds in mid-flight with his bow and arrows, bathed in the blood of the Hydra. Hercules accomplished one more feat, and the hero then set off towards the island of Crete. Eurystheus ordered Hercules to go to the island of King Minos to capture and tame the fearsome bull of Crete. This was no ordinary bull. The animal was supposed to be sacrificed in honor of the god Poseidon. But, because of its qualities, Minos did not want to sacrifice it. Out of revenge, Poseidon caused the bull to feel an uncontrollable rage. Hercules faced the mighty bull, father of the terrible Minotaur. The bull was incredibly strong, and he contended with the hero. But the bovine beast was not strong enough to defeat Zeus's son. Hercules grabbed him by the horns and threw him to the ground. After tying him up, Hercules put the animal on a ship, heading for the Peloponnese. Upon arriving in Mycenae, the bull was presented to Eurystheus. The latter, after confirming that the task had been accomplished, released the animal. The bull roamed around Greece, causing terror wherever it went. On the plains of Marathon, he met yet another formidable opponent. His name was Theseus. Hercules was given his 8th labor. He had to travel to Thrace and bring with him the famous anthropophagous mares of Diomedes. The latter was the son of Ares, the god of war, and ruled over the Bistonians, a barbaric and cruel people. Diomedes would certainly be the cruelest of the Thracians. He captured